The return of the celestial sovereign. Atop Mount Tai, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, shattering the altar of heaven and earth and scattering the ancient relics, igniting fervent discussions among onlookers. Meanwhile, a high-speed train was hurtling from the vicinity of Mount Tai towards Zinzit. The young man sat on the train, appearing somewhat dazed. His chiseled features bore a pallor, yet could not conceal the extraordinary spirit emanating from him, exuding an air of remarkable charisma. Have I truly been reborn, or was this merely an illusion? He sighed, having confirmed multiple times atop the mountain, yet still struggling to believe it. Once more, he concentrated, only to discover that the Taiwan scriptures within him could not be activated. All his cultivation had vanished, leaving behind only a trace of protective aura from the scriptures. It seems I have indeed returned, back to earth, and to the year I turned 20. The youth, named Luo Chen, was the last heir of the Taiwan lineage. Originally, Luo Chen was an ordinary individual, but through fortuitous circumstances, he entered the realm of cultivation and acquired the Taiwan scriptures, ascending to become the final heir of the illustrious Taiwan lineage, gradually progressing until he achieved the exalted rank of Celestial Sovereign. In his past life, Luo Chen was renowned for vanquishing all foes across the vast celestial realms, standing tall amidst myriad paths. Alas, he was ultimately ambushed by the three great celestial lords who returned during the third solar era. The three great celestial lords, you sought the Taiwan scriptures so desperately that you resorted to the use of the wordless heavenly tome and the 10 great evil arrays to launch a surprise attack on me. But alas, my fate was not destined for demise, for I have returned. A cold smirk graced Luo Chen's lips, a glimmer of frost residing in his eyes. Although he possessed astonishing might and overwhelming spells that overshadowed countless paths, his ultimate realm was still too low, leading to his tragic fate, bloodshed, within the 10 great evil arrays, resulting in his self-destruction. Yet this life was different. He had been reborn, back on earth, if I awaken the divine repository within me and commence my cultivation, while also acquiring those extraordinary divine seeds scattered across the earth. Even the three great celestial lords will find themselves beneath my feet, that I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. O three great celestial lords, that I shall relish the moment when I seize several treasures before you and witness the expressions upon your faces. Another cold smile crossed Luo Chen's lips. Suddenly, the sound of a ringtone interrupted his thoughts. Pulling out his phone, he glanced at the caller ID, and his brow furrowed. The person on the other end ignited a flicker of hatred within him, shattering his previously detached state of mind. The reason he had embarked on the path of cultivation was intricately linked to the owner of this call. It marked the onset of a tragic chapter in his life. In his past life, Luo Chen's family was not particularly affluent, however. His father owned a house in the county, a car, and even had savings amounting to a few $100,000. They were relatively well off, with a small renovation company providing a comfortable living. But that journey had led to his family's ruin. Not long after graduating from university, he became separated from his girlfriend, Zhang Xiaoman, and this trip was meant to reunite them. For her sake, Luo Chen willingly forsook a promising future in Yuzhou to take on a lowly position in Xinzhou. Little did he foresee that this journey would herald disaster. Arriving in Xinzhou with carefully chosen gifts, he was ultimately beaten into a state of disability, his hand shattered, knees crushed, leading him into a prolonged period of despondency, even contemplating suicide. Reduced to a state where he could scarcely live independently, his father exhausted their savings for his treatment, selling their home and car, ultimately descending into the depths of scavenging for survival. That on a snowy night, as the lifeless body of his father was brought back, Luo Chen wept inconsolably. For nearly 2 decades that followed, he lived like a dog, mocked and scorned, even resorting to begging to survive. The weight of such blows was unbearable, leading Luo Chen to despair, culminating in a fateful night atop Mount Tai, where he leapt into the abyss. Yet instead of meeting death, he found himself in the realm of cultivation, ultimately acquiring the Taiwan scriptures, embarking on a path of ascendance, achieving legendary status, vanquishing ancient deities, and becoming a formidable celestial sovereign. Regrettably, even as a transcendent celestial sovereign, he could not resurrect his father, a lingering sorrow that haunted him and hindered his ultimate breakthrough. However, this time would be different. Having been granted a second chance at life, Luo Chen vowed that no one would harm his father again, nor would he allow those enemies in Xinzu to go unpunished. In his previous life, they had brought his family to ruin. In this life, he would settle the score. Upon answering the call, an impatient and icy voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, Luo Chen. Please call me when you arrive, my mother, and I will be at the station to pick you up." Then, without granting Luo Chen further opportunity to respond, the call was abruptly terminated. A cold smile spread across his face. In his past life, he had been madly in love with this woman. Yet upon arriving in Xinzu, her parents looked down on him, subjecting him to ridicule and disdain. Ultimately, under familial pressure, she deceitfully drained over $1 million from his father's savings, casting him aside for a wealthy heir. Yet in this life, Luo Chen merely chuckled they would play their game slowly. As he set his phone down, he caught sight of an elderly man and a young girl seated nearby. The elder was eagerly opening an ornate box, withdrawing a painting, and admiring it with delight. However, after a mere glance, Luo Chen dismissed it, his gaze returning elsewhere. "What sort of eyes do you possess? Do you even understand?" The young girl suddenly questioned, irritation evident in her tone. Raised in privilege, she had developed an arrogant demeanor, and upon noticing Luo Chen's dismissive glance, her anger flared. "Understand? What a jest!" Luo Chen had once been a celestial sovereign with his vast knowledge. How could he not comprehend? Moreover, the moment he laid eyes on the painting, he recognized it as a forgery, yet the old man treated it with utmost reverence, as though it were an authentic masterpiece. But with Luo Chen's disposition, he felt no need to stoop to the level of this young girl. From their attire, it was clear that the elder and the girl held significant status, likely wealthy or noble. "Do not gaze if you do not understand. Indeed, someone like you, a country bumpkin, likely has never encountered genuine antiques worth millions that..." As she spoke, the young girl raised her chin, her face filled with disdain. Her elevated status led her to look down upon someone as ordinary as Luo Chen. Chapter 2. A powerful figure. Schwanger, do not be rude. The woman was about to mock Luo Chen, but was halted by the elder. The elder appeared to be of great refinement, yet Luo Chen could still sense an air of superiority emanating from him. "You seem to regard this painting with considerable disdain, young man." The elder was noticeably attentive to how others perceived his prized possession. "Fake," Luo Chen replied nonchalantly. "Fake." The girl named Schwanger immediately bristled at this remark, standing up and pointing an accusing finger at Luo Chen. "How dare you claim my grandfather's collection is a forgery? Utter nonsense." Schwanger glared at Luo Chen with utter disdain. It was a profound affront to her dignity that a mere stranger would speak such baseless words before her. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to address her in such a manner. "Schwanger, sit down." The elder's voice was stern. However, his own expression betrayed dissatisfaction as he continued, "Young man, while one may choose to eat indiscriminately, one should not speak carelessly. This genuine piece has been appraised by several masters in the field. Though the elder's hair was white, his complexion was vibrant, and his demeanor exuded an unusual calmness, resembling that of a youthful individual. Luo Chen surmised that the elder was likely a martial arts expert. Nevertheless, even the most skilled practitioners of martial arts appeared trivial in his eyes. Even without his cultivation, the aura of the Tai Huanging still enveloped him, rendering him impervious to ordinary individuals. "I have declared it a forgery, thus it is undoubtedly a forgery," Luo Chen stated dismissively. "Hey, you insolent brat. I shall teach you a lesson today." Schwanger rose furiously once more. She, along with her family, was a dominant force in Xinzhou, having long been accustomed to a life of unchecked authority. To be frank, not even the mayor of Xinzhou would dare to speak to her grandfather so disrespectfully. "Just you?" A faint smile graced Luo Chen's lips, for he could discern that this girl was also a practitioner of martial arts, having likely trained for over a decade. Yet, in Luo Chen's eyes, her martial prowess was inconsequential. Although the elder intended to intervene, witnessing Luo Chen's attitude shifted his perspective. While he no longer possessed the competitive spirit of youth, he was still a person of considerable stature, deserving of respect. Luo Chen's assertion that his collection was counterfeit had certainly irked him. It was time to teach these arrogant youngsters a lesson. As for his granddaughter, despite her being a girl, she was no ordinary opponent. After years of training, the elder held great confidence in her abilities. Impudent child, remember this lesson. Do not speak recklessly to anyone. With a wave of her hand, Schwanger summoned over a dozen individuals to rise in the carriage, clearly indicating the elder's significant status. The attendant initially approached to intervene, but one burly man stepped forward, producing a badge that caused the attendant's expression to change dramatically. With a respectful bow towards the elder, the attendant retreated, ensuring the carriage door was closed behind him. Schwanger then advanced towards Luo Chen, sneering derisively at him. Without further ado, she raised her hand and struck, clearly dismissing Luo Chen entirely. The slap came with great force. However, Luo Chen did not flinch, nor did he even glance at Schwanger. Her intent was to chastise him, yet her strike was somewhat careless. Despite being a girl, she was indeed a martial artist, and such a blow could easily dislocate the jaw of an ordinary person. Yet, just as her hand was about to make contact with Luo Chen's face, she was suddenly struck with horror. It halted just 3 centimeters away. It was not that she lacked the will to strike. Rather, her hand had met an invisible barrier, a wall of energy that rendered her efforts futile. Despite her exertions, her face flushed with frustration, she could not penetrate even a fraction. Schwanger, retreat. The elder's expression changed drastically as he sprang to his feet, swiftly pulling Schwanger back, his heart racing with anxiety. He gestured to the group of over a dozen individuals, who had prepared to draw their weapons. Quite intriguing. My apologies, sir. I was rash, the elder spoke, relieved as he saw Luo Chen refrain from retaliating. And he bowed respectfully. Schwanger, apologize to this gentleman at once. The elder even urged the young girl beside him. Grandfather, what are you doing? Who is he? Moreover, I refuse to believe he can withstand a bullet. Be silent. Do you understand nothing? The elder reprimanded sharply. While bullets may indeed be unstoppable, the elder was acutely aware that Luo Chen could eliminate both himself and his granddaughter before a shot could be fired. Apologize immediately. Fear began to creep into the elder's heart. Though others might be oblivious, he could not afford to be ignorant. Luo Chen possessed an inner strength that was unparalleled, akin to a master in the martial world. If such a figure were to strike, even he would be unable to withstand a single blow. The ability to project one's inner energy could threaten their lives in an instant. Such a person was beyond their capacity to provoke. I am sorry. Schwanger's expression was one of reluctance, yet she complied with the demand. Let this be a lesson. No one dares to strike me. Luo Chen's demeanor was calm, yet his tone carried an undercurrent of menace. In that moment, Luo Chen's aura transformed, resembling a deity of immense power, capable of overwhelming the heavens and earth, as if a divine presence had descended upon the mortal realm. Fortunately, Schwanger was merely a young girl, and Luo Chen, with his celestial perspective, would not dwell on her transgression. Otherwise, had she dared to strike him, she would have already become a lifeless corpse. As she faced Luo Chen's formidable presence, Schwanger felt a chilling sensation creep down her spine, her body turning ice cold as if she had fallen into a frozen abyss. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed onto the ground. I apologize, sir. I was rash and foolish. Please, for the sake of her youth and ignorance, show mercy. The elder, drenched in cold sweat, bowed once more, finding it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. In that moment, a tumultuous wave surged within the elder's heart. At his level of status and experience, he was privy to secrets unknown to ordinary individuals. However, the more he understood, the more he feared Luo Chen. The elder could not help but chuckle bitterly at the absurdity of encountering such a legendary figure aboard a train. In reality, the elder was a person of considerable influence in Xinzhou. Until now, no one had ever dared to disregard him, both in the open and behind the scenes. Individuals were often compelled to heed his authority. Yet today, for the first time, he felt as though he had provoked an individual far beyond his comprehension. And fear began to take root within him. I am Yijing Tian. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? The elder smiled apologetically. Chapter 3. A series of fortunate encounters. Mr. Luo, did you just claim that this painting is a forgery? Yijing Tian, a man of considerable acumen, deftly shifted the conversation, alleviating the awkwardness of the moment. Forged? I beg your pardon, but this painting is a masterpiece from the Southern Song dynasty, one I acquired at great expense and effort. And I even consulted several experts for authentication, he asserted with an air of respect, using formal titles that left Yi Shuangshuang in a state of disbelief. It was worth noting that her grandfather had never shown such deference even in the presence of powerful figures. I will demonstrate it to you. However, a fleeting glimmer of dark blue light flickered in Luo Chen's eyes. This was the heavenly eye, a gift reserved for those who had awakened the divine repository within them. Luo Chen, however, possessed a fragment of this ability due to the influence of the Taiwan scripture. The heavenly eye allowed him to perceive things beyond the reach of ordinary sight, surpassing even the capabilities of a microscope. His ability to discern the painting's authenticity stemmed from this unique perception, though it was only a rudimentary form, as he relied on the protective aura of the Taiwan scripture and could not achieve true clarity. Nevertheless, it sufficed for identifying the painting's true nature. With precision, Luo Chen's finger rested on a specific area of the canvas. The material was fabric, and as he pressed down, a single thread was pulled free when he lifted his finger again. The painting, worth millions, was thus marred, yet Luo Chen remained unfazed. He decisively extracted a fine thread and tossed it before Yu Jingtian. Is this? Yu Jingtian's face flushed with embarrassment. This is nylon, an artificial synthetic material. How could your painting from over 700 years ago contain nylon? Luo Chen shook his head, exposing the deception. Yu Jingtian's face turned crimson as he realized he'd been duped. Where could nylon have come from over 7 centuries ago? He signaled to a man clad in black to retrieve the artwork, intending to take the wooden box as well. Wait a moment, that wooden box? Luo Chen interjected suddenly. What? Mr. Luo, do you have an interest in the box? Yu Jingtian seemed to have grasped Luo Chen's intent. Feel free to take it if you like. He added generously. Grandfather, Yi Shuang interjected from the side. In truth, Yi Jingtian understood perfectly. Since Luo Chen could discern the painting's forgery, he must possess remarkable abilities, evidenced by the aura he had just emitted. If even Luo Chen found value in the item, it had to be something extraordinary. Yet Yi Jingtian was prepared to gift it to him, a grand gesture indeed. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected generosity. However, he genuinely coveted the wooden box, for it likely contained a seed capable of awakening the divine repository within him. Despite the protective aura of the Taiwan scripture, Luo Chen needed to activate the divine repository to cultivate it, and though the seed within the box appeared desiccated, he had ways to revitalize it. This seed was precisely what he desired, making him marvel at his extraordinary fortune. After all, it was rare even in the realm of cultivation to encounter such a seed, let alone on Earth. Possessing this seed could save him decades of arduous training by directly activating his divine repository and commencing cultivation. Yet, Luo Chen was unwilling to take advantage of the situation. As a dignified immortal, he had no need to covet the possessions of ordinary folk. To be candid, I am indeed interested in the wooden box, for it contains something I require. However, if it were to remain in your possession, it would hold little value. Therefore, let this favor be acknowledged today, and should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance, Luo Chen declared. It was essential to recognize that this was a promise from an immortal, a statement that many from various powerful factions would have coveted. Now, astonishingly, it had fallen into the hands of this elderly gentleman. I shall not be remiss then. Since you have spoken, Mr. Luo, I do have a request. Yi Jingtian's ulterior motives were swiftly revealed. I humbly ask you to accept my granddaughter as your disciple, he proclaimed unexpectedly. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback, mentally cursing the old fox. Let's reconsider. That is not feasible. Frankly, she is not qualified to be my disciple. Luo Chen was not inclined to break his word. After all, as an immortal, he would eventually attract the offspring of significant figures seeking his tutelage. In comparison, Yi Shuang simply did not measure up. Furthermore, her innate talent was inadequate. But you have already made a promise. Yu Jingtian pressed, knowing the weight of Luo Chen's words. Very well. I shall accept her as a registered disciple, Luo Chen conceded reluctantly, seeking a middle ground. Quickly, pay your respects to your master. Let us stick with teacher for now. Luo Chen interrupted Yi Shuang. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the vehicle soon arrived at its destination. Luo Chen collected his belongings and departed ahead of them. Once Luo Chen had left, Yi Shuang turned her gaze to Yi Jingtian. Grandfather, why must you insist that I become his disciple, even if he possesses some skill? With our influence in Xinzhou, countless individuals would seek to take me under their wing. Why must you silence? What do you understand? We have just established an invaluable connection. Shuanga, you may not comprehend, but I do not fault you for it. Yu Jingtian sighed deeply. Surely you have heard of the Grandmaster? Grandmaster? Yi Shuang's expression shifted to one of shock. although she may not belong to Yu Zhongtun's generation. Her lifelong training in martial arts alongside him had made her well acquainted with the term. If one were to inquire about her ultimate ambition in martial arts, it would undoubtedly be to reach the status of a grandmaster. Yet, such a feat seemed almost impossible. Martial arts require rigorous practice. Most individuals begin honing their fundamental skills from a young age, and by 30, only a few manage to cultivate a trace of inner strength. To project that inner strength outward would make one a formidable figure in the martial world. As for a grandmaster, they were nearly mythologized. Grandmasters had the capability to establish their own sects, create unique schools of thought, and even develop original techniques. The power they wielded was such that it could rival bullets, rendering them nearly invincible. In the past and even now, they were exceptionally rare. Few ever achieved the mastery required to transcend into the realm of the grandmaster, leaving many to lament their inability throughout their lives. Grandfather, are you suggesting that he possesses the potential to become a grandmaster? Yi Shuangshuang found it hard to believe. Potential? Silly girl. At the very least, from what he demonstrated today, I suspect he is on the verge of reaching that level. Yi Jingtian sighed, his expression tinged with envy. It was a dream he had nurtured his entire life, yet he knew it remained beyond his reach. Yi Shuangshuang's delicate features betrayed her astonishment. Her mouth agape, as if she could swallow an egg whole. As long as he remains in Xinzhou, I will spare no effort in forging a connection with him. Let us arrange for a company and a luxury vehicle for him. Chapter 4. The ex-girlfriend from a previous life before Luo Chen had even exited the train station. Zhang Xiaoman, his ex-girlfriend from his past life, and her mother were already waiting outside. They stood beside a cherry QQ, capturing the attention of passers-by. Though it was not the vehicle that drew their gaze. In Xinzhou, while it may not rival the capital of Haidong, it is still home to many affluent individuals, with BMWs and Mercedes-Benz's gracing the streets. A cherry QQ hardly merits a glance. What intrigued the onlookers were the striking appearances of the two women. The elder, in particular, was exceptionally captivating. Thanks to diligent self-care, she appeared to be in her mid-20s, dressed in an audaciously fashionable manner. She wore shorts that barely reached mid-thigh, exposing her fair legs, paired with a black crop top that showcased her flat abdomen adorned with a red string. Her golden locks flowed freely, and she sported sunglasses, exuding an air of sophistication and sensuality. In contrast, the younger woman's attire was more reserved, a light blue pair of jeans coupled with a tank top, revealing a generous expanse of her fair back. Nevertheless, her striking features and tall stature lent her an extraordinary elegance. The elder woman was, of course, Zhang Xiaoman's mother, who stood there with her arms crossed, wearing a disgruntled expression. It's scorching out here. If I get tanned, I'll have to call and nag him again. I even had an appointment for a haircut. Zhang Xiaoman's mother grumbled impatiently. Though their family was not particularly wealthy, she was quite concerned about appearances, clinging to the notion that she should embody the grace of a noble woman. Waiting at a train station was hardly befitting her status. Mom, the train has arrived. He should be out any minute now, Zhang Xiaoman replied, exasperated. 3 minutes have passed. What about my carefully maintained skin? I can't let it darken again. My skincare products cost thousands, imported from France. Despite merely waiting a few minutes, Zhang Xiaoman's mother was already showing signs of impatience. Didn't I tell you to bring an umbrella? You never listen. What? Now that you have a boyfriend, you dare to talk back to your mother? Zhang Xiaoman's mother retorted, her displeasure evident. Fine, I'll call him, Zhang Xiaoman sighed, reluctantly dialing Luo Chen's number, cognizant that she could not openly defy her mother. Just as she completed the call, she spotted Luo Chen emerging with a suitcase. Luo Chen, over here. Zhang Xiaoman waved. Xiaoman, it's been a while, Luo Chen replied, though he felt indifferent towards her now. Yet, due to certain circumstances, he refrained from displaying overt coldness. Don't you think you should greet me? You're quite rude for someone who has met my daughter, Zhang Xiaoman's mother interjected with a mocking laugh. From the moment she laid eyes on Luo Chen, she had disapproved of him, believing her precious daughter deserved a partner of considerable wealth, ideally someone worth at least $1 million. Luo Chen, hailing from a county town and lacking any significant status, appeared quite unremarkable to her. A cursory glance was enough for her seasoned eye to perceive the cheap jeans and t-shirt he wore, likely procured from a street vendor for a mere few dozen yuan. Not a single branded item adorned him, leading to her immediate disappointment. How could such a person ever be worthy of her daughter? Let us go? By the way, this is my mother, Zhang Xiaoman said, introducing them. Hello, Auntie, Luo Chen greeted politely. What is so good about it? You don't even know to greet your elder upon first meeting? Today's youth really lack manners. And look at me. I've been standing out here baking in the sun, almost turning into charcoal. Zhang Xiaoman's mother complained without reservation. Mom, could you tone it down? Zhang Xiaoman pleaded once more. Enough chatter. Let us get in the car and head home before I truly roast, Zhang Xiaoman's mother declared, her tone still brusque. Once inside the vehicle, Zhang Xiaoman's mother promptly took the front passenger seat, pulling out a mirror to touch up her makeup. Zhang Xiaoman turned to Luo Chen and asked, "How have you been lately?" "Quite well," he replied nonchalantly, having changed from the person he once was. His response was devoid of enthusiasm. "Hey, why are you speaking like that? Has Xiaoman offended you?" she asked, trying to be polite. "And look at your attitude." Zhang Xiaoman's mother interjected once more. "Mom, focus on your makeup," Zhang Xiaoman said, choosing not to elaborate further. A woman's intuition told her that Luo Chen seemed somewhat different from before. When he used to see her, his eyes would sparkle with affection. Today, however, they appeared clear yet somewhat distant. Perhaps it was due to her mother's presence, she mused. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman's phone rang. She chose not to answer but did not hang up either, placing the phone down and covering it. They passed by an upscale residential area. "Dear, do you see that? This is the Shidai Guandian in the city center. The view here is splendid. I'm not asking you to afford a villa, but if you could secure a duplex here, it would suffice. Then your father and I can share in the glory. You live upstairs, and we'll take the lower floor," her mother remarked. "The average price here is at least over 30,000 yuan, isn't it?" Luo Chen interjected casually. Drawing from his memories of a previous life, Luo Chen was well aware of the Shidai Guandian's reputation. Its proximity to the city center meant that the average price per unit hovered around 30,000 yuan, with a duplex requiring at least 200 square meters, translating to a minimum of 6 million yuan. "Why do you say that? Is 30,000 too expensive? Young people should have aspirations. The resettlement housing in the southern countryside is cheap, only around 3,000 per square meter. You wouldn't want my daughter living there, would you? We can't afford to lose face. A rural household registration doesn't easily transition to urban status." Zhang Xiaoman's mother's dissatisfaction with Luo Chen deepened. It seemed that a man from the countryside was indeed not suitable to be her son-in-law. She couldn't help but worry about the hardships her daughter might face if she were to marry him. Luo Chen, however, chose not to respond to her remarks. Before long, the car wound through several residential blocks and arrived at Zhang Xiaoman's home. While not affluent, her family resided in a modest community, occupying an 80 square meter unit on the ground floor. Additionally, the apartment was mortgaged, and it was said that they were still repaying the loan. Zhang Xiaoman's father was an ordinary worker in a factory, earning merely a few thousand yuan a month. However, he and Luo Chen's father were former classmates. Initially, Zhang Xiaoman's father had held a favorable impression of Luo Chen, but his wife's incessant complaints ultimately led him to side with her in making things difficult for him. As Luo Chen gazed at this place where he had once endured humiliation, he wondered how things might unfold this time around. Chapter 5. Revenge is inevitable. As the door swung open, Zhang Xiaoman's father, Zhang Dazhuang, emerged from the kitchen, a spatula in one hand and an apron tied around his waist. "Ah, Xiao Luo, it's been years since we last met, and you've grown quite tall. Where is your father? I haven't seen him in ages," he smiled warmly. "Uncle Zhang, it's been a long time. My dad had some matters to attend to at the factory, so he couldn't come this time," replied Luo Chen. "Enough with the chit-chat. Look at you, wearing an apron like a woman. What man spends all day cooking at home? You've lost all semblance of masculinity." Zhang Xiaoman's mother grumbled as she removed her high heels. "Come on, dear. Xiao Luo is here. Can't you give me some face?" Zhang Dazhuang interjected. "Face? I'm starving. Hurry up and serve the dishes. I have an appointment with my friends to get my hair done later," she retorted, plopping herself onto the sofa. Zhang Xiaoman went to fetch bowls and chopsticks, while Luo Chen headed to the kitchen to assist with the dishes. "Xiaoman, come here for a moment. I'm not criticizing you, but your taste is questionable. Look at the kind of man you found. He's in the kitchen right away. I worry he might be just like your father," Zhang Xiaoman's mother remarked, her voice low but not low enough to escape Luo Chen's ears, who could hear her clearly as a celestial being. If Luo Chen hadn't helped with the dishes, Zhang Xiaoman's mother would have likely accused him of acting like a guest, not lifting a finger to help. Soon, the dishes were served, and the four of them sat down to eat. "Luo Chen, I'd like to ask about your plans now that you're in Xinzhou," Zhang Xiaoman's mother began. Her intentions clear, she was setting conditions. Mom, we're eating, Zhang Xiaoman interjected. Sweetheart, some things need to be made clear. Whatever you do, you must hand over your earnings. Her mother insisted. I don't have any plans yet, Luo Chen replied. Recalling that he had already arranged a job at Zhang Xiaoman's company before coming but was reluctant to explain. Oh, when do you plan to buy a house? I must tell you, the Times residence is not merely a suggestion. It's a requirement to purchase a unit there. Zhang Xiaoman's mother raised an eyebrow, continuing. And since my daughter is so exceptional, if you buy a car, it should be a luxury one. I wonder you make it too hard for you. Considering you just started, but it must be a car worth over $1 million, right? She boldly asserted. Don't feel compelled to respond. I must tell you. A wealthy young man is pursuing our Xiaoman, she added. Making her intentions abundantly clear, her daughter was not lacking suitors. Mom. Zhang Xiaoman's expression shifted. Luo Chen glanced at Zhang Xiaoman, who averted her gaze anxiously. Just then, the doorbell rang. To mask her unease, Zhang Xiaoman got up to answer the door. Hey, Xiaoman. I didn't know you were home. Why didn't you answer my calls? A tall man, dressed in a Versace suit and sunglasses, stood outside, holding a bouquet of flowers. Behind him was a sleek black Kian. What brings you here? Zhang Xiaoman said, her unease deepening. Since it's a day off, I thought I'd see if you were free. How about catching a movie tonight? The young man said gently. I have plans tonight. I can't make it. Zhang Xiaoman hesitated before declining, mindful of Luo Chen's presence. Oh, it's Xiao Chen. Come in, don't just stand out there. Please come in. Zhang Xiaoman's mother exclaimed, eagerly pushing her daughter aside and pulling the man inside by the hand. Upon seeing this young man, Luo Chen felt a surge of anger ignite within him. Chen Xiao? Memories of past grievances flooded back to him. In his previous life, Chen Xiao had been a nightmarish figure, son of the former vice mayor of Xinzhou, wielding immense wealth and power. Initially, Zhang Xiaoman's family had opposed their relationship. But her feelings for Luo Chen had remained strong until Chen Xiao's lavish gifts and temptations led her to betray him. The most infuriating part was that while she became involved with Chen Xiao, she concealed it from Luo Chen, turning him into the subject of ridicule among their peers. It was only after he caught them in the act that he learned the truth, by which time his mother had swindled away the $1 million he had. In a fit of defiance, Luo Chen confronted Chen Xiao, who manipulated the situation into a high-stakes gamble, resulting in Luo Chen losing $10 million. Unable to repay the debt, Chen Xiao had him brutally crippled, leaving him entirely incapacitated. This moment marked the onset of his tragic fate, all orchestrated by the man now standing before him. But Luo Chen was no longer the same as before. He vowed to repay Chen Xiao tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold in this lifetime. Xiao Chen, you could have at least given me a heads up. Look, we haven't prepared anything special. Please, have a seat. I'm in a good mood today, and will personally whip up a couple of my signature dishes, Zhang Xiaoman's mother exclaimed, tying on her apron. Here, Auntie. This perfume is from France, a little something I brought back from a friend. Let me know if you like it. If not, I can bring you another. Chen Xiao said, holding the flowers in one hand and a gift box in the other. How lovely. You didn't have to bring anything. Your presence is gift enough. Zhang Xiaoman's mother replied, her eyes unconsciously glancing at the expensive perfume, clearly worth a small fortune. And who is this? Chen Xiao's gaze fell upon Luo Chen. Oh. He.S. just a college classmate of Xiaoman's. His father was once a classmate of mine. Zhang Xiaoman's mother misrepresented, deliberately omitting Luo Chen's true relationship with her daughter and introducing him merely as a friend. She flaunted the gift Chen Xiao had brought, making her intentions unmistakably clear. Hello, Chen Xiao said, extending his hand towards Luo Chen, a smirk lurking beneath the surface. To his surprise, Luo Chen didn't even glance at him, continuing to eat without a care. Chen Xiao's hand hung in the air, creating an awkward silence that rendered him momentarily speechless. Chapter 6. Prioritize interest. Luo Chen. Aren't you going to shake hands? Zhang Xiaoman reminded, but Luo Chen remained indifferent. Chen Xiao withdrew his hand, a surge of anger rising within him. He had some reputation in Xinzhou, surrounded by wealthy second-generation elites, and this was the first time anyone dared to slight him, especially someone from a rural background. This motivated Chen Xiao to seek an opportunity to settle the score with Luo Chen. Nevertheless, he feigned friendliness, saying, Brother, are you planning to develop in Xinzhou? Haha, I'm Xiaoman's friend. If you're in Xinzhou, we could hang out together. I still have some influence here. Chen Xiao spoke with a smile, but internally he scoffed at the thought of Luo Chen undermining him. As long as you are in Xinzhou, I will ensure you regret it. Sure. Luo Chen replied with a slight smile, secretly mocking him as well. By the way, Xiaoman, you mentioned your classmate is looking for a job. How about arranging for him to work at my company? Chen Chao saw that Luo Chen showed no fear and suddenly hatched a plan. As a teacher at an elite school, he also invested in a company. Chen Chao, well aware of Luo Chen's background, deliberately mentioned his company in front of everyone, clearly intending to show off and belittle Luo Chen. Before Zhang Xiaoman could respond, her mother interjected, "You are quite impressive, Xiao Chen. Owning a company at such a young age and being a civil servant. Luo Chen, you should learn from him." Chen Chao's face lit up with pride at this remark, and he provocatively glanced at Luo Chen, as if to say, "What do you have to compete with me? Here comes the food. Xiao Chen, do try your auntie's cooking." Zhang Xiaoman's mother brought out 2 dishes. Chen Chao appeared quite at ease, as if he frequently visited Zhang Xiaoman's home, immediately picking up his chopsticks to eat. However, he failed to notice the fleeting cold smile in Luo Chen's eyes. After only a few bites, Luo Chen stood up, set down his chopsticks, and walked outside, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lighting one. Seeing Luo Chen leave, Chen Chao felt a surge of satisfaction, believing Luo Chen had left out of embarrassment. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman followed Luo Chen outside. "Luo Chen, don't misunderstand. My relationship with him is purely platonic. You must believe me." Zhang Xiaoman's expression was flustered, clearly afraid Luo Chen would perceive something amiss. Luo Chen nodded, but inwardly he sneered, "Platonic friends? Do you take me for a fool?" Hearing Luo Chen's response, Zhang Xiaoman felt a pang of discomfort. After all, not rejecting Chen Chao implied an acceptance of his pursuit, even though she already had a boyfriend. Yet, Chen Chao was undeniably exceptional. In every regard, he surpassed Luo Chen. Chen Chao's father was a former vice mayor, while Luo Chen's father was merely an ordinary man. Chen Chao was already a shareholder in a large company, while Luo Chen had nothing comparable. However, Zhang Xiaoman was acutely aware that Luo Chen was the one who truly cared for her, though in this era, how valuable is genuine affection? Chen Chao's lifestyle was something Luo Chen could never aspire to, and what Chen Chao could offer Zhang Xiaoman was beyond Luo Chen's reach. Sighing, Zhang Xiaoman felt that Luo Chen brought her a distinct sensation, yet she could not articulate what that difference was. "A few days ago, you mentioned you were traveling in Taishan, right? I saw on the news this morning that it was struck by lightning." Zhang Xiaoman attempted to change the subject. "I hadn't heard," Luo Chen replied, a cold smile gracing his lips as he anticipated the unfolding drama. Just then, a series of loud popping sounds erupted from inside the house. Curious, Zhang Xiaoman turned back and entered, only to rush out moments later, her face turning purple, covering her nose and mouth, tears streaming from her eyes. Soon, Zhang Xiaoman's father and mother followed suit, fleeing in disarray. "It stinks. The smell is unbearable." A foul odor permeated the room, and the popping sounds continued. Anyone entering would find Chen Chao completely overwhelmed, the atmosphere nearly suffocating. Chen Chao, too, was stunned, tears streaming down his face due to the horrendous stench. Eventually, he could no longer endure it and bolted outside, for he was incessantly passing gas, the odor wretched. The entire room was filled with a foul stench, and inexplicably, he could not stop himself. Most importantly, this was the home of the girl he was pursuing, and in front of her parents. While a single instance might have gone unnoticed, his continuous flatulence had rendered the atmosphere intolerable, especially for someone like Chen Chao, who prided himself on sophistication. This embarrassing display made him wish he could vanish into thin air. He felt that the polished, refined image he had painstakingly established in front of Zhang Xiaoman and her family had been utterly destroyed. Upon emerging, Chen Chao noticed Zhang Xiaoman's family retching nearby. After all, they had been eating just before his incessant flatulence had revolted them. Luo Chen, however, had already anticipated the situation and stood at a distance, away from Chen Chao. "I must ask, are you planning to stink up the entire neighborhood?" Luo Chen teased. "You." Chen Chao intended to retort, but the popping sounds persisted, and the foul odor lingered. Even Zhang Xiaoman's mother now regarded him with a strange look, although no one else voiced their thoughts. The disdainful glances from Zhang Xiaoman and her family heightened Chen Chao's sense of humiliation and awkwardness. Even with his thick skin, he found himself feeling utterly embarrassed. His face burned with shame, and he yearned to escape. At that moment, Luo Chen flicked his cigarette with his finger, unnoticed by anyone, and the cigarette flew like a bullet straight towards Chen Chao's Qian. With a loud bang, one of the car's tires exploded. The sound startled everyone. Chen Chao, already feeling embarrassed and contemplating a hasty exit, was taken aback by the tire explosion, cursing his bad luck. It seemed as if fate was conspiring against him today. Watch out. A startled voice cried out as a flower pot perched precariously on the third-floor windowsill tumbled down, fortuitously landing squarely on Chen Chao's head. With a loud crash, blood gushed forth, and Chen Chao was knocked out cold. Throughout the ordeal, Luo Chen remained unfazed. As he re-entered Zhang Xiaoman's home, Luo Chen waved his hand lightly, causing the foul odor to dissipate, an act of his own design. In his previous life, he had been toyed with by Chen Chao, but in this life, he possessed 100 ways to retaliate. As night fell, Luo Chen took out 2 aluminum foil bags containing some camellias, a gift from his father to Zhang Xiaoman's father. Zhang Xiaoman's mother cast a disdainful glance at the tea leaves and remarked with a cold laugh, "So this is what you bring us on your first visit? How generous." Chapter 7. The invisible person. Zhang Xiaoman felt that Luo Chen was somewhat petty. However, she swiftly redirected the conversation. "Let me accompany you to find a hotel to rest for a while," she suggested. "Xiaoman, come back," Zhang Xiaoman's mother called out coldly. Noticing Luo Chen's indifference, Zhang Xiaoman ultimately chose to retreat, opting not to follow him. As she watched him walk away alone, a pang of sympathy tugged at her heart. After all, Luo Chen was unfamiliar with this place, having come to Xinzhou in search of her, and now faced the dilemma of where to spend the night. With a sigh, she thought to herself, "Perhaps you should give up. He truly belongs to a different world than yours." Once Luo Chen departed, Zhang Xiaoman's mother immediately adopted a stern demeanor, picking up several bags of tea leaves that she subsequently discarded out the window. "Let him sleep on the streets tonight. A few bags of tea? How embarrassing. Xiaoman, it's not that your mother disapproves of you, but that Luo is simply unworthy of you. I speak from experience. Heed my advice and end this before it goes any further. A person like him will never amount to anything." Zhang Xiaoman's mother consistently held Luo Chen in disdain. Especially with Chen Chao pursuing her daughter, compared to him, Luo Chen was nothing. "Ma, this is their affair. Could you refrain from meddling?" Zhang Dazhuang interjected, unable to endure any further. "What affair? Xiaoman, do you not see? I married your father out of compassion, believing he genuinely cared for me, but now I regret it. I was blind to the suffering I would endure with this worthless man. Xiaoman, do not repeat my mistakes. Are you regretting marrying me?" Zhang Dazhuang's temper flared. As the argument escalated, Zhang Xiaoman, incensed, retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her and remaining inside. Yet, she did not blame her parents entirely. Rather, she felt a hint of resentment towards Luo Chen. "Could you not spare a little to bring something of value? A few bags of tea? It's mortifying. My boyfriend's first visit to my home, and he brings nothing but tea?" In truth, Luo Chen had brought many valuable items, but upon awakening on the train, he resolved not to offer any of them to this family. Stepping outside, he found himself in a perplexing situation, unfamiliar with the surroundings. Just then, his phone rang. "Hello. Teacher, where are you?" "All right, I'll come pick you up. Grandpa reserved a presidential suite for you at the Haishang Mingyu Hotel." Haishang Mingyu, the finest 5-star hotel in Xinzhou, boasted a presidential suite that cost nearly 30,000 a night, an expense far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Xinzhou was an extraordinarily bustling city, particularly at night, teeming with a kaleidoscope of neon lights and incessant traffic. Luo Chen felt a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on his millennia of cultivation, deception, and battles. Suddenly, placed amidst this vibrant and tranquil city, he experienced an unsettling sensation. It was akin to a battle-hardened tiger suddenly finding itself among a flock of defenseless sheep, leaving it momentarily bewildered and disoriented. Unconsciously licking his lips, Luo Chen smiled mischievously. "Ah, the mundane world. This will be the first city beneath my feet." At a street corner, Luo Chen paused with his luggage. Though a celestial being, he did not exude the usual aura, appearing instead like a humble college graduate, particularly in his attire, resembling a rural youth visiting the city for the first time. At that moment, a taxi approached, honking as it stopped in front of him. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, leaned out the window and called, "Hey, young man, need a ride?" Luo Chen shook his head. He was waiting for Yi Shuang, who seemed to be arriving shortly. Humph, pathetic. Upon hearing Luo Chen's refusal, the driver immediately changed his demeanor, sneering as he drove away, disdain written all over his face. To him, this bumpkin likely lacked the funds to afford a taxi. Scram. No money, and still trying to enter the city. He had little regard for the impoverished. However, just as he drove a mere 10 meters away, he caught sight in the rearview mirror of a yellow Lamborghini slowly pulling up to the spot he had just vacated. In disbelief, he watched as what he had deemed a simpleton entered the luxurious vehicle. "Teacher, should we?" Yi Shuangshuang, who had been nearby, noticed the scene. Given her fiery temperament, she was not the kind to let such slights go unpunished. While there might be individuals in Xinzhou she would avoid, she harbored no fear of ordinary people. Yet, Luo Chen merely shook his head, seemingly unconcerned, although a playful expression danced at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the taxi. This was not due to his magnanimity. Despite being a celestial being, he was known to be easily provoked. However, he chose not to retaliate against the driver who had insulted him, for he had witnessed something rather intriguing. "Excuse me, sir? Could you give me a ride?" The taxi driver, who had been fixated on the Lamborghini, was startled by a voice suddenly emerging from the side. Upon closer inspection, he found a long-haired woman in a striking red dress standing beside his vehicle. Naturally, the driver was pleased to have a potential fare, though he found the woman's attire somewhat unsettling. Nevertheless, upon seeing her face, he exhibited a lecherous grin, inviting her into the car. At that moment, Yi Shuangshuang sped past in her own vehicle, while Luo Chen's intrigue deepened. "What's the matter, teacher?" Yi Shuangshuang inquired, noticing the change in Luo Chen's demeanor. "Did you notice that taxi?" he asked, not providing an explanation. "Huh." Yi Shuangshuang paused, realizing she had indeed been paying attention and had even noted the taxi's license plate. "Passengers," Luo Chen reminded her. At his prompt, Yi Shuangshuang suddenly recalled that the taxi's display had indicated it was empty. Only when a passenger was inside would the driver switch it to occupied. However, she distinctly remembered that as she passed, there had been no one in the vehicle besides the driver. Yet he had changed the display to indicate otherwise. "He's in trouble," Luo Chen remarked suddenly. "What?" Yi Shuangshuang gasped in surprise. "This world is vast and full of wonders, with many things beyond ordinary comprehension. One day, you will witness it for yourself," Luo Chen said, gazing toward the eastern part of Xinzhou. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuangshuang felt a chill run down her spine, her skin prickling. Was there truly someone in that taxi, hidden from her sight? Inside the taxi, the driver asked, "Beautiful lady, where to?" "Panlong Bay." "Panlong Bay?" The driver pressed the accelerator, but upon hearing the destination, he felt something was amiss. Chapter 8. The Unwritten Rules. The most luxurious hotel in New State is situated near Panlong Bay. The Sea Moon Hotel boasts not only an expansive swimming pool and a shopping mall, but also an underground casino. Ascending in the elevator to the lobby, one is greeted by opulence, resplendent crystal chandeliers resembling dazzling stars, and marble as lustrous as jade, epitomizing the establishment's nobility and elegance. Upon observation, Luo Chen noted that the underground parking lot was almost entirely filled with luxury vehicles, each worth millions, the least expensive among them still in the hundreds of thousands. This locale is not merely accessible to the affluent, it requires influence or power as well. Thus, those who frequent this venue are typically the prominent figures of New State. However, due to the hotel's special connection with the Yi family, Yi Shuangshuang did not need to check in at the front desk or collect a room key. She directly led Luo Chen to the presidential suite on the 27th floor. After arranging his accommodations, she extended an invitation for him to attend a grand auction the following day. "Teacher, these are 2 gifts from my grandfather." Yi Shuangshuang did not hasten to depart. Instead, she produced 2 items, a Lamborghini car key and a document. "Grandfather said this is considered your tuition, so please do not refuse." Seemingly fearing his rejection, she spoke quickly. Luo Chen recognized the car key, but upon glancing at the document, he realized it was a transfer agreement for a company. "You were gifting me a company?" he questioned. Puzzled. The Yi family owns numerous companies in New State. While this one is not particularly large, it is still commendable, boasting an annual profit of over 8 million. Yi Shuangshuang smiled, explaining that Yu Zhentian held Luo Chen in high regard, and gifting a company was merely to curry favor with him. Although Luo Chen initially intended to decline, he reconsidered upon seeing the company's name, as it happened to be the same one where Zhang Xiaoman worked, the very company he was to report to the next day. In his previous life, he had faced exclusion and bullying there. On his first day, he was publicly humiliated, and after being abandoned by Zhang Xiaoman, the torment escalated, with colleagues openly mocking him and superiors deliberately suppressing him. Even the security guard at the entrance looked down upon him. In this lifetime, however, Luo Chen felt a sense of anticipation. He was eager to witness how those who had scorned him in the past would react once the company became his. This truly represented the cyclical nature of fortune. He accepted both the company and the car, while Yi Shuangshuang exhibited a newfound respect, contrasting her earlier audacity. After Yi Shuangshuang left, Luo Chen approached the window of the suite and gazed at the night view. He then descended to purchase a few items. However, upon his return, he sensed something amiss. The door had been securely locked when he left, and he had taken the room key, yet now sounds emanated from within, specifically the sound of a woman weeping. Director Wang, please don't do this. I beg you, Director Wang. Hearing this, Luo Chen furrowed his brow. Who could be in his room? He pushed the door open, revealing a portly middle-aged man with his shirt removed, exposing a flabby, oily torso and a lecherous grin behind his glasses. Opposite him stood an extraordinarily alluring woman with a striking figure and a face that could easily captivate attention on the street. Yet, despite her beauty, she appeared flustered and terrified, her cheeks flushed, and her tear-filled eyes shining with distress. Her white dress had been torn, exposing her fair skin, which only spurred the middle-aged man, Director Wang, to become even more brazen. Putting on an act in front of me. At this point, you still pretend to be innocent? You've been in the entertainment industry long enough. Surely you understand the unspoken rules. If you don't please me tonight, do you think you'll still have a chance at landing the lead role in this drama? You must be joking. Director Wang sneered, gripping the woman's arm and attempting to lean in for a kiss. Director Wang, please let me go. I don't want the lead role anymore. The woman, Lon Bayer, cried, trying to evade his repugnant advances. However, despite his appearance resembling that of a toad, Director Wang possessed considerable strength, and his grip felt like a vice, inflicting pain upon her. With a mocking smile, Director Wang yanked Lon Bayer closer and forcefully pushed her onto the sofa. Let me tell you, if you don't spend the night with me, you can forget about making it in the entertainment industry. I could easily have you blacklisted with just a word. As he spoke, he began to remove his pants, leaving only his underwear as he approached Lon Bayer. In the face of his threats, a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. Cowering in the corner of the sofa, she trembled and pleaded, Director Wang, I truly beg you to let me go. Even if I can't remain in this industry, it doesn't matter. I just want you to spare me. Letting you stay with me tonight is a privilege. You know how many people are waiting outside. Director Wang's tone was dismissive. At that moment, he finally sensed something was off. Someone seemed to have entered. As a prominent director, he had easily exploited many women in the past, but he had not anticipated encountering such a resolute individual like Lon Bayer. After several subtle hints were met with firm refusals, he had resorted to inviting her out under the pretense of discussing the script, only to drug her and bring her here. However, this kind of affair was inherently clandestine. When he noticed someone entering, his heart raced. Was it possible she had called the police while he was distracted? But upon turning around and seeing a young man in his 20s, his apprehension dissipated, replaced with arrogance as he glared at Luo Chen and barked, Who the hell are you? Don't you have eyes? Who let you in here? His demeanor was haughty, as he thought to himself that this was merely a young man who had likely entered the wrong room. However, Luo Chen wore a playful expression, intrigued by the unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated encountering such a situation upon his return, nor did he expect this insignificant creature to speak to him in such a manner. Without uttering a word, Luo Chen casually took a seat on another sofa, retrieved a pack of cigarettes he had just purchased, pulled one out, and lit it. His posture clearly indicated that he had no intention of leaving. Chapter 9. The Celestial Master cannot be offended. You little brat. You certainly possess quite the audacity. Be gone at once, or I shall choose to overlook this incident. Otherwise, even if you are a mere youth, I will have someone render you sightless. Wang Fu threatened, for as a director of considerable renown, he wielded significant influence within the industry. He was not merely bluffing. He possessed the means to enforce his threats. In New State, he was regarded as a figure of some stature. Before him stood a young man whom Wang Fu dismissed entirely. To him, this individual was nothing but an inexperienced novice, easily cowed by a few intimidating words. Alas, he had encountered Luo Chen, the Celestial Master, a being transcending the mundane realm. Had this situation unfolded elsewhere, Luo Chen would likely have remained indifferent, for he was no paragon of virtue himself. He had not ascended to such heights through naivety. However, since this incident transpired within his own quarters, it was the overweight man who would suffer the consequences. Do you not hear me speaking? Are you seeking death? Handsome, perhaps you should take your leave. Lon Bayer trembled, yearning for assistance, yet unwilling to involve the young man. Though her phone lay within reach, she hesitated to call for help, fully aware of Wang Fu's connections and power. In New State, he could easily mitigate numerous issues, prompting Lon Bayer to urge the young man to depart, fearing that his involvement could lead to dire consequences. Wang Fu commanded a gang of thugs, and he had previously silenced dissenters within his crew, leaving a corpse discovered in a van the following day. The police merely went through the motions, and the assailant was never brought to justice. Should this young man become embroiled in the matter, Wang Fu might very well kill him in a fit of rage. Yet, Luo Chen appeared oblivious to her warning, calmly inhaling his smoke while regarding Wang Fu with a tranquil demeanor. Hey, you truly lack perception, don't you? You dare provoke me. Wang Fu. With Luo Chen's indifference igniting his ire, Wang Fu discarded Lan Baier and seized a bottle of red wine from the table. Approaching Luo Chen with a mocking smile, Wang Fu towered over Luo Chen, raising the wine bottle, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. I will teach you to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. With that declaration, he swung the bottle toward Luo Chen with force. In an instant, Luo Chen sprang into action, moving so swiftly that neither Wang Fu nor Lan Baier could comprehend it. He seized Wang Fu by the throat and, to Lan Baier's astonishment, effortlessly lifted the hefty man with a single hand. Release me. Do you know who I am? You're doomed. I assure you, regardless of who you are, you will meet your end. Wang Fu sputtered, his face turning a deep shade of crimson as Luo Chen clutched his collar. Yet, instead of pleading for mercy, he continued to threaten Luo Chen, convinced that the young man would not dare harm him, fearing the repercussions in New State due to his own influence. Luo Chen, however, remained silent, dragging Wang Fu towards the window, seemingly intent on hurling him out. To everyone's surprise, Wang Fu exhibited no fear. Instead, he sneered defiantly. Oh, you wish to frighten me? Go ahead and kill me. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise today. Wang Fu evidently did not fear that this youth would truly kill him. Firmly believing that not everyone possessed the audacity to act without consequence in a society governed by law, he perceived Luo Chen as merely attempting to intimidate him, lacking the resolve to take a life. Yet, Luo Chen did not respond, instead bringing Wang Fu closer to the edge of the window. Come on. If you have the guts, throw me down, coward. Even at this point, Wang Fu remained unconvinced that the young man would kill him, viewing him as just an inexperienced lad. However, the moment was approaching when Wang Fu's bravado would falter, for he noticed the icy detachment in Luo Chen's gaze, reminiscent of a predator regarding its prey. Suddenly, panic gripped Wang Fu. Release me. What do you intend to do? He was genuinely afraid that this youth might act impulsively and let him fall. If you kill me, my body will be below, and the police will come knocking. You will be imprisoned, do you understand? Wang Fu threatened once more. Little did he know, he was addressing someone for whom murder was a commonplace affair. The title of Celestial Master was built upon a foundation of bones and a sea of blood. Luo Chen's hands were stained with countless lives. Finally, Luo Chen spoke, the first words he uttered since entering the room. Enough. In that instant, Luo Chen released Wang Fu, but rather than allowing him to plummet, he hurled him upwards through the window. Residing on the 27th floor, with 3 additional stories above, Luo Chen propelled Wang Fu backward, effortlessly, as if tossing a mere stone. Wang Fu did not even have time to scream as he flew towards the mountains of Panlong Bay. Lan Baier stood frozen, utterly shocked. She had not anticipated that this young man would truly dare to kill. Regardless of where Wang Fu landed, at such a height, survival was impossible. She had believed that the young man was merely attempting to intimidate Wang Fu, never imagining the gravity of his actions. In that moment, Lan Baier felt the urge to scream, but Luo Chen preempted her. Silence. His voice was calm, yet carried an authority that drained the color from her face, compelling her to obey. Will you kill me to silence me? Lan Baier hesitated before inquiring. If you report me, I may consider such a course of action. Luo Chen replied, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his demeanor unfazed, as though he had simply discarded a piece of refuse. How did you come to be here? Lan Baier attempted to divert the conversation. This is my room, Luo Chen stated, taking another drag before approaching her. Suddenly, he extended his hand coldly, seizing Lan Baier and leading her toward the bathroom. Did you not claim you would not harm me? Lan Baier was terrified. Having narrowly escaped assault only to witness the young man kill someone before her eyes, she thought the ordeal was over, yet now she feared for her own life. She believed she had encountered a true killer, and with her experience in the industry, her imagination ran wild. According to the narrative, having witnessed a murder, she was likely to meet her end in the bathroom. Yet, as these thoughts coursed through her mind, she refrained from crying out, understanding that such actions would only hasten her demise. Nevertheless, facing death, she could not suppress her fear, and silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Unexpectedly, after Luo Chen led Lan Baier to the restroom, he opened the lotus pod and placed her beneath the cold water. Are you going to kill me? Lon Buyer inquired. Chapter 10. The Enchantress. Yet Luo Chen was not inclined to savor the allure of the drenched beauty. Instead, he turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, Lon Buyer emerged, wrapped in a towel. It must be said that even swathed in modesty, her long, slender legs appeared irresistibly enticing, although they trembled from the cold, a testament to her shivering form. At that moment, Luo Chen had prepared a cup of hot tea, which he offered to Lon Buyer. "Thank you," she said, accepting the cup, then discreetly assessing Luo Chen. To her surprise, he possessed a rather appealing demeanor. If he were not a killer and had just rescued her, he might indeed seem captivating, especially with the enigmatic aura that surrounded him. However, regardless of his looks, he remained a killer, and she, with her beauty, couldn't help but fear the potential malice that might lurk within him. "You take the sofa, and I will occupy the bedroom. I've turned on the air conditioning." "You won't freeze," Luo Chen remarked coldly, devoid of any romantic sentiment, shattering Lon Buyer's fantasies. With that, he stood and exited, leaving her in a state of astonishment. Lon Buyer contemplated leaving, yet her clothes were soaked, and the hour was late, making departure quite difficult. Meanwhile, Luo Chen found it odd that someone else had entered the room arranged by Yi Shuangshuang. This was indeed a lapse on Yi Shuangshuang's part. The presidential suite was generally reserved for select guests, rarely occupied. Therefore, she had not checked in at the front desk, but had ascended directly with her keycard, unaware that Wang Fu had inadvertently been assigned the room. Nevertheless, Luo Chen dismissed the matter. For someone like him, who was accustomed to bloodshed, it was merely a trivial incident following a meal. What truly captivated him was the seed. Although anyone could cultivate, the seed was essential, especially for Luo Chen at this moment. While he possessed strength equivalent to that of an ordinary martial arts master, thanks to the aura of the Tai Huang Jing, it was merely an ephemeral essence. True cultivation required awakening, followed by ancestral return. Awakening oneself in a dearth of spiritual energy, like on Earth, could not be achieved directly and necessitated a seed. Of course, seeds came in various forms. For instance, the Buddhist relic, or sharira, was also a type of seed. However, typical seeds were commonplace, merely serving to awaken the divine treasures within. Some seeds, however, could not only awaken these treasures, but also carried divine abilities. Yet even the most ordinary seeds were exceedingly rare, akin to sharira, not found readily in abundance, making them quite difficult for ordinary individuals to acquire. With utmost caution, Luo Chen peeled away a layer of the wooden box, revealing a roll of yellowed animal hide. Thankfully, the Tai Huang Jing enabled him to sense the seed's aura. Otherwise, he might have overlooked it. As he unfurled the hide, a seed, slightly yellow and the size of a peanut, appeared before him, though it appeared shriveled or desiccated. This realization left Luo Chen exasperated, akin to an ordinary person suddenly inheriting billions only to discover that the funds were frozen by the bank. However, upon further examination, Luo Chen's spirits lifted as he realized that this seed bore divine abilities. Each seed was a remnant left behind by ancient powers, a form of inheritance. Some might merely contain spiritual imprints, rendering them rather ordinary and solely for awakening, while others preserved fragments of their legacy. The seed in Luo Chen's possession was one of Tian Yin Tong, or the Heavenly Eye, essentially a seed with X-ray capabilities. Luo Chen felt immense joy. A single seed was already invaluable, and this one, imbued with divine abilities, was beyond compare. Once refined, it would not require further cultivation. It would manifest as a divine power that one could possess outright. Even Luo Chen had not anticipated such fortuitous luck. A mere high-speed train journey had not only granted him a seed, but one with divine capabilities. For ordinary individuals, acquiring such a seed could lead to unparalleled fortune. With successful integration, not only could one peer through the veils of beauty, but also guarantee victory in gambling. "I'm scared." Lon Buyer suddenly burst through the door. Clutching her blanket, her face a mask of anxiety and fear. Internally, she wavered, torn between the malevolent presence of a killer and the grim reality of a recently bloodied room. After much deliberation, she concluded that remaining near Luo Chen provided a greater sense of security. "May I sleep beside you?" she asked, her head bowed, casting furtive glances at Luo Chen. He turned his gaze sharply towards her, causing her to hastily add, "I promise I won't disturb you." After a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen acquiesced. Thus, Lon Buyer climbed onto his bed, claiming half the space. Although separated by a blanket, their scents mingled in the air. After her recent shower, Lawn Buyer emanated a fragrance that wafted into Luo Chen's nostrils, nearly overpowering his resolve. For all his stoic composure, even a man of his caliber could not remain untouched by such temptation. Yet, due to her palpable fear, Lawn Buyer, despite feeling it inappropriate, shamelessly nestled beside Luo Chen. That night, separated by mere fabric, both experienced restless thoughts. They exchanged no words, and it seemed neither had a restful slumber. However, when morning arrived, Lawn Buyer respectfully presented Luo Chen with a postcard before taking her leave. It was only after she departed that Luo Chen recalled he was supposed to report to Zhang Xiaoman's company that day. Taking a taxi rather than driving his Lamborghini, an ostentatious display he wished to avoid, he set off, even though the company was now his. In his previous life, before arriving in New State, Luo Chen had resolved to work alongside Zhang Xiaoman, envisioning the bliss of their shared experiences. Alas, he had faced ridicule from colleagues and betrayal from Zhang Xiaoman, rendering him the subject of mockery within the company. In this life, Luo Chen smiled, aware that everything would unfold differently. Chapter 11. The employee and the boss in the chairman's office. The former chairman of the company gazed respectfully at the young man before him. He had received notification late last night that a change in leadership was imminent. Indeed, this was the property of the Yi family. To them, this company was of little consequence, yet it was still a substantial enterprise. Clearly, in an effort to win over Luo Chen, Yi Jingtian was willing to make significant sacrifices. The entire company was handed over to Luo Chen. After the handover was completed, the company, once associated with Zhang Xiaoman, was now under the Luo name. However, Luo Chen chose not to make a grand entrance in his new role as the owner. Instead, he opted to maintain a low profile, reaching out to Zhang Xiaoman as an ordinary individual. Despite the fact that the company was now his, Luo Chen resolved to work as a regular employee. Mirroring his previous life, he was reluctant to alter the course of events too drastically, for doing so might obliterate the advantages of foresight he had gained. With Zhang Xiaoman's assistance in managing the initial arrangements, Luo Chen swiftly completed his onboarding and commenced his duties. It was evident that Zhang Xiaoman was not particularly cheerful. Her mood seemed affected, perhaps by the events of the previous day or other matters. As for Luo Chen's salary, it was a modest base of 1,800, supplemented by performance commissions. This base wage was considered quite low in New Province, yet Luo Chen paid it little mind. His role was that of a salesperson. As he perused a thick dossier in the morning, no one appeared to pay him any heed. Lunchtime arrived, and the company provided meals, prompting everyone to congregate in the cafeteria. Although Zhang Xiaoman led Luo Chen there, it was apparent that she was reluctant to let their relationship become too evident, especially within the confines of the workplace. Once their meals were served, common courtesy suggested that, as a couple, they should sit together. Yet, suddenly, a voice called out to Zhang Xiaoman, causing her to depart with a sense of relief. "Xiaoman, didn't you say your boyfriend was coming to our company today?" A petite girl adorned in designer attire, radiating affluence, inquired. She was Zhang Xiaoman's South colleague and close confidant. Alongside her sat two other young women. One exuded an elegant aura, while the other possessed an icy beauty. Zhang Xiaoman feigned ignorance and continued to eat her meal. Truth be told, she regretted bringing Luo Chen to work with her. The inherent competitive spirit among women was undeniable. Comparisons would inevitably arise, even among friends and colleagues. Being in the company of these three women would only amplify such comparisons. Had Luo Chen been a wealthy heir, or if he were exceptionally handsome, Zhang Xiaoman would undoubtedly have relished the opportunity to introduce him to her peers as a point of pride. However, Luo Chen was neither wealthy nor particularly handsome. His attire was modest, and his background was far from affluent. In comparison to the boyfriends of her colleagues, he fell drastically short, which is why Zhang Xiaoman maintained her distance from him at work, reluctant to introduce him to her associates for fear of embarrassment. "Xiaoman, I heard your boyfriend hails from the county and is rather poor?" Hu Xinxin pressed further. With no alternative, Zhang Xiaoman nodded in acknowledgement. "Then why are you still with someone like that? Just look at my boyfriend," Hu Xinxin boasted, displaying a hint of arrogance. It was no surprise that Hu Xinxin felt this way. Although she worked in the same company, her boyfriend was extraordinarily wealthy, purportedly owning a hotel chain worth several million. This had become a constant source of pride for her. Most notably, he had even taken a position as the sales department manager to pursue her, a fact she loved to flaunt. "Xinxin, how can you be so crass? Money shouldn't be the only topic of conversation," Li Rui interjected with a chuckle. "What is wrong with discussing money? If you lack wealth and good looks, don't tell me you're relying on sincerity." It's like buying a phone. If it's low spec and unattractive, and not from a reputable brand, the salesperson might as well not bother trying to sell it. Hu Xinxin countered defiantly. Indeed, shaman. Perhaps you should reconsider this relationship. I just took a glance. Who still wears such cheap jeans in this day and age? You don't even have anything of value on you. Another girl, Li Rue, chimed in. Li Rue's boyfriend was a model at an advertising agency. While not extraordinarily wealthy, he earned a respectable income and was undeniably handsome. This only fueled Zhang Xiaoman's jealousy. As who wouldn't he prefer a partner who is both attractive and affluent? Don't be bashful. We're here to support you. Handsome, come here. Hu Xinxin suddenly called out to Luo Chen, who had been quietly enjoying his meal. Startled by the unexpected summons, he approached, wondering if something was amiss. Are you Xiaoman's boyfriend? Hu Xinxin questioned, her demeanor dripping with condescension. Given that it was their first meeting, one would expect a modicum of courtesy. Yet Hu Xinxin seemed indifferent, almost eager to stir trouble. Yes, Luo Chen replied, initially disinterested in engaging with Hu Xinxin. However, he recalled that these individuals had mocked him both openly and behind his back in his previous life. Do you truly believe you are worthy of Xiaoman? You're just an ordinary worker with no career prospects. If you cannot match her, it would be best for you to leave her alone, Hu Xinxin sneered. Disregarding the presence of others and brazenly humiliating Luo Chen, her disdain for him was palpable. She could not help but look down upon him, viewing him as an underachiever. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman remained silent, seemingly in agreement with Hu Xinxin's sentiments. She felt that Luo Chen had not brought her any honor. Rather, he had become a source of embarrassment. After today, she feared her colleagues would ridicule her for having such an unremarkable boyfriend. While others could showcase their partners with pride, her own left her feeling humiliated. Upon hearing these remarks, Luo Chen reflected that these individuals had not changed at all. They were just as they had been in his past life. However, he was no longer the Luo Chen of that existence, and thus had no intention of yielding to their taunts. Thank you for your concern, but that is my affair. And it is not your place to interfere, he retorted, his voice steady. How presumptuous of you to assume such authority. Chapter 12. Tormenting the boss Xinxin. Just as Hu Xinxin was about to continue her mockery of Luo Chen, a voice interrupted her. A man dressed in a tailored suit approached. And while he was undeniably unattractive indeed, one might even venture to call him ugly, the elegance of his attire did little to improve his appearance. Nonetheless, Hu Xinxin beamed with delight and rushed toward him, seemingly oblivious to the inappropriateness of such a public display. Where did you go this morning? She inquired, her excitement palpable. I just picked up a car worth over $1 million, Zhang Hai replied, a hint of pride evident in his tone, which he deliberately raised, ensuring that all around could hear him. To the office workers present, $1 million vehicle was a mere fantasy, and Zhang Hai was clearly relishing in his ostentatious display. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight, he proclaimed, his newfound wealth making him particularly magnanimous. Hu Xinxin leaned in to whisper something into Zhang Hai's ear, prompting him to cast a cold glance at Luo Chen. He then shifted his demeanor, addressing Luo Chen directly. You must be Luo Chen, the new recruit in our department. I'm the sales manager, and I assure you I'll take good care of you. By the way, why don't we sit down and discuss what car you bought? Zhang Hai, already aware of Luo Chen's situation, was fully aware that he owned no vehicle and asked the question with the intent to humiliate him in front of others. However, Luo Chen feigned ignorance, as Zhang Hai had left a lasting impression on him. In his previous life at this company, Zhang Hai had often unjustly deducted his pay, forced him to work overtime, and publicly humiliated him in front of colleagues. After Zhang Xiaoman had discarded him, he even brought others to ridicule Luo Chen. Yet in this life, Luo Chen had no interest in engaging with such a petty individual and turned to leave. How dare you act so arrogantly under me? You'll regret this, Zhang Hai thought, clearly taken aback by Luo Chen's audacity. Moreover, Hu Xinxin had whispered in his ear, suggesting that this boy had managed to attract the attention of the most beautiful woman in the company, Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Hai sneered at Luo Chen's retreating figure. In the afternoon, the entire sales department gathered for a meeting. As Luo Chen entered, not even Zhang Xiaoman acknowledged him, and it seemed conspicuous that he was deliberately being ostracized. At that moment, Zhang Hai turned his gaze toward Luo Chen and smirked before speaking. Luo Chen, although today is your first day, you must present yourself appropriately for the workplace. With that, he aimed his verbal assault directly at Luo Chen, ready to set him up for trouble. There is a task here at the company that I hope you can handle. Of course, if you fail to complete it, according to our sales department's rules, your base salary will be docked. Zhang Hai was already laying a trap for Luo Chen. Fine, Luo Chen replied without a moment's hesitation. This response surprised Zhang Hai and the others, who expected him to refuse. Yet, he agreed so readily. However, Zhang Hai's inner thoughts turned to smug satisfaction. I will not let you off so easily. All right, it's good to see young people full of enthusiasm. The company is in need of a spokesperson, and we've already approached several celebrities without success. Before the end of the day, I expect a satisfactory answer from you. Zhang Hai outlined the task. This task was not fabricated. It was indeed a genuine endeavor. However, upon hearing the nature of the assignment, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Previously, several salespeople had personally visited various celebrities, only to be met with rejection, some even scolded by the celebrities' agents. So, Luo Chen, do you have any plans? Zhang Hai asked, crossing his legs and directing his gaze at Luo Chen. Everyone in the room knew Zhang Hai was deliberately trying to set Luo Chen up. So no one dared to speak up. Zhang Xiaoman opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to intervene on Luo Chen's behalf, but at that moment, Luo Chen unexpectedly responded. We just need to find a star, right? Laughter erupted in the room. Find a star? Luo Chen, this is not the time for jokes. Zhang Hai said, his expression stern. I'm not joking. Just find a star. Luo Chen insisted. Zhang Hai scoffed. An artist can be anyone in the entertainment industry, regardless of their status. But a star must be at least a second-tier celebrity. Even I could not secure a spokesperson despite my connections, and you, a mere novice. Think you can find a star? All right, Luo Chen, I'm curious to see if you can actually find a star, Hu Xinxin mocked from the side. A penniless nobody claims he'll find a star to endorse us on his first day. Do you think we're all fools? An older salesperson bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. Luo Chen, perhaps you should tone it down a bit, Zhang Xiaoman urged, genuinely concerned about Luo Chen's potential embarrassment. However, Luo Chen pretended not to hear her. How is it that after a year, we couldn't find a single artist, yet you, a newcomer, boldly claim you'll find a star? What gives you the confidence to say such a thing? Another seasoned salesperson stood up, echoing the sentiment. Bragging is not the way to go about this. Li Rue, another colleague, could no longer hold back her frustration at Luo Chen's arrogance. No one believed that Luo Chen could secure a celebrity, especially when someone like Zhang Hai, who had connections, had failed to do so. How could a newcomer without any connection succeed? In that moment, Zhang Xiaoman felt an overwhelming disappointment in Luo Chen. She had initially thought that his only drawback was financial instability, but she hadn't anticipated that he would be the kind of person to boast so grandiosely. While others might not know Luo Chen's background, Zhang Xiaoman, as his girlfriend, was well aware. A person from a small county, arriving in Xinzhou for the first time, boldly declared he would find a star. Did he truly possess the capability? Did he have any connections? Very well, since Luo Chen has spoken. We shall await his progress in finding a star, Zhang Hai mocked, equally doubtful of Luo Chen's ability to deliver. You may begin your search now. Oh. And I almost forgot to mention, you don't have a car, do you? The company vehicle is out of commission today, so you'll have to take a taxi. Just so you know, taxi fares are not reimbursable, Zhang Hai added maliciously. Luo Chen was well aware that the company vehicle was not truly broken, as he was essentially the owner of the company. However, he chose not to engage further, instead stating, no need, I'll just call someone to come. Haha. You'll just call a star to come over? Zhang Hai laughed derisively. Luo Chen, that is enough. Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed angrily, storming out as she could no longer bear the embarrassment Luo Chen was causing. Are you playing with me? Zhang Hai seethed with fury at this point. I'm being serious, Luo Chen insisted earnestly. Luo Chen, are you sure you're not losing your mind? Luo Chen, did you drink too much last night? Xiaoman, perhaps you should take your boyfriend to the hospital for a checkup. He might have a problem up here, Zhang Hai remarked, gesturing to his head. In response, Luo Chen pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 13. The A-list star. Hello. Where are you now? Come help me with something. Yes, right now. I'll send you the address shortly. After hanging up, Luo Chen sent an address without further conversation. Xiaoman, your choice of boyfriend might be a bit questionable. Hu Xinxin scoffed before rising to leave, followed by others who filed out behind her. Zhang Xiaoman, however, remained seated on the sofa in the waiting area, her expression one of indignation and anger. Luo Chen had truly disappointed her. She felt utterly let down. She had not anticipated that in just 6 months, the person she once knew would transform into someone so unrecognizable. Or perhaps, this was the true Luo Chen? Once everyone had departed, Zhang Xiaoman entered the office. Luo Chen, what do you mean by this? She rebuked directly. What do you mean? Luo Chen replied, arms outstretched. Am I embarrassing you? Last night, because of you, my parents had a quarrel, and today, my colleagues are mocking me in the cafeteria. Luo Chen, your family's financial struggles may lead others to look down on you, believing you are unworthy of me. However, the more you cling to your pride, the more they will scorn you. I introduced you here, not for you to shame me. How have I shamed you? Luo Chen asked calmly. Could you not dress more appropriately for work? And those words you just spoke, who do you think you are? Others may not know, but I certainly do. You think you can just call a celebrity? Luo Chen, face reality. I don't know why, but you have truly disappointed me. I never imagined you would become someone so obsessed with appearances and prone to boasting. Everyone now thinks I've chosen a madman for a boyfriend. Don't you think so too? Luo Chen took out a cigarette and lit it, remaining remarkably composed despite Zhang Xiaoman's outburst at the door. Her words left Zhang Xiaoman momentarily speechless, and she stormed out in frustration. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai had just arrived at the company's smoking area when he encountered a security guard. What's up, Zhang? Why the cheerful demeanor? The guard greeted, handing him a cigarette. Huh, a new idiot just joined the company and believes he can call a celebrity over. Zhang Hai replied, accepting the cigarette. Ha ha ha, Zhang, did that guy not check himself before starting work? He must be a lunatic, the guard teased. I thought the same. After a brief chat, Zhang Hai returned inside while the guard went to resume his post. Not long after the guard stepped out, a luxury car pulled up, and he directed it to park. A figure emerged from the vehicle. Lon Bayer, dressed in light denim pants, her long legs accentuated by sky-high heels, approached wearing sunglasses. Hello. May I ask who you're looking for? The guard, momentarily taken aback by her presence, failed to recognize her due to the sunglasses. Lon Bayer removed her shades and spoke. Hello, I'm looking for Luo Chen. Why you're Lon Bayer? The actress who plays the princess in Heavenly Domain. The guard was momentarily stunned. To gauge Lon Bayer's fame, one need only glance at the recent advertisements, television dramas, films, and 2 currently airing variety shows. She was indeed a major star, a true A-lister. The guard could hardly believe he was face-to-face with Lon Bayer, and his excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent. Bayer, could I trouble you for an autograph? I'm your loyal fan, he exclaimed. Perhaps I can sign for you later. I'm here on business with Luo Chen, Lon Bayer reminded him. In truth, Lon Bayer had not expected the typically aloof Luo Chen to seek her out. Following the events of the previous night, she had been hesitant to leave her home. Yet the proximity of her residence made it convenient for her to arrive quickly after receiving his call. All right, I'll take you inside. Everyone, come quickly. The star Lon Bayer is here, the guard hollered. In an instant, a crowd gathered. For these ordinary employees, the chance to meet a celebrity was a rare opportunity, especially since many among them were fans of Lon Bayer. Cameras clicked and videos were recorded. Hey, Luo, when will your star arrive? Zhang Hai, who had been in the sales office, felt the commotion and stepped outside, immediately spotting Lon Bayer surrounded by the crowd. The aura she exuded made her stand out effortlessly. Did he really manage to bring someone? Zhang Hai could hardly believe it, nor could Hu Xinxin or even Zhang Xiaoman. This had to be a dream. How could it be real? Is Luo Chen here? Lon Bayer inquired, drawing Zhang Hai back to reality. He's inside. Come in and chat, he replied, beckoning her toward the sales department office. As Lon Bayer entered, Zhang Hai intended to follow, but the door shut with a thud. At that moment, everyone's focus shifted from work to the door, awaiting developments. They had all witnessed the earlier meeting, and nobody had anticipated Luo Chen could indeed summon a celebrity. Now, he had not only called one over, but an A-lister at that. This is unbelievable, Zhang Hai murmured, still in disbelief, as were Hu Xinxin and Li Rui. Zhang Xiaoman was even more astonished. How could Luo Chen, on his very first day in Xinzhou, have connections with someone like Lon Bayer, even someone like Zhang Hai? A wealthy second generation could not claim such ties with a superstar. Luo Chen, a seemingly impoverished youth, had such connections? All right, it's settled then. You'll be our company's spokesperson. What about the fee? If you agree to one thing, I'll waive the fee, Lon Bayer said with a sly smile. What is it? Luo Chen asked. I'd like to treat you to a meal, and you must not refuse, she replied with a smile. She sensed that Luo Chen was no ordinary person. Had he been typical, he would have gone to great lengths to invite her to dinner rather than the other way around. Deal, Luo Chen responded without hesitation. As he walked her to the door, Zhang Hai remained incredulous. How could this impoverished boy truly have invited a star? Lon Bayer was stunning, possessing a beauty that radiated from within, universally appealing. Although Zhang Xiaoman was also attractive, she paled in comparison to Lon Bayer. Watching Luo Chen and Lan Baier together stirred a wave of jealousy within Zhang Xiaoman. Humph, I wonder what trick he used to deceive her, Hu Xinxin remarked defensively, though they only dared to whisper. For now, they could hardly believe that Luo Chen had actually brought a celebrity to their company. As they watched Luo Chen and Lan Baier together, Zhang Hai and the others felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, their faces flushed. They had previously been so certain that Luo Chen could not accomplish this, yet now the undeniable truth lay before them. Zhang Hai glared at the departing Lan Baier, then at Luo Chen, unconsciously clenching his fists. This scoundrel must not be retained. He ought to find a pretext to dismiss this fellow. How dare he arrive and strike such a blow to my dignity as a manager, and so forcefully at that? Haige, could you devise a reason to expel this individual? Hu Xinxin chimed in, feeling somewhat embarrassed herself. Very well. Chapter 14. The odds are not in your favor. As evening fell and the workday concluded, Zhang Hai extended an invitation to everyone for dinner. Initially, Luo Chen had no intention of attending, but his colleagues implored him to join, for not everyone possesses a narrow-minded perspective. Some of them genuinely appreciated Luo Chen, especially since he had brought a celebrity today. Perhaps his connections were more substantial than they had anticipated. Ultimately, Luo Chen decided to go, recognizing that since the company had extended its hand to him, it was prudent to cultivate some goodwill. Additionally, he aimed to assess who among them was worthy of retention and who was not. As for those he found disagreeable, he would ensure they departed. Moreover, Luo Chen sought to distance himself from Zhang Xiaoman during dinner, signaling a clear demarcation in their paths. The company vehicle had been commandeered by other colleagues, so Zhang Hai, along with Zhang Xiaoman and Hu Xinxin, arrived in a new car. Despite the availability of seats, Zhang Hai disdainfully remarked, I'm sorry, Luo Chen, but this is a new car, and I fear it might get dirty with you inside. Rather than take offense, Luo Chen opted to hail a taxi. He scoffed inwardly, realizing he might never ride in such luxury again. Inside the car, Hu Xinxin shamelessly mocked him. Ultimately, Luo Chen indeed took a taxi to their destination. The dining venue was a classy establishment named Highway Xiaozhu, featuring a restaurant on the upper floor and a bar below. As the group disembarked, Li Rui approached, entwined with a tall, strikingly handsome man named Wang Kai, her boyfriend. Clad in designer attire, he exuded an air of arrogance. Even Luo Chen couldn't help but steal a few glances. For Wang Kai not only possessed a remarkable height of nearly 6.5 feet, but also appeared to be a skilled fighter. However, Luo Chen quickly diverted his gaze. After all, he held little regard for mundane martial artists. Li Rui, linking arms with Wang Kai, sauntered over to the group, showcasing a hint of pride as she introduced him. This is my boyfriend, Wang Kai. Brother Kai. A throng of people surrounded them, eager to curry favor. Even the typically aloof Zhang Hai addressed him as Brother Kai. It was rumored that Wang Kai had influential connections, and such individuals warranted a bit of flattery from the common folk. Only Luo Chen remained aloof, standing aside without a word. Your shamaness boyfriend? I didn't expect you to carry yourself with such arrogance, Wang Kai remarked, noticing Luo Chen's silence while everyone else fawned over him. The instant those words fell, the atmosphere shifted, with some casting gleeful glances at Luo Chen, relishing the prospect of Wang Kai's displeasure. Luo Chen felt a chuckle rising within him. It had been years since he had been confronted by such petty provocations. However, given that it was a dinner gathering, it was evident Wang Kai wouldn't confront him just yet. Wang Kai indeed had some semblance of a background, but to Luo Chen, they were merely inconsequential thugs. Thus, he chose to ignore Wang Kai, turning his back to him. Humph, quite arrogant, aren't you? Just wait and see, Wang Kai sneered. For he indeed held some sway in the area, acquainted with a few low-level ruffians, armed with his martial prowess. He believed it would be effortless to deal with Luo Chen, whom he deemed a nobody lacking in both connections and fighting skills. Thus, he resolved to find an opportunity to teach this presumptuous young man a lesson. The group ascended to the upper floor, where they reserved a private room. Wang Kai, with a tone of boastfulness, began to regale everyone with tales of his exploits. It's nothing, really, just hanging out with Biao Gu. At the mere mention of Biao Gu, the room shifted in demeanor. Hong Biao was a formidable figure in Xinzhou, publicly a successful entrepreneur, yet secretly the emperor of the underground. Regardless of the path one walked, respect was due. 2 years prior, Xinzhou had been rocked by a notorious demolition incident that resulted in 7 fatalities and 25 injuries, all orchestrated by Biao Gu. It could be said that Biao Gu's influence in Xinzhou was nearly omnipotent. Additionally, Highway Xiaozhu was not without its own murky dealings. The upper floor housed a casino, naturally under Biao Gu's control. Throughout the meal, everyone lavished attention on Wang Kai and Zhang Hai, continuously offering toasts and pleasantries. As for Luo Chen, he was utterly disregarded. Even Zhang Xiaoman chose to ignore him, rendering him seemingly superfluous. After the meal, Wang Kai stood and proposed, "How about we head upstairs to have some fun?" "But Brother Kai, that place, oh, it's fine. It's Biao Gu's place. I'm well acquainted." Wang Kai replied with pride. Under his persuasion, the group ultimately decided to go. The casino was teeming with people, with numerous individuals engaged in poker and betting. Surrounding them were imposing figures, clearly Biao Gu's enforcers. Upon entering, Wang Kai generously tossed 10,000 yuan to Li Rue, while Zhang Hai displayed similar largesse, handing 20,000 to Hu Xinxin. The two women, reveling in their winnings, cast triumphant looks toward Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman, however, turned her gaze toward Luo Chen, who seemed oblivious, offering no acknowledgement whatsoever. This left Zhang Xiaoman feeling embarrassed before her peers. After all, her close friends' boyfriends were so generous. While Luo Chen hadn't even shown the slightest inclination to contribute. "Brother, aren't you going to put some money down for your girlfriend to play?" Wang Kai taunted. "Gambling is a losing game, especially in a casino. Best to refrain," Luo Chen replied nonchalantly, attempting to offer a word of caution to Zhang Xiaoman. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. If Chen Chao were present, he certainly would have offered her something. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoman took it upon herself to spend 3,000 yuan to play. After a few rounds, everyone, including Wang Kai, had won considerable sums. Wang Kai himself had amassed 50 to 60,000 yuan in mere moments. Even Zhang Xiaoman had managed to pocket 20,000. Observing Wang Kai and Zhang Xiaoman approaching with cash in hand, the others could no longer contain their excitement. "Luo Chen, why don't we join in on the fun?" someone suggested to him. "Best not to. Winning here is nearly impossible," Luo Chen replied calmly. "Your comment is a bit of a buzzkill. Everyone else is winning handsomely." Li Rue interjected, visibly displeased. "Perhaps it's you who cannot win," Wang Kai scoffed. "Everyone who has bet with me has come out on top." Chapter 15. Winning it back. Luo Chen paid no heed to the statement. Zhang Xiaoman cast a disappointed glance at him, thinking that the phrase "the bold thrive" while the timid perish aptly described his demeanor. Though they lacked experience in betting, Wang Kai was indeed fortunate today, winning nearly every bet he placed. Even Zhang Xiaoman had managed to pocket a tidy sum, equivalent to several months' salary. Yet, how could such a robust man like Luo Chen be so timid? After a few more wins, the other colleagues could no longer restrain themselves, and aside from Luo Chen, almost everyone had gathered at the table. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman and her companions had accumulated another fortune. However, as they continued to follow Wang Kai's lead, they soon began to lose. Yet, having just tasted success, they were unwilling to stop. "Stop playing," Luo Chen said, casting a warning glance at Zhang Xiaoman. But in that moment, his words fell on deaf ears. They had only experienced a couple of losses. Surely they would recover their fortunes soon. Big sigh. "Let's go again." They were wagering large amounts, and within just 3 rounds, everyone's money had vanished. "Shall we continue?" the croupier inquired, surveying Wang Kai and the group. Wang Kai looked around, realizing that everyone had lost their winnings, even their initial capital. All of them exchanged glances, realizing they had no cash left. Zhang Hai, however, pulled out a bank card, confident that his family's wealth could cover the losses. Yet, as soon as Zhang Hai presented his card, the croupier coldly interjected, "Our rules dictate that we only accept cash. You may borrow money from us instead." He gestured towards the nearby cash. "Loan me 100,000. Zhang Hai boldly requested. Wang Kai also borrowed 50,000, while the others remained hesitant. But after a single round, Wang Kai miraculously won again. Seeing this, the others could no longer hold back and began to borrow money. Eager to recoup their losses, Luo Chen shook his head, realizing they had fallen into a trap. After a few rounds, they finally grasped the reality. They had borrowed substantial sums, and their luck had drastically diminished. Even Zhang Xiaoman had borrowed over 50,000, all of which she lost. "Perhaps we should stop?" At last, someone suggested rationally. "Let's call it a day. Are you certain you wish to quit?" the croupier asked, eyeing Wang Kai and the others. "We're done," Wang Kai conceded, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Now, please return the money. Collectively, it's 180,000. The group was taken aback, realizing how much they had unwittingly borrowed. Zhang Hai, ever generous, offered, I'll cover everyone's debts for now. You can repay me later. However, the croupier did not even glance at the card and coldly remarked, I reiterate, we only accept cash. You borrowed cash, and thus must repay in cash. Of course, you may continue borrowing and hope to win it back. The croupier's icy gaze made it clear to everyone that if they continued borrowing, their debts would only escalate. Can we send someone to get cash for repayment? Li Rue suggested, frustration evident in her voice. Do you wish to cause a scene? The croupier retorted, summoning several burly men from a distance. It became apparent that the intent was to compel them to keep borrowing and losing. We're not causing trouble. We merely, listen again, either produce cash for repayment immediately or continue borrowing our funds and keep gambling. The croupier barked. Friend, I associate with Biao Go, someone interjected. Who claims to associate with Biao Go? Step forward. At that moment, several individuals entered the casino, led by a stocky man with an intimidating aura. Wang Kai's countenance shifted dramatically upon recognition. The man was none other than a Dao, one of Hong Biao's enforcers. You claim to be with Biao Go? A Dao approached Wang Kai menacingly. Dao Go, I a slap. A Dao delivered a sharp blow to Wang Kai's face. Biao Gu happens to be dining downstairs. Would you like me to fetch him? A Dao smirked, and Wang Kai fell silent, terrified. If Hong Biao arrived, the situation would undoubtedly spiral out of control. And as a minor player, he had no means of confronting someone of Biao Ji's stature. Dao Gu, please, boom. A Dao kicked Wang Kai with ferocity, sending him sprawling several meters away. Zhang Xiaoman and her companions, ordinary employees, were utterly petrified, their faces drained of color. Do you have cash for repayment? A Dao's cold gaze fell upon Zhang Hai, who instinctively recoiled. Slap. A Dao struck Zhang Hai again. I ask if you have cash to repay. Zhang Hai shook his head, covering his face. No repayment. And do you wish to leave? A Dao's threat loomed larger. If not, continue borrowing, win back your losses. Understand? Continue borrowing? If we do that, our debts will only multiply. Zhang Hai hesitated, fearing the consequences. Everyone was now in a state of panic, especially the ordinary employees who had been swept up in Wang Kai's excitement. Having borrowed substantial amounts, they felt utterly overwhelmed, unable to repay given their modest salaries. Some were visibly trembling with fear. Luo Chen, initially reluctant to intervene, observed the distressed employees and sighed. Lend me 10,000, he suddenly declared, breaking the tense silence. The group turned, astonished to hear Luo Chen's voice. Luo Chen, you can't borrow. Once you do, the debt will only grow, Zhang Xiaoman cautioned, bewildered. While others sought alternative solutions, Luo Chen remained resolute. I will win it back, he stated calmly. The group exchanged incredulous glances, as if he were a fool. Win it back? With what? They were acutely aware that in this casino, winning was virtually impossible. The croupier was undoubtedly corrupt. Zhang Xiaoman recalled that Luo Chen had no experience with cards, let alone gambling. If even seasoned players like Wang Kai were losing, how could Luo Chen possibly succeed? Fine. Lend him 10,000. He represents you all now. A Dao sneered at the croupier. Win it back? How absurd. A Dao mocked. If they could win, why would they even run a casino? It was clear that the intent was to ensnare them further, especially since they were in Hong Biao's domain, where no one dared to defy the odds. 10,000 was tossed onto the table. Bet small. Chapter 16. The big shot of news stayed upon hearing the words. The crowd nearly choked on their breath. The dice had yet to be cast, and yet, the audacity to claim a small bet was unfathomable. Even Zhang Xiaoman was so incensed that she felt the urge to curse. Adeo cast a mocking glance at Luo Chen, realizing he had encountered a fool. The dice dealer was not only a master of his craft, but possessed the uncanny ability to roll any number desired, whether large or small. Moreover, the dice were rigged, capable of determining their outcome the moment they were released. With such mechanisms and talent at play, the notion of winning seemed utterly absurd. Most alarming was the fact that Luo Chen had rashly declared a small bet. With just a casual roll, the dealer could easily produce a large number, without even gambling. The outcome was already sealed. Wang Kai and the others glared at Luo Chen with palpable resentment, especially since Adeo had just insisted that Luo Chen represent them. It was over. Luo Chen was going to lead everyone to ruin. All eyes turned to him with reproach, for once the game commenced, there would be no escaping the table, and they were all entangled in this predicament. Luo Chen was not merely representing himself, but the entire group. The debt he incurred today would be their collective burden, and the prospect of losing everything was grim. Zhang Xiaoman anxiously regarded Luo Chen, unable to fathom his foolishness. Luo Chen, you are determined to bring about our demise. She finally exclaimed. I can win, Luo Chen replied nonchalantly. Despite the dealer's prowess, the tricks he employed were laughably inconsequential in Luo Chen's eyes. With a mere thought, he could discern the alteration of the dice's outcome, determining at the moment the lid was lifted. Small. The crowd fell silent, stunned. Even the dealer stood in disbelief, staring at the dice for several seconds, unable to comprehend the result. It shouldn't be possible. How could it be small? One. Wang Kai and the others looked at Luo Chen in utter incredulity. Can he truly win? Continue. The dealer sneered, dismissing the outcome as a fluke, determined to show the young man his place in the next round. Large or small? Small. Luo Chen maintained his calm demeanor. Small. Still small. Large or small? Small. The dealer's confusion deepened with each round. Every roll resulted in small, regardless of his manipulations. Gazing at the nearly 2 million in cash before him, Luo Chen glanced at the dealer. This is enough to settle my debts. May I leave now? He slowly stood up amidst the astonished stares of the crowd. Zhang Hai and Wang Kai were still trying to comprehend how Luo Chen had achieved this improbable victory. Was he merely fortunate, or was there something more at play? Betting small every time and winning every time? At that moment, Adeo suddenly let out a chilling laugh. Others may leave, but you cannot. Oh. Luo Chen regarded Adeo with a mix of curiosity and growing impatience. Do you know whose territory this is? Would you dare to cheat in Biaoji's domain? With Adeo's words, several individuals closed in around Luo Chen. He would not permit Luo Chen to escape. Today, Luo Chen had disrupted their plans, and allowing him to exit unscathed would tarnish their reputation. You lot, are you leaving or not? Adeo barked. His eyes filled with malice as he glared at Zhang Hai and Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Hai and Wang Kai hastily rushed over, pulling their companions away. The others hesitated. But Zhang Hai suddenly urged, if we don't leave now, we may never get the chance. Everyone could sense the escalating situation, regardless of whether Luo Chen had cheated. It was clear he wouldn't be leaving today. Zhang Xiaoman hesitated, but Li Rui tugged at her, and ultimately, she too chose to depart. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals still wavered. You all go first. I'll be fine, Luo Chen reassured them. They were merely ordinary workers, and this situation was beyond their capacity to confront. Eventually, the group decided to leave. Once outside the casino, they descended to the ground floor. Are we being too ungrateful? After all, Luo Chen did this for us, one remarked. Shut up. Want to go back and try your luck? Wang Kai retorted. This is Hong Biao's domain. Do you understand? Who would dare provoke him? But enough with the buts. He cheated in their establishment. They will surely make him pay. Zhang Hai added. We could report it to the police. Report what? Go ahead and try, tomorrow. Your entire family might face consequences. Wang Kai snapped back. The group fell silent, fear gripping them. Wang Kai's warning was not an idle threat. Hong Biao was indeed a force to be reckoned with. As the other patrons exited the casino, it was clear that the situation had escalated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cleared the premises. Zhang Xiaoman hesitated, glancing at her trembling hands clutching her phone. She could call the police in a desperate attempt to save Luo Chen, or perhaps reach out to Chen Chao for assistance. Others might hesitate to intervene, unwilling to confront Hong Biao over someone they barely knew. But she was different. She was still Luo Chen's girlfriend. Xiaoman, it's futile, even if Chen Chao's father intervened. He wouldn't be able to resolve this, Li Rui cautioned. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoman set her phone down, apprehensive that reaching out to the authorities might provoke Hong Biao's wrath. After all, no one wished to attract such formidable trouble. The rumors surrounding Hong Biao were well known. It was clear that none of them were positioned to confront someone of his stature. Even if a high-ranking official were to intervene today, the matter could not be settled. None of them opted to call for help or intervene. Enough, let us go. He brought this upon himself, Wang Kai said, surveying the group. Anyone who provoked Hong Biao would likely leave in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, within the casino, after everyone had exited, Adeo leaned against the table, coldly observing Luo Chen. Are you certain you wish to remain? Luo Chen seemed unconcerned about his solitary predicament. You are the first to dare cheat in our domain. Adeo scoffed, producing a Nepali knife. You can leave, but leave behind a hand. Will you do it yourself, or shall I? Leave behind a hand? Luo Chen chuckled derisively, catching Adeo off guard. In Adeo's eyes, Luo Chen was just another ordinary employee, yet he dared to speak to him with such defiance. Just as Adeo prepared to act, a large group of individuals entered. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in traditional attire, exuding an imposing presence, with an unmistakable air of authority and dominance. Behind him trailed a contingent of 40 to 50 men, all armed. Yao Ge, you've arrived. Chapter 17. Let me call someone. Brother Biao, Hong Biao, the undeniable underground king of New Prefecture. I hear someone has been cheating in my establishment. Hong Biao observed Luo Chen with great interest. Nearby, a chair was pulled over, and Hong Biao sat down with imposing authority while someone lit a cigar and handed it to him. I offer you two choices. Either join me, or today you will leave without your hands, Hong Biao declared arrogantly. As the leader of New Prefecture, his words could determine life and death. Ordinary people would dare not even breathe in his presence, and even the wealthy and influential in New Prefecture would respectfully address him as Brother Biao. Join you? Luo Chen chuckled lightly. Indeed, follow me. Hong Biao turned his head, exhaling a cloud of smoke leisurely. If this person could cheat under the noses of Dao and others, he must possess some skills worth keeping close. But in the next moment, what are you? How dare you suggest that I, Luo, follow you? As soon as these words fell, both Hong Biao and Dao stared in astonishment at Luo Chen. No one expected Luo Chen would dare to speak like this. Before him stood the formidable leader of New Prefecture, with hundreds of subordinates and countless venues who would dare speak to Hong Biao in such a manner. After a long pause, Hong Biao stood up with a cold smile, genuinely enraged. What am I? Very well, let me show you. He commanded. Dao, beat him to death. Initially, he only wanted Luo Chen's hands, but now he sought his life. How could an ordinary person dare to insult him in front of his subordinates? If he did not kill Luo Chen, how could he maintain his status as the boss? Did he think the title of the leader of New Prefecture was merely for show? Dao brandished a Nepali knife and approached Luo Chen. Having fought in battles and killed before, Dao was a formidable fighter, the top enforcer by Hong Biao's side. Moreover, he exuded a fierce and bloody aura, evidently having taken many lives, a true desperado. Kid, remember this in your next life. Not everyone in this world can be trifled with. This message is for you too. Yet, Luo Chen stood still, awaiting Dao's attack. Dao took his stance, flipping his wrist as the Nepali knife lunged straight for Luo Chen's chest, aiming to take his life. However, Luo Chen wore a playful expression. Just as the knife was about to pierce his chest, he struck with lightning speed, seizing Dao's wrist. With a sharp crack, Dao's wrist snapped, and the knife fell from his hand. Instantly, cold sweat streamed down Dao's face. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly young man possessed such exceptional skills and ferocity. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. But it was not over yet. In the next moment, before Dao could comprehend what was happening, he felt as if a rhinoceros had charged into him, being sent flying 7 or 8 meters. Unable to rise. At that moment, he realized he had encountered an iron wall today, meeting a legendary master. Otherwise, his own skill should not have been so easily subdued. Hong Biao, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such a result. He knew Dao's abilities well. He could easily take down dozens of ordinary people. It appeared he had come across a tough opponent this time. Yet, Hong Biao soon sneered, seemingly unfazed by Dao being knocked away, adopting a spectator's demeanor. You have some skills. Let us see how many you can take on alone. With that, a group of men surged forward, all armed. He could not believe this person could fend off dozens, unless he was a true martial artist. However, Hong Biao was unfortunately mistaken. He had not encountered a martial artist but a far more terrifying practitioner of the arcane arts. Suddenly, the hall echoed with cries of despair. Within the span of a cigarette break, dozens lay sprawled on the ground, while Luo Chen remained standing, never having moved from his spot. Hong Biao's expression grew grave. He had trained himself. Otherwise, how could he be the leader of New Prefecture? However, he admitted that he was no match for the young man's skills. Still, Hong Biao wore a facade of confidence. After all, he was a significant figure in Tongzhou, having faced many challenges, with a powerful backing. I didn't see that coming. He is quite the martial artist, Hong Biao mused, taking out his phone. He needed to call for reinforcements, clearly unprepared for someone so formidable. Do you truly believe you are capable? Go ahead, summon your allies. Hong Biao sneered, confident in his backing. Fine, I await. Let us see who you can call today. Luo Chen remained unfazed, for he had long ceased to fear the mundane world. Before long, a car arrived at the foot of the Haley Pavilion. And soon a man and a woman ascended the stairs. The woman had flowing long hair, dressed in a sharp outfit that accentuated her perfect figure, while the man was bald. This bald man was one of Yu Zhengtian's 2 bodyguards, not a retired special forces soldier, but rather a master of Xingyi Quan. In today's society, many scoffed at Xingyi Quan, believing it to be nothing more than a display with little practical application compared to boxing or sanda. However, This was a grave misconception. True masters of Xingyi Quan were incomparable to mere boxing or sanda fighters. The genuine practice of Xingyi Quan transcended mere physical fitness. Embodying lethal techniques, the two ascended quickly, entering the hall. Upon seeing the dozens of individuals sprawled on the ground, even the bald man was momentarily taken aback. This young man possessed such strength? Meanwhile, Yi Shuangshuang increasingly believed her grandfather's words. Indeed, one must not view Luo Chen through the lens of the mundane. At this moment, Hong Biao spotted Yi Shuangshuang. Miss? Chapter 18. Just a dog, miss. Hurry. Save me. Hong Biao exclaimed, rising to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was astonished that Yi Shuangshuang had arrived, but his delight grew, for despite her youth, she was fiercely protective. With her presence, the day promised to be even more thrilling, and Hong Biao was eager for her assistance. He had been in this line of work for years, and this was the first time he had suffered such a significant setback. If word of today's events spread, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Seeing the bald man approach gave Hong Biao a surge of confidence. He knew that the man possessed extraordinary skills. He had witnessed him dispatch a cougar with a single blow. Moreover, the Yi family's influence was formidable, with a reputation that extended throughout Xinzhou and the entire Haidong province. Even in the broader East China region, the Yi family was a considerable force. I care not who you are. You shall die today, Hong Biao thought, grudgingly acknowledging that he had never been so thoroughly beaten in his time in Xinzhou. Yet, he had warned his assailant that they would come to regret their actions. Slap. Before he could finish his thought, a resounding slap sent him sprawling to the ground. In disbelief, he looked up at his assailant, only to find it was Yi Shuangshuang, not Luo Chen. Miss? Hong Biao was momentarily stunned. Why had she struck him instead of helping? Luo Chen, too, was taken aback that the reinforcements Hong Biao had summoned turned out to be Yi Shuangshuang. He had remained silent, merely observing the unfolding drama. Even when Hong Biao insulted him, Luo Chen paid it no heed. You have audacity. Yi Shuangshuang barked at Hong Biao with righteous anger. I apologize, teacher. I failed to manage the dog we keep at home, and he has troubled you, she said, addressing Luo Chen with contrition. In truth, Yi Shuangshuang regarded Hong Biao as nothing more than a pet. Although he operated as a big shot in Xinzhou, to her, he was simply a dog kept by her family. The Yi family often delegated inconvenient tasks to Hong Biao, and without their support, he was insignificant. Facing her reprimand and the slap, Hong Biao could only accept his fate, daring not voice any complaint, for all he had was granted by the Yi family. The most shocking revelation was that Yi Shuangshuang referred to the young man as teacher. Miss, what is this? Hong Biao was perplexed. The situation felt increasingly peculiar. Open your eyes and see clearly. That is my teacher. Even my grandfather addresses him as Mr. Luo. Hong Biao was utterly flabbergasted. Even Yi Jingtian, the so-called lion of East China, would call this young man Mr. Luo? What kind of person could command such respect, regardless of his many years of experience? Hong Biao remained speechless, grappling with the turn of events. Today, he had indeed stumbled upon a formidable opponent, one far sharper than he had anticipated. Apologize to my teacher and express gratitude for sparing your life, Yi Shuangshuang insisted. Reluctantly, Hong Biao realized he had no choice but to concede. After all, Yi Shuangshuang had spoken, and he could not afford to oppose the Yi family. I apologize, Mr. Luo. I was blind and have offended you, Hong Biao said, his tone laden with respect, suppressing any hint of resentment. Little did he know that the ally he had summoned was actually a disciple of someone far greater. This underground king of Xinzhou, a figure who straddled both sides of the law, found himself bowing to a mere youth. Had Hong Biao known Luo Chen's true identity, he would likely be filled with dread rather than resentment. Now, do you still wish to associate with me? Luo Chen asked coldly. Mr. Luo, I was foolish. Please show mercy, Hong Biao stammered, drenched in sweat and riddled with regret. The thought of associating with Luo Chen, a mere subordinate to someone of his caliber, was laughable. Are you convinced? Luo Chen pressed. Yes, I concede. It is my fault, Hong Biao replied, knowing all too well that in such circumstances, he could only blame his misfortune. Let this be the last time. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your head will remain upon your shoulders, Luo Chen warned as he rose to his feet. Shouldn't you thank the teacher? Thank you, Mr. Luo. Thank you, Mr. Luo, Hong Biao said, his demeanor exceedingly deferential. Afterward, Luo Chen departed with Yi Shuangshuang. Once they left, a Dao turned to Hong Biao. Biaogu? Enough. Accept your fate. You've hit a wall, Hong Biao replied with a bitter smile. He dared not entertain any other thoughts. For this was the Yi family. Remember, from now on, treat him with utmost respect and never provoke him. He is not to be trifled with. Hong Biao instructed his subordinates. Prepare a generous gift. I will personally go to apologize. One must align with such individuals, even if one cannot befriend them. They must never be made an enemy. Despite being struck, Hong Biao bore no grudge. Rather, he sought to curry favor with Luo Chen. All stemming from Luo Chen's formidable presence. Wiping the blood from his face, Hong Biao dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand, visibly disheartened. Meanwhile, Luo Chen and Yi Shuangshuang arrived at the entrance of a luxurious hotel named Tinjiaxuan in the Xinzhou high-tech zone. Though it could not rival the opulence of Haishang Mingyue, it held a greater reputation. While Haishang Mingyue catered to the wealthy, Tinjiaxuan attracted those with power and influence. Typically, only officials or extremely influential figures frequented Tinjiaxuan. Yi Shuangshuang, needing to return to fetch Yu Zhentian, bid Luo Chen farewell at the entrance. Teacher, you go ahead. I will fetch grandfather. Go on, Luo Chen replied nonchalantly. Proceeding towards the hotel entrance along a winding path. The entrance was guarded by numerous security personnel, and outside, a lavish garden bustled with patrons holding drinks, engaged in conversation. The garden was exquisitely designed, enticing many to step outside for a smoke and chat. Suddenly, a pair of eyes spotted Luo Chen. Surprise turned into a cold smirk. Chen Chao? Chapter 19. You are not qualified due to a head injury sustained earlier. Chen Chao, though only suffering a minor wound, found his image somewhat tarnished. Thus, he donned a hat for today's appearance. His surprise was palpable upon seeing Luo Chen here. Although Chen Chao himself was not a significant figure, he felt out of place in such an assembly, where only those with genuine power and influence were typically welcomed. However, he was able to attend owing to his father's status as a former deputy mayor, which afforded him some level of privilege in this elite gathering. Luo Chen's presence here astonished Chen Chao. Upon catching sight of Luo Chen, the latter also acknowledged Chen Chao, yet chose to disregard him. Despite having ascended to the rank of Immortal sovereign in his previous life, Luo Chen held no fondness for Chen Chao, his former adversary. Nevertheless, in this particular setting, he had no intention of provoking trouble. With his current strength and prospects, he could afford to wait patiently to outmaneuver Chen Chao in due time. At that moment, Chen Chao stood alongside a notably influential second-generation individual, as most of the young attendees here shared similar backgrounds of privilege. The young man beside Chen Chao hailed from a family with a net worth exceeding 100 million, owning several processing plants in Xinzhou and being well acquainted with many prominent figures in the city. Why do you keep staring at that young man over there? The curious second-generation individual inquired. Chen Chao was indeed perplexed. He knew Luo Chen was from a county town, a fact confirmed by Zhang Xiaoman, who had mentioned it in her home in front of her parents. How could someone without connections dare to enter such a private, upscale venue? After a moment of astonishment, Chen Chao spoke to his companion. I know that person. Oh, so you do have a wide network, Chen. Who is he? Which powerful family does he belong to? Let us get acquainted. Another chubby individual chimed in. In their circle, such connections were commonplace. A so-called noble? He is merely a country bumpkin from a county town. Chen Chao scoffed, recalling the humiliation he endured at Zhang Xiaoman's home yesterday, which had left a poor impression of Luo Chen. Really? You must be aware that everyone here has a certain status. Ordinary folks wouldn't dare show their faces. Don't dismiss me, Lu. I'm not lying. I saw him at a friend's house yesterday. He is just a country bumpkin, utterly powerless, Chen Chao retorted, disdain evident in his eyes. Even upon seeing Luo Chen here, Chen Chao maintained his superiority, bolstered by his family's influence and his recent advancement to a shareholder in a company, with prospects of moving up to the Ministry of Education. Oh, then I won't bother. I thought he was some rare young master from a prominent family, since he is just a country bumpkin. I won't waste my time. Lu, the chubby man, expressed his disdain upon learning of Luo Chen's origins. However, Chen Chao continued to glare at Luo Chen, irritation evident on his face. Are you upset with him, Chen? Lu inquired, intrigued by Chen Chao's expression. I'm pursuing a girl, and he just happens to be her classmate. He was at her house yesterday, and I suspect their relationship goes beyond mere classmates. Naturally, I can't stand him. Chen Chao replied with a cold smirk. With your connections and status in Xinzhou, who would dare compete with you for a woman? They must be out of their minds. Lu responded mockingly. If you're annoyed, then do something about it. Let us go, Lu declared, leading the charge forward. Having grown up in privilege, they had long since shed any fear of consequences. As Chen Chao observed Lu striding toward Luo Chen, he followed suit, clearly intent on humiliating Luo Chen today. Humph. It's your misfortune to be on my turf. I won't let you off easily. Just then, Luo Chen approached the entrance, ready to enter. Hey, isn't that? What is your name again? Ah, Luo Chen, right? Chen Chao swaggered over, wine glass in hand, cigar in mouth, exuding an air of superiority while casting a derisive glance at Luo Chen. Hey, my friend is talking to you. Are you mute or deaf? Lu interjected rudely. I don't engage with just anyone who addresses me, Luo Chen replied coolly, refusing to entertain their rudeness. Well, you have quite the mouth. Do you even know who you're speaking to? I assume you're hoping to dine here, right? Lu sneered, then turned to the security guard, commanding. Make sure he doesn't get in today. Not only did you offend my friend, but someone like you doesn't deserve to dine here, Lu asserted. And the security guard hesitated, aware that those frequenting this venue held significant backgrounds. Go fetch your manager, Lu ordered impatiently, noticing the guard's indecision. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the guard hurried off to find the manager, recognizing that these second-generation individuals were not to be trifled with. You really are bold. I found you displeasing yesterday, yet you dare show your face before me today? Chen Chao shouted, attracting many curious glances, including from several young women who joined to observe the commotion. Regardless of your connection to Zhang Xiaoman, keep your distance from her in the future. Or don't say I didn't warn you. In Xinzhou, I have 100 ways to make your life miserable. Chen Chao threatened Luo Chen, not exaggerating. He indeed wielded influence in Xinzhou, capable of troubling an ordinary person. Yet, in this lifetime, Luo Chen regarded Chen Chao with indifference. Feel free to try. Luo Chen replied with a chilling smile. I'm genuinely curious how a nobodies like you dares to come here. Lu laughed, eyeing Luo Chen with derision. Understand that this is Tinjiaxuan, a place where individuals of your financial and social standing do not belong. Do you have any idea how much a glass of wine costs here? It's likely more than your monthly salary, and do you think you can enter? Lu mocked coldly. Your status is hardly worthy of consideration. Luo Chen interrupted Lu's taunts with a frigid statement. Chapter 20. Get lost. What does this mean? Chen Chao seemed somewhat perplexed. The wind suddenly rose, rippling the calm spring water. What does it have to do with you? A girl nearby, drawn to the commotion, explained. He means. It's none of your business. Ha ha ha. Another girl covered her face and laughed. This left Chen Chao and Lu Xiao feeling quite embarrassed. You're so ugly. You should read more. Otherwise, it just makes you look uglier. Luo Chen sneered, prompting a chorus of laughter from the surrounding girls. Stop flaunting your literary skills here. Who do you think you are? Lu Xiao spat out angrily. He usually surrounded himself with wealthy second-generation elites, having developed a disdain for ordinary people. Hearing Luo Chen dare to insult him ignited his fury. However, Luo Chen had already stepped towards the entrance, ready to enter. Stop him. How could a country bumpkin like him enter such a high-end hotel? Chen Chao accused. Try saying that again? Luo Chen's expression darkened. Just as Luo Chen was about to lose his temper, the manager in charge finally arrived. Managerly, this poor kid actually thinks he can sneak in. Lu Xiao pointed at Luo Chen with a mocking smile, anticipating the unfolding drama. Manager Li was well aware of the considerable influence behind this venue. Even they wouldn't dare to provoke it. He was eager to see how Luo Chen would handle the situation. Yes, Manager Li, I know him. He.S. just a country bumpkin. Chen Chao added, fanning the flames. Can someone like him really get in? Manager Li glanced at Chen Chao and Lu Xiao, recognizing their backgrounds. He dared not offend these two, but upon inspecting Luo Chen's attire, which did not suggest any noble lineage, he spoke up. Gentlemen, why don't you go in and cool off? It was our oversight. Allow me to handle this. Then, turning to Luo Chen, he coldly stated, Sir, I'm sorry, but you cannot enter. Oh? On what grounds? Just because they said so, I can't enter? Luo Chen replied frostily. I'm afraid it's the rules. Manager Li said, frowning. The young man seemed rather ungrateful. They can enter. Luo Chen asked again. Sir, their status is not ordinary. Can you compare yourself to them? Their ability to enter is not your concern. I'm speaking about you, and you cannot enter. So it's a matter of status, is it? You think I'll never understand this? Chen Chao mocked. I'm sorry, I've informed you that you cannot enter. That's final, Manager Li stated. Unwilling to engage further, looking towards the security personnel. Do not allow him to enter. To everyone's surprise, Luo Chen remained standing outside the door. Huh? Still putting on an act in front of me? What a joke. Lu Xiao jeered. Hey, weren't you so confident? Why don't you go in? Chen Chao added, relishing in Luo Chen's predicament. Really thinks he is someone important, yet can only stand at the entrance? Lu Xiao boasted, before the two swaggered inside, wearing expressions of mockery and delight. Meanwhile, Manager Li stayed behind to keep an eye on Luo Chen, ensuring he didn't slip inside by accident. After a short wait, Yi Zhengtian and Yi Shuang finally arrived. Mr. Luo, what is going on? Yi Zhengtian asked, noticing Luo Chen standing at the entrance with a puzzled expression. Hearing this, Manager Li's scalp tingled with fear. This is bad. Oh, I want to enter, but someone won't let me in. Luo Chen shrugged and replied calmly. Not let you in. Yi Zhengtian's anger surged. He had specifically invited Luo Chen to help him, and although he had offered a sports car and a company to entice Luo Chen, it was all in hopes that Luo Chen would assist him. Now, with Luo Chen present, someone dared to prevent his guest from entering? Having spent so much to invite Luo Chen, how dare someone be so bold as to keep his guest outside? Are you the manager here? Bring your superior to me. Yu Zhengtian's expression darkened, truly enraged. It should be noted that the Ting Yixin was backed by their Yi family. Today, Yi Zhengtian had invited Luo Chen to dinner with the aim of seeking his assistance. Now, someone was bold enough to block the guest personally invited by the host? Was this defiance against heaven itself? In less than a minute, the overall manager rushed over in a panic. Standing before Yi Zhengtian, he stammered, "What is going on?" He was terrified. How could anyone dare to expel a guest of Elder Yi? Manager Li, sweating profusely, finally managed to relay the situation. Upon hearing this, the overall manager nearly lost his mind. A guest specifically invited by Elder Yi was being kept outside? Have you lost your sight? The overall manager kicked Manager Li hard in the stomach, sending him tumbling down the steps. I'm so sorry. I truly apologize, Elder Yi. I didn't expect my subordinates to act this way. Sir, I'm sorry for the oversight. Quickly apologized to the gentleman. Yushua-Shuar's delicate face was as cold as frost. First, Hong Biao was blind, and then they encountered these blind fools here as well. Mr. Luo, I sincerely apologize, the overall manager said, drenched in sweat. If this mishap escalated, not only could he lose his job, but he might even lose his life. You don't need to come in tomorrow, the overall manager added, kicking Manager Li in the face as he left. Enough, ignorance is no crime. Luo Chen chose not to hold a grudge, knowing that Yu Zhengtian would handle the matter properly. Subsequently, Yu Zhengtian and Luo Chen entered directly, bypassing the lobby and heading straight to a private room on the second floor. Meanwhile, in the lobby, Chen Chao and Lu Xiao were savoring red wine. Huh? Trying to challenge me? You'll regret it. Lu Xiao laughed heartily, feeling triumphant. Keep a low profile. You too. I heard today Elder Yi will invite a significant figure for dinner. Be cautious not to offend him. A middle-aged man in simple Tang attire spoke up. The man exuded a calm demeanor, with a sharp gaze and an air of authority, unmistakably someone accustomed to holding power. This was Chen Shiren, Chen Chao's father, formerly the vice mayor of Xinzhou. Even after stepping down, he was still a person of considerable stature. Today, having heard that Elder Yi would be inviting a prominent figure, Chen Shiren had prepared some gifts, hoping to forge a connection with someone Elder Yi greatly respected. Hence, he came to caution Chen Chao. All right, Dad, we're here. We want to cause trouble for you, Chen Chao assured his father. Besides, Dad, your reputation is at stake. Who would dare challenge you? As soon as he finished speaking, a furious roar erupted from behind. You lot, get the hell out of here. The overall manager stormed in, berating them. Chapter 21. Lu Xiao and Chen Chao were left utterly astonished. They were acutely aware that the individual before them was the chief authority in this establishment. Even Chen Shiren was taken aback, for he was a prominent figure in Xinzhou, and to be publicly reprimanded in such a manner was exceedingly embarrassing. However, upon recognizing the person as the general manager of Ting Yashuan, Chen Shiren was compelled to suppress his indignation and inquired, Mr. Lu, what seems to be the problem? Out. Get out now. Mr. Lu showed no regard for Chen Shiren's dignity, or rather, it was a dignity he was unwilling to concede. My father is out. Throw them out. The general manager's rage was palpable, and in an instant, several burly men seized Chen Chao and Lu Xiao and unceremoniously ejected them from the premises. Why is this happening? Chen Chao bellowed in disbelief. This is what status looks like. The icy voice of the general manager echoed from within, and even Chen Shiren found himself unceremoniously thrust outside. What is going on? Lu Xiao's expression was one of confusion. At that moment, Lu Xiao's father was also escorted out. Though these two held some sway in Xinzhou, their influence paled in comparison to that of the Yi family. Dad, what is the meaning of this? Slap. Chen Shiren struck Chen Chao across the face. Lu Xiao's father kicked his son, "You two rascals, who have you offended?" Chun Shuren trembled with rage. It was his first experience of such humiliation. Being invited out in front of everyone. The embarrassment was monumental. The dining hall had been filled with notable figures from Xinzhou, and to be ousted in such a public manner was a significant loss of face for someone who valued their reputation. With that thought, Qin Shuren raised his hand and delivered several more slaps to Qin Chao's face. Qin Chao, feeling aggrieved, protested that he had offended no one. Both Qin Chao and Lu Xiao remained oblivious to the fact that it was due to Luo Chen. Was it conceivable that Luo Chen wielded such influence here? It was hard to imagine. Meanwhile, within the private room, Luo Chen took his seat, and after a few pleasantries, Yizheng Tian spoke directly. "Mr. Luo, I kindly request your assistance. The individual we await will arrive shortly." Yizheng Tian was straightforward, laying bare the purpose of their meeting. Ever since Luo Chen had exposed the painting as a forgery on the train, Yizheng Tian had begun to harbor doubts. The monetary loss was one matter, but the true concern lay in his status and experience. How could he have been deceived? If word got out, where would he hide his face? Consider it a trivial matter. Luo Chen sipped his tea and set down the cup. He understood that Yizheng Tian's so-called assistance was aimed at unveiling the individual beside him who had previously deceived him. Given that this person had managed to dupe someone of Yizheng Tian's caliber, they were likely someone of considerable importance and trust within his circle. As anticipated, in truth, he has been with me for over a decade, and I have never doubted him. Had it not been for your keen observation on the train, I would still be in the dark. Yizheng Tian lamented with a wry smile. For someone of his stature to have fallen victim to deception was indeed a source of embarrassment. "I will need to trouble you, Mr. Luo, to accompany me to an auction shortly." To expose the traitor, Yizheng Tian had discreetly arranged an auction in Xinzhou. Before long, an elderly gentleman clad in a blue robe entered. He appeared cultured and possessed an air of profound knowledge. Upon entering, he slightly bowed and took a seat without hesitation. "Yilao, who is this?" Tang Zhonghe inquired. Although he had noticed Luo Chen upon entering, having been associated with Yizheng Tian for many years, he was perplexed by the presence of this unfamiliar young man. "This is a new friend of mine, possessing exceptional skills in appraising antiques. I brought him along today to join us at the auction," Yizheng Tian replied nonchalantly. Tang Zhonghe smiled slightly, yet internally he scoffed. Was Yizheng Tian losing his faculties? Recruiting a youth as an appraiser? With Tang Zhonghe's decades of experience in this field, he had yet to encounter a novice capable of handling such responsibilities. The realm of antiques demanded a depth of knowledge and professional expertise, cultivated through years of rigorous study and dedication. While Tang Zhonghe occasionally deceived Yizheng Tian, his proficiency in antique appraisal was beyond reproach. Otherwise, his ruse would have long been exposed. Thus, he regarded Luo Chen with disdain. However, Tang Zhonghe feigned cordiality. "Forgive me, forgive me." "Too kind," Luo Chen replied coolly. Seeing Luo Chen's aloof demeanor only fueled Tang Zhonghe's irritation. As a senior in the field, the young man's lack of respect was rather excessive. How presumptuous. Did he truly believe he could discern authenticity and quality? If he could, then surely Tang Zhonghe had wasted his years in vain. Despite his discontent, Tang Zhonghe maintained a calm exterior as he sipped his tea. After a brief meal, the group proceeded to the auction, held at an upscale venue. In addition to Yizheng Tian and his associates, other wealthy and influential individuals from Xinzhou were present. To maintain appearances, the auction was indeed legitimate. Guided by an exceedingly graceful woman, the group entered their reserved box, and after a few moments, the auction commenced. The initial items were genuine, and Luo Chen remained silent, while Tang Zhonghe incessantly spoke, urging Yizheng Tian to bid on several inconsequential items. However, observing Luo Chen's reticence, Tang Zhonghe smirked inwardly, convinced that the young man was utterly ignorant. The next item was a wine vessel from the Warring States period. As soon as it was displayed, Luo Chen sensed its counterfeit nature through the aura of the Tai Huang Jing. He subtly gestured to Yizheng Tian. At that moment, Tang Zhonghe spoke up. "Yilao, this item appears authentic. You should bid on it." "Very well, Schwanger, place the bid," Yizheng Tian responded, maintaining his composure as he called out the price. Next was an earthenware jar from the Western Zhou period. Luo Chen examined it and discerned it to be a fake. Nevertheless, Tang Zhonghe continued to encourage Yizheng Tian to place a bid. Having acquired two fraudulent items in succession, several million seemed to be squandered. Yet, Yizheng Tian was not naive. With his influence, he swiftly secured the two items, unlike others who faced lengthy waits. Immediately after, He sent the items to a professional appraisal center for high-tech evaluation, such as the nature of auctions, even if one ends up with forgeries. It is merely a matter of bad luck, akin to gambling. Once the evaluation was completed, the results were promptly sent to Yu Zhengtian's phone. Upon reviewing the information, he was already aware of the outcome. The next item, however, was a seal unearthed from the Western Zhou period. Teacher Tang, what do you think of this? I suspect this piece is likely a counterfeit. Yi Lao, perhaps you should refrain from bidding. Tang Zhonghe reminded. At that moment, Luo Chen spoke up. Indeed. It can be auctioned. He chuckled. Young friend, after decades in this field, I would never misjudge. This item is undoubtedly a counterfeit. A look of pride adorned Tang Zhonghe's face, accompanied by a palpable disdain directed at Luo Chen. Shall we commence the bidding? Yu Zhengtian suggested. Elder Yi, you must not. This item is certainly fake. Tang Zhonghe continued. Young friend over there, do not spout baseless claims. Consider that this item could fetch over 3 million. Should it be authenticated as a forgery later, I wonder how you will explain it to Elder Yi. Tang Zhonghe's expression reflected his discontent. I assert that it is genuine. Luo Chen replied calmly. Chapter 22. No one dares to claim it, huh? You, a mere inexperienced youth, dare to speak recklessly before me. To my discerning eye, this object is clearly a forgery. Do you possess a government-issued expert appraisal certificate? Are you well-versed in the culture of the Western Zhou dynasty? Do you have any understanding of historical anecdotes? Do you think that determining the authenticity of an object is as simple as you presume? The cultural context of that era and the craftsmanship of the time. These are realms you know nothing about, yet you audaciously speak as if you do? Tang Zhonghe rebuked furiously. Why not take it for appraisal? If it proves to be a counterfeit, I shall cover the cost. Luo Chen remained unfazed. There is no need for further appraisal. I am the finest appraiser myself. Tang Zhonghe appeared visibly agitated, as if his tail had been stepped on. Moreover, you possess no knowledge and dare to question me about authenticity? Old Yi, you must have heard it too. I asked him a few casual questions, and he could not respond, proving this lad knows nothing. Suddenly, Yi Zhengtian produced his phone and tossed it onto the table before Tang Zhonghe, who was momentarily stunned. The two items Tang Zhonghe had requested Yi Zhengtian to photograph were indeed forgeries. An authoritative institution had now certified this, delivering the true results directly to Yi Zhengtian. Old Yi, allow me to explain. It was merely a momentary lapse, Tang Zhonghe stammered. Was that painting also a lapse? Yu Shuang interjected with a cold laugh. Old Tang, I never expected that after so many years, you would betray me. Had I not encountered Mr. Luo last time, I would not have doubted you at all. Yu Zhengtian stated with a calm authority, for his title of the Eastern Lion was not earned lightly. Tang Zhonghe's complexion shifted dramatically, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He understood that should any issues arise, despite Yu Zhengtian's advanced age, he was well aware of the other man's capabilities. Old Yi, Yu Zhengtian cut him off. Two burly men from outside seized Tang Zhonghe and dragged him away. Yu Zhengtian merely remarked, dispose of him. Mr. Luo, I am grateful for your understanding. Yu Zhengtian clasped his fists in gratitude towards Luo Chen. Too courteous. Yet, after being with you for over a decade, how could I not assist? Age has made me wary. An old rival has returned, and he may have corrupted those around him. When the time comes, I may need to trouble Mr. Luo. Yu Zhengtian stated plainly. In truth, his overabundance of trust towards those around him had led to this significant loss, a classic case of being blind to the obvious. He had heard that the old adversary had enlisted a formidable accomplice and anticipated that assistance might soon be required from Luo Chen, especially as he felt his own strengths waning. At that moment, the host on stage resumed his announcements. Next, we shall auction a unique item, the land rights to Panlong Bay, with a starting bid of 1 million. The rights to Panlong Bay were originally to be auctioned by the Land Bureau, yet unexpectedly, a second auction had emerged. The starting price was astonishingly low, almost as if it were being given away. Even Luo Chen was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. The land in Panlong Bay should be worth several billion, so how could the opening bid be merely 1 million? Noticing Luo Chen's bewilderment, Yi Shuang offered an explanation. Panlong Bay is the highest hill in Xinzhou. A few years ago, its land was indeed valued at several billion, with many real estate developers vying to acquire it. Should they construct buildings there, the prices would likely surpass those in the city center, fetching no less than 50,000 per square meter, a veritable treasure trove. Yet now, Panlong Bay has become a hot potato, with no one daring to take it on. Why is that? Because 3 real estate developers have previously handled the land, and all 3 met with mysterious death shortly after. 1 or 2 could be mere coincidence, but 3? There must be something amiss. Furthermore, over the past few years, numerous lives have been lost during construction, with the deceased showing no signs of injury or illness. It is said that each body bore a horrifying expression. The project has stalled, left in disarray. Just this morning, 2 more bodies were found, one of which belonged to a director somewhat notable in the industry. This incident has been suppressed, or it would have caused a sensation. Luo Chen nodded. Even if the matter had been hushed up, the Yi family, with their resources, would undoubtedly be aware. As for the director, Luo Chen was already familiar with the circumstances, but chose not to dwell on them. Most importantly, the director had fallen to his death from the rooftop of an unfinished building, a peculiar occurrence given that there were no higher points around the rooftop. This incident was bizarre and terrifying. The body had been reduced to a pulp, nearly unrecognizable, certainly a case of a high-altitude fall. Could it perhaps have been from an airplane? Luo Chen refrained from probing further, aware that Yi Shuang likely had no inkling that the true culprit stood before her. And the other body? The other was a taxi driver, Yi Shuang replied, casting a meaningful glance at Luo Chen. The driver had died in his vehicle, his face contorted in terror, yet without a single mark on his body. These occurrences transcended the realm of scientific explanation, falling into the category of supernatural events. Thus, the developer was eager to rid themselves of this troublesome liability, as fear had gripped the community. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen chuckled. These 2 incidents were indeed a result of his own actions. While it was coincidental, it seemed he had unwittingly gained an advantage. When the auction for the land commenced, although many prominent figures from Xinzhou showed interest, none dared to bid. After 3 calls for bids, silence lingered. This was an opportunity to acquire the most valuable land in Xinzhou for a mere 1 million. However, those with means understood that no matter the land's worth, it could not compare to their lives. The developer, seemingly undeterred, pressed the auctioneer to make another call. The rights to Panlong Bay plus the unfinished properties, starting at 1 million. Hey, Bosley, do you think we are fools? That land is a death warrant. Even if you were to give it away or pay us to take it, no one would touch it. Who would be so foolish to buy it? Exactly. Unless they wish to court death, who would have the audacity? Naturally, the elusive Bosley was well aware of the grim reality. Yet at that moment, a voice rang out from a private box. 1 million. I will take it. It was Luo Chen's voice. Chapter 23. A great bargain. I want it for 1 million. As these words fell, an unexpected silence enveloped the auction house. Who possessed the audacity to make such a claim? Was there truly someone so fearless? It was common knowledge that this was a cursed deal, having already claimed the lives of 3 developers. The attendees included some of the most prominent figures in New State, all formidable in their own right. Yet, even this elite assembly dared not touch this hot potato. Not even the Yu family had the courage to take it on. And now, someone had stepped forward? While inwardly mocking, no one dared to voice their thoughts, given the esteemed status of those seated in the private box. In another box, a young woman chuckled. How intriguing. If he were alive, I would definitely seek his acquaintance. In the box where Luo Chen sat, Yi Shuang gazed at him in disbelief. Everyone recognized the immense potential of this opportunity, a veritable gold mine. Yet, even her grandfather would not dare to seize it. Teacher, that is not an issue. I'll take it. Luo Chen waved his hand dismissively, showing no sign of trepidation. Just because others hesitated did not mean he would. It was clear that some malevolent spirits resided there, making it a place that others dared not approach. But for the illustrious immortal sovereign Luo Chen, what were a few restless spirits? Acquiring land in New State, once valued in the billions, for a mere million was an extraordinary windfall for him. The construction there was nearly complete, needing only some finishing touches. Little investment was required. Once the spirits were dealt with and proper promotion was undertaken, the potential profits were beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Of course, Luo Chen's interest was not solely motivated by financial gain. There were other factors at play. Nevertheless, the accompanying value was indeed a substantial boon. Yu Tian regarded Luo Chen with increasing intrigue, sensing an aura of profound mystery about him. Following the successful acquisition of the land, the transfer process would take a few days, during which the Yi family dispatched someone to assist Luo Chen. It was important to note that the million was sourced from Luo Chen himself, a sum his father had borrowed and gathered before his departure from the county. This money was meant to serve as Luo Chen's initial capital. In his previous life, this amount had been deceitfully taken by Zhang Xiaoman's mother. This time, such a misfortune was not to be repeated. Next came the auction of raw stones, more accurately termed gambling stones. While the Taiwan Classic could sense the age of an item, It could not discern the quality of jade within the stones. Yi Jingtian looked to Luo Chen, silently inquiring his opinion. Not yet. The response left Yu Jingtian and Yi Shuangshuang wide-eyed. They had anticipated a simple refusal, yet not yet seemed utterly astonishing. After all, these were jade stones. Teacher, do you possess some ability of insight? Yi Shuangshuang could no longer contain her curiosity. Perhaps in a few days, Luo Chen replied, turning his gaze back to the auction of raw stones, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Upon returning to the hotel, Luo Chen noted that the hour was still early. He strolled with light steps towards the back mountain, Panlong Bay, eager to uncover what spirits lurked there. Scaling the wall, he entered the Panlong Bay community with ease. However, he sensed an unsettling presence before even stepping inside. A dense aura of malevolence permeated the air, not merely a chilling breeze but palpable malice. The name Panlong Bay suggested a serpentine mountain range, and this community was situated at the Dragon's Head. One of the primary reasons Luo Chen valued this locale was its potential to host a grand spirit congregating formation based on the terrain. Quite interesting. As he ventured further in, a slight smile formed on his lips. While a typical person might have been terrified by such occurrences, Luo Chen found it rather amusing. Before him stood towering high-rises, while behind lay rows of villas. The night was devoid of any light. Even the stars were obscured, despite being the highest point in New State. Where one would normally see distant lights, it was shrouded in darkness. As he approached the villa area, he found himself inexplicably back where he started. It seemed he had encountered a ghostly barrier. Yet, Luo Chen paid little mind to it, as he had come precisely to seek out spirits. Young man, who allowed you to enter? A middle-aged man in a security uniform approached, cigarette dangling from his lips. You shouldn't be wandering around here at night. It's not clean. Come with me. Whether out of concern or another reason, the security guard seemed intent on escorting him out. Luo Chen chose not to respond, instead following closely behind. However, something felt amiss. Logically, they should be heading towards the main entrance, yet the guard led him deeper inside. Something is not right here. The main gate is locked. We must use the back entrance. Don't talk too much. Stay close to me. Don't look back at anything you see. This place is haunted. Several of my colleagues have perished here, the guard warned kindly. After passing through the residential buildings, they approached the villa area, where flames suddenly flickered to life. Ahead, an elderly woman was muttering incoherently, tossing paper into the fire while repeating, "Eat more, eat more." Good heavens! You old hag. Burning paper in the dead of night? Extinguish it at once. The guard, noticing the burning paper, rushed to intervene, concerned about a potential fire hazard. Yet the old woman continued her ritual, seemingly deaf to his protest, fixated on her mantra of eat more, eat more. Perhaps her son worked here and instructed her to do this, the guard mused, giving up on chastising her, likely to avoid further trouble. As they passed by the old woman, she suddenly stood and addressed Luo Chen directly. Young man, where are you going? Don't go, don't go. He is a ghost, she exclaimed, revealing her yellowed teeth. Crazy old woman, what nonsense are you spouting? The guard frowned, rebuking her. Meanwhile, Luo Chen observed the exchange. Assessing both the guard and the old woman, it was evident that the old woman was indeed a ghost, and the guard was also not what he seemed. Ghosts walk without their heels touching the ground, a detail Luo Chen had already noted, just as he prepared to expose their true identities. Two powerful beams of light suddenly illuminated the area. Put your hands up. In that instant, the old woman who had been burning paper vanished, leaving only the guard and Luo Chen behind, as though she had never existed. Approaching were three figures clad in police uniforms. One was tall and slender, bearing an expression of indifference. The second was a woman whose beauty and poise shone even in the darkness, her fair skin exuding an air of noble elegance. Most intriguing to Luo Chen, however, was the last officer, whose pale complexion and sullen demeanor caught his attention. A barely perceptible smile graced Luo Chen's lips as he noticed that this officer also walked with his heels elevated. Observing the gathering, Luo Chen sensed that the situation was becoming increasingly fascinating. Chapter 24, Officer Xia in the desolate, unfinished community of Panlong Bay. An unusual scene unfolded in the dead of night. Luo Chen, a security guard, and 3 police officers were present. The leading officer was a woman. And even in the darkness, Luo Chen could confidently assert that she was indeed a police flower. It was late, and as a young woman and a police officer, Xia Jingqing should not have been there. However, this was her first case. After all, 2 individuals had perished here the previous night. Xia Jingqing held a relatively high position within the police station, yet she was determined to prove that her rise was due to merit rather than connections. despite her advantageous background. Nonetheless, her reputation was somewhat overshadowed by her beauty, leading others to overlook her capabilities. This instilled in Xia Jingqing an urgent desire to validate her skills. Despite warnings from senior officers to avoid nighttime investigations, those living in the modern era, raised on tales of Edison and Marx, and educated in atomic theory, found it hard to entertain superstitions. Moreover, her companion, Captain Zhou, had received his education abroad from a young age, thus shared her skepticism towards supernatural tales. The fourth member of their group, a newly assigned officer who seemed somewhat unfamiliar, was also eager to join them in their investigation. "What brings you here at such an hour?" Xia Jingqing inquired coldly, her demeanor icy even as she spoke. "I merely lost my way," Luo Chen replied succinctly. From a criminal investigation perspective, you are quite likely a suspect," Captain Zhou sneered, his hand resting on his firearm. "From a physiognomy standpoint, both of you appear to bear misfortune," he added. "Such nonsense. Superstition and the supernatural," Captain Zhou retorted, his suspicion towards Luo Chen intensifying. Of course, if one were to scrutinize the situation closely, Luo Chen did indeed fit the profile of a suspect. "Extend your hands," Xia Jingqing commanded, her eyes scanning Luo Chen with an indifferent gaze as she approached, producing handcuffs. "Are you planning to cuff me?" Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, taken aback by her unreasonable demeanor. "I have my suspicions about you. You must accompany us to the station for questioning." "Please cooperate," Xia Jingqing stated, standing tall and imposing. The police uniform seemed to barely contain her figure, and under different circumstances, her presence could be deemed a rare beauty. "Comrade, you are mistaken. This place is haunted," Luo Chen cautioned. Yet, it was evident that no one would believe his words. "Extend your hands." "Haunted? You think such tales can deceive us?" Xia Jingqing looked at Luo Chen with disdain, believing he was either a suspect feigning innocence or someone lacking proper education to assert such claims. "Very well," Luo Chen complied, unwilling to escalate matters with the police, who, after all, did not seem malicious. After handcuffing him, they requested his identification. Captain Zhou glanced over Luo Chen's ID. A rural fellow from the county. No wonder he speaks of ghosts. Clearly, he lacks higher education, Zhou remarked dismissively. Rural areas are breeding grounds for superstition. Those from the countryside often cling to such beliefs, Luo Chen pointed out, hoping to reason with them. "Are you truly that timid? So many have died here. Yet you fear?" Captain Zhou scoffed at Luo Chen's apparent cowardice, regarding him as a young man lacking fortitude. "Furthermore, let me be clear, even if you are innocent, I shall reprimand you for your foolishness. To speak of the supernatural in earlier times could have led to your denunciation," Xia Jingqing asserted, embodying the authoritative demeanor of the older generation. She detested discussions of ghosts and deities, believing only in science and law. Thus, any mention of the supernatural before her instinctively drew her scorn towards the speaker. Had an elder mentioned such things, she might have been more lenient. However, the fact that a young man was doing so only fueled her disdain for Luo Chen. "Is there truly anyone like you in this day and age? Talking about vengeful spirits? How utterly absurd," Captain Zhou mocked, his expression rife with contempt. "Security comrade, please lead us out," Xia Jingqing instructed. Certainly, the security guard turned, his face hidden in shadows, suddenly grinning broadly, an exaggerated smile stretching from ear to ear. The security guard led the way while Xia Jingqing and Luo Chen followed in the middle, with the silent officer trailing behind, shrouded in darkness. As they walked, Xia Jingqing and Captain Zhou shone their flashlights around, firmly believing that ghosts did not exist. "Need a taxi?" A cab suddenly illuminated at the exit, and the driver leaned out to inquire. "No need. What business do you have here at this hour?" Xia Jingqing questioned. "I just dropped someone off and now have an empty cab," the driver explained amiably. "Our car is parked at the front gate. This complex is quite large, and a detour would take too long. Why not take his cab and let him drive us?" the previously silent officer suggested. "Yes, comrade, if you exit through the back. It would indeed be a long walk around," the security guard added. "Agreed," Captain Zhou conceded, acknowledging the size of the community. "Then we appreciate your assistance in this matter." They agreed, with the three men occupying the back seat while Xia Jingqing cheerfully took the front passenger seat. However, shortly after entering the vehicle, Xia Jingqing suddenly expressed her desire to switch seats. "Xiao Luo, perhaps you should sit in the front. I have a few questions to interrogate the suspect." Yet, Xiao Luo remained silent, his head lowered and face obscured. Luo Chen noticed that Xia Jingqing could no longer maintain her cool demeanor. Beads of sweat formed on her palms, back, and forehead, Despite her efforts to appear composed, it was a futile endeavor, as her body trembled slightly. Have you noticed something? Luo Chen smiled at Xia Jingqing. Appearing unfazed, Xia Jingqing nodded slowly, her face pale. What have you noticed? Captain Zhou furrowed his brow, inquiring. Luo Chen pointed to the taxi driver's identification. Captain Zhou glanced over just as the driver turned to look at him. After observing the driver, he compared the ID photo with the man's face, and upon recognition, he let out a scream that was more piercing than a slaughtered pig's cry. Chapter 25. The Fall of the Ming Dynasty, though somewhat dim. Captain Zhou was able to discern clearly in the faint light within the vehicle. The driver before him was none other than the one who had perished the previous night. How could he possibly be here to pick up passengers when his corpse remained in the morgue? Even as a man, Captain Zhou could not suppress a terrified scream. Summer Jingqing's instinctive reaction was to open the car door, but despite her efforts, it remained obstinately shut. I warned you, yet you refused to listen, Luo Chen sighed, exhaling deeply before abruptly breaking the handcuffs. He then calmly produced a cigarette, lit it, and offered one to Captain Zhou. Help! Help! Please! Captain Zhou's trembling voice echoed in panic, desperately grasping the door handle in an attempt to escape. At that moment, the police officer who had been bowing his head finally looked up, revealing a decaying visage smeared with dark muck, with a centipede writhing in his hollow eyes. Upon witnessing this ghastly sight, Captain Zhou could no longer contain himself. His face turned pale, and he even soiled himself. This prompted a frown from Luo Chen, who had initially planned to finish his cigarette before exiting the vehicle, but clearly, that was no longer feasible. He had overestimated the psychological resilience of his companions. Discarding the cigarette butt, Luo Chen delivered a powerful kick to the car door, sending it flying. Captain Zhou bolted from the vehicle, abandoning Summer Jingqing in his haste, prompting Luo Chen to reach for the passenger door. With a resounding bang, he tore the door open, but before he could utter a word, Summer Jingqing scrambled out and fled as well. Luo Chen stared, momentarily taken aback. Hey, where are you going? Did you not just claim there are no ghosts in this world, calling me timid? He called after them. However, the two were too frightened to respond, fleeing without a trace. Luo Chen turned his gaze to the taxi driver, whose head was tilted unnaturally, tongue dangling to his chest, while the other police officer had also turned, revealing an exceedingly repulsive, decayed face. Most alarming was the visage pressed against the rear window, none other than the deceased director's. Oh, you're not running? The driver intoned, his voice a low, unsettling rumble. Luo Chen, maintaining his composure, pulled out another cigarette and lit it, exhaling a plume of smoke towards the driver as he spoke. I fear you might escape. Dealing with such malevolent entities was a trivial matter for Luo Chen, the celestial being. He was disinclined to lift a finger. A gentle release of the aura from the Taiwan Sutra caused the malevolent spirits before him to disintegrate into ash. In an instant, the air was filled with pleas for mercy from the vengeful spirits, who were accustomed to instilling terror in the living. Yet, they were now the ones pleading for their lives, a first in their existence. However, their supplications bore no weight against Luo Chen, who possessed no compassion for any entity. Living or dead, should he harbor lethal intent? The entire neighborhood echoed with the cries and wails of spirits as Luo Chen dispatched them with ease. Not a single one able to withstand his prowess. Meanwhile, the two police officers had long fled, and Luo Chen paid them no heed. After cleansing the area of all malevolent spirits, Luo Chen dispersed the protective aura of the Taiwan Sutra, allowing him to sense the epicenter of the disturbance. It was located in the underground garage of the unfinished complex, towards the southeast, where a deep pit emitted a noxious black smoke, surrounded by a throng of vengeful spirits, with remnants of bone scattered around. Yet, Luo Chen felt no fear. Any ordinary monk or Taoist priest would likely hesitate to approach such a site, now transformed into an ink pit. Unfortunately for the spirits, they had encountered Luo Chen. As he prepared to take action, the spirits were suddenly drawn into the black mist, retreating instantly into an ancient coffin unearthed by construction workers. This coffin, exuding a sinister aura, was the source of the malevolent energy. Upon sensing Luo Chen's presence, the sound of nails scraping against the coffin echoed ominously. The coffin was adorned with dark talismans and bound with heavy iron chains, prompting a raised eyebrow from Luo Chen. Is it a zombie? He mused, recognizing the coffin's age and the potential intelligence of its occupant, a minor corpse king. Such a being could only be subdued by the innate energy of Taoist practices or the relics of a high Buddhist monk. Luo Chen surmised that the talismans had once been part of a formation that contained the minor corpse king, but the construction team had inadvertently disrupted it, exposing the coffin. With the formation broken, the minor corpse king could not escape, but was now capable of causing harm. Given that the complex was still unfinished and the land now belonged to Luo Chen, he would not allow such a scourge to remain. He reached out and tore down the talismans, unleashing a piercing shriek from within the coffin, followed by a cacophony as the chain shattered and the lid flew off. The air filled with a sound reminiscent of metal scraping, and a voice echoed, 500 years have passed since the Ming dynasty fell. At last, I can emerge. Thank you for releasing me. I am now free. Offer me your blood, and I shall grant you eternal life. With a swift motion, Luo Chen struck down, severing the head of the creature before it could complete its threat. Even a true corpse king would not be so arrogant, he retorted, unperturbed. Recognizing that his strength was more than sufficient to face such an entity. The Taiwan Sutra, embodying the essence of the sun and the most potent energies of the heavens, inherently countered malevolent beings, allowing Luo Chen to easily dispatch it. Were he of equal strength to the corpse king, he might have chosen to flee. What intrigued Luo Chen was how this creature had come to be sealed here. Circling the coffin, he watched as the malevolent energy dissipated, leaving nothing but ash. With a final kick, he obliterated the coffin. In the next moment, Luo Chen's eyes widened. Beneath the coffin lay a layer of crystal, transparent and resplendent, within which a red thread swirled. Remarkably, it was a juvenile dragon vein. Chapter 26. The breakup. Luo Chen initially believed that this place was merely a burial ground for corpses, but to his astonishment, it turned out to be a dragon vein, a true treasure indeed. Logically, locations with dragon veins should not harbor zombies or malevolent spirits. However, the ferocity of Panlong Bay was overwhelming. In truth, to bury a corpse within a dragon vein would be tantamount to courting death, as mere mortals could not withstand such immense cosmic forces. With a fierce determination, Luo Chen exerted all his strength and struck down, yet the crystal remained utterly unmoved. It was worth noting that Luo Chen's current strength was extraordinarily formidable, yet even a single punch failed to shatter it. Nevertheless, this did not thwart his resolve. He simply excavated the entire crystal and departed with it in his arms. Where there is spirit in the world, there lies a dragon vein, a splendid conduit for gathering spiritual energy. With this crystal in his possession, Luo Chen could activate the seed he held, a seed that promised to awaken the divine repository within him, allowing him to embark on his path of cultivation. Furthermore, it would grant him the extraordinary ability of clairvoyance. Upon exiting the residential complex, Luo Chen found Xia Jingqing and Captain Zhou collapsed on the ground, having fainted. With a sigh, he made a phone call to summon a taxi. He did not call for an ambulance, for he believed that neither of them was in serious trouble. They had simply been startled, their vital energy slightly drained by the sinister entities, and with some rest, they would soon recover. As the taxi approached, Luo Chen gently tapped on the heads of the two unconscious individuals, and they stirred awake. He refrained from accompanying them back, instructing the taxi to take them home instead. Captain Zhou, dazed, expressed his gratitude, while Xia Jingqing appeared particularly fragile, as if deeply affected by the events, evoking a sense of compassion in Luo Chen. He understood her predicament. Her long-held beliefs and worldview had been shattered, and it was entirely natural for her to struggle with this upheaval. Upon returning to the hotel, Luo Chen felt too weary even to bathe. He simply sat cross-legged and placed the withered seed atop the crystal. To his astonishment, the seed began to revive visibly, becoming plump and lustrous. Ultimately, a slightly swollen purple seed manifested in Luo Chen's hand. Instead of consuming it immediately, he placed it at his brow, where it gradually vanished into his third eye. In that instant, an overwhelming aura surged through him, and time within the room seemed to freeze momentarily before resuming its course. Two palpable energies surged from his nostrils, transforming Luo Chen's essence in that very moment. The Taiwan scripture had been fully activated, and a swirling vortex akin to a galaxy erupted from his purple dantian. If one were to observe, they would notice that the starry river within him was dim and lifeless, save for one star that had ignited, radiating a brilliant luminescence. With the divine repository activated, Luo Chen felt a rush of clarity and vigor. His previously youthful and delicate visage now exuded an ethereal aura. Throughout his encounters, whether intimidating Yi Shuang on the train or confronting Hong Biao at Highway Cottage, he had been relying on the protective essence of the Taiwan scripture. However, that essence was scarce, and had his divine repository not been dormant, he would have been reluctant to utilize it. Now, with the awakening of his divine repository, Luo Chen had officially embarked on the path of cultivation. As he retracted the protective aura, his overall presence diminished slightly, by worldly standards. He was now akin to a master, capable only of externalizing his inner energy. Without the protective essence, he could not withstand a bullet. Upon opening his eyes, he found that he could see through the walls, perceiving everything clearly in the neighboring spaces. Yet, he quickly withdrew his gaze. This was the miraculous ability granted by the seed clairvoyance. A smile crept across his face as he recalled the stone gambling event from the previous day. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman received an unexpected phone call at home. Xiaoman, I wanted to give you a heads up. Don't say that Zhang Gu isn't considerate. I intend to dismiss Luo Chen. The voice on the line declared. After hanging up, Zhang Xiaoman hesitated momentarily before resolving to break up with Luo Chen the following day. At the same time, Luo Chen received a call. Hello, Luo Chen. I'm sorry, I just finished filming. By the way, would you like to join me for dinner at Tianya residence tomorrow night? It was Lon Bayer's voice on the other end. Sure, Luo Chen replied without hesitation. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, Luo Chen arrived at the office, where an unusual atmosphere prevailed. Everyone was curious about how the previous night's events had unfolded, yet none dared to inquire of Luo Chen. The only one who glared at him with malice was Zhang Hai, who had intended to find an excuse to terminate Luo Chen's employment that very day. However, it happened to be Zhang Xiaoman's birthday, and she seemed to have her own agenda. While she did not oppose Zhang Hai's plan to dismiss Luo Chen, she requested that he postpone the decision until the following day. Luo Chen, are you free for dinner tonight? Zhang Xiaoman approached him in the break room, where he sat alone. It was evident that the awkwardness stemming from the previous night had led others to deliberately avoid him. Tonight? Luo Chen frowned. He had already committed to dining with Lon Bayer. I can't. I've promised to dine with someone else. Actually, it's not just dinner. I have some matters I'd like to discuss with you, Zhang Xiaoman explained. Luo Chen furrowed his brow. He wished to resolve matters with her as well, as prolonging the situation was unwise. He had intended to seek an opportunity to break up with Zhang Xiaoman the previous night. But the incident with Hong Biao had interrupted him, and he had subsequently committed to attending the auction at Yi Jingtian's request. However, now was not the time for such discussions, especially while at work. He had already promised Lon Bayer, and he was not one to back out once he made a commitment. You must come to Tianya residence tonight, Zhang Xiaoman insisted before departing. Luo Chen was taken aback by the coincidence. It was indeed the same Tianya residence. After she left, he joined Hu Xinxin, who sat nearby. Do you think it's appropriate for me to address this today? She inquired. What is inappropriate about it? You should cut ties with a man like that sooner rather than later. You're on different levels. You have deigned to lower yourself, but he can never reach you. Hu Xinxin encouraged. On the other side, Lon Bayer's manager observed her tossing clothes everywhere and asked, Hey, who are you planning to date tonight? Starting to choose outfits this early? Tell me, if I confess to a very self-assured man or a deeply enigmatic one on our first date, do you think I would be rejected? Lon Bayer suddenly posed the question. Chapter 27. Who leaves whom, oh dear? Such words are unbecoming of you, Lon Bayer. You are the national goddess, a dream for countless men. How could you possibly fear rejection? Lon Bayer's manager expressed astonishment. Do tell, who is the object of your affections? What is their background? Are they handsome? The manager's curiosity ignited like a roaring flame. For a man who could capture the attention of a star like Lon Bayer was sure to pique interest. I know nothing at all. Besides, even if he lacks wealth, I can support him. And if he isn't conventionally handsome, that is a matter of my own taste. Lon Bayer chuckled lightly, dismissing her manager's concerns. Oh, so you intend to keep a pretty boy? Her manager replied, increasingly bewildered. I'm only jesting. While I haven't gotten to know him deeply, I am certain he is far from ordinary. You see, I once believed that with my looks and status, few could catch my eye, no matter who it was. I felt entitled to stand beside them. Yet upon meeting him, I found myself feeling somewhat inferior, Lon Bayer admitted, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. The thought of being a superstar, desired by many men, now left her anxious about whether she was worthy of Luo Chen's attention. Which man could possibly be so remarkable? You, a star of your caliber, feeling inferior? Her manager pondered. It's hard to fathom, yet my instincts tell me he is not an average person. Perhaps someone beyond my reach. Lon Bayer remained apprehensive. A woman's intuition is often quite acute. Although Luo Chen appeared ordinary, far removed from the wealthy heirs pursuing her, she was convinced there was more beneath the surface. Enough, Bayer. If you like him, pursue him boldly. You are the national goddess. Have a little confidence. Her manager encouraged. Despite her surprise, Meanwhile, at the hospital, Xia Jingqing, a policewoman, found herself surrounded by admirers. As an esteemed officer, her presence naturally attracted attention, especially after an incident that had garnered much intrigue. She had also discovered that the officer who had encouraged them to act recklessly, Officer Luo, had perished 3 years ago during a capture operation. Having studied criminal investigation, Xia Jingqing was not easily misled. Her professionalism was undeniable. Though she had been startled the night before, upon reflection, she began to find Luo Chen suspicious. It was clear to her that he had noticed the security guard and the police officer had ulterior motives, yet he failed to alert them. Now, Xia Jingqing was eager to locate Luo Chen, not only to investigate but also because she had developed a skin condition resembling livor mortis. With her background, she knew she could not misidentify such a thing. Had this occurred before last night, she would have sought medical attention, but after the events of that evening, she felt compelled to find Luo Chen. Please help me look into a person named Luo Chen, Xia Jingqing instructed a senior colleague, who promptly complied without further inquiry. As the afternoon came to a close, Lon Bayer had made elaborate preparations. She had invited a renowned pianist and arranged for flowers. She sensed that this man was someone she must capture at all costs. Luo Chen, having returned to the hotel for a quick shower, finally drove the Lamborghini gifted by the Yi family to Tianya residence. Though not an upscale restaurant, Tianya residence boasted a stylish and romantic atmosphere, often frequented by young couples celebrating special occasions. It spanned 2 levels, allowing a view of the first floor from the second. Although the time Lon Bayer had set for their meeting had not yet arrived, Luo Chen arrived early due to an agreement with Zhang Xiaoman. Upon entering, Luo Chen was taken aback to find a gathering of people, including Zhang Xiaoman and numerous friends and colleagues. A large birthday cake dominated the hall, and laughter filled the air. Luo Chen paused, pondering, whose birthday could it be? In his previous life, he would have remembered, but in this current existence, he had long since lost interest in Zhang Xiaoman, her birthday now a distant memory. Oh, look who it is, the boyfriend. What, did you come empty-handed? Hu Xinxin remarked sarcastically upon seeing Luo Chen arrive with empty hands, as if he had committed a grave error. Zhang Hai and the others regarded Luo Chen with indifference and disdain. They were secretly delighted that he had not brought a gift. Already aware of Zhang Xiaoman's intention to break up with him at the party, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Your birthday? Luo Chen feigned recollection, directing his question towards Zhang Xiaoman. What? You can't even remember your girlfriend's birthday? Li Rui chimed in, mocking him. She held a low opinion of Luo Chen, convinced he would never amount to anything and was unworthy of Zhang Xiaoman. My apologies, I forgot. Luo Chen replied without a glance at Li Rui, offering a simple apology to Zhang Xiaoman instead. Meanwhile, Li Rui's boyfriend, Wang Kai, stood beside her, bandaged and visibly displeased. Still unaware of the previous night's events, and under the impression that Hong Biao had let them go out of kindness. Luo Chen, you've crossed the line, Zhang Xiaoman stated, stunned that he had forgotten her birthday. Her only reason for dating him had been his genuine affection. And now that he could not even remember this significant date, it seemed that sincerity had vanished. Fortunately, she had already decided to end things with him. Luo Chen furrowed his brow. He had intended to break up with Zhang Xiaoman, but today was her birthday, and it felt inappropriate to do so. Perhaps I should go buy something, he suggested, turning to leave, not wishing to be overly insensitive. Forget it, Luo Chen, Zhang Xiaoman sighed, feigning disappointment. Yet internally, she felt a twinge of joy. This way, if she ended things with Luo Chen, her guilt would lessen. Luo Chen, what can you possibly buy at this hour? A street vendor's wares? Li Rui scoffed. If you're short on cash, I could lend you some, Hu Xinxin chimed in, her demeanor suggesting she was eager for entertainment. Luo Chen, undeterred by their remarks, genuinely intended to find a gift. However, at that moment, Zhang Xiaoman spoke up. Luo Chen, let us break up. Let us break up. He echoed without hesitation, a simple agreement devoid of doubt. He had planned to convey this very sentiment, but out of respect for Zhang Xiaoman's birthday, he had refrained. Now that she had initiated the breakup, he found it a relief that he no longer had to navigate the complexities of the situation. Both Zhang Xiaoman and the onlookers were taken aback, as this was not the outcome they had anticipated. Chapter 28. Competing for a man. Luo Chen's succinct and straightforward response left the onlookers momentarily stunned. It was as if everyone anticipated a dramatic struggle, akin to witnessing a robbery, eagerly waiting for the victim to resist and stubbornly refuse to part with their wealth. However, to their astonishment, the victim calmly retrieved his wallet and handed it over to the assailant, saying, "Here, Take it. How could they possibly revel in Luo Chen's humiliation now? This situation was decidedly amiss. Zhang Xiaoman stood frozen, her face a mask of disbelief. She too sensed that something was wrong. She had not expected Luo Chen to agree so readily. In her mind, if she were to say, let's break up, Luo Chen would undoubtedly plead with tears in his eyes, grasping her hand and imploring her not to end their relationship. She envisioned herself towering above him in a haughty tone, trampling on his dignity while declaring that he was unworthy of her. Moreover, she had chosen to utter these words at her birthday party to publicly demonstrate that Luo Chen was not deserving of her, to prove to everyone around her that she, Zhang Xiaoman, had high standards. She imagined Luo Chen would be on his knees, begging her with a plethora of reasons not to part ways, allowing her to flaunt her superiority in front of her colleagues. Yet, the unfolding scene was entirely contrary to her expectations, even opposite. Luo Chen's demeanor suggested he was almost eager for the breakup. Hey, Luo, what do you mean by that? Hu Xinxin was the first to react, her voice laced with reproach. What do you mean? Luo Chen replied, visibly irritated. What did you just say? Zhang Xiaoman finally found her voice, her disbelief palpable. At that moment, she felt as if Luo Chen had indeed just proposed the breakup, prompting her to ask again in a daze. Shouldn't that have been his line? I said okay, Luo Chen responded coolly. Did you not hear me? I said, let us break up. Zhang Xiaoman took a step forward, seeking confirmation. Convinced Luo Chen should not be reacting this way. I heard you, and I said okay. Luo Chen's indifference was evident, his demeanor growing increasingly cold. At this, Zhang Xiaoman felt a sharp pang in her heart. It was inconceivable that this man could be so indifferent, so cold, even if she had ended things. He should at least be begging her not to. Luo, shouldn't you try to hold on a little? Hu Xinxin questioned, sensing the oddity of the situation. Shouldn't you at least ask why? Zhang Xiaoman, still unwilling to accept the reality, believed Luo Chen should not react in this manner. Why should I? Luo Chen replied with a nonchalant air, as if dismissing a piece of trash he had thrown into a bin. His attitude struck Zhang Xiaoman with a jolt. Did he truly regard her as nothing more than refuse, something to be discarded? Luo Chen, I am exceedingly disappointed in you, she sobbed unexpectedly, feeling as though she had been the one cast aside despite being the one to instigate the breakup. The wave of distress overwhelmed her, and she could not help but cry. Xiaoman, don't cry. He is not worth it. Hu Xinxin comforted her while casting a disdainful glance at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, 3 years of our university relationship, and you turned out to be this kind of person. Zhang Xiaoman wiped her tears and pointed an accusatory finger at him. Oh, I'm quite curious to know what you think I am. Luo Chen's reaction sent Zhang Xiaoman into a panic. You came to my house with nothing but some shabby tea leaves. Do you have any idea how humiliating that was in front of my parents? She lashed out, her voice rising in hysteria. You have no car, no house, and when you came to the company, you didn't even bother to dress well. My colleagues laughed at me. Everyone around me has bought cars, and you can't even afford an electric bike. Luo Chen, be honest with yourself, with my beauty. Why would I be with someone like you? I was merely pitying you. Her words, while revealing her materialistic nature, were cloaked in the guise of indignation. As if Luo Chen had wronged her. Thank you for your pity. I no longer require it, Luo Chen replied, still unconcerned. You? A person like you deserves to be single for life. Let me tell you, Luo Chen, if it weren't for my pity, do you really think you could find a girlfriend? Countless people pursue me, Zhang Xiaoman. Just look at yourself and see if you're worthy of me. Zhang Xiaoman defined Luo Chen, fully aware of his situation. He had no wealth, no background, and no influence. In Xinzhou, he was merely an ordinary worker. I'm truly sorry for wasting your time. Let us part ways now. Luo Chen maintained his indifferent demeanor, but the more aloof he appeared, the more Zhang Xiaoman felt unease creeping into her heart. Luo, have you looked in the mirror? You dress like a beggar, have no background or money. Just a country bumpkin. Xiaoman deserves better than to be with someone like you, Li Rui chimed in, joining Zhang Xiaoman in her derision of Luo Chen. Exactly. Take a good look at yourself. If it weren't for Xiaoman, do you think you'd even have a chance to work at our company? You'd probably still be toiling away in the countryside, others echoed, eager to join in the scornful chorus. Luo Chen, listen well. I, Zhang Xiaoman, no longer want you. Your life is completely over. With the support of those around her, Zhang Xiaoman regained some confidence and pointed haughtily at him. You'll never find a woman who likes you, she asserted. Oh, that is not necessarily true. A sudden, icy voice cut through the tension, laced with sarcasm. Then, a melody began to play, the exquisite notes of a piano cascading down from the upper floor, dispelling the awkwardness in the air. The music was lively and filled with affection. And then came the lyrics. I like your cool demeanor, your speech so swift. The song was playful yet deeply emotional. The atmosphere, once fraught with tension, transformed as this sweet melody filled the room. Everyone turned to see a woman gracefully descending the staircase, her long hair cascading down, clad in a stunning purple dress that was both elegant and captivating. A spotlight, arranged in advance, illuminated her, making her the center of attention, breathtakingly beautiful, rendering all the other women present mere shadows in comparison. The song, clearly a confession of love, resonated in the air, and anyone who could understand Chinese would recognize its intent. The competition for your affection is fierce. I want to take your hand and cross the street. We need not traverse too many maps. The next stop is called happiness. No way. Zhang Hai and Hu Xinxin suddenly realized something. Their faces filled with disbelief. Lon Bayer was a name everyone recognized, unless one was entirely disconnected from the internet. There was no way not to know her. She was indeed a true star. At this moment, however, Lon Bayer is unexpectedly about to confess her feelings to someone. As the song has already conveyed her intentions so clearly, Zhang Xiaoman wears a look of astonishment, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief, and she too considers a possibility. No, that is simply out of the question. Chapter 29. Lesson subsequently, another beam of light fell directly upon Luo Chen, drawing the attention of the crowd once more to him. It was not until this moment that Zhang Hai and his companions suddenly realized that this seemingly impossible notion had transformed into a tangible reality. Zhang Xiaoman was rendered speechless, as were Zhang Hai, Hu Xinxin, and everyone present. Bai Bayer, with a blend of shyness and bashfulness, held a bouquet of red roses in her hands, stepping gracefully towards Luo Chen amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. In her radiant presence, Zhang Xiaoman and the others felt as if they were mere ugly ducklings gazing upon a beautiful swan. Moreover, the expressions on Zhang Xiaoman, Li Rui, and Hu Xinxin's faces suddenly morphed into a kaleidoscope of emotions. This was an expression of love. The national goddess Bai Bayer was, astonishingly, professing her affection for Luo Chen. The crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. The atmosphere grew palpably silent, allowing even the sound of breathing to be heard. How could this be? The national goddess, of all people, was declaring her love for someone like Luo Chen? Just moments ago, they had mocked and derided him, only to be swiftly silenced by this unexpected turn of events. How could they possibly look down upon Luo Chen when even someone of Bai Bayer's stature was expressing her affection for him? In comparison to Bai Bayer, what were they? They were simply not in the same league, unable to compete at all. After all, setting aside Bai Bayer's undeniable beauty, her status as a superstar far surpassed that of these ordinary office workers. No matter how proud Zhang Xiaoman was, she could not claim to be more beautiful than Bai Bayer. In comparison, Zhang Xiaoman was but an ugly duckling. Just moments ago, she had declared that Luo Chen would never attract a woman's interest, and now he was publicly being professed to by someone who eclipsed her in every conceivable way. To put it bluntly, even if Zhang Xiaoman were to undergo plastic surgery, she might still not measure up to Bai Bayer, given the latter's innate grace. Approaching Luo Chen, Bai Bayer cast a haughty glance at Zhang Xiaoman, her expression laced with provocation. I wonder where your confidence stems from. A man as wonderful as him, and you claim he is not worthy of you? My dear miss, your standards are quite lofty, Bai Bayer remarked with a light chuckle. This statement instantly flushed Zhang Xiaoman's face with embarrassment, and the scornful words she had just aimed at Luo Chen now felt like a mockery of herself. The heat radiating from her face made her wish to find a hole to hide in. And it wasn't just Zhang Xiaoman, Zhang Hai, and Hu Xinxin felt a similar burning sensation on their faces. Luo Chen, have you been cheating on me all along? Zhang Xiaoman accused, realizing why Luo Chen had been so indifferent towards her and why he had remained so composed earlier. At this moment, she confronted him like a shrew. Bah, you scoundrel. Hu Xinxin chimed in, adding fuel to the fire, seemingly attempting to reclaim some dignity. Let us not assume the worst of others. I've only known Luo Chen for 3 days, Bai Bayer replied with grace and poise. This response, in turn, made Hu Xinxin and her companions appear even more like scorned harpies, revealing their inferiority as they were overshadowed by Bai Bayer. Zhang Xiaoman, I have long been aware of your affair with Qin Chao. Do you understand? Luo Chen spoke coldly. What? You? Zhang Xiaoman panicked, for it was she who had truly been unfaithful. So, it seems we should have broken up a while ago, Shun Tiwi. Yesterday, I intended to bring it up, but due to last night's events, I postponed it. I meant to mention it before coming here today, but I didn't expect it to be your birthday. Out of respect for you, I refrained from doing so. Yet, you, Zhang Xiaoman, had the audacity to bring it up, Was it to humiliate me, or to wait for me to beg for your forgiveness? Zhang Xiaoman, the one thing I regret in this life is having you as my girlfriend. I have treated you well, but what about you? Enough of the past. I do not wish to dwell on it. If you deem me unworthy, then let us part ways. Luo Chen's words were not overly harsh, yet they clarified all matters at hand. In that moment, it became evident to everyone present that it was not Zhang Xiaoman who had discarded Luo Chen, but rather Luo Chen who had cast her aside. The sting of his words left her utterly humiliated. Humph! Bullying a girl, what kind of man are you? At that moment, Li Rui's boyfriend, Wang Kai, stepped forward. What? Do you have a problem? Luo Chen replied, his patience wearing thin. Give this arrogant fool a lesson, Kai? Hu Xinxin urged, unable to swallow her indignation. Yes, show him he is not as important as he thinks. Li Rui echoed, inciting further confrontation. Despite having sustained injuries the previous night, Wang Kai, a champion of Sanda, was confident in handling an ordinary person like Luo Chen, dismissing him entirely. Meanwhile, Bai Baier regarded the unfolding scene with a look of disbelief, stepping aside with an air of understanding. Having witnessed Luo Chen in action before, she knew these individuals were about to learn a harsh lesson. You little fool, I wanted to teach you a lesson yesterday, and today you've come looking for trouble. Wang Kai declared, disregarding the bandages on his body as he prepared to strike Luo Chen with one hand. Are you that confident? Luo Chen scoffed disdainfully. Humph. When I was training in Sanda, you were still playing in the mud, Wang Kai sneered. Some colleagues, witnessing the escalating tension, mustered the courage to intervene. Luo Chen, why not just apologize to Xiaoman? One female colleague suggested. Yes, Luo Chen, a wise man doesn't engage in needless conflict. However, Luo Chen remained unmoved. Seeing this, Wang Kai was slightly taken aback, but he had been defeated by a Dao just the previous night. Yet, he still considered himself the Sanda champion. Having trained in Sanda for several years, he was confident that even with injuries, he could dispatch Luo Chen without difficulty. If you insist on seeking your own demise, I won't stop you, but the price may be one you cannot afford. Luo Chen retorted, now thoroughly provoked and prepared to retaliate. If I knock your teeth out, let us see if you can still utter those words. Wang Kai threatened, his demeanor menacing. Towering over Luo Chen, he looked down with disdain. Humph! You dare challenge our Kai? You should consider your own worth. Zhang Hai sneered, eagerly anticipating Wang Kai delivering a thorough beating to Luo Chen. After all, having been humiliated by Luo Chen repeatedly, he was eager to see him brought low. Li Rui and Hu Xinxin also wore expressions of anticipation. For Luo Chen had just dealt them a significant blow, and now they sought retribution. One colleague even tugged at Luo Chen's sleeve, suggesting, Luo Chen, perhaps you should just admit your fault. He was among the few in the company who stood with Luo Chen, disapproving of the bullying behavior exhibited by Wang Kai and Zhang Hai. It was apparent that the couple had been enjoying their time together. But these individuals were intent on stirring trouble, seeking to provoke a breakup. When the inevitable blowback occurred, they absurdly sought to retaliate against Luo Chen. Such behavior was inexcusable. However, Luo Chen gave a slight nod and then presented a reassuring expression to the other party. The individual glanced at Wang Kai and, under the threatening gazes of Zhang Hai and his group, ultimately retreated. Today, I shall make you aware that individuals like you, from the lower echelons of society, ought not to provoke those of our esteemed status. Wang Kai, who has always held himself in high regard, declared this and then moved to seize Luo Chen by the collar. Chapter 30. Another encounter. Just as Wang Kai extended his hand, a mocking smile crossed Luo Chen's lips. In a flash, he reached out and firmly grasped Wang Kai's hand. A true expert reveals their prowess immediately. Wang Kai's expression shifted abruptly, realizing his grave mistake. He had underestimated his opponent. In disbelief, he thought, you? As Wang Kai struggled to comprehend the situation, Luo Chen stepped back with his left foot, exhaled, and with a swift twist of his waist, executed a shoulder throw that sent Wang Kai flying. Wang Kai was launched several meters away, crashing to the ground outside the entrance with a resounding thud, disoriented and unable to rise. Witnessing the altercation, the onlookers quickly turned their attention to the unfolding drama. Wang Kai was seething with anger. Having been taken down in one move yesterday, he found himself in the same predicament today. Was this some sort of curse? Did they truly believe his title as a champion in Sanda was merely bought? Suppressing the agony coursing through him, Wang Kai roared in fury and managed to stand. Yet, barely upright, Luo Chen delivered another kick, showing no mercy this time. Not everyone had the privilege to provoke him. He was a dignified immortal. just as he had asserted the previous day when Wang Kai had pressured him to drink. You think you are worthy to share a drink with me? In Luo Chen's eyes, Wang Kai was utterly unworthy. The impact of that kick echoed as multiple bones in Wang Kai's body fractured, rendering him unconscious. Not every occasion finds me in a good mood, Luo Chen remarked coldly, smirking at the crumpled figure of Wang Kai on the ground. At that moment, Luo Chen turned sharply, causing Zhang Hai and his companions to instinctively recoil, as if he were a ferocious beast. They were struck with fear. If Wang Kai, the champion, could be so easily subdued, what fate awaited them should Luo Chen direct his attention toward them? The colleague who had previously expressed concern for Luo Chen now wore a look of astonishment. Just moments ago, they had worried for him, only to realize their fears were unfounded. Luo Chen had concealed his true capabilities remarkably well. Most astonished of all was Zhang Xiaoman, who realized that Luo Chen had transformed into someone she scarcely recognized. She had believed she knew him well, yet now found herself oblivious to many aspects of his character. In her memories, Luo Chen was merely a studious recluse who had never even set foot on a basketball court during their college days. How could he possibly possess such martial skills? He's killed him. Call the police. Li Rue screamed, dashing outside to behold the unconscious Wang Kai. You're finished. Regardless of Wang Kai's condition, you're done for. I'm calling the authorities. She shouted at Luo Chen. Humph, a bunch of insignificant insects, Luo Chen retorted with a detached smile. It was pitiful how they sought to embarrass him, only to have the tables turned, and now they wanted to summon the police, truly a combination of pathetic and despicable. At that moment, a police car arrived, halting at the roadside. Xia Jingqing stepped out. Officer, just in time. He assaulted someone. Li Rue rushed forward, incessantly gesturing toward Luo Chen in a frantic attempt to report the offense. Quickly, apprehend this villain. This uncouth peasant assaulted him. Please mind your language, Xia Jingqing said, her brow furrowing as she displayed signs of displeasure. Did you strike him? She asked, approaching Luo Chen. He nodded slightly. Oh. Surprisingly, Xia Jingqing's reaction was subdued. She did not take the expected action of arresting Luo Chen, leaving those present momentarily bewildered. As she surveyed the crowd, her irritation grew. What are you staring at? Call for an ambulance. That officer, next time, don't engage in public brawls, Xia Jingqing advised Luo Chen, her impression of him remaining favorable, especially since he had rescued her the previous night. She was reluctant to believe he was a bad person. Are you not going to arrest him? Zhang Hai pressed, increasingly uneasy about the situation, fearing that Xia Jingqing would indeed take action against Luo Chen. Do I need your guidance on how to do my job? It was merely a fight, not murder, Xia Jingqing replied, her impatience palpable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai fell silent, recognizing the authority of the officer before him. We'll handle it through civil mediation later. I've already given him a verbal warning, she stated, implying that it was as though Luo Chen had been the victim. Li Rue, feeling disgruntled, dialed the police again, but fate seemed to conspire against her. The area was under the jurisdiction of Captain Zhou, who had just contacted Xia Jingqing. I'm already on the scene. Everything is fine. Yes, it's Luo Chen here. You need not worry. I will take care of it. Li Rue was left speechless. You are in cahoots. Must I repeat myself? If you don't call for an ambulance, he may truly be in trouble, Xia Jingqing said, her demeanor toward Li Rue growing increasingly curt. Are you here to find me? Luo Chen inquired. Yes, I want to be with you. Xia Jingqing responded candidly. Her words nearly led to a misunderstanding for Luo Chen. Had he unwittingly attracted romantic interest? Zhang Hai and his companions stood in stunned silence, particularly Zhang Xiaoman, who felt as though she had been stabbed in the chest. To be frank, Xia Jingqing was undeniably a striking beauty, tall, with fair skin and mesmerizing eyes, exuding a unique charm that made her stunningly beautiful. Even in comparison to Lan Bayer, she was equally captivating. Now, witnessing a police officer openly expressing her affection for Luo Chen, Zhang Xiaoman felt thoroughly disheartened. Why was even the policewoman vying for his attention? However, it was Lan Bayer who first reacted, suddenly linking her arm with Luo Chen's. I'm sorry, but you're too late. He is mine, she declared defiantly, casting a challenging glance at Xia Jingqing, fearful that Luo Chen might be taken away. Realizing her verbal slip, Xia Jingqing hastily clarified, No. I meant I want him to stay with me during this time. Her true intention was to have Luo Chen by her side for comfort after the previous night's ordeal, compounded by her current state of distress. Yet, her words only deepened the misunderstanding. One must respect the order of declarations. I confessed first, Lan Bayer exclaimed, her pale face rising in indignation as she clung tightly to Luo Chen, unwilling to yield. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman felt utterly lost. She had previously insisted that without Luo Chen, her life would be over, that he would never find another girlfriend and would remain single forever. Yet now, not only was a famous star pursuing him, but a police officer was also vying for his affection. It seemed as though two women were competing for one man. Leaving Zhang Xiaoman with a sense of loss, she began to question her worth in comparison to Lan Baier and Xia Jingqing, both of whom possessed a beauty and grace that left her feeling inadequate. With a bitter smile, she reflected that perhaps she had misjudged Luo Chen. He was not as exceptional as she had thought. After all, his family was merely of average means. Hadn't she seen that he couldn't even afford a car? Following him would only lead to hardship and ridicule. How pretentious. Hu Xinxin remarked sarcastically. Who would care for a man who can't even afford a car? Yet, as fate would have it, a group of individuals was already gathered at the entrance. At that moment, a server hurried over and inquired, "Whose car is that at the entrance? The yellow Lamborghini?" Chapter 31. A clash of beauties. Whose car is that at the entrance? The yellow Lamborghini? The waiter inquired politely. What is the matter? Luo Chen turned around and asked, "Could you please move it? It's blocking someone's vehicle." Upon hearing that the owner was present, the waiter's face brightened. For such a supercar, a Lamborghini, was still a rarity in New State. "All right, I'll move it right away." After this commotion, Luo Chen lost his appetite and decided to leave. "TCH, what a good pretender. I'll be watching you drive away in that Lamborghini," Zhang highly scoffed from a distance. He could not believe that the Lamborghini belonged to Luo Chen, nor could anyone else, especially since Zhang Xiaoman repeatedly claimed that Luo Chen hailed from a small county. The most skeptical was certainly Zhang Xiaoman herself, who had been in a relationship with Luo Chen for over a year in college. How could she not know the truth of his background? A Lamborghini? Don't be ridiculous. Being able to afford a car would be remarkable enough. However, in the next moment, right before everyone's eyes, Luo Chen pulled out a set of car keys from his pocket and, with a click, the Lamborghini indeed unlocked. Zhang Hai stood there, speechless, as he suddenly recalled mocking Luo Chen the day before for not being able to afford a luxury vehicle worth over $1 million. Now, he could not find the words to laugh. The disparities between them were too great. As Luo Chen prepared to depart, Zhang Xiaoman, unable to accept the situation, taunted, "Luo Chen, you've been hiding so much from me. What else don't I know about you? Let us not kid ourselves. You should first reflect on your own conscience. What happened with Chen Chao? From now on, we'll each go our separate ways." Luo Chen turned decisively, unwilling to engage further with Zhang Xiaoman. Meanwhile, Xia Jingqing and Lan Baier, far from leaving, rushed to enter the Lamborghini. Many onlookers turned their heads, captivated by the luxurious car and stunning women. Such a life was the envy of many men. Even Zhang Hai felt a twinge of jealousy. With a long, resounding roar, the Lamborghini disappeared from sight. Zhang Xiaoman suddenly felt a wave of regret wash over her. Had she treated Luo Chen better? It could have been her stepping into that car. Zhang Hai and the others felt the awkwardness settle in. Li Rui and Hu Xinxin exchanged glances of dismay as they watched the Lamborghini vanish. Just yesterday, they had derided Luo Chen as a bumpkin and a pauper. But if those who drove Lamborghinis were considered poor, then what did that make them? Beggars? They had been boasting about their own boyfriends in front of Zhang Xiaoman, mocking Luo Chen, yet now, it became clear that their boyfriends could hardly compare to Luo Chen. As she watched Luo Chen leave, tears streamed down Zhang Xiaoman's face. She realized how little she truly understood him. The man whom policewomen and celebrities competed to associate with had just been dismissed by her so easily. Remembering the kindness Luo Chen had shown her during their university days, her emotions became a tangled mess. She bit her lip fiercely, allowing the tears to flow. After a long silence, Zhang Hai finally spoke. "Xiaoman, don't worry. I'll take care of this. If he dares to come to the company tomorrow, I'll make sure he pays for this humiliation." Zhang Hai glared in the direction Luo Chen had gone, promising himself he would expel him the next day without any reason. He could not swallow his pride after today's incident. Despite being flanked by two stunning beauties, one alluring and the other aloof, Luo Chen felt anything but joyous. The two women had unexpectedly followed him into the hotel. He had intended to spend his evening in solitude, but their presence was a distraction. "Humph, I knew you were not an ordinary person," Xia Jingqing remarked, her naivety overshadowed by the understanding that this location was not one frequented by just anyone with wealth. As they passed through the lobby, many envious gazes were cast upon the trio, It was assumed that Luo Chen must be extraordinarily wealthy to attract such beautiful companions. Clearly, Luo Chen had underestimated the determination of these two women, who followed him all the way to his suite. Once inside, they took it upon themselves to act as if they were the mistresses of the house. One went to boil water, while the other began tidying up the bedding. Xia Jingqing's fear, compounded by the presence of the corpse mark, drove her actions, while Lan Baier, concerned for Xia Jingqing, felt a competitive urge to match her. What are you two planning? Luo Chen could no longer contain himself. As they were both young women, he did not want to resort to force. I want to stay with you for a while, Xia Jingqing replied bluntly, failing to see any impropriety in her words. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for a man and woman to share a room? Lan Baier coldly retorted, realizing her own plans to confess were being thwarted. Determined, she felt the need to step up her game. Well, if you think it's inappropriate, you can stay too, Xia Jingqing shot back defiantly. You think I would leave? Lan Baier retorted, puffing out her chest proudly. A palpable tension filled the room as the two women began to clash. However, both were careful not to provoke Luo Chen beyond a certain limit. How about you both sleep in the living room? Luo Chen suggested. No way, I'm scared. And besides, I need you to check on my condition, Xia Jingqing insisted, pulling up her shirt to reveal her smooth abdomen. Lan Baier, misunderstanding Xia Jingqing's intentions, assumed she was trying to seduce Luo Chen and refused to be outdone. She too lifted her shirt, revealing her own toned midriff, even adjusting her outfit to show off a bit of lace. Luo Chen, look at me, Lan Baier declared, casting a challenging glance at Xia Jingqing. Seeing both beauties in such states, Luo Chen nearly suffered a nosebleed. What are you two doing? Move aside and stop causing trouble. Look at the corpse mark below my belly button, Xia Jingqing exclaimed, pushing Lan Baier aside as she approached Luo Chen to show him more clearly. In Xia Jingqing's mind, having a corpse mark appear on a living person was a serious matter, which was why she had shamelessly lingered. Luo Chen noticed the mark on Xia Jingqing's abdomen. Though she was anxious, he reasoned that with a few days of rest, it would resolve itself, as it was merely a mild poisoning that wouldn't lead to death. He casually remarked, it's nothing. It'll be fine in a few days. However, Xia Jingqing felt that Luo Chen's response was dismissive. All right, I'm going to sleep, Luo Chen said, deliberately avoiding the two women. Yet, just as he lay down, Xia Jingqing rushed in and lay beside him, adopting a stance that suggested she wouldn't leave until he helped her. Lan Baier could not allow Xia Jingqing to monopolize Luo Chen and quickly followed suit, lying down beside him as well. With one beauty on each side, Luo Chen feared losing control of his emotions. All right, fine, Luo Chen sighed in resignation. He decided to send Xia Jingqing away by asking her to fetch some glutinous rice. After preparing a concoction of glutinous rice and tea to apply to Xia Jingqing's abdomen, the corpse mark vanished within half an hour. All right, you can go now, Luo Chen said, spreading his hands. Upon seeing the mark disappear, Xia Jingqing felt a surge of joy, confirming her instincts had not led her astray. In truth, it is not that Xia Jingqing is foolish, quite the contrary, she is exceedingly astute. Last night, they were so startled that they lost their composure, leaving Luo Chen alone in the midst of chaos. Ultimately, they faced calamity, while Luo Chen emerged unscathed. It is evident that Luo Chen possesses remarkable capabilities. Xia Jingqing's insistence on associating with him is merely a plea for assistance in her own plight. Very well, thank you. I shall treat you to a meal later, she remarked, rising to leave, her demeanor shifting abruptly to one devoid of any previous sense of supplication, leaving Luo Chen momentarily disconcerted. Take care, no need for farewells. However, just as Xia Jingqing stepped outside, a phone call from team leader Zhou came through. Hello, Jingqing. Do you recall the director who fell to his death from the rooftop? What is the matter? We've made progress. Through surveillance footage, we have traced his last location to room 302 of the Haishang Mingyu on the 27th floor. Chapter 32. The two beauties share a bed. Xia Jingqing instinctively lifted her head and realized that this was indeed Luo Chen's room. However, there was a message instructing those inside not to investigate or disturb him. On the other end of the phone, Captain Zhou's voice came through. Oh, who possesses such authority? Xia Jingqing was momentarily taken aback. Luo Chen seemed to be growing increasingly enigmatic, as if many matters were somehow connected to him. The Yi family. Xia Jingqing was initially stunned. She had already overestimated Luo Chen, but it turned out she had underestimated him even more. To think that he could earn the protection of the Yi family in Xinzhou, a truly formidable clan. Yet, A glint of determination flashed in Xia Jingqing's eyes. While others might fear the Yi family, she remained unfazed, for she too had a powerful backing. Thus, she turned back and knocked on Luo Chen's door once more. "What is it now?" "Mr. Luo, I suspect you are involved in a murder case. Please come with me." Xia Jingqing suddenly adopted a stern demeanor, reminiscent of someone who would deny acquaintance upon pulling up their trousers. "I just saved you. In fact, this makes it twice." Luo Chen stood at the door, looking down at Xia Jingqing, amused by her audacity. "Mr. Luo, may I inquire how Director Wang Fu met his demise?" Xia Jingqing brandished a pair of handcuffs, appearing resolute in her intent to apprehend him. "Are you the police, or am I? Shouldn't you be investigating this matter rather than questioning me?" Luo Chen retorted without hesitation. "Then I apologize, Mr. Luo, but you must accompany me." Xia Jingqing promptly cuffed him. Lon Bayer attempted to interject, but Luo Chen subtly shook his head at her, offering a reassuring glance. "I saved you, and this is how you repay me?" Luo Chen found Xia Jingqing's antics rather amusing. Business is business, and personal matters are separate. At the police station, Luo Chen sat calmly, sipping top-grade Longjing tea, even as it approached 11 o'clock at night. Meanwhile, Captain Zhou repeatedly apologized to him. "Ha ha ha. Mr. Luo, I sincerely apologize. Jingqing is not a bad person. She simply adheres too rigidly to her principles. Captain Zhou, please maintain your position. We are interrogating him." Xia Jingqing interjected earnestly. "Jingqing, he did save us last night," Captain Zhou replied with a conciliatory smile. "Don't think you can escape scrutiny just because you have some connections," Xia Jingqing insisted, her words emphasizing judicial integrity. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from outside. "Where is everyone? This is outrageous." The captain's voice boomed, having just been awakened by a call from Yu Jingtian, who unleashed a tirade of reprimands upon him. Though Yu Jingtian was not his superior, his nephew was, and the captain found himself scolded twice in quick succession. In a hurried flurry, he dressed and rushed to the station, for a significant figure was now present. "Captain, why have you come personally?" Xia Jingqing was taken aback by the captain's arrival and quickly rose to her feet. "If I hadn't come, would you have set the station ablaze?" The captain's beard trembled with indignation, clearly infuriated, for Yi Zhenglong had also been roused. "However, Captain, regarding that case." "Enough. Let us not complicate matters further. Jingqing, if you genuinely wish to assist the public, why not investigate how many young women that director harmed?" The captain's astute words rendered Xia Jingqing speechless. "Release him. I apologize. Mr. Luo, the subordinates are simply lacking in understanding and have caused you trouble," the captain said, personally escorting Luo Chen to the exit. In the car, Xia Jingqing was evidently not willing to give up. "Don't think you're impressive just because of some connections. Until I find evidence, I will stick with you." She believed that by staying close to Luo Chen, he would inevitably reveal his flaws. Luo Chen sighed, yet Xia Jingqing truly followed him back. Although she intended to monitor him, she was also quite fearful, leading her to claim a space by his bedside that night. Naturally, Lon Bayer would not allow this and thus asserted her own claim. After a restless night, Luo Chen lay between the two beauties, feeling rather helpless. He had not yet cultivated his skills to a sufficient level to dispel the yang energy. Otherwise, these two women would dare not lie beside him. Having shared his bed without doing anything would hardly be fitting for a man. Luo Chen sighed, realizing that he needed to elevate his cultivation swiftly. The following morning, he went to a park in Panlong Bay to meditate. Sitting cross-legged beneath a tree, he practiced the Tai Huang scriptures as dawn broke, a time when the sun began to rise. Though the area lacked spiritual energy, the Tai Huang scriptures were remarkably potent, allowing him to absorb the essence of the morning sun. Invisible purple energy flowed from the east, entering his body and refining it further. It was not until 8 o'clock that Luo Chen concluded his practice. Passers-by jogging along the roadside cast disdainful glances at him, thinking him eccentric for meditating in the park so early. However, Luo Chen paid them no heed and drove to his company, where Zhang Hai was already waiting. He had run out of excuses and was determined to dismiss Luo Chen. As Luo Chen's car slowly came to a stop in the parking lot, someone sent Zhang Hai a message. Zhang Hai picked up his phone, a cold smile creeping across his face, revealing a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Gather everyone. I intend to make an example of him before all," Zhang Hai called out, and a crowd quickly gathered around him. "Brother Zhang, this isn't right. After all, Luo Chen hasn't committed any serious offenses, has he?" The same person who defended Luo Chen yesterday spoke up again. "Shaoli, do you wish to be dismissed too?" Zhang Hai coldly threatened. "Are you growing a backbone? You defended him yesterday and again today. Half of your salary for this month is gone. Zhang Hai reprimanded Li Donglai directly. Li Donglai clenched his fists. Truth be told, he was usually quite timid, often appearing weak, to the point where submissive would not be an exaggeration. Yet, the more honest a person is, the greater their anger can be. Zhang Hai, aren't you just bullying people? Li Donglai's frustration boiled over, and he spoke through gritted teeth. Oh, what is this? Planning a rebellion today? Zhang Hai glared at Li Donglai, completely disregarding him. Let me tell you, I am indeed bullying you. What of it? If you can work, then stay. If not, get lost. Zhang Hai not only did not relent but grew increasingly arrogant. Fine, I quit. What is the big deal? You think you're so superior just because you have some power? Li Donglai fumed and turned to leave, only to run into Luo Chen at the door. Li Donglai offered Luo Chen a bitter smile. Luo Chen, sensing something amiss, asked, what is wrong? Luo Chen, be careful. I'm leaving. I can't work anymore. These brutes only know how to bully others. It was clear that Li Donglai was furious, yet sometimes one must walk away because they cannot contend with the aggressors. Wait. Let us talk for a moment. Luo Chen pulled Li Donglai back. Chapter 33. You are fired. Upon the arrival of Luo Chen, Zhang Hai immediately wore a mocking smirk. The main event had arrived, and today, he intended to trample Luo Chen before everyone. After all, he had been humiliated by Luo Chen several times before, and such grievances must be avenged. Moreover, as a privileged second-generation heir, Zhang Hai was accustomed to bullying others. He had never experienced such repeated setbacks at the hands of a single individual. Luo, I must inform you that there are surveillance cameras here. If you cause any trouble, you will end up in jail, Zhang Hai threatened, genuinely fearful of provoking Luo Chen into retaliating. Humph, how ambitious, Luo Chen scoffed coldly. It's early in the morning, and you're making such a fuss. Speak up, what do you want? How can you still show your face at work? Hu Xinxin interjected sarcastically from the side. Why shouldn't I come to work? Luo Chen replied, perplexed. You have offended the leadership, provoked your colleagues, and even assaulted a colleague's boyfriend. How can you still have the nerve to come here? Li Rue chimed in with derision. Do these matters pertain to my work? Luo Chen countered, leaving Li Rue and the others momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman remained silent. Don't try to reason with me, Luo Chen. You're fired. You are not welcome here. Just leave. Zhang Hai crossed his arms, embodying an attitude of superiority, believing this was the only way to suppress Luo Chen. And the reason? Luo Chen inquired. I dislike you. You've offended me, so I'm firing you. Zhang Hai reiterated, feeling like a king, capable of wielding power over anyone. Luo Chen, let us go. We can't win against him, Li Donglai murmured from behind Luo Chen. Despite Zhang Hai's loathsome demeanor, he was indeed the manager of the company and held such authority. Ignoring Li Donglai, Luo Chen pressed on. So, even if I haven't violated any company policies, a superior can dismiss anyone at will? Zhang Hai regarded Luo Chen as if he were a fool. Do you all concur with this? Luo Chen surveyed the surrounding individuals, most of whom remained silent. A few cast cold glances at him, seemingly mocking him. Yet, some faces reflected discontent. While they might not voice their objections to Luo Chen's dismissal, firing Li Donglai would be crossing a line, as he was known to be an honest man. This is Zhang Gu's territory, Luo Chen. You have no right to speak. When told to leave, you should simply go, Hu Xinxin mocked. Indeed, Li Rue echoed. All right, I understand. You all heard clearly. Luo Chen shrugged. What tricks do you intend to play now? Zhang Hai frowned. Nothing much. I'm merely reiterating your earlier claim that one can be dismissed without violating company policy, Luo Chen replied. So, what is your point? Zhang Hai responded with an expression that conveyed he was unfazed. Thus, you are fired, and you. Luo Chen pointed at Zhang Hai. Then at Li Rue and Hu Xinxin. Ha, what did you just say? That I'm fired? Zhang Hai laughed, incredulous that Luo Chen might be serious. Luo, who do you think you are to fire me? Hu Xinxin retorted, pointing an accusing finger at him. Li Rue also found it laughable. Are you still dreaming? Have you not yet awakened? Zhang Hai sneered. I said you were fired. It is decided, Luo Chen stated firmly, producing his phone and dialing a number. Come down for a moment. I need to address a matter, he concluded before hanging up. You think you can act tough? I'm eager to see how a mere employee like you intends to fire me, Zhang Hai scoffed, arms crossed, his expression one of disdain. However, his mirth quickly faded as the vice president, accompanied by several other department managers, descended. What is the matter, Chairman? The vice president inquired respectfully. adjusting his glasses while addressing Luo Chen. Vice President, what did you just call him? Zhang Hai's head buzzed as disbelief washed over him. Oh, right. I've been so busy lately that I forgot to inform you. The company is now under Mr. Luo's ownership, making him our boss, the Vice President explained. Are you saying he is now the owner of this company? Zhang Hai was incredulous, as were Li Rue and Hu Xinxin and everyone else around them. Zhang Hai was completely dumbfounded, his fists clenched, his face flushed with embarrassment. Had he just claimed to fire the owner of the company, and in front of everyone? The hardest to accept was Zhang Xiaoman. Why hadn't he displayed such excellence before their breakup? Why did he suddenly transform from an ordinary, struggling young man into a desirable, promising gentleman the moment they parted ways? Previously, Hu Xinxin and the others had dismissed Luo Chen as a mere worker, someone unworthy of their respect. But now, it felt like a slap in the face. Zhang Xiaoman felt a surge of resentment toward her two colleagues and friends, who had urged her to end things with Luo Chen, deeming him unworthy and beneath her. Yet now, what right did they have to look down on him? In comparison to Luo Chen, what were they? Regrettably, this world offers no remedy for remorse, and Zhang Xiaoman lowered her head in silence. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai felt the sting of embarrassment. What had he just attempted? As a manager, he had actually tried to fire his own boss. All right, you three are dismissed. Leave. Luo Chen repeated coldly. On what grounds? Zhang Hai instinctively began to protest but refrained from voicing it, for doing so would be akin to slapping his own face. He had just proclaimed that one could be dismissed without reason. Ultimately, the three left, heads bowed in defeat, to gather their belongings. Luo Chen made some arrangements and patted Li Donglai on the shoulder. Do well, give the position of sales manager a try. Boss, can I really? Li Donglai appeared uncertain, struggling to adapt to the sudden shift in their dynamic, where a former colleague had now become his employer. I have faith in you. Luo Chen reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Just then, Luo Chen's phone rang again. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Zhang Xiaoman's mother calling. Hello, Xiao Luo. I heard you broke up with Xiaoman. I know you genuinely like her. I have a suggestion to help you, but I heard your father lent you $1 million. If you can return that, enough. Get lost. Luo Chen hung up the phone abruptly. In his previous life, he had lent that $1 million and was deceived. In this life, what did those who once mocked him, looked down upon him, or regarded him with disdain amount to? Like Zhang Hai, who had belittled him at the company, treating him like a dog and often withholding his salary, now found himself a mere insect in Luo Chen's presence. Lighting a cigarette, Luo Chen stood at the company entrance. When Zhang Hai and Li Rue appeared, burdened with their belongings, Zhang Hai suddenly felt a surge of unwillingness and turned to Luo Chen with a cold smile. Lo, do not be so smug. This matter is far from over. Who do you think you're dealing with? If you have any tricks up your sleeve, reveal them, for I, Hong Biao, shall stand in for Mr. Luo. Chapter 34. The provocation of betting on stones. Ever since discovering that Luo Chen is Yi Shuangshuang's mentor, the local leader of Xinzhou has sought an opportunity to extend his apologies. This intention stems not only from Luo Chen's association with Yi Shuangshuang but also from his formidable prowess. A Dao, a mercenary, was extricated from prison by Hong Biao due to his exceptional skills. Thus far, he has not faced defeat unless confronted by so-called martial artists. However, a Dao experienced a loss to a young man, and when questioned by Hong Biao afterward, he could only shake his head, as he had yet to gauge Luo Chen's true capabilities. In this society, strength is revered, whether in remote mountains or bustling metropolises. Indeed, it is a universal truth. Hence, Hong Biao's visit today is one of contrition. Initially, Zhang Hai intended to reclaim some dignity by threatening Luo Chen before his departure, only to find himself caught in a precarious situation. Upon hearing Hong Biao's words, Zhang Hai was utterly dumbfounded. Why was Hong Biao here? And why was he defending Luo Chen? Did they know each other? Zhang Hai understood one thing well. Hong Biao, the prominent figure of Xinzhou, was not merely a name without substance. Despite Zhang Hai's family's wealth, should he offend Hong Biao, there would be no one to shield him from the consequences. In that moment, Zhang Hai stood there like a chastened dog, silenced by fear. Mr. Luo possesses a magnanimous spirit and does not wish to stoop to the level of someone like you. However, I, Hong Biao, am more than willing to address any grievances you have with Mr. Luo, he stated, approaching Zhang Hai. Removing his sunglasses, Hong Biao unexpectedly delivered a sharp slap across Zhang Hai's face. Though the blow was not particularly forceful, it left Zhang Hai's face flushed with embarrassment. Why the silence? Hong Biao scolded, gripping Zhang Hai's hair. How dare you suggest that Mr. Luo wait? Have you considered your own insignificance? Another slap landed, leaving Zhang Hai speechless. He could not fathom the depth of Luo Chen's influence, especially since even Hong Biao, a figure of such stature, felt the need to curry favor with him. From the moment Luo Chen arrived, it seemed the world conspired against Zhang Hai. Every encounter related to Luo Chen only resulted in his misfortune. He could not comprehend why Luo Chen wielded such power. Regardless of his understanding, he realized that any future encounter with Luo Chen would necessitate a humble demeanor, perhaps even avoiding him altogether. He also understood why he and his associates had been released by Hong Biao the previous night. It was evidently due to Luo Chen's intervention. This realization left Zhang Hai pale with fear, especially after receiving a few slaps from Hong Biao, rendering his face an odd shade of red and white. Get lost. Zhang Hai felt as though a weight had been lifted and scurried away, tail between his legs, accompanied by Hu Xinxin. Luo Chen, however, was unfazed by the commotion, casually smoking a cigarette without casting a glance at Zhang Hai. As Hong Biao remarked, in Luo Chen's eyes, Zhang Hai barely ranked as a mere dog. Once Zhang Hai departed, Hong Biao dared not maintain the same bravado he had displayed earlier. Instead, he appeared humble and respectful. Nervously rubbing his hands together, Hong Biao began. Mr. Luo, I apologize for my impromptu visit. I come to express my contrition. As he spoke, he lowered his head and presented a bank card containing a sum of 5 million. Luo Chen accepted it without hesitation. Recognizing Hong Biao as an ally of the Yi family and understanding that he might require Hong Biao's assistance in the future. Thus, he granted Hong Biao the courtesy he deserved. Seeing Luo Chen accept the card, Hong Biao breathed a sigh of relief, knowing this signified that Luo Chen would not pursue the events of that night further. The matter was now settled. By the way, Mr. Luo, may I extend an invitation for dinner tonight? Hong Biao hesitated before asking. Very well, Luo Chen replied, appreciating the gesture of someone eager to host a meal. With his objective achieved, Hong Biao departed with a sense of satisfaction. However, no sooner had Hong Biao left than Xia Jingqing reappeared, seemingly unwilling to relent. Today, she was not in her police uniform but wore black leather pants that accentuated her curves, paired with a black tank top that exuded both professionalism and elegance. Even on the street, she attracted considerable attention, her presence commanding a 200% rate of admiration. Are you displeased to see me? Xia Jingqing inquired, noticing Luo Chen's lack of enthusiasm. How could I be happy with a policewoman trailing behind me? Luo Chen remarked, tossing his cigarette but as he entered his office. Xia Jingqing followed closely, and it was only when they were inside that Luo Chen realized she had brought him a meal. Come, try the dishes I personally prepared. Thank you for saving me twice, she said. Her behavior was peculiar. One moment she had arrested him, and the next, she was delivering him lunch. This abrupt change left Luo Chen bemused, encapsulating the enigma of a woman's heart. Coincidentally, Zhang Xiaoman witnessed this scene, stirring discomfort within her. Meanwhile, other colleagues cast knowing glances at Zhang Xiaoman, their eyes glinting with mockery. To many, Luo Chen now appeared as the quintessential high-flying gentleman, handsome, wealthy, and in high demand, while Zhang Xiaoman seemed relegated to the sidelines. As night fell, Hong Biao sent someone to escort Luo Chen, but Xia Jingqing insisted on tagging along. Despite Luo Chen's reluctance, it was clear that Xia Jingqing was not one to be easily deterred, having already claimed his bed the prior evening. Hong Biao took Luo Chen to Haiwei Shaozhu for dinner, and Luo Chen assumed their evening would conclude there. However, Hong Biao suggested they continue the night's revelry at a secretive, upscale community, where the former sales office had been transformed into a private club. Throughout the journey, Hong Biao expressed curiosity about Xia Jingqing, though he dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts, recognizing her as Luo Chen's companion. Mr. Luo certainly knows how to enjoy life, bringing beautiful women along wherever he goes, Hong Biao remarked with a sigh. Just a word of caution, Hong Biao. This lady is none other than the renowned Officer Xia from Xinzhou. If you're tempted to indulge in tea, feel free, Luo Chen quipped, prompting Hong Biao to fall silent. While he might not know Xia Jingqing personally, he was acquainted with another notable figure by the surname Xia, one with provincial connections. Xia Jingqing shot a glare at Luo Chen, sensing his lack of intent to warn Hong Biao. Yet, she increasingly felt that Luo Chen was a mystery. Her private investigation revealed that he hailed from a county without significant background. How, then, had he managed to entwine himself with the Yi family and someone like Hong Biao? The vehicle soon arrived at their destination, and Hong Biao led them into the club's basement level. Xia Jingqing's eyebrows arched in surprise at the sight of numerous uncut jade stones. Were they engaging in a stone betting activity? While she had reservations about gambling, This did not fall under that category, leaving her with no grounds for objection. Mr. Luo, care to select a piece and try your luck? Hong Biao suggested with a chuckle, but Luo Chen simply shook his head. He had considered selecting a few pieces, but not at this moment. Hong Biao proceeded to choose a few stones himself, only to discover they were of little value. In the blink of an eye, he had already squandered 1,000,000. At last, Hong Biao stood to the side with a sigh, lamenting his misfortune. It was at this moment that the boss himself made an appearance. Hong Biao subtly introduced Luo Chen, saying, "This young man is known as the Stone King of East China. A decade ago, he was merely a scavenger riding a tricycle. Yet after discovering a raw stone during his foraging, he struck it rich. Since then, he has triumphed in every gamble. His discerning eye is exceptionally keen. He consistently selects the finest jade, and he has never suffered a loss from the stones he has cut. Biaoge, does your friend here wish to try his luck?" The challenger spoke with a provocative demeanor, as Hong Biao had already wagered 1,000,000, leaving Luo Chen as the sole individual yet to place a bet. The Stone King of East China sought to provoke Luo Chen. However, this remark elicited a smile from Luo Chen. Chapter 35. Setting a trap for Luo Chen. Luo Chen was well aware of the provocation and taunts directed at him. However, he had no intention of engaging. Thus he shook his head. The Stone King gazed intently at Luo Chen. He was already a prominent figure in the gambling stone industry of Xinzhou, well known among frequent players. Yet, Luo Chen appeared unfamiliar, leading the Stone King to conclude that he must be a novice. Being a newcomer, it was inevitable that he would be taken advantage of. "Old Luo, why not choose a piece? I'll cover the cost, and if you cut something valuable, it's yours," suggested Hong Biao, who had brought Luo Chen along for the experience and could not simply indulge himself without considering Luo Chen. However, Hong Biao merely hoped Luo Chen would select a piece at random, given that some materials here were worth tens of millions. "Perhaps not," Luo Chen replied, shaking his head. "Friend, why not try your luck? Are you afraid?" The Stone King urged from the side, sensing a lucrative opportunity. He was unconcerned about Luo Chen's ability to cut something valuable. After all, being a newcomer, his youth spoke volumes. "Very well, I shall not decline," Luo Chen responded, not wanting to appear impolite in light of their encouragement. He stepped forward, preparing to select a raw stone. After a brief inspection, he chose a stone no larger than a fist, yet it was priced at over 800,000. "This friend has a discerning eye. This is a treasure from our shop, though no one has dared to cut it. Are you truly interested in this piece?" The Stone King remarked, pointing to the stone. Although Luo Chen was unfamiliar with many secrets of the gambling stone trade, his experience allowed him to recognize such minor tricks. Typically, shop owners assess stones based on prior experience and various characteristics to avoid losses. In truth, while quality stones do exist, most are of extremely poor quality. Such inferior stones are often well packaged, yet yield nothing upon being cut, or reveal only a trace of jade, lacking in both water quality and color. The real profit lies in how one presents subpar materials attractively before selling them at a high price. Once sold, the proprietor has already pocketed the money. Whether the buyer suffers a loss is no concern of theirs. The Stone King was adept at this game. He had already determined that this particular stone could not yield anything valuable. Its placement was also strategic, noticeable yet not overly so, designed to attract attention. However, for the average person, it was merely a gamble. Choose the right model, or risk losing everything. For Luo Chen, however, such concerns were non-existent, as he possessed the ability of clairvoyance. Even before the stone was cut, he discerned its quality. Though not an expert, he had heard the saying, 36 waters, 72 beans, 108 blues. Within, there should be a piece of bright green jade, albeit with some impurities, likely worth 2 to 3 million. The Stone King, however, did not share this belief. Otherwise, he would not have offered the stone for sale. In fact, it was considered a marginal piece, having been set aside as a mere ordinary stone upon its arrival. No one had shown interest in such a stone, but the Stone King thrived on this business, often using such stones to deceive others. Thus, he had merely dressed it up a bit, while there might be a hint of quality within. It was certainly the type to offer a glimmer of hope only to deliver a harsh blow. The Stone King recognized Luo Chen as a novice, unfamiliar with the trade, and had initially hoped he would not choose this particular piece, knowing well the risks involved. One cut can lead to fortune or disaster. If Luo Chen did not experience any initial success, it would be unlikely he would continue. This would make it more challenging to extract further profits from him. Yet, seeing that Luo Chen seemed determined to select this stone, The Stone King could only sigh inwardly, accepting that a small profit was better than none. Considering this piece had cost him nothing, selling it for 800,000 would not be a loss. Nonetheless, despite the Stone King's expertise, he was no match for someone like Luo Chen, who had the gift of sight. Truth be told, if Luo Chen wished, he could discern the color of Summer's garment from afar. Thus, gambling against someone like Luo Chen was truly a recipe for disaster. Hong Biao did not deter Luo Chen, as 800,000 was insignificant to him. Allowing Luo Chen to learn a lesson was acceptable. However, no one anticipated that with a single cut, both the Stone King and Hong Biao would be left in shock. The Stone King's expression turned grim. What incredible luck! Old Luo, your fortune is astounding. Conservatively estimating, that could be worth over 5 million. Hong Biao, a semi-expert in this field, recognized the stone's true value at a glance. Damn it, I've cut stones here often and never turned up anything of this quality. The cut revealed a bright green hue. While the quality might not be perfect, it was indeed valued at over 5 million. The Stone King was stunned, a wave of unnameable fury rising within him. Had he cut it himself, that 5 million would have been his. Yet in an instant, it was claimed by another. This was a significant loss for him, especially as a reputed Stone King. It was rather embarrassing. Old Luo, what incredible luck! Hong Biao praised. Unaware of Luo Chen's clairvoyant abilities, believing it was merely a stroke of good fortune. Mr. Luo, would you care to place a larger bet? The Stone King, feeling somewhat displeased, clearly sought to ensnare Luo Chen further. Oh, how would we wager? Luo Chen inquired, a smile gracing his lips, as his interest grew with the prospect of betting. Here, some raw materials were priced above 30 million, with others reaching as high as 50 million. Yet some were merely valued at several 100,000. Let us do this, old Luo. You provide 20 million. And regardless of whether it's a piece worth over 30 million or just a few 100,000, you can choose any raw material you desire. The Stone King, appearing quite self-assured, believed that most of the materials here were of poor quality. Surely, the previous success was just a fluke. He did not believe that luck could strike twice in succession, nor did he expect Luo Chen's fortune to hold out. In truth, none of the materials here were genuinely worth 2 million. Those were merely arbitrary figures he had assigned. Chapter 36. The High-Stakes Gamble. This is undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble. Nevertheless, Luo Chen acquiesced. However, Hong Biao shook his head and obstructed Luo Chen's path. Master Luo, he cautioned, I acknowledge your prowess in martial arts. Yet while dabbling in stone gambling might be permissible, I implore you not to engage in a wager with that young man. Every profession harbors its secrets, and he has already mastered those of this trade. You are but an outsider and may easily fall prey to his cunning. Hong Biao's words bore merit, after all. The individual who bore the title of Stone King undoubtedly possessed extraordinary skills. How else could he manage such a vast jade market without faltering? Yet, Luo Chen smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on Hong Biao's shoulder, signaling that all would be well before stepping forward. Observing Luo Chen's unwavering resolve, Hong Biao couldn't help but regard him with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, Luo Chen's martial arts were commendable, but his youth rendered him susceptible to naivety, leading Hong Biao to feel a twinge of disappointment. Had he been slightly more astute, he might have recognized the prudent course of action at this juncture. The funds were borrowed from Hong Biao, and though he hesitated to deny Luo Chen's request, the moment the money exchanged hands, the Stone King was already reveling in his triumph. It was unlikely that the stone contained anything less than 20 million. Could he not discern the value of the material he selected himself? As the Stone King, he thrived in this realm and possessed his own methods. How could he misjudge? Compared to Luo Chen, an outsider, he would effortlessly manipulate the situation to his advantage. However, Luo Chen's audacity stemmed from his discernment of a remarkable specimen, a piece of imperial green jade, flawless and of glass quality. While the stone was not particularly large, its worth should easily exceed 100 million. Observing Luo Chen as he meticulously selected raw materials, the Stone King feigned indifference, yet inwardly, he scoffed. Today, I shall not let you escape unscathed. After over a decade in this industry, it is the first time I have been outsmarted. He contemplated how, in the past, he had always capitalized on others' misfortunes, and today he was determined to reclaim his dominance. Little did the Stone King realize that within his domain, there lay an extraordinary gem. Although Hong Biao had lent money to Luo Chen without hesitation, he felt a twinge of apprehension as Luo Chen prepared to make the cut. Master Luo, consider your decision carefully. One cut can yield life or death. Should the blade fall incorrectly, 2 million could vanish. Hong Biao reminded him anxiously. Dear friend, should you harbor any regrets, it is not too late to reconsider or select an alternative, the Stone King interjected, fanning the flames of doubt, while secretly reveling in the potential despair that awaited Luo Chen. Cut it. I shall ensure you regret your decision. Such a casual gamble of 2 million left Xia Jingqing silently astounded. Was Luo Chen truly in his 20s? His calm demeanor and nonchalance in risking such a sum seemed utterly unlike that of a typical youth. Even with her exposure to affluent heirs in the province, she had never witnessed anyone so lavishly squander money. At that moment, her curiosity about Luo Chen only deepened. Cut it. Luo Chen declared confidently. To him, there was no gamble, only selection. Thanks to his clairvoyance, he could clearly discern the quality and potential of the stones. As for the Stone King's 2 million trap, it posed no challenge to Luo Chen. If the stones did not possess a value exceeding 20 million, he would not partake in the gamble. His decision was resolute, devoid of hesitation. A few individuals lifted the stone to the cutting machine, and the master cutter hesitated, glancing at Luo Chen. Cut. At Luo Chen's unwavering insistence, Hong Biao sighed inwardly, while a flicker of disdain crossed the Stone King's eyes. As the blade descended, gasps filled the air. Incredible. A flawless imperial green. An astonishing price. The master cutter nearly leapt in astonishment. Master Luo, shall I contact potential buyers immediately? Hong Biao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, the material was authentic imperial green, of glass quality and flawless. At that moment, the Stone King was rendered speechless. How could such a remarkable specimen exist within his grasp? The self-proclaimed Stone King had misjudged, and even a novice could discern that this piece would fetch an astronomical price. Brother, it seems your reputation as the Stone King may be tarnished today, Hong Biao boasted, regarding Luo Chen with newfound respect. How could Luo Chen possess such extraordinary luck? Yet, Hong Biao's admiration was intermingled with trepidation. He was not a fool. While one instance of fortune could be attributed to luck, a second was decidedly more intriguing. The Stone King stood in a stupor, his expression shifting multiple times before he regained composure. Congratulations to you, my friend. It is evident that you have struck gold, he managed, albeit with a strained smile. After all, merely moments ago, that 100 million had belonged to him, now swiftly transferred to another's possession. To feign a smile in such a situation required a certain level of composure. The stone was promptly loaded onto a vehicle by Hong Biao. In an unexpected display of generosity, the Stone King presented a fist-sized stone to Xia Jingqing as a parting gift, endearing himself to her. Once in the car, buyers were already impatiently calling, and Hong Biao arranged for a vehicle to assist Luo Chen in selling the goods, leaving only a driver to return Luo Chen and Xia Jingqing home. However, less than 10 minutes down the road, their vehicle was abruptly halted. A group of individuals stood at the intersection, blocking their path. Ah, my friend, we meet again, the Stone King sneered, flanked by his men. Luo Chen exited the car, regarding the Stone King with a discerning gaze. The audacity to block their vehicle indicated that he was not there to negotiate amicably. Indeed, the Stone King was unwilling to relinquish what was not a trivial sum, but rather 100 million. Thus, he had taken this drastic measure. Friend, return the stone, otherwise, I fear you may encounter serious trouble, the Stone King warned, his eyes icy, exuding an air of confidence. Oh, Luo Chen arched an eyebrow. Are you preparing to rob me? Rob? The Stone King shot a cold glance at Luo Chen, then smirked. No, I have no intention of robbery. However, since there exists a stone of over 100 million in my possession, it is evident that an error has occurred. You may still return the stone and avoid complications. With arms crossed, the Stone King regarded Luo Chen, flanked by two henchmen who wore similar expressions of disdain. And if I choose not to? Luo Chen inquired, his demeanor untroubled. Choose not to? The Stone King scoffed once more. Should you refuse, I fear you will encounter difficulties, and I assure you, you will deeply regret it. He spoke with vehement conviction, his words carrying a weight that demanded attention. Chapter 37. Misfortune Strikes O? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. My friend, if you are willing to leave the stone behind, then everything can be discussed. However, if you refuse to part with it, when the police arrive and discover any illegal items here, my friend, you will find yourself in serious trouble. The Stone King sneered repeatedly, having long devised a cunning plan. What do you mean? Luo Chen was curious about the Stone King's intentions. The stone I just presented to you was meticulously selected. If you were to shatter it, you would uncover something quite intriguing, white powder. The Stone King leaned casually against the front of the car, exuding an air of confidence. By the way, I should remind you that this stone bears the fingerprints of that girl. When I handed it over, I was wearing gloves. So what's it to be? Wait for the police or surrender the item. The choice is yours. The Stone King had already plotted his scheme. He could not allow anyone to walk away with the precious material worth a fortune. The stone gifted to Xia Jingqing had been tampered with. It was not an authentic stone, but rather a vessel for hidden drugs. Moreover, he had donned gloves when passing it to her, leaving her fingerprints on it. Have you thought this through? The Stone King grinned at Luo Chen, seemingly anticipating his capitulation. Luo Chen, initially intrigued, lost interest upon realizing the sheer ineptitude of the Stone King's ploy. Though you call yourself the Stone King, I sense your luck may be running out. What do you mean? The Stone King sensed something amiss as Luo Chen remained unnervingly calm. I mean, let the police come, Luo Chen replied with a smile, shaking his head. To think you would try to frame Xia Jingqing, how audacious. My friend, you must understand that concealing drugs is no trivial matter, the Stone King threatened menacingly, pointing at Luo Chen. Not a problem, Luo Chen replied nonchalantly, returning to his car. Very well, I look forward to seeing how this unfolds. The Stone King seemed determined to ensnare Luo Chen completely. The sound of police sirens soon filled the air. And it was not just a few officers, but an entire battalion of armed police. Who called the police? Officer, I did, the Stone King said, coldly gesturing towards the individuals in the car. This group is in possession of white powder, hidden within the stone that girl is holding. I warned you that you would regret this. The Stone King leaned closer to Luo Chen's window, whispering, Arrest him. A sudden shout echoed from inside the vehicle, and Xia Jingqing stepped out with a dark expression. Officer Xia? Some of the armed police recognized her. After all, she was a renowned figure in law enforcement. Officer Xia? The Stone King was taken aback. You have some nerve, attempting to frame your crimes on my aunt, she retorted. Do you even know who I am? Xia Jingqing revealed her identification. The Stone King was momentarily speechless. You are under arrest. It was only when Xia Jingqing brandished handcuffs that he snapped back to reality. You brought a police officer with you? The Stone King panicked, realizing he had unwittingly implicated a law enforcement officer. What a stroke of misfortune. No, Officer Xia. It was just a joke. Let me explain. Explain it to the judge. I recorded your earlier comments, so you can also clarify that to the judge later. Xia Jingqing said as she handcuffed the Stone King. Take this as evidence, she said angrily, handing the stone to the police. How dare someone attempt to frame her? Although the Stone King had a thriving business, he lacked the audacity to challenge the police, resigning himself to capture while casting a venomous glare at Luo Chen. Yet, mere glances could not kill. Had he not sought to ensnare Luo Chen, he would not have found himself in this predicament. This investigation could easily lead to a decade behind bars, a true case of self-sabotage. Who could have foreseen that the beautiful woman beside Luo Chen was actually a police officer? Luo, I will not let you off easily. But Luo Chen paid little heed to the incident. Such trivial matters were mere child's play in his eyes. Soon after, news from Hongbiao reached him. In no time, Luo Chen's account received a transfer of 80 million. With the initial capital secured, Luo Chen contemplated reaching out to an old classmate to commence the construction of Panlong Bay. His acquisition of Panlong Bay was primarily motivated by the opportunity to harness its natural advantages to establish a grand spirit gathering array, regardless of urban existence. Cultivation remained his foremost priority. After all, his true rivals were the three celestial deities of mythology, and he needed to seize every moment to enhance his skills. Given the diminishing spiritual energy on Earth, it was imperative to utilize the spirit gathering array to gather it. Thus, Luo Chen felt a sense of urgency regarding Panlong Bay. That evening, he dialed a number belonging to an old classmate in Xinzhou. While he had many classmates from his time there, few had maintained contact due to differing paths during their studies. The individual he reached out to was someone with whom he had shared a closer bond. Hello, Luo Chen? The voice on the other end sounded surprised. It's been nearly a year since you last contacted me. How inconsiderate. By the way, where are you now? I'm currently in Xinzhou, Luo Chen replied with a nod. Wang Fei's voice brimmed with excitement. Things are going quite well for me here. If you come to Xinzhou, I'll cover your food and lodging. It had been quite some time since Luo Chen had seen Wang Fei, who had once been a campus heartthrob, frequently receiving flowers from admirers during their university days. However, the once scholarly figure was now adorned with golden hair and tattoos, a stark contrast to the bespectacled, pristine student he remembered. What are you up to these days? Luo Chen asked, scrutinizing Wang Fei's appearance. Well, it's nothing extraordinary. I just opened a bar. Wang Fei boasted nonchalantly. Weren't you studying design and architecture? Luo Chen inquired, puzzled. One has to make a living, right? Wang Fei casually draped an arm over Luo Chen's shoulder, cigarette in hand. By the way, how's your relationship with Zhang Xiaoman? Wang Fei seemed reluctant to discuss this topic further. We broke up, Luo Chen replied coolly. I'm sorry to hear that. Wang Fei realized the depth of Luo Chen's feelings for Zhang Xiaoman, which had been unwavering. The thought of their separation must have weighed heavily on him. Luo Chen simply smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. The two did not engage in excessive conversation, simply choosing a place to have lunch. It was then that Wang Fei recalled how, upon graduating from university, Luo Chen had decided to work alongside Zhang Xiaoman. Wang Fei was well aware of the meager wages offered there, and an unexpected wave of sentiment washed over him. How had Luo Chen fallen to such depths? After their meal, Luo Chen prepared to depart. Luo Chen, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to confide in me. I can still assist you with matters of 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, Wang Fei thought, sensing that Luo Chen was hesitant to ask him for financial help. Luo Chen merely smiled and said nothing before taking his leave. As night descended, however, Luo Chen quietly returned to the bar without greeting Wang Fei. Upon entering, he was greeted by the pulsating rhythms of heavy metal rock music, harmonizing with the swaying bodies of young men and women, mirroring the city itself as it unveiled a different facet beneath the cloak of night. Chapter 38, The Bond of Classmates in the Dark Alley Behind the Bar. A burly man adorned with tattoos sneered menacingly at Wang Fei, brandishing a glinting machete. If you don't repay the money this month, I'll break your arm. As he spoke, his bulk trembled with menace. Surrounding Wang Fei were 4 ruffians, their expressions brimming with arrogance. Wang Fei head bowed, had blood trickling from his mouth and half of his face swollen. Wolf brother, please grant me a few more days. I swear I will repay you. Wang Fei's eyes were filled with defiance, yet his voice trembled with desperation as he dared not lift his gaze. The man before him was a notorious local thug, known for collecting debts and rumored to have a history of violence. A few more days? Wolf brother grasped Wang Fei's hair and delivered a vicious slap across his face. Do you think you can just ask for more time? Today, I'll collect some interest. With that, he pressed the cold blade against Wang Fei's cheek. Feeling the chill of the metal, Wang Fei struggled, crying out, Wolf brother, what do you intend to do? Please, I beg you. Huh. I heard you managed to seduce that woman solely because of your looks. What a pity. You should take a good look at yourself, a toad trying to eat swan meat. You've been swindled out of your money, leaving your father in despair and your mother gravely ill without funds for treatment. As he taunted, Wolf brother traced the blade menacingly along Wang Fei's face. Wolf brother, please spare me. I beg you. Wang Fei's body trembled with fear, but in this forsaken place, even if someone could hear, they would not dare intervene. Wolf brother was the true master of this bar, backed by powerful figures. In this perilous life, Wang Fei had no means to resist. Yet Wolf brother was undeterred, intent on leaving scars on Wang Fei's face. Help? Help? Huh. This little brat still dares to shout for help on my turf. Wolf brother mocked, raising his hand for another slap. Luo Chen had wandered through the bar, but had yet to spot Wang Fei. Finding it odd, he decided to leave. However, just as he stepped out, a faint cry pierced the night. With his heightened senses, Luo Chen discerned sounds imperceptible to ordinary ears. A sardonic smile crossed his lips as he headed towards the alley behind the bar. Help! Help! Wang Fei's cries echoed, tinged with irony and despair. Who dares come to your rescue? Wolf brother's attention shifted as he noticed a figure lurking in the shadows. Get lost. Wolf brother is busy. Outsiders, off with you, shouted one of the thugs from the darkness. How much does he owe you? 3 million. Wolf brother replied with a sneer. Luo Chen frowned slightly. 3 million? Wang Fei was taken aback as the figure emerged from the darkness, revealing none other than Luo Chen. Is it indeed 3 million? Luo Chen asked Wang Fei for confirmation. No, they lie. It's only 2 million, Wang Fei mumbled, head hung low. He had hoped to impress his good friend, but instead, he found himself in this disgraceful predicament. 2 million? How could you owe these thugs such a sum? I said 3 million, so it is. Either you pay up, or you stay here today. Wolf brother taunted, twirling the machete in his hand, clearly eager to teach a lesson to this youthful interloper. Wolf brother signaled to a tall, lanky thug, who then released Wang Fei and approached Luo Chen, fists clenched. Run, Luo Chen, Wang Fei warned, realizing the impending danger. In his mind, Luo Chen was the quintessential bookish nerd, the type to tremble at the sight of a fight. He recalled a time when 2 classmates had brawled, and Luo Chen had stood by, quaking in fear. Did you see what you shouldn't have? Now you want to flee? the thug sneered, lowering his body to pounce on Luo Chen. Luo Chen merely raised an eyebrow, aware that this thug underestimated him. Although not a martial artist, he possessed knowledge of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, known as the king of street fighting. If caught, it could indeed spell trouble, as even seasoned fighters could succumb to joint locks if not careful. However, to Luo Chen, these threats seemed childishly simple. As the thug lunged, he was met with a blinding flash, followed by a resounding slap that sent him sprawling backward. With a thud, the thug's head struck the cold ground, blood seeping from the wound. What a brutal move! Wolf Brother was momentarily stunned, then a cruel smile crept across his face, revealing his surprise at the young man's ferocity. The thug on the ground would be lucky to survive, destined for a life in a wheelchair if he did. Wang Fei stared in disbelief, murmuring Luo Chen's name. Was this fierce fighter truly the timid Luo Chen he knew? Go! Wolf Brother shouted, rallying his men for a street brawl, as no fight was deemed fair in such a milieu. The old adage held true: a chaotic flurry of fists could overwhelm even the most skilled fighter. Yet, this principle only applied to ordinary individuals. In a previous encounter, dozens had failed to even graze Luo Chen, and these few thugs were no different. Luo Chen deftly dodged a flying brick, delivering a swift kick to one thug's neck, knocking him out cold. A lightning-fast kick followed, targeting another thug's knee, who crumpled to the ground, wailing in agony. Finally, Luo Chen unleashed an upward kick that sent Wolf Brother flying several meters away. After a prolonged silence, Wolf Brother spat blood, glaring fiercely at Luo Chen. You dare? Just wait. I'll call for reinforcements, and then we shall see how tough you are. Very well. I shall await your arrival. Let us see who you can summon, Luo Chen replied coolly, standing firm in the alley. He then helped Wang Fei to his feet, offering him a cigarette. Once again, the call for backup echoed through the air. Wang Fei, perhaps you should leave. Wolf Brother has real connections. These individuals are far from the mere thugs you see here, Wang Fei urged anxiously. Luo Chen had stirred a hornet's nest today, and although it was partly for Wang Fei's sake, the trouble was monumental. Chapter 39. Trouble for the big boss. Luo Chen shook his head and handed a tissue to Wang Fei, indicating for him to wipe the blood off his face. Someone was coming. In a spacious office on the second floor of the bar, Luo Chen reclined on the sofa with a cup of tea before him. And what of Brother Wolf? At that moment, he lay curled on the floor like a beaten dog, drenched in blood. He had summoned a Dao. A Dao rushed in with over 100 men, and upon seeing Luo Chen, they were nearly frightened out of their wits. One of them swung a knife at Brother Wolf. After all, the last time they had offended Luo Chen, Hong Biao had personally come to apologize, paying 5 million to smooth things over. How had they angered Luo Chen again? Wang Fei, on the other hand, was still processing the fact that Luo Chen not only could fight now, but had also entangled himself with the notorious gang from Xinzhou. Alas, it was a case of misfortune visiting the Dragon King Temple. Look at Luo Yi, caught in yet another misunderstanding. Hong Biao had arrived in person, immediately offering apologies. Yet inwardly, he wished he could eliminate Brother Wolf on the spot for offending Luo Chen once more. My classmate owes him 2 million. I will repay him, and we shall be even. Luo Chen, his expression devoid of emotion, took out a bank card. Ah, Luo Yi, no, please. What debts? We are all family. Hong Biao dared not let Luo Chen part with his money, taking it could cost him his life. Fizi, what do you have to say about this? Luo Chen turned to Wang Fei. Ultimately, this matter was Wang Fei's own concern, and while Luo Chen could assist, the resolution depended on Wang Fei himself. Wang Fei finally grasped the situation. He had never met Hong Biao, but he had certainly heard of him. Now, witnessing such a figure address Luo Chen as Luo Yi, he was utterly stunned, a storm of emotions stirring within him. Only a year has passed, and Luo Chen has risen to such heights? And look at me, the disparity is staggering. Wang Fei, being a man of spirit, stepped forward and slashed a knife across Brother Wolf's face, thus concluding the matter. Initially, Hong Biao had intended to invite Luo Chen for a late-night meal, but Luo Chen politely declined, opting instead to drive Wang Fei home. Fizi, don't you live in the Yinyu building? Luo Chen followed Wang Fei's directions and drove to the outskirts. That was in the past. Wang Fei replied with a bitter smile, his demeanor unusually desolate. What happened? Luo Chen inquired. My mother has cancer, and my father has already passed away. Wang Fei's tears suddenly overflowed. After graduating from university, I had planned to study abroad. But then a woman appeared. I don't know what possessed me. I sold our house to be with her. My father was furious and eventually passed away, and I was abandoned. To fund my mother's treatment, I turned to loan sharks. As Wang Fei poured out his heart, his words were laden with sorrow. Luo Chen felt a jolt in his heart. Wang Fei's experiences mirrored his own past life so closely. For the past 6 months, I have been working at a bar. And you know the rest. Fizi, I have a project. Would you be interested in helping me? Luo Chen stated plainly, revealing his intention. What project? Panlong Bay is now mine. Aren't you studying design and architecture? The place is a stalled project, and I need your assistance. Luo Chen genuinely required Wang Fei's help. All right. I'll help you find people in my circle. Wang Fei, who was only skilled in design and planning, recognized the need for a construction team to execute the project. Wang Fei's heart raced. Panlong Bay was under Luo Chen's control? To what extent had Luo Chen ascended? By the way, this card contains 5 million. Let us see if we can send your mother abroad for treatment. If it's not enough, just let me know. As Wang Fei was about to exit the car, Luo Chen handed him a card. Wang Fei stood frozen for a moment, hesitant to accept. Enough. Don't be polite with me. Consider it your salary. Ultimately, Wang Fei accepted the money, recognizing it as a lifeline. Luo Chen, from now on, my life is yours. I will face any danger for you. Just say the word, and I shall obey. Only after Luo Chen's car had driven far away did Wang Fei turn back, silently vowing to repay Luo Chen's kindness. On the way back, Luo Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Yi Shuang. As soon as he answered, her anxious voice came through. Teacher, where are you? My grandfather is in trouble. Yu Jingtian was in trouble? In his youth, Yu Jingtian had been a figure of great significance, having served the country during peacekeeping missions. Even in retirement, few dared to challenge him. After all, his connections were still formidable. Otherwise, how could the Yi family dominate Xinzhou? However, when Luo Chen arrived at the Yi family's mansion, it was already crowded with visitors. The reception hall was ablaze with light, filled with influential figures from various fields, demonstrating the old man's extensive network. Yi Shuang had been waiting there, and upon seeing Luo Chen, she quickly led him into a bedroom through a different entrance. Yu Jingtian lay on the bed, being treated by a personal doctor. While he was not in immediate danger, his pale complexion revealed the severity of his injuries. Grandfather. The teacher is here. Yi Shuang anxiously looked at Yu Jingtian. Nonsense. How could such a trivial matter trouble Mr. Luo? Yu Jingtian coughed violently, causing blood to trickle from his mouth. The old man had sustained internal injuries and required surgery, the doctor advised. No, grandfather is too old. This is too risky. Yi Shuang protested. Everyone else, please leave except for Shuang, Luo Chen instructed firmly. The doctor was about to object, but was silenced by Yi Shuang's stern expression. Do we have silver needles at home? Luo Chen asked, his perceptive abilities revealing the extent of Yi Zhengtian's injuries, particularly a noticeable indentation in his chest, resembling a handprint. Yi Shuang hurriedly fetched a box of silver needles. Luo Chen first used specific techniques to unblock Yi Zhengtian's energy pathways, then supported him, rhythmically tapping his back for several moments. With a sudden heave, Yu Jingtian spat out a mouthful of dark blood, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you. Mr. Luo, Yu Jingtian opened his eyes, now without grave danger, needing only to recuperate for a while. After washing his hands, Luo Chen had discreetly infused a trace of purple energy into the silver needles while treating Yu Jingtian, which would nourish his internal organs, despite its seemingly small quantity. What on earth happened? Luo Chen pondered, for no one dared to harm Yu Jingtian in Xinzhou, and although he might not have impressed Luo Chen, he was no slouch in martial arts. How could he have sustained such severe injuries? Chapter 40. The Challenge, merely a collection of bygone events. Yu Jingtian sighed deeply, as if reluctant to revisit the past. Grandfather, I say we should simply have my father return with the army. I doubt they would dare to refuse. Yi Shuang retorted angrily. Shuanger, your third uncle is in their grasp. You do not comprehend the depths of their ruthlessness. They are truly capable of murder. Yi Jingtian responded with a resigned sigh. Luo Chen displayed a look of confusion. In my youth, I made an enemy in the martial world, but at that time, I still possessed some connections. He could not best me and ultimately fled to the mountains. To my surprise, he has returned this time with a master-level expert. Yi Jingtian shook his head in disbelief. In those days, both he and the adversary were hot-headed youths. The rival had attempted to forcefully take a woman, only to be thwarted by Yu Jingtian, who had naturally intervened to save her, thereby incurring a long-standing enmity. The previous incident involving the appraiser was likely orchestrated by this very foe. Have you faced that master-level expert? Luo Chen inquired. Mr. Luo, had I engaged that master, I fear I would not be here speaking with you now. I merely had a brief encounter with him, and to my astonishment, after more than 20 years, he has mastered the art of hidden strength. It was his hidden strength that injured me. Yi Jingtian lamented, feeling powerless against an enemy who had returned seeking vengeance, while he had long since lost the edge he once possessed. In truth, the most formidable presence was that master-level expert by his side, impervious even to bullets. Impervious to bullets? Luo Chen expressed mild astonishment. Such a feat could be attributed to the protective aura of the Tai Wang. Without it, he mused, he would likely be unable to withstand a bullet himself. Moreover, the potency of bullets varies significantly depending on the firearm. The difference between a pistol and an AK-47 is stark. It was astounding that such a master existed in the world, capable of withstanding bullets, which piqued Luo Chen's interest. It is said that this expert has practiced the iron cloth technique, Yi Jingtian explained. True martial arts masters are indeed like this. Once they master a technique, it is no mere pastime. However, no matter how formidable the human body, one cannot truly transform it into iron, as molecular structure cannot be altered. The iron cloth technique is essentially a form of qigong, or the external manifestation of internal strength. Techniques akin to the Six Meridian Sword or the One Yang Finger from novels fall under this category. However, mastering such internal strength is no small feat and is nearly lost to time. Thus, it is indeed peculiar that someone in this world has successfully cultivated such an art. Master-level experts can control their internal strength with remarkable finesse, also referred to as internal energy. Yi Jingtian tore open his shirt to reveal a palm print on his chest. This was left in haste by my opponent. At that moment, my bodyguard was still present, and I had no intention of confronting him directly. Otherwise, I might not be here now. Alas, they abducted my third son. Yi Jingtian's expression turned despondent. No matter how powerful he was, there were limits to his capabilities. The two intruders had initially targeted Yi Jingtian, but the defenses around the Yi household were too formidable. Amidst a barrage of bullets, one assailant struck Yi Jingtian's chest, while the master abducted his son. Their intentions were clear. In the martial world, matters must follow the code of conduct. They did not aim to kill Yi Jingtian's son, but rather wished for Yi Jingtian to retrieve him at the cost of his own life. They would offer him a fair chance to fight, for that is the way of the martial world. However, should Yi Jingtian truly go, it would be akin to walking into his own demise. Teacher, Yi Shuang gazed at Luo Chen with a mix of helplessness and hope. Very well, I understand. I shall intervene in this matter, Luo Chen declared, his interest more piqued by the master-level individual. Mr. Luo, this is no trifling matter. It concerns life and death, with deep-seated enmities at play. Frankly, while I cannot see through your capabilities, I would prefer you not to take this risk for me. Even if you are also a master-level expert, so too is your opponent. This places you on equal footing, making victory uncertain, a perilous gamble indeed. The true ferocity of master-level figures can be witnessed in the likes of the Beast King Lin Hualong. Fear not, I am quite eager to meet this master. Luo Chen expressed a fervent desire for combat. Ultimately, he remained the Celestial Sovereign, even if his strength was not at its zenith. Deep down, he was still the one who dared to conquer all adversaries. The title of Celestial Sovereign is not attained by hiding in remote mountains, but rather forged through battles marked by blood and flesh. As they spoke, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Moments later, an arrow feather was brought in by the butler, tied to a piece of cloth. Upon inspection, Luo Chen noted the unmistakable flair of the martial world. In this day and age, could they not have simply sent a text? Yet, this act illustrated the adversary's unwavering commitment to their word. Unfolding the cloth, it bore the message, tomorrow at noon. Loading Mountain Villa, located on the outskirts of Xinzhou, appeared to be a quaint agricultural retreat, yet in reality, it served as an underground venue for illegal fights, frequented by various unsavory characters from society. At 11:30 the following morning, Luo Chen and Yi Jingtian arrived at the villa. Yi Jingtian was well versed in the unwritten rules. Apart from Yi Shuang and a bodyguard, only Luo Chen accompanied him. He understood that failing to adhere to the rules would lead the other party to disregard them as well, possibly resulting in the grim discovery of his son's lifeless body. However, they were not the only ones attending. Other prominent figures from Xinzhou had also been summoned. It was clear that the adversary's intentions extended beyond merely Yi Jingtian. They sought to encompass the entirety of Xinzhou. Upon entering Longting Mountain Villa, they descended to the basement level, where a match was underway in the arena. Notable figures from Xinzhou's underworld had gathered. Naturally, Hong Biao was present as well, though each face bore a grim countenance. Old Yi, Upon the arrival of Yu Tianzhong, the crowd seemed to find their anchor, gathering around him to exchange greetings. The arena bore witness to 4 lifeless bodies laid out beside it. Old Yi, Master Chun, Master Li, Master Wang, and Director Zhang have all been defeated, Hong Biao sighed. These individuals were renowned figures in Xinzhou, each possessing considerable prowess. Dao was already considered a formidable fighter among ordinary people, yet against those 4, he would likely have fared poorly. Evidently, such formidable contenders had met their end in this very arena. In the center stood a tall, dark-skinned youth, his muscles bulging, while his opponent was unexpectedly an elderly man nearing 50. The elder bore the marks of time's passage, his face etched with hardship. He was a boxing champion brought in from Alaska, having traveled overnight to reach this venue. Hong Biao sighed again, recognizing that the opponent had decisively defeated Xinzhou's 4 greatest masters, leaving no one capable of standing against him. The match commenced. The boxing champion moved with agility, his hands raised, ready to attack or defend. His rapid yet composed footwork revealed him as a true expert. The elderly man, on the other hand, stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance, even closing his eyes, as if he were not competing but rather meditating in tranquility. Clearly, he did not regard the champion with any respect. At last, after several attempts to gauge his opponent, the champion began his frontal assault with a sardonic smile. Chapter 41. No victory or defeat, only life and death. The boxing champion unleashed a lightning-fast hook, with his right hand poised, indicating a clear combination of strikes. It was evident that the champion was a person of considerable practical experience. However, at the very moment the champion threw his punch, the elderly man seemed to possess an uncanny foresight. He twisted his body, shifted his footwork, and spun around like a top, effortlessly evading the blow. Astonishingly, the champion's body went limp, and he fell backward to the ground. The spectators were left in a state of shock. Even Yu Zhonglong wore a somber expression, clearly baffled by the sudden turn of events, as the Muay Thai champion lay on the ground. The influential figures of Xinzhou exchanged glances, pondering the depths of the opponent's strength. Who could rival such prowess? This boxing champion had been summoned from Alaska at great expense. Only Luo Chen comprehended the situation. The elderly man had not merely evaded the punch, he had countered it. The motion was so swift that the average observer could scarcely perceive it, as if the old man had not even struck at all. In the instant after turning, the elder had darted forward with 3 fingers, piercing the champion's throat. In that fleeting moment, the champion's throat was severed. Clean, precise, and ruthless. True Chinese martial arts are lethal, delivering life and death with a single move. There is no victory or defeat, only life and death. Humph, not a single capable fighter among them. The elder scoffed, his demeanor radiating pride, clearly intent on seizing control of all of Xinzhou. The local elites dared not voice their outrage, despite the elder's arrogance. That display of skill was enough to instill fear in anyone. What a sight. I thought you wouldn't return today? The elder surveyed the area, spotting Yu Zhengtian standing below, his eyes betraying disdain. Where is my son? Yu Zhengtian's expression darkened. The elder pointed to a section of the stands, where a middle-aged man was bound and gagged. Morongxiong. Yi Zhengtian glared at the elder, his teeth clenched. Huh, you still remember my name after all these years? It's been over 20. Is this your granddaughter? And who is this? This individual will fight in my stead today. Yu Zhengtian replied, fixing his gaze on Morongxiong. Huh, I thought age would grant you wisdom, yet you sent a mere child to face death for you. Morongxiong derided, casting a contemptuous glance at Luo Chen. Humph. Young one, you are still but a child, yet you seem so reckless. Child. Luo Chen's expression shifted, feeling slightly irked. Technically, he was over 10,000 years old, yet he was being referred to as a child? To call you a child is to elevate your status. Otherwise, what are you but an insignificant being unworthy of conversing with me? Know your place and leave. Morongxiong adopted a condescending posture, exuding an air of superiority. In his eyes, unless one was a master, he need not regard them, for he considered himself the foremost among those beneath the masters. As for the masters, could a young individual truly attain such heights? This was not a novel. There were not so many martial prodigies. Oh, you wish for me to leave? Luo Chen raised a brow, genuinely angered. Indeed, if you wish to live, then depart. Morongxiong carried himself with an air of superiority, believing that Yu Zhengtian was afraid and had sent a youth to shield himself. Yet he had utterly disregarded Luo Chen. Without hesitation, Luo Chen ascended the platform and beckoned Morongxiong with a flick of his finger. Are you truly seeking death? Murong Xiang regarded Luo Chen's assent with a chuckle. Having practiced martial arts since childhood and received guidance from a master to achieve his current level, he found it absurd that a mere youth would so brazenly challenge him. Thus, he was more than willing to impart a lesson, a deadly one. To kill you, one kick will suffice. An ant, one kick is all it takes. Luo Chen felt a resurgence of murderous intent, incensed by Murong Xiang's arrogance. When I was honing my skills, you weren't even born. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Murong Xiang's eyes gleamed with malice as he faced Luo Chen. Unbeknownst to him, he was gravely underestimating his opponent. Murong Xiang stood proudly, hands clasped behind his back, and the attention of the audience was drawn to this confrontation between the elder and the youth. Several masters had fallen, and even the imported Muay Thai champion had been defeated. Why had Yu Lao chosen a young fighter? Whispers of confusion swept through the crowd. Perhaps Xinzhou truly has no one left? Maybe Yu Lao has some plan in mind? Or perhaps this young man possesses unique abilities. But the reality remained. The opponent was undeniably formidable, and each master had been an expert, yet here they lay, their bodies still warm. Can he succeed? This seems precarious. Even Yu Shuang expressed her concern. Fear not. At the very least, Murong Xiang will not be a match for Mr. Luo, Yu Jingtian assured. His gaze fixed on the platform, brimming with confidence. On the stage, Luo Chen lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips, while Murong Xiang stood with his eyes closed. Arms crossed. Come, if you wish to court death, I shall grant it. Murong Xiang awaited Luo Chen's move. You are overreaching. Luo Chen shook his head, finally making his move. Murong Xiang began to speak, but his expression shifted abruptly. He realized he had indeed overstepped. Had he approached their battle with caution, he might have fared better. Yet, pretending to be a martial arts master had proven to be a critical and fatal error. As Murong Xiang had his eyes closed, they snapped open when he sensed Luo Chen's proximity. He was 5 meters away when Luo Chen spoke, yet as the word left his lips, he suddenly discovered that Luo Chen's attack had arrived unbeknownst to him. A foot struck out, and by the time Murong Xiang opened his eyes, it was too late. A simple upward kick, direct, effective, and unadorned. With a resounding thud, Murong Xiang was sent soaring, crashing into the ceiling. He then plummeted back down, his body a disheveled mess. But where was the life left in him? Just as Luo Chen had asserted, to eliminate Murong Xiang required but a single kick. What? This? The influential figures of Xinzhou stood stunned. This young man was astonishingly powerful. The champion who had slain the Muay Thai fighter was now vanquished by this youth in a single blow? Bravo! Well struck. They applauded, exhilarated. At last, they had avenged their prior humiliation. Had Murong Xiang survived, their fates might have been sealed here today. Yet, as the crowd cheered, a chilling voice echoed. I never expected my return would not be in vain. I have encountered a true master. Upon uttering the term master, the glass surrounding the venue shattered explosively, the sound reverberating like a lion's roar. Shards flew, and terrified screams filled the air. Thankfully, several lights were installed outside. Otherwise, darkness would have enveloped the hall. Suddenly, a figure leaped over 10 meters, landing gracefully on another person's head before descending onto the platform like an eagle. The platform, originally constructed of stone, cracked with a thunderous noise, resembling a spider's web under the weight of this newcomer. The scene rendered the entire assembly silent. Then, a voice rang out, now. Allow me to introduce a mysterious guest to everyone. From a young age, we have been immersed in the world of martial arts films. Yet it is well understood that these tales are mere fabrications. Today, however, we shall witness that certain phenomena are not without foundation, nor are they mere legends. What we have just observed is the so-called lightness of step, an ability that eludes scientific explanation, a treasure bequeathed to us by our ancestors. This is the essence of authentic Chinese martial arts, embodied by the true masters, including the unparalleled Grandmaster Wanong, who has returned from imprisonment. Chapter 42. Unyielding strength. The esteemed Wanyang Jun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. Though his white beard and hair suggested he was in his 70s or 80s, his youthful visage betrayed no hint of his true age. Adorned in a deep blue long robe from the Republic era and wearing a pair of black cloth shoes, he commanded the arena with the demeanor of a seasoned martial artist. His eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to lightning, captivating all who beheld him. Today, I have come to declare a singular truth to all present. From this day forth, the fate of Xinzhou rests solely in my hands. Wanong Jun's voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of every individual in attendance. Old fool, do you think we will heed your words? Does your five lord truly fear you? Suddenly, A lean and diminutive figure brandished a gun at Wan Yongjun. Despite the formidable aura that Wan Yongjun had just exhibited, many remained defiant, convinced that no matter how powerful he appeared, he could not surpass the might of a bullet. With a tempestuous spirit, the short figure pulled the trigger, firing 3 rapid shots. Yet, just before the first gunshot rang out, an aura of dark brilliance enveloped Wan Yongjun. The bullets struck him, sparks flying, but they were deflected harmlessly away. In the realm of martial arts, only the unyielding prevail. Wan Yongjun scoffed. A collective gasp echoed from the crowd, fear gripping many as they realized that such a phenomenon was indeed possible. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, who would have believed such a feat? As the 5 Lord attempted to fire again, Wan Yongjun extended his hand, revealing a bullet resting peacefully in his palm. You can catch bullets too? The 5 Lord's expression shifted, and just as he prepared to act, Wan Yongjun flicked the bullet, sending it piercing through the 5 Lord's forehead. The man fell to the ground, his face a mask of shock, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Though these powerful figures were notorious for their ruthlessness, none were fearless of death. If Wan Yongjun's initial display had merely served to intimidate, this act was a stark warning to all present. The once formidable 5 Lord now lay lifeless, his demise striking terror into the hearts of those who bore witness. Yu Zhongtian sighed, acknowledging the grim reality. Even with Luo Chen's presence, he felt the odds of victory slipping away. Some still clung to hope. Yet the overwhelming strength of Wan Yongjun cast a long shadow over their aspirations. On the stage, Luo Chen maintained an unflappable demeanor, even in the face of Wan Yongjun's lethal prowess. You are quite remarkable, Wan Yongjun said, turning to Luo Chen. It was worth my effort to emerge from prison for this. Luo Chen bristled at the condescending tone, feeling as though he were being patronized by an elder. To others, such words might have been a compliment, but directed at him, they felt like an affront. Who was Luo Chen? A revered celestial being whose experiences surpassed those of any mere mortal. Such talent at a young age. Allow me to overlook your recent transgression of slaying my disciple. Join me as my apprentice, Wan Yongjun proclaimed with an air of superiority. Luo Chen's laughter filled the air, a sound of disbelief. You wish to be my master? He retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips. What makes you think you are worthy? Wan Yongjun, brimming with self-importance, argued, with my experience. You would gain immeasurable wisdom by my side. A few pointers from me would suffice for your growth. Luo Chen found this notion laughable. He was a celestial being who had faced countless challenges and vanquished many renowned masters. Even the 3 great celestial lords dared not speak such words in his presence. Yet this mere mortal had the audacity to claim superiority? What are you to dare position yourself as my teacher? Luo Chen's anger flared as he admonished. I bow to no one, and though I have gained knowledge, I have forged my own path. You, a mere mortal, are hardly in a position to make such claims. Young one, the vastness of the universe is beyond your comprehension. If bullets cannot harm me, surely you can perceive my strength, Wan Yongjun retorted. Truly impressive, to deflect bullets. Luo Chen replied with sardonic mirth. A mere mortal, daring to lecture me about the cosmos? I admire talent, and your abilities are commendable for one so young. I would hate to see you squander your potential, Wan Yongjun boasted. But do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Should you provoke my ire, I could easily end your life with a flick of my wrist. Luo Chen scoffed. This is the first time I've encountered someone so brazen before me. He discarded his cigarette, but if you seek to bring about your own demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Wan Yongjun struck with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch towards Luo Chen, confident it would teach him a lesson. He believed he had shown enough favor to this upstart. Yet the latter seemed oblivious to the gravity of his situation. The punch, powerful as it was, found only empty air. While Luo Chen retaliated with a swift kick to Wan Yongjun's abdomen, the sound echoing across the arena. Not bad for a reaction. But can you truly harm me when bullets cannot? Wan Yongjun sneered. Luo Chen shook his head. You should not have provoked my wrath. He summoned the protective aura of the Taiwan Jing, his presence transforming dramatically. Bullets cannot harm you? Then I shall shatter you with my fists. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with fierce determination, as if ignited by an inner flame. Before Wan Yongjun could comprehend the shift, he was engulfed in a vision of devastation, a shattered planet on the brink of collapse, colossal beasts lying lifeless upon the ground, and powerful figures lamenting amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses that towered to the heavens. Who are you? Wan Yongjun gasped, his confidence crumbling in the face of such overwhelming might. You are not yet worthy to know. As Luo Chen's words fell, his finger pressed against Wan Yongjun's chest. Wan Yongjun felt as if he had been struck by a locomotive, akin to a mountain collapsing upon him. Such force was beyond mortal comprehension, utterly insurmountable. Boom. Pristine flesh was scattered, and a mist of blood erupted forth. Wan Yongjun was obliterated in an instant. With merely a single finger, he had annihilated Wan Yongjun. The entire arena fell into a profound silence once more. Chapter 43. The new monarch. The crowd beneath the arena stood in stunned silence, as if struck by lightning. Their eyes fixated on the astonishing scene unfolding before them. Who exactly was this young man? Just how formidable was the legendary Wan Yongjun? He had just demonstrated extraordinary prowess, surpassing the limits of human capability in the eyes of ordinary onlookers. After all, this was not a movie or a novel. This was reality. In the real world, someone capable of withstanding bullets was undeniably impressive. Yet, the young man on the stage, with merely a finger, obliterated his opponent, not merely defeating him but literally exploding him. Flesh and blood splattering across the ground. A body that seemed impervious to bullets had been reduced to nothing more than a shattered watermelon. Was this young man's fist mightier than a bullet? Many in the audience felt a tingling sensation at the back of their necks, a wave of unease washing over them. At that moment, Hong Biao's feelings towards Luo Chen shifted from mere palpable fear. Was this truly the extent of Luo Chen's power? Yu Xuanchuan gazed in disbelief, utterly captivated by the overwhelming dominance exhibited by Luo Chen. Was this still a human being? We had grossly underestimated Mr. Luo's capabilities, remarked Yu Tian, a look of genuine astonishment crossing his face. He had always believed he understood Luo Chen until this moment, when he realized he could scarcely grasp the true nature of this young man before him. All eyes turned towards the figure standing in the arena, unblemished by blood, exuding an aura of unparalleled might. Bravo! Well fought, proclaimed Guang Kun, clapping his hands in admiration. In my lifetime, I have never yielded to anyone, but today, I bow to that young man on the stage. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, the influential figures of Xinzhou applauding in approval. Luo Chen, however, paid no heed to their accolades. Instead, he bent down to retrieve a wolf tooth pendant from the ground. This pendant belonged to the deceased Wan Yongjun, and Luo Chen had no intention of picking it up for its aesthetic appeal. Upon lifting the pendant, he sensed a peculiar energy emanating from it. Just as he suspected, this wolf tooth pendant was no ordinary trinket. It was, in fact, a seed imbued with absolute defensive power, rendering its bearer impervious to bullets, thus explaining Wan Yongjun's extraordinary abilities. While Wan Yongjun must have trained in a form of martial art akin to the Iron Shirt technique, it seemed unlikely that such training alone could enable him to withstand bullets. However, with this seed augmenting his capabilities, it would be entirely plausible. From the very first glance at Wan Yongjun, Luo Chen had sensed an anomaly in the man's aura, particularly the ominous glow radiating from his surface, deepening his suspicions. As he held the seed, a smile crept across Luo Chen's face. He hadn't anticipated acquiring such a treasure. Simply by eliminating someone, he had stumbled upon this seed. Descending from the stage, several influential figures of Xinzhou hurried to surround him. Guang Kun and Hong Brao approached, clasping their fists in respect. Mr. Luo, your demeanor is truly unmatched. Luo Yi, your valor is unparalleled. In truth, this group had initially harbored doubts about Luo Chen. After all, Wan Yongjun's extraordinary display had surpassed common comprehension, and Luo Chen's youth did little to inspire confidence. Yet, in this moment, Luo Chen had decisively proven himself through sheer strength, earning the genuine admiration of Xinzhou's elite. Luo Yi, should anything arise in the development zone, do not hesitate to call upon me. I, Guang Kun, shall always heed your command, remarked a tattooed magnate from Xinzhou. The crowd gasped in surprise. Guang Kun, while prominent in Xinzhou, also wielded considerable influence throughout the entire Haidong province, though he had recently retreated into the shadows, seeking to cleanse his reputation. It was undeniable that he was a true power player. With such words, coupled with the Yi family's support for Luo Chen, it could be confidently asserted that Luo Chen had ascended to the pinnacle of Xinzhou. Luo Mister, if you ever wish to visit my Wang family, you are most welcome, suddenly interjected a stunning woman in professional attire. Many turned their heads in astonishment. The Wang family, while not aligned with Guang Kun and Hong Biao's faction, held significant sway in the white-collar realm, extending their influence even into Haidong province due to a prominent figure within their ranks. Now, with the Wang family extending an olive branch to Luo Chen, it was clear that he would garner respect in white-collar circles in the future. What? Am I to be disregarded so easily, while you all conspire against me? Yi Jingtian raised an eyebrow. In truth, he feigned displeasure, fully aware that a person of Luo Chen's caliber was destined for greatness, soaring far beyond the confines of the Yi family. Ah, Yu Lao, you jest. We shall continue to rely on you for many matters in Xinzhou. Guang Kuan and the other magnates chimed in. It was evident to all that Luo Chen shared a unique bond with Yi Jingtian. Should they wish to enlist Luo Chen's aid, Yi Jingtian's involvement would be indispensable. Gentlemen, I have run a boxing gym for many years and have never bowed to anyone. But today I yield. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Luo Yi is the foremost martial artist in Xinzhou, proclaimed an elder who appeared nearly 60. As the vice president of the Xinzhou Boxing Association, he had facilitated many bodyguards for the magnates, and now his words resonated with the crowd, who quickly echoed their agreement. Let us do this. The position of president of the Xinzhou Boxing Association has remained vacant. Luo Yi, if you would deem it worthy, we formally invite you to assume this role, the elder proposed. I am accustomed to a leisurely life and have no desire to engage in endeavors I do not enjoy. Luo Chen declined politely. Rest assured, this is merely a ceremonial role. In reality, figures like Guang Kuan and Hong Biao are already part of the association. You should grasp my meaning, the elder explained. In truth, this boxing association represented the underworld of Xinzhou. Wanong Jun's challenge had been rooted in a desire to seize the presidency, which would grant him dominion over the entire underworld of Xinzhou. This was akin to the leader of a faction in ancient times. Though Luo Chen was still somewhat reluctant, even Yu Jingtian urged him to accept the offer, as it promised an annual income of several million in donations without requiring much effort. Why not seize such an opportunity? Most importantly, it symbolized the status of the foremost individual in all of Xinzhou. Ultimately, Luo Chen acquiesced. It could be said that after this battle, he had achieved renown in Xinzhou. Chapter 44. The class reunion. After achieving fame overnight, Luo Chen never anticipated that the military would begin to take notice of him. Eventually, Yu Jingtian extended an invitation for a small gathering at Haishang Mingyu, where Luo Chen remained the center of attention throughout the event. Once the gathering concluded, he returned to his room and, unable to contain his eagerness, crushed the wolf's fang he had kept, revealing a black seed within. This seed appeared slightly shriveled. Unlike the previous one, which had been completely desiccated, Luo Chen took out the dragon vein and nurtured it with its power. Before long, the seed was entirely plump. However, Luo Chen found himself somewhat distressed as he gazed upon the dragon vein, noting that the red thread had become noticeably thinner and shorter. Although he wished to cultivate this dragon vein, the current state of the world rendered such aspirations impossible. There is an old saying, after the establishment of the nation, one must not achieve spirit. This is due to the restrictions imposed by the world, which has been adversely affected since Nurhisai of the Qing dynasty disrupted the great dragon vein of Huaxia, leading to a decline in its fortune. Following the ravages of war during the latter part of the Qing dynasty, the fortune of this realm has plummeted to its nadir. In order to recuperate and restore the dragon vein, the world has stripped away all fortune, resulting in the current situation where achieving spirit is prohibited. Setting aside the dragon vein, Luo Chen began to merge with the seed, placing it at his third eye. Instantly, a dark aura enveloped him, casting the entire room in shadow. As the darkness receded, the sound of cracking bones echoed from his body. Although his cultivation did not experience a significant boost, Luo Chen understood that with his current capabilities, he could withstand bullets without relying on the protective aura of the Tai Huang Jing. Moreover, these were not just any bullets. He could resist the formidable firepower of weapons like the AK-47 or Gatling gun. At the very least, such small arms no longer posed a threat to him. At that moment, the phone rang. It was a call from Wang Fei. Luo Chen, I have contacted several construction teams, and discussions are ongoing. By the way, do you remember Su Wenbing? That fellow is now involved with the construction team, and upon learning that I have the Panlong Bay project, he insisted on organizing a reunion and asked me to invite you. You should come tonight. After all, you will have the final say in this matter. Forget it. I won't be going. You handle it, Luo Chen replied. He had a faint recollection of Su Wenbing, who had pursued the class beauty alongside him, ultimately winning her over while Luo Chen ended up with Zhang Xiaoman. Although there was a minor resentment between them, it had since faded in Luo Chen's eyes, for he was no longer the same person he once was. His experiences in the cultivation world were beyond the comprehension of an ordinary individual. Come on, Luo Chen. Everyone is a classmate. Can't you indulge me and attend just for old-time sake? Wang Fei urged. Su Wenbing had specifically requested to meet the owner of Panlong Bay, and Wang Fei felt it was essential to bring Luo Chen along. There is a saying that reunions are merely opportunities for boasting, and Luo Chen genuinely feared that this gathering would devolve into such a display. After all, he felt he had little to flaunt. However, after much persuasion from Wang Fei, Luo Chen reluctantly agreed, not wishing to offend his friend. As evening approached, the reunion was set to take place at High West Shaoju. Luo Chen drove there, recalling that his last visit had ended in a fight. Just as he parked his car, the proprietor of High West Shaoju emerged to greet him personally. Aware that even his superior, Hong Biao, treated Luo Chen with utmost respect. Having witnessed Luo Chen incapacitate dozens in a single night, the owner was understandably cautious. "Master Luo, you have arrived," he said. "Yes, I believe the class reunion is in room 8, Luo Chen replied. "Shall I escort you there?" the owner asked. "No need. You go on and attend to your business. I will find my way." Luo Chen waved his hand, preferring to proceed on his own. Checking the time, he realized he had arrived a bit early, but it was of little concern. He had just spoken with Wang Fei, who seemed to be caught in traffic and would take a while to arrive. Entering room 8, Luo Chen found several individuals already present. At the forefront was a young man clad in a burgundy suit, sporting sunglasses and an impeccably styled hairdo, exuding an air of success and flair. He had carelessly tossed a set of BMW keys onto the table, seemingly intent on showcasing his affluence. Luo Chen recognized him as Su Wenbing. In truth, Su Wenbing had looked down upon him since their university days, and after winning the class beauty, he had taken every opportunity to embarrass Luo Chen. The others around him were similarly well-dressed, adorned in designer labels, each projecting an image of success. In stark contrast, Luo Chen appeared rather casual in a simple black tracksuit, devoid of any brand insignia, making him seem somewhat out of place. The group was gathered around Su Wenbing, laughing and chatting. Since graduating, Su Wenbing had indeed fared well, largely due to his wealthy family, which allowed him to establish his own construction team. During their school days, classmates had mocked him for having a father who worked on construction sites, only to realize later that some jobs were far less desirable than his. He was a foreman, overseeing projects without needing to labor himself. The purpose behind this class reunion was Su Wenbing's interest in Wang Fei's major project, which was considered a significant opportunity in Xinzhou. However, their relationship had been tenuous in school, and they had not stayed in touch after graduation. Thus, hosting this reunion was a pretext to build rapport, with the actual intent being to secure the project. When Luo Chen walked in, Su Wenbing was taken aback. He had not expected Luo Chen to attend. However, upon noticing Luo Chen's attire, a derisive smile crept across his face. This fellow seemed to be struggling. Despite Luo Chen's apparent indifference to past grievances, Su Wenbing had not forgotten. After all, it was common knowledge that they had both pursued the class beauty, with Su Wenbing emerging victorious while Luo Chen had become a laughingstock. Nevertheless, since they had crossed paths today, Su Wenbing was determined to humiliate Luo Chen. Rising from his seat, he feigned generosity and called out, "Isn't this Luo Chen?" Chapter 45. Disdain. Su Wenbing held a profound impression of Luo Chen, yet that impression was limited to the reclusive, introverted figure he had known during their university days. Back in school, Su Wenbing had looked down upon individuals like Luo Chen, believing that once they left the confines of academia, they would surely flounder in life. Today, upon catching sight of Luo Chen's attire, Su Wenbing felt vindicated in his judgment. The disparity between their appearances was stark, as Luo Chen's current outfit paled in comparison to Su Wenbing's own. "Luo Chen, what brings you here? How have you been?" A portly classmate, adjusting his glasses, inquired, though his tone lacked warmth and was tinged with indifference. The adage clothes make the man rang true. Luo Chen's current garb spoke volumes about his circumstances. "Hey, Fatty," Luo Chen replied. In truth, Fatty and Luo Chen had maintained a reasonably amicable relationship, bordering on friendship. However, after graduation, their interactions had dwindled, making this encounter unexpectedly surprising for Luo Chen. "Come on, Luo Chen, how can you address him as Fatty?" "Yes, now Mr. Zhang," Su Wenbing interjected deliberately. And Fatty offered no rebuttal, evidently acquiescing to the label. A flicker of pride crossed Fatty's face, as if he genuinely were Mr. Zhang. "My apologies. I'm just used to it," Luo Chen responded, brushing off the slight. "But how about you, Luo Chen? I heard from Zhang Xiaoman that you're going to work for him. Was it for 1,800 a month?" Su Wenbing provocatively announced, clearly seeking to undermine Luo Chen's dignity. "Is that true, Luo Chen?" Fatty chimed in, visibly astonished. He had not anticipated that Luo Chen had fallen to such depths, and disdain for Luo Chen grew within him. If things get tough, why not come work with me? Fatty chuckled, recalling his own struggles in school when he had only mingled with reclusive types like Luo Chen. Now witnessing Luo Chen's misfortune brought him an unsettling sense of satisfaction. Of course, Fatty's own situation was not much better. He was merely a low-ranking employee at a small firm, earning a meager $4,000 a month. Yet he boasted of a monthly salary exceeding $10,000 for the sake of pride. The least fortunate among us earns over $10,000 a month. Su Wenbing mocked. Thank you, Luo Chen replied with a smile. Don't be shy. We're all classmates here. If you're facing difficulties, just speak up. We'd surely help you. Right? Su Wenbing grinned, but his intent was to further embarrass Luo Chen. Indeed, Luo Chen, look at Su, doing splendidly with a newly acquired BMW. By the way, have you bought a car yet? Another female classmate interjected. Not yet, Luo Chen shrugged. Oh, Xiaolin, that was a bit harsh. Asking if he's bought a car when he's earning just 1,800. Isn't that like rubbing salt in the wound? Apologize. Su Wenbing feigned concern, internally reveling in Luo Chen's discomfort. My apologies, Luo Chen. I can be rather blunt, the girl chuckled, though her words held no sincerity, merely a hint of mockery. Xiaolin, didn't you recently open a clothing store? Su Wenbing remarked, addressing a beauty who happened to be the class belle both he and Luo Chen had once courted. Why not send Luo Chen a couple of outfits? We're all classmates, after all. If someone is in need, we should help them. Luo Chen. Although we had our differences back then, I'm willing to overlook them now. Let Xiaolin send you a couple of suits for the gathering. You don't even have decent clothes, and it reflects poorly on us as classmates. Su Wenbing continued his relentless assault. Thank you, but I'll pass. Luo Chen firmly declined. In truth, his attire was not just any ordinary sportswear. It was meticulously tailored by a renowned Italian designer, commissioned through a connection from Yi Shuangshuang. The materials and craftsmanship were exquisite, yet there were no labels to signify its worth, making it appear as though it were merely a cheap imitation. Despite Su Wenbing's taunts, the gathering was fully aware of his intentions to belittle Luo Chen. The moment Luo Chen entered, Su Wenbing had exchanged knowing glances with others, signaling them to join in the mockery. Xiaolin, meanwhile, reminisced about the days when both Su Wenbing and Luo Chen vied for her attention. In truth, she had favored Luo Chen, for his demeanor and looks had outshone Su Wenbing's. Yet, she had chosen Su Wenbing, primarily due to his affluent background, a decision she now felt justified in light of her current circumstances. Still, seeing Luo Chen in such a dismal state evoked a twinge of regret within her. Fine. Since Luo Chen is so dignified, we shall refrain from further comments. Su Wenbing eventually relented, diverting his attention to idle chatter with others. It was evident that Su Wenbing and the rest of the attendees held Luo Chen in contempt. Such was the harsh reality of society. Those with wealth and influence were revered, while those without were scorned, even if they had once been classmates or friends. Luo Chen chose not to engage further, opting instead to find a seat as he awaited Wang Fei. Had it not been for that, he might have left earlier. Apologies, Luo Chen, this seat is taken. Su Wenbing obstructed Luo Chen's path. Luo Chen, initially oblivious, assumed someone had indeed reserved the spot, so he intended to move to another area. Ah, Luo Chen. This seat is occupied as well. Su Wenbing blocked him again. At this point, Luo Chen realized that this was a deliberate slight against him, an intentional act of derision. Luo Chen, all of these seats are taken. That one in the corner is available. Perhaps you should sit there, Su Wenbing suggested, pointing to a spot in the far corner. Raising an eyebrow, Luo Chen remained silent and proceeded to sit in that corner. Disheartened that such a situation had arisen at what was meant to be a friendly gathering, Luo Chen, despite his usual grace, felt a growing resentment within him as he observed the unfolding events. Very well, if this is how it must be, I shall await the outcome, Luo Chen thought, taking his seat in silence. Su Wenbing, meanwhile, produced a pack of cigarettes, offering them around. Even the female classmates received a token gesture. But when it came to Luo Chen, he was intentionally overlooked. Su, you've forgotten Luo Chen. He smokes too, Fatty eagerly chimed in, clearly attempting to curry favor with Su Wenbing while simultaneously trampling on Luo Chen. Oh, my apologies for forgetting, Su Wenbing feigned regret, then produced a different pack of cigarettes. While he had distributed premium brands to others, he handed Luo Chen a cheap 5 yuan brand, a blatant act of humiliation. Luo Chen felt his anger rising, ready to respond. But at that moment, the owner of Highway Xiaozhu arrived. Chapter 46. Do you even deserve this? Since Luo Chen was in box number 8, he initially felt hesitant to disturb him. However, he had to find a way to curry favor with Luo Chen. Thus, the owner of Highway Pavilion brought in 2 bottles of Maodai. Ladies and gentlemen, these 2 bottles of wine are a gift for you all. Please enjoy them at your leisure. Our stock is running low, and I have dispatched someone to fetch more, so I shall not disturb you further. Please take your time. With that, the owner respectfully exited. Rather than being a gesture for the group, the wine was primarily intended for Luo Chen. However, Su Wenbing and his companions did not share this sentiment. Wow, Binggu, the owner of Highway Pavilion, is quite impressive to personally deliver wine to you, one classmate remarked. Indeed, Binggu, your status has clearly skyrocketed. This is extraordinary. Immediately, laughter and chatter ensued, while Luo Chen was left neglected in the corner. Even during the pouring of drinks, no one offered him any. In this gathering, Luo Chen appeared distinctly out of place, as if he were invisible to everyone. Had he been faring well, they would not have overlooked him, but unfortunately, his current circumstances caused them to regard him with disdain. At that moment, someone finally approached him, Shaolin, the former class flower. Luo Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but she opened her handbag and handed him 2,000 yuan. Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept it, Luo Chen declined. This was a matter of a man's dignity, even if he were indeed down on his luck. He would refuse such a gesture. Regardless of Shaolin's sincerity or intent, it was still a blow to a man's pride. Don't be so formal. We are all classmates. If you are struggling, feel free to let me know. I could use a stock clerk, and if you're willing to join, I can offer you 5,000 a month, with meals and accommodation included. Shaolin proposed. All right, Shaolin, don't tease Luo de Xiao. He was quite the figure in school. Your remarks are quite embarrassing for him. Su Wenbing interjected with a mocking smile. Well aware of how the term figure was merely a relic of their past rivalry over Shaolin, his words prompted laughter among the group. Luo Chen, I understand this might be humiliating for you, but sometimes it is better to set aside pride than to suffer in silence, is it not? Shaolin continued. Please, just accept the money. I also heard you and Zhang Xiaoman have broken up, is that true? She pressed, extending the cash once more. Luo Chen furrowed his brow and glanced at Su Wenbing, who wore a smug grin. Luo Chen recognized this as a trap set by Su Wenbing. Just as he was about to respond, 3 more individuals entered the room, including Zhang Xiaoman. She deliberately acted as if Luo Chen were non-existent, engaging warmly with others while pointedly ignoring him. She was now with Chen Chao. Though Luo Chen had garnered her admiration, it held little weight now. He possessed a luxury car and owned a company, but how could he compare to someone whose family was worth billions? While Luo Chen's situation was not dire, in the grand scheme of things, he paled in comparison to Chen Chao. Zhang Xiaoman greeted Su Wenbing, and the group quickly clustered together in conversation, leaving Luo Chen isolated. At that moment, Wang Fei finally arrived. Ah, Feigu, come here. Su Wenbing exclaimed, suddenly overly enthusiastic. Let me introduce our most low-key member, Wang Fei. This fellow has been quietly working on a massive project worth billions. Remarkable, Wang Fei. The others echoed in agreement. Just as Wang Fei was about to speak and introduce Luo Chen, he noticed Luo Chen sitting in the corner and felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Wang Fei then took a seat beside Luo Chen. Hey, Wang Zong, why are you sitting there? I left a spot for you here. Su Wenbing stood up and attempted to pull Wang Fei over. Wang Fei glanced at Luo Chen, who smiled and gestured for him to sit where he was. Wang Fei ultimately chose to stay beside Luo Chen. By the way, Wang Fei, didn't you say the head of the Panlong Bay project would be coming today? Has he arrived yet? Can you introduce him to us? Su Wenbing inquired. Introduce? Wang Fei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the situation. He glanced at Luo Chen, seeking his approval, but Luo Chen shook his head. Wang Fei quickly understood and replied, he may not have arrived yet. All right, let us wait a bit. Oh. By the way, Shaolin, do you remember the love letters Luo Chen wrote you back in college? Su Wenbing attempted to stir the pot again, seemingly eager to humiliate Luo Chen in front of everyone. However, Wang Fei's expression darkened at the mention, as it was inappropriate to bring such matters to light publicly. He looked at Luo Chen, who gently shook his head, prompting Wang Fei to remain silent. I can't recall, Shaolin admitted, sensing the awkwardness of the topic. I remember. Luo Chen, you were quite bold. While others sent flowers to woo girls, you resorted to writing love letters. In this day and age, how could you pursue a girl without any money? Su Wenbing's comment elicited laughter from the table, albeit in a derisive manner. By the way, Xiaoman, Did you truly dump Luo Chen? Su Wenbing pressed further, his audacity seemingly boundless. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Xiaoman nodded affirmatively. This isn't about you, Luo Chen. Just look at yourself compared to Xiaoman. Where do you stand? Wang Fei finally lost his patience, slamming the table to interrupt Su Wenbing. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. For while Su Wenbing was the instigator, the true focus of the gathering was Wang Fei. What's the matter, Fei Go? Su Wenbing stammered, suddenly on edge, and forced a smile, aware that he needed Wang Fei's support for the major project. If they secured it, the profits would be substantial. Wang Fei, I've endured this long enough. Tell me, what does it mean to have Luo Chen seated in the corner? Wang Fei confronted Su Wenbing. Chapter 47. The most regretful person. Fij, so it was for this reason. Isn't it true that everyone else dislikes being around Luo Chen? If you're unhappy, I can immediately replace him. Su Wenbing dared not offend Wang Fei. At this moment, he would comply with whatever Wang Fei said. After all, he was counting on Wang Fei to introduce him to the owner of Panlong Bay. However, Wang Fei was not swayed and let out a cold laugh. Humph. What kind of behavior is it to intentionally belittle Luo Chen in front of everyone? Wang Fei stood up, questioning directly. Come on, Fij, Bing was just joking. Don't take it to heart. Besides, isn't it normal for everyone to tease Luo Chen a bit? Xiao Pang stood up to mediate. Though he was puzzled as to why Wang Fei was defending Luo Chen, not only Xiao Pang, but the others were also bewildered. How could Wang Fei stand up for Luo Chen? After all, Luo Chen seemed to be struggling. Fij, I was in the wrong just now. I apologized to Luo Chen. Is that acceptable? Su Wenbing raised his glass with a smile, valuing Wang Fei's favor more than anything else. As for Luo Chen, in Su Wenbing's eyes, he was insignificant. He thought nothing of mocking Luo Chen publicly or even outright insulting him. Yes, Fij, while Luo Chen is our classmate, he really doesn't amount to much. Don't let him ruin our camaraderie. Shut up. Wang Fei exploded in fury, cursing them. What are you to speak of Luo Chen? I see now that you all look down upon him, don't you? Wang Fei smashed his glass on the ground, shocking everyone present. Why did Wang Fei care so much about Luo Chen? Did they think Luo Chen was poor and powerless, hence their disdain? Do you think you're worthy? I'll tell you all, you're not even fit to carry Luo Chen's shoes, yet you dare to belittle him? Su Wenbing, you called me here just to secure the Panlong Bay project, right? You wanted me to connect you with the owner? Well, let me tell you. The owner of Panlong Bay has been sitting here all along. It's the very Luo Chen you mocked. What? He's the owner of Panlong Bay? Su Wenbing felt darkness clouding his vision, nearly collapsing. The other classmates were also dumbfounded. The Panlong Bay project was worth billions. Did that mean Luo Chen was worth several billion? At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman felt as though she had been stabbed in the chest. She had thought Luo Chen was merely the owner of the company she worked for. But unexpectedly, he was the owner of Panlong Bay. Indeed, if Luo Chen were just the owner of her company, he could not compare to Qin Chao. But if he were the owner of the Panlong Bay project, then what was Qin Chao? Not even worthy of carrying Luo Chen's shoes. Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over Zhang Xiaoman. Why did she break up with Luo Chen? Was it not because she felt he was unworthy and could not provide her with the luxurious life she desired? She had thought Luo Chen was just an ordinary worker with limited prospects. But now, Luo Chen was the true elite she could not reach. Tears brimmed in Zhang Xiaoman's eyes. This man, just days ago, had been firmly in her grasp, her boyfriend, her man. Now, all that remained was regret. Xiao Pang also felt regret. He had maintained a decent relationship with Luo Chen, yet he had mocked him to curry favor with Su Wenbing. But now, he realized who the true leader was, who he should have befriended. Unfortunately, he had erred. Su Wenbing was filled with remorse as well. Luo Chen, it was all a misunderstanding. I apologize to you. He hurriedly stood up. Though Su Wenbing had some assets in Xinzhou, compared to Luo Chen's billions, he was nothing. There's no need, Luo Chen said, discarding his cigarette butt and standing up. Everyone, please enjoy your gathering. I shall take my leave. Without further ado, he made his way toward the exit. This farce had come to an end. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open. The owner of Highway Xiaozhu walked in. Lao Yi, I was abrupt earlier, only sending up 2 bottles of wine. Let me send up a few more now. Dozens of bottles of Mount were brought in by the servers. Such generosity was unexpected. Surely, this meal could not be worth so much. Yet everyone turned their gaze to Luo Chen, for it was the owner's words that mattered. For Lao Yi? What is this? Su Wenbing and Xiao Pang were stunned. They had previously thought it was Su Wenbing's influence that prompted the owner to personally deliver the Mao Tai. But now they understood it was due to Luo Chen's standing. Since you are all friends of Lao Yi, please, do not hold back. If you need anything, it's all on the house. Enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. Lao Yi, see you later. The owner was exceedingly courteous, bowing to Luo Chen. The scene fell silent. Gifted to Luo Chen? Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, the owner of Haiwa Xiaozhu chuckled lightly, surveying the crowd. Surely, you don't think the wine is for you? With another cold laugh, he continued, if it weren't for Lao Yi, you all would be nothing in my eyes. Lao Yi. I speak plainly, I hope you won't mind. Yet Luo Chen interjected, return the wine, the gathering is over. Understood, Lao Yi, the owner of Highway Xiaozhu responded respectfully, promptly instructing for the wine to be taken away. Throughout the entire process, the respect shown to Luo Chen was unparalleled, while Su Wenbing and the others were scarcely acknowledged. Were it not for Luo Chen, the owner of Highway Xiaozhu would not have even deigned to speak to them. Lao Go, I was wrong. Can you grant me another chance? Su Wenbing's heart was filled with regret. The owner of Panlong Bay was right here. Yet he had offended him from the moment he entered. What had he called this gathering for? Wasn't he it for this very reason? And Luo Chen, with a sneer, declared, since you all look down upon me, there is nothing more to say, let this camaraderie of classmates come to an end. With that, Luo Chen turned to leave. Wang Fei, are you out of your mind? Su Wenbing cursed as he watched Luo Chen exit. Chapter 48. Rescuing the fair maiden during a class reunion, everyone gathered together. Reminiscing about the years that had passed. Isn't there at least some camaraderie after all this time? How could you leave Luo Chen sitting in the corner, abandoned like that? How could you possibly do such a thing? Wang Fei erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Wenbing. And you all, each one of you, are such sycophants. I, Wang Fei, am ashamed to be your classmate. What is this? Just because Su Wenbing is doing well, you all fawn over him, while ignoring Luo Chen, whom you think is struggling. It's a misunderstanding, Brother Fei, really. He is just so low-key. Su Wenbing quickly interjected, raising his glass in a gesture of apology. Misunderstanding? My foot. Since Luo Chen is here today, we might as well say a word or two. If it were you in his place, would you still want to be here? Yes, we are classmates, but if you insist on disregarding our bonds and creating hierarchies, then I'm sorry. What are you all? Can you even aspire to stand beside him? From this day forth, we are no longer classmates, and let us not keep in touch. Farewell. With that, Wang Fei stormed off, leaving everyone in stunned silence. After Wang Fei's departure, Su Wenbing and the others exchanged glances, especially Su Wenbing, whose face burned with embarrassment. A perfectly good opportunity, almost guaranteed, had slipped away due to his arrogance and disdain for Luo Chen. Xiaoman, are you all right? Xiaolin comforted. Noticing that Zhang Xiaoman's makeup had run from tears, she was filled with regret. Previously, she had believed that Luo Chen could never compare to Chen Chao, but now the truth was evident. Chen Chao paled in comparison to Luo Chen. Moreover, she understood that Chen Chao, the spoiled rich kid, was merely toying with her interest. Once he grew bored, he would likely discard her. Meanwhile, Luo Chen had always treated her with genuine affection. Overwhelmed by regret, Zhang Xiaoman trembled. I'm fine, she replied weakly, and Xiaolin remained silent, also feeling remorseful. With a net worth in the billions, Luo Chen had become truly impressive compared to him. Su Wenbing was insignificant. Had she known Luo Chen was so understated, so low profile, she would never have chosen Su Wenbing during their university days. The memory of having given someone 2,000 yuan made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Su Wenbing sighed, feeling awkward as he faced the others. This was entirely self-inflicted. He had thought he was doing well, having established a company less than a year after graduation, and believed he had the right to show off. Yet now, in comparison to Luo Chen, he was nothing. After catching up to Luo Chen, Wang Fei apologized profusely since the incident had stemmed from him. However, Luo Chen bore no ill will towards Wang Fei. He encouraged Wang Fei to attend to project matters while he planned to leave on his own. Upon exiting the restaurant, he noticed a bar downstairs, but he had no intention of lingering there. He was set on leaving. Just then, four colorful-haired delinquents emerged, forcefully dragging a young girl with them. She appeared to be only 16 or 17, still a minor. The thugs shoved her into a nearby alley, their intentions unmistakable. Under normal circumstances, Luo Chen would have ignored the situation. However, having just experienced the fickleness of human relationships, he felt a surge of compassion and decided to follow them. Let go of me. Let go. The girl, intoxicated, was utterly disoriented. It was undeniable that she was stunning, exuding a beauty akin to a campus belle, dressed provocatively. Especially with her long, slender legs, truly an alluring sight. Hey, Tonight's a lucky catch. Who would have thought we'd find such a gem? Let us take turns, boys. One thug, sporting yellowed teeth and a cigarette, leered. Look at her, still a schoolgirl, so fresh. Another thug reached out to tear at her clothing. The girl, wanting to resist, found herself too weakened by alcohol, and with a tearing sound, much of her outfit was ripped away. Feeling a jolt of fear, the girl suddenly regained some clarity. What do you want? Let go of me, she cried, panic etching her features. The thug, reveling in excitement, reached out again, intent on fully disrobing her. In that moment of desperation, a hand seized the thug's outstretched arm. Startled, the thug turned to see Luo Chen, and rage flared within him. Mind your own business, or you're asking for trouble. Without a word, Luo Chen exerted pressure, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. It hurts. Let go, please. You're breaking my arm. Seeing his comrade subdued, another thug, his eyes filled with malice, drew a butterfly knife and lunged at Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't flinch. He caught the sharp blade and delivered a powerful kick to the thug's groin. With a heart-wrenching wail, the thug collapsed, and the remaining delinquents, terrified, abandoned their injured companion and fled in haste. Luo Chen turned to the girl who lay on the ground, appearing to be a high school student, now rendered speechless by fear. Remembering the saying about good deeds, he felt compelled to ensure her safety. Leaving her here could lead to further misfortune. Yet, observing the intoxicated girl, he furrowed his brow. He lifted her and found a nearby faucet, placing her head under the running water. Initially resistant, the girl soon succumbed to his imposing demeanor and cried. After a few moments, once she was coherent, Luo Chen ceased. He removed his jacket and draped it over her shivering form. Are you awake now? Don't come to places like this again. They're not meant for you. He tossed 200 yuan onto the ground before departing. Wait, what's your name? The girl called after him. There is no need to get acquainted. We likely want to meet again, Luo Chen replied, continuing on his way. The girl watched his retreating figure, a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. After a prolonged moment, she picked up the 200 yuan and hailed a taxi, returning to school. Meanwhile, in a military green jeep, a man and woman clad in sharp black suits appeared exceedingly competent. Boss, the intel states that the person introduced by the Yi family is named Luo Chen. I checked the records. He is just over 20. Can he really be that capable? The man questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. You'll know once you meet him. The woman replied. Fine, once we encounter him, I'll test his skills. I refuse to believe he is as formidable as the legends say. Otherwise, my years of training in the military would have been in vain. He has undergone systematic training, holding little regard for the superficial bravado found in society, she concluded. Chapter 49 Inconvenient Mr. Luo, someone wishes to meet you. It was a call from Elder Yi. Oh, who is it? Luo Chen answered the phone. The people above, Yi Jingtian replied. I want to meet them. Without further inquiry or explanation, Luo Chen's response left Yi Jingtian in a quandary. Mr. Luo, if it's convenient for you, perhaps you could come over? They are waiting for you here, Yi Jingtian said with a wry smile. It's not convenient. Please tell them that if they want to see me, they should come find me themselves. I do not have the time to meet with unrelated individuals. Luo Chen hung up the phone directly. It was not a matter of disrespecting Yi Jingtian. Rather, he was not someone who could be summoned at will. Furthermore, Luo Chen had a temperament that, if displeased, would not be swayed by status, whether the person was of high rank or low, or even celestial. Yi Jingtian cautiously relayed this message to the man and woman before him. Humph, what an inflated ego. The man sat with an erect posture, exuding a commanding presence. Brimming with ferocity. Coach Filong, he was specifically requested by Principal Su. You should. Humph, I don't care whether it was Principal Su himself or not. Filong, only recognize strength. We can meet him, but he had better not disappoint me, or he will regret it. Filong snorted coldly. The woman shook her head in resignation. Thank you, Elder Yi. I appreciate your help. She stood up and left with the man. Grandpa? Yi Shuang, standing nearby, felt displeased. This man was overly arrogant while seeking help. Higi, once they go to find Mr. Luo, perhaps they will not be so haughty, Yi Jingtian said, smiling as he sipped his tea, unconcerned. Filong, it would be best if you were polite, the woman reminded him in the car. Humph. I still don't understand why Principal Su values him so much. He is just a young man. How formidable can he really be? Filong scoffed at Luo Chen. The woman found it difficult to counter, as Filong, despite his arrogance, had the credentials to back it up. He was a master of Xingyiquan, skilled in both internal and external arts, capable of handling any number of special forces. Soon, The vehicle arrived at Haishang Mingyue. The two took the elevator, rang the doorbell. And when Luo Chen opened the door, he instantly recognized them as the individuals Yi Jingtian had referred to. Upon entering, before Luo Chen could offer them a seat, Falong disdainfully remarked, "Not impressive at all. There is not an ounce of presence." "What?" Luo Chen turned his head in confusion. "I said you're not impressive at all. Care for a spar?" "Falong," the woman admonished. "Boss, that is just the truth. He is not that strong," Falong said, his eyes filled with derision. "You wish to challenge me?" Luo Chen inquired. "Yes, because I see you," but Falong's words faltered as Luo Chen's aura shifted. A stifling pressure emanated from him, transforming the sweltering summer day into a chilling atmosphere within the room. The oppressive energy grew heavier, felt distinctly even by the woman. Falong, however, sensed it even more acutely. It was as if he were facing a raging dragon, a primal beast. He found himself unable to move, feeling that merely standing before Luo Chen required all his strength. "My subordinate is lacking in manners. I apologize." "Please, Mr. Luo, show mercy." The woman hastily apologized, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Overwhelmed by the pressure she had only previously experienced from Lin Hualong, the man's sweat dripped down, his knees trembling. Luo Chen snorted coldly and then withdrew his oppressive aura. "I'm sorry, Mr. Luo. I was blind to your prowess." Falong retracted his arrogance, realizing that the very presence he had just encountered was enough to render him motionless, akin to a rabbit under the gaze of a tiger. "Next time you utter such words, you might not have a chance to apologize," Luo Chen said casually as he plopped down on the sofa, disregarding the invitation for them to sit. "Mr. Luo, we actually came here to not interested, nor do I wish to listen. You may leave through the door." Luo Chen interrupted, his displeasure evident. It was clear that these two had come seeking something, yet their attitude irked him, and if he was already displeased, why bother attending to them? The woman shot an irritated glare at Falong, seemingly blaming him for the situation. "Mr. Luo, please forgive our earlier rudeness. We are here on a mission, and we ask for your magnanimity," she said, demonstrating her social finesse. "We have come to request your protection for a certain individual. Not interested. The door is over there. You may leave." Luo Chen sneered again, cutting off her explanation and issuing another dismissal. What did they take him for? How could they possibly expect him to act as a bodyguard? "Mr. Luo, we beg you for an opportunity to finish speaking." The woman felt a headache coming on but was determined to see this through, as it was a task assigned from above. "We have no interest in protecting any prominent figures or leaders. Mr. Luo, you misunderstand. The individual we wish to protect is a student. Find someone else." "Mr. Luo, we have already sent 5 individuals, yet all have met with misfortune. The person we need to protect is somewhat special. He is not a leader, but a member of the technical department involved in combat aircraft research. He has been kidnapped abroad, and we are seeking ways to rescue him. However, his daughter has also become a target here. The kidnappers intend to use her to coerce him into compliance. I know you are not inclined to protect prominent figures, but please consider that this is a plea for help for someone who has made significant contributions to our nation, as well as for a father in distress." The woman spoke earnestly. "Furthermore, should we succeed in this endeavor, we will present you with a valuable token as additional compensation." She produced a translucent seed, no larger than a thumb, which captivated Luo Chen's attention, causing his brow to raise. This was a pristine seed, radiating a peculiar energy. "We understand that you have an affinity for such items." The woman placed the seed before Luo Chen. Chapter 50. The most extraordinary teacher in history. "Your investigation appears to be quite thorough," Luo Chen remarked casually as he gazed at the seed before him. However, internally, he was struck with astonishment. This was a seed imbued with the power of invisibility, an exceptionally rare entity. If he could successfully integrate it, Luo Chen would possess the extraordinary ability of invisibility. Seeds of such nature, particularly those associated with invisibility or other unique attributes, are exceedingly scarce. Naturally, Luo Chen was intrigued. "If Mr. Luo is willing, upon signing the contract, this seed will be yours at the conclusion of the task, which only spans 3 months. The individual you are to protect is about to graduate, and once that occurs, your duty will cease," the woman explained. Ultimately, Luo Chen acquiesced, for the allure of the seed was irresistibly potent. "We will arrange everything for Mr. Luo to enter as a physical education teacher, and you will also serve as the homeroom teacher. Rest assured, we have already made the necessary arrangements with the school." She elaborated on a few details. After reaching an agreement, the woman departed with Falong. "Why didn't you act earlier?" The woman shot Falong a glare. "I was paralyzed with fear. You have no idea of the pressure I felt. It was as though a mere twitch would result in my immediate demise. I've never encountered anyone so formidable before. It felt like I was teetering on the brink of the underworld, Filong replied with a wry smile, still sweating profusely. He had never anticipated that such extraordinary individuals existed in this world, capable of instilling such trepidation with their mere presence. Meanwhile, Luo Chen examined the photograph of the individual he was to protect, and a sense of familiarity washed over him. The Xinzhou Development Zone was territory belonging to Guangquan, and within it stood the esteemed Tulip High School, renowned for its exemplary school spirit and exceptional education. The academic prowess of its students and the professional integrity of its faculty were exemplary. Yet, this reputation did not extend to Class 3 of the senior year, a class notorious within Tulip High School's history, a blemish and a disgrace that even the principal could not address. In this class, 3 of the 4 most notorious rascals were present, along with 2 prominent bullies. It contained both the top-performing and the lowest-achieving students. Daily occurrences included truancy, fights, smoking, drinking, dyeing hair, collecting protection fees, and tormenting teachers. Over 3 years, 11 homeroom teachers had come and gone, with 2 currently hospitalized. This class, marked by its myriad of misdeeds, should have been disbanded long ago. However, it miraculously persisted, now only 3 months shy of graduation. The reason was simple. The class comprised the children of the elite, wealthy offspring, children of officials, and the progeny of Xinzhou's power brokers. The city's high-ranking leaders, the deputy mayor, and even the grandson of Yu Zhentian were members of this class. Although it numbered merely 21 students, each one was beyond the principal's reach. In the principal's office, a sharply dressed man with slick-back hair expressed his vehement opposition. "No, principal. This is absolutely unacceptable. I oppose this. Chen Chao, this decision comes from above." The principal, appearing to be in his 50s, responded with a cultured demeanor, honed from years in education. Coincidentally, Chen Chao was a teacher at this school, currently serving as the director of education. "Principal, I am fully aware of this individual's background. He is merely a recent college graduate without even a teaching certificate. Why should he be allowed to teach Class 3 of the senior year?" Chen Chao scoffed, vehemently opposing Luo Chen's appointment. "Chen Chao, you are also a recent graduate. Yet here you are as the director," the principal sighed. He could not afford to offend Chen Chao, but he certainly could not cross Luo Chen, as this was a task assigned to him from above, not merely a job, but a mission. "He cannot compare to me. I graduated from a prestigious university abroad." While he hails from an ordinary institution and lacks higher education, Chen Chao thought disdainfully, feeling that Luo Chen had disrupted his plans. Initially, the principal had intended for Chen Chao to manage the notoriously difficult class, a role he had been eager to assume, having cultivated all the necessary connections. If he could successfully guide Class 3 into university, he would leapfrog over the principal and into the Education Bureau. For Chen Chao, this class represented a crucial stepping stone in his ascent. Even the previous teacher's removal had Chen Chao's fingerprints all over it. Victory was within his grasp until Luo Chen appeared unexpectedly. "This decision is final. There is nothing we can change," the principal concluded with a gesture of resignation. Faced with the principal's stance, Chen Chao relented, though he clenched his fists in silent fury. "Consider yourself unfortunate. I've already decided to let you off the hook after I took your girlfriend, but now that you dare to obstruct my path, I will ensure your downfall. Let the others know. The meeting is about to commence," the principal instructed. Luo Chen pushed open the door to find a long table filled with attendees. The atmosphere in the office was tense, with every pair of eyes fixed on him. To his surprise, Chen Chao was among them, though he wore a stern expression, deliberately feigning ignorance of Luo Chen. Given their previous encounter, it was understandable that Chen Chao would not extend any warmth. Luo Chen recalled that in his past life, Chen Chao had indeed been a high school teacher, but he had soon risen to the Education Bureau. The atmosphere was rather grave, permeated with a sense of hostility towards Luo Chen. At that moment, the principal stood and addressed the group. "This is our new colleague, Luo Chen. I will spare you the formalities. He will be in charge of Class 3 of the senior year. I hope everyone will extend their support to him in his endeavors." Chen Chao was the first to scoff, expressing his discontent. Just then, a balding teacher with glasses rose to speak. "I would like to inquire, Mr. Luo, do you possess any educational experience? What educational philosophies or methods do you uphold?" Knowing full well Luo Chen's background, this question was a deliberate attempt to undermine him, a provocation crafted to embarrass. "And you are?" Luo Chen inquired. "I am Sun Jiangwo. With over 30 years in education, my students spread across the nation. some having become wealthy tycoons and others holding esteemed positions. Sun Jiangwo proudly introduced himself, as if claiming the achievements of his students as his own. "Oh, Mr. Sun, have you not heard the adage, to educate others, one must first cultivate oneself?" Luo Chen retorted, unwilling to allow the challenge to go unanswered. "And what of it?" Sun Jiangwo sneered. "How can you teach others when you lack basic manners and upbringing?" Luo Chen shot back, pulling out a chair to sit. Reclining back with a nonchalant posture and placing his legs on the table, exuding an air of authority. The atmosphere in the conference room became palpably tense. Chapter 51. Betting How Dare You Insult Me? Sun Jiangwo could hardly believe his ears. This person was utterly audacious. He had the gall to hurl insults right from the outset. If your hearing is intact, or if your intellect is sound, then rest assured. I am indeed directing my scorn at you. Luo Chen replied with a cold smirk. Luo Chen, do you consider yourself polite? Chen Chao exclaimed as he abruptly stood up. Having already harbored a disdain for Luo Chen, now, seeing him casually resting his legs on the table provided the perfect excuse. Oh. Their essay saying, speak plainly with people and ghostly with the dead. Since I find myself amidst a gathering of ruffians rather than esteemed educators, I shall not bother with decorum. As he spoke, Luo Chen produced a cigarette and lit it. This is no place for insolence. I have taken charge of Class 3 of the senior year. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to leap from a building, or muster the courage to wrest Class 3 from my grasp, or simply remain silent, you worthless wretches. Luo Chen made it clear he would not grant them any semblance of respect, opting instead for confrontation. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. None had anticipated that on his very first day, Luo Chen would boldly insult them. Initially, he had intended to discuss how to manage students effectively with the faculty, but now his idealistic vision had been shattered. You dare insult me? Chen Chao stood once more. Please, do not take this personally. Luo Chen tossed aside the cigarette butt. Mr. Luo, please, do not lose your temper. We are all here for the benefit of Class 3's students, after all, who are notoriously difficult to manage. The principal interjected, attempting to mediate. I require just 1 month. Within that time, all students of Class 3 will be compliant. If I fail, I will resign voluntarily. However, should anyone attempt to sabotage my efforts during this month, they shall not find me merciful, Luo Chen declared with a confident smirk. Haha, what did you say? A month? We have struggled with these issues for 3 years, and you think you can resolve them in just 1 month? Do you comprehend the chaos that is Class 3? The principal's skepticism was palpable. Look at his demeanor. He hardly resembles a teacher. How can someone so arrogant be entrusted with educating our youth? A chorus of mockery and derision erupted. I wager a day. If you are still here by dinner, I will concede defeat. One teacher proclaimed. Very well. I too wager a day. By the end of the workday, you shall surely be gone. Another teacher chimed in. Let us make it simple. If anything goes awry in Class 3 today, I will leave immediately. Conversely, if all remains well, those teachers who stood against me must each run 50 laps on the playground. A sardonic smile danced on Luo Chen's lips. Agreed. You think I fear you? It's settled. The meeting adjourned. Hello, Mr. Luo. I am Zhou, the English teacher for Class 3. You might not be familiar with the situation yet, but your earlier outburst was rather impulsive. Zhou, a man in his 30s, approached warmly. What is the matter? Luo Chen asked as he walked down the corridor. Zhou following closely. Mr. Luo, I admire your spirit, but you must exercise caution. You see, those children come from influential families. 2 teachers, Liang and Chen, are currently hospitalized due to their antics, Zhou cautioned. Don't worry, they're merely mischievous kids, Luo Chen replied confidently. Well, just be careful. However, Mr. Luo, your actions were quite cathartic. Chen Chao has long exploited his family's connections to bully us, and Sun Jiangwo is now in league with him. We have grown weary of their antics. Zhou appeared to be an anomaly among the teachers, who now tended to avoid Luo Chen, preferring to keep their distance. Yet, he felt concern for Luo Chen, as the new teacher's boldness could invite trouble, especially given the unpredictable nature of Class 3 students. Meanwhile, Sun Jiangwo stood beside Chen Chao and inquired, should we take action? Let us share his information with the students of Class 3. I want to see how he meets his end today. Class 3, morning self-study. Hey, Ziwen, could you tell everyone more about that Lord Luo? A group of students gathered around a clean-cut youth, who appeared to be about 17. Lu Ziwen, the son of the city's top official, was among the most influential individuals in the class. Well, let me recount. It was said that a certain Wan Qianshan arrogantly proclaimed, bullets cannot harm me. Who can injure me? Just then, Lord Luo took the stage, and it's rumored he boldly stated, "You're nothing. I could defeat you in 3 punches." It is said he looked incredibly dashing at that moment. Lu Ziwen animatedly recounted, gesturing as he spoke. Sigh. I wonder if Lord Luo has a girlfriend? A female classmate. Applying makeup, mused. Sure, don't get your hopes up. A figure like Lord Luo would never consider someone like you, a boy with dark glasses. Appearing quiet, but with tattoos on his arms, retorted. Hey, class monitor, didn't you mention you already found a big shot, a lackey of Guancoin in this area? Wasn't he Guancoin present at that time? You should inquire further. Sure pressed. Silence. Let Ziwen continue, another student interjected. This was a rare moment when Class 3 gathered to discuss a topic earnestly, as they were all enamored with the figure known as Lord Luo. Every young person harbors dreams of heroism and martial prowess, and girls are particularly drawn to such heroic figures. At that time, the entire Tongzhou community was at a loss against Wan Qianshan. Only Lord Luo could stand against him. What is Lord Luo's real name? It's untraceable, and no one dares to look into it. A man of such stature could intimidate even the most powerful figures in Tongzhou. It is said that Yi Xingtang's grandfather bows to him. The students of Class 3, all from influential backgrounds, had certainly heard of recent events in Tongzhou, albeit only in fragments. Yet, this entire class had become infatuated with Lord Luo. Class monitor, your phone is ringing. Hanxiu. The class monitor with aspirations of becoming the underground emperor of Tongzhou checked his phone and chuckled. Everyone quiet down, our new homeroom teacher has arrived. Luo Chen. 20 years old, unmarried, recently jilted by his girlfriend, a young man from the countryside with dreams, he announced. What nonsense is this? Hanxiu exclaimed, visibly annoyed as he kicked the desk in front of him. Who provided you with this information? Lu Ziwen frowned. Who else? Our dear young Master Chen, Hanxiu sneered. Wait, he shares the same surname as Lord Luo. Don't be ridiculous. How could the Tulip High School have such clout to bring in Lord Luo? My father doesn't even have that kind of influence, Lu Ziwen laughed. It is said that Yi Shuangshuang, the sister of Yi Xingtao, wishes to take Lord Luo as her master, yet she can only become a nominal disciple. How could the Tulip possess such remarkable abilities? With Lu Ziwen's words, the previously elevated spirits of the crowd once again dwindled. Chapter 52, a special welcoming ceremony. Hey, Ziwen, could you analyze why Chen Xiao is willing to assist us? Hanxiu inquired. That good for nothing. Although his father has retired, he still possesses a few connections. If he manages to win over Class 3 of Senior 3, perhaps he could ascend the ranks. After all, we don't need to study. Which one of us can't get into university through connections? If he fosters a good relationship with us, it might prove beneficial for him in the future. Unfortunately, I despise such individuals, Lu Ziwen remarked. Having grown up in a family like that, he had little interest in the political sphere, yet through constant exposure, he could indeed analyze certain matters. Moreover, this fellow was exceptionally intelligent, merely disinterested in academics. It was rumored he had won a national mathematics competition award in his youth. Ugh. And he is a physical education teacher? What the hell? Can a PE teacher even be a class supervisor now? Hanxiu frowned. Isn't this mess you're doing? Last time, you had someone beat up Teacher Liang and Teacher Chen, and the school had to find someone tough enough to handle it, Lu Ziwen speculated. Those two fools. What is wrong with watching a little adult content during class? They just had to make a fuss about it, completely lacking insight. Someone like me, who aspires to be the underground emperor of Xinzhou, doesn't he care about face? Hanxiu scoffed. After being caught watching inappropriate content in class, Hanxiu had sought revenge by hiring thugs to hospitalize both teachers. Are we going to take action then? Another teen chimed in, evidently asking whether they should confront Luo Chen. Of course we'll take action. I heard he was reassigned to teach the first period. He'll come looking for us right away. Finish your meals and prepare. Let us give this teacher a surprise, Lu Ziwen concurred. Yes. Let us give him a grand surprise. Hey, Chen Xiao just messaged, saying if I can drive this new teacher away, he'll give me 100,000. Everyone gets a share? At once, everyone crowded around. Are you all short on cash? Isn't this amusing? How about this? You tell that good-for-nothing Chen Xiao that we'll surprise the new teacher first, then we'll collectively skip class, and by this afternoon, we can send him packing, Lu Ziwen proposed. All right, let us do it. Driving away a teacher is a piece of cake. Enough about this. Quickly tell me about Luo Yi. Who among you will find out if he has a girlfriend? It doesn't matter if he does. Is he in need of a mistress? The girl named Shir continued to inquire. A group of them huddled together to discuss. Ling Yu, why are you reading again? In the corner sat the only girl studying, Yet no one could overlook her, for she was the most beautiful girl in the entire Tulip High School, and Lingyu. Everyone knew that Han Xiao, the school bully, was pursuing her with great difficulty. "Move aside, don't disturb my reading," and Lingyu replied curtly, turning away from Han Xiao. "Fine, I'll move." Han Xiao, who was known as one of the two school bullies, appeared as obedient as a neighborhood boy before Lingyu. Ding ling ling. The first period at Tulip High School commenced with the ringing of the bell. "Do you think this new teacher Luo will survive the first class?" The teachers in the office, who were not on duty, began to chat. "I foresee danger. Remember the last teacher who came? He crawled out after the first period. Just a young lad, barely matured. How can he control that bunch of kids?" Another teacher remarked, cradling a teacup. "What's the situation over there?" Chen Xiao turned to Sun Jiangwo beside him. They've already given a precise response. They plan to collectively skip class and protest and send that Luo fellow packing. Sun Jiangwo replied with a cold smirk. Upon receiving this news, Chen Xiao instantly burst into laughter. "Humph, challenging me? I want to let you off easily. Your girlfriend has already been taken by me. How can you possibly compete?" Chen Xiao sneered. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was slowly making his way to Class 3 of Senior 3 as the bell rang. Inside Class 3, all the students were seated upright at their desks. Remarkably quiet, as if they belonged to a class that upheld strict learning and discipline. A group of students sat there, textbooks open, seemingly awaiting their teacher's arrival. Luo Chen reached the entrance of Class 3, the door closed, and inside, the students maintained an eerie silence. An ordinary teacher might have been careless, perhaps too relaxed. However, Luo Chen perceived the situation differently. With his keen insight, he noticed a bucket of water suspended above the door, and on the ground, half a meter behind the door, lay oil and a layer of steel balls. The moment the door was pushed open, the bucket would topple. Even if he managed to evade the water, the distraction would lead to a fall on the steel balls. This was merely an introductory prank. There was likely more to come. Luo Chen found the situation amusing. Casting a disdainful glance at the classroom door, instead of opening it, he raised his foot and forcefully kicked it. Bang! The door crashed open, the water spilled. Yet not a single drop touched Luo Chen, as the door fell perfectly to cover the steel balls. This was how Luo Chen made his entrance. Then, he walked into the astonished stares of the students. In the distance, the principal observed through binoculars, a smile creeping onto his face. Wow, how synchronized. A chorus of voices erupted from the students, initially stunned, as it was the first time a teacher had kicked the door open. Is this a teacher or a robber? They wondered. Nevertheless, the plan had to proceed, and they quickly adapted. How boring. Teacher, you're too impressive. You've ruined the gift we prepared for you. One student remarked. Teacher, please don't be angry. This is our class's tradition, a special welcoming ceremony. By the way, to make up for our earlier mistake, here is a cake I made myself. A female classmate approached the podium with a sweet smile, presenting a box of cake to Luo Chen. Han Xiao stood up with a grin. Hello, teacher. I'm the class monitor of Class 3. This is a token of respect from us, brought from abroad. He offered a beautifully packaged gift box containing a pack of cigarettes. Luo Chen glanced down. The cake contained a worm, possibly mixed with a laxative, and the cigarettes concealed firecrackers. Teacher, you can sit back, smoke, and enjoy the cake. I've got beer right here. Han Xiao pointed to a chair next to Luo Chen, which was coated with strong adhesive, cleverly concealed. Luo Chen smiled slightly, suddenly kicking the chair, and as he prepared to sit, he yanked Han Xiao over. Then, with one hand, he pressed down on Han Xiao's shoulder, forcing him to sit. The smile vanished from Han Xiao's face. With a blank expression, Luo Chen picked up the beer, cake, and cigarettes, promptly tossing them into the trash. This left the group of students dumbfounded. Had he seen through their plan? Teacher, that was our heartfelt intention. How could you? From today onwards, Class 3 will be under my command. That's it. You all can study on your own. Luo Chen declared before turning to leave, leaving behind a class full of bewildered students. Wow, he's quite arrogant, claiming he's in charge of Class 3. He's got some skills. He's not easy to deal with, having seen through our tricks. We initially thought he'd introduce himself, but the chalk I tampered with went unused. The items on the blackboard were also of no use. Class 3 of the senior year found it somewhat challenging to come to terms with this outcome, as Luo Chen exhibited behavior that defied convention. Rather than gently pushing the door open, he audaciously kicked it in. Furthermore, he offered no elaborate introduction. Unlike other teachers, he did not inscribe his name upon the blackboard, nor did he take attendance. He merely uttered a single sentence upon arrival before departing. Could this truly be a teacher? Many of their preparations went unutilized. Oh well, let us consider him fortunate. We shall proceed directly to the next step. When the next class begins, we will collectively strike. Lu Ziwen declared with a shake of his head. Excellent. Excellent. Chapter 53. Strike, as everyone rose to their feet in enthusiastic applause. Only Enlingyu in the corner stared wide-eyed at the departing Luo Chen. In truth, her gaze had not strayed from him since his arrival. She recalled that night when a man had saved her in the alley outside the bar. Wasn't he the new teacher? Silence. Enlingyu suddenly shouted above the din. The classroom fell instantly silent. What's the matter, Lingyu? Why are you so upset? Han Xiao, noticing her outburst, was quick to pursue her. I don't care what you all think, but if anyone dares to make things difficult for Teacher Luo in the future, they'll have to contend with me, Enlingyu. With that, she dashed out of the room, chasing after Luo Chen. The class was left in stunned silence, surprised by the sudden defection. Han Xiao furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment. Today's strike is cancelled. I won't interfere with anything else, but this strike must be called off. But no buts. Lingyu is upset today, Han Xiao asserted, and the class felt compelled to respect their class leader's authority. After making his declaration, Han Xiao began to remove his pants, as the strong adhesive would not budge otherwise. It was indeed a consequence of his own actions. Lu Ziwen frowned. It seemed the new teacher possessed some skill, managing to disrupt their united front. Their class had splintered, and it was evident that Enlingyu had betrayed them. If she had, then Han Xiao would not be far behind. Latest news, that Luo Gai didn't last even 3 minutes in Class 3 of the senior year. Sun Jiangwo boasted with a smug grin. Well then, let us see how the students react. What will he do then? Xin Chao snickered, clearly anticipating Luo Chen's impending embarrassment. Meanwhile, a group of teachers gathered in the office. That Luo fellow couldn't even last 3 minutes before fleeing. I wonder if he'll have the audacity to stay when the students cause a ruckus? Just look at him, a recent university graduate. And he had the audacity to be so arrogant this morning. I knew the students of Class 3 wouldn't let him off easily. As for Luo Chen, he made his way downstairs, heading toward the football field of Tulip High School. His sole purpose for today was to check on the person he needed to protect. Everything else was beyond his consideration. Teacher Luo teacher? And Lingyu panted as she caught up to him. Do you need something? Luo Chen regarded her. She was indeed the one he needed to safeguard. It must be said that though Enlingyu had yet to come of age, she had already blossomed into a striking young woman. Her long legs and curvaceous figure, paired with a delicate face exuding youthful vigor, made her quite the beauty. I want to thank you, teacher. Thank you for saving me the other night. And Lingyu stammered, appearing somewhat flustered before Luo Chen. Whether it was from her recent exertion or something else, she could feel her heart racing. Why were you at that place? Luo Chen inquired. Had anyone else asked? And Lingyu might have reacted with anger, but before Luo Chen, she found herself behaving like a dutiful girl, even feeling a touch of shyness. This was partly due to her awareness of his capabilities, partly due to his previous act of saving her, and partly because she sensed an indescribable charm about him. I was feeling down, so I went there, and Lingyu admitted, sticking out her tongue like a child caught in mischief. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen spoke again. From now on, you will eat, live, and travel with me. For the next 3 months, you are not to leave my sight. His tone was commanding, leaving no room for dispute. But, teacher, this, and Lingyu's first instinct was to agree, but then her pride as a girl kicked in, causing her to hesitate. Why are you feeling down? Luo Chen pressed, not expecting her to comply, but merely intending to set a boundary. My father has stopped caring for me. It's been 2 months since he last called or answered my calls. He has never been there for me. I even thought he was dead. And Lingyu's voice carried a weight of resentment toward her father. I only wish to hear you say that once. If you utter it again, you will truly be without anyone to care for you. Luo Chen replied coldly. Your father isn't neglecting you. He has been kidnapped. I am responsible for your safety. But regardless of your rebelliousness or your thoughts, you must obey me for these 3 months. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety in reaching your father. My father is in trouble? And Lingyu froze, tears spilling from her eyes. This was information Luo Chen had hoped to keep from her. But he decided to reveal it to avoid future complications. He had no time to deal with the emotional turmoil of a rebellious teenager. He only needed her cooperation. Just as Luo Chen finished speaking, his phone rang. Hello, Mr. Luo. This does not align with our agreement. We requested that you do not inform the child. Who I am and what I do is none of your business. You can either comply with my rules or I will leave right now. Luo Chen's tone was brusque and displeased, realizing they had placed a listening device on the girl. Clearly, The other party had overheard their conversation, prompting the immediate call. A silence fell on the line. Luo Chen had no desire to coddle the young girl or coax her into compliance. He lacked both the time and energy to address any father-daughter conflicts. He was simply there to ensure her protection. After hanging up, he turned to the weeping Lingyu. Despite her tender age of 17, she had matured early, presenting herself with an unusually sophisticated appearance, revealing a fair and deep neckline adorned with a golden pendant, which only added to her allure. Suddenly, Luo Chen reached for the pendant on Lingyu's chest. She instinctively recoiled, but his hand was too swift. She could not evade him in time. He grasped the pendant and tore it away. Inside the pendant was a listening device, which Luo Chen crushed with a slight exertion. Lingyu's face flushed crimson, as he had indeed made contact, though she was not particularly surprised by her father's kidnapping given his work in research, where he possessed critical knowledge. She was left wondering why it had happened so abruptly. She longed to inquire of Luo Chen, but he remained evasive. Luo Chen doubted that the client would divulge the true reasons behind the events, so he chose to disregard it. His only concern was ensuring Lingyu's safety. As she recalled the crushed pendant, Lingyu remembered it had been given to her by one of her father's colleagues during a previous visit. She had never imagined it contained a listening device. "All right, let us return to class," Luo Chen declared nonchalantly. In truth, Lingyu harbors a profound affection for Luo Chen, a sentiment that transcends mere friendship and flirts with romantic inclinations, which began the night before last when Luo Chen came to her rescue. With her heart fluttering and a sense of excitement coursing through her, Lingyu returned to the classroom. Meanwhile, Chen Chao and his companions awaited the conclusion of class in the third year of high school, eager to witness Luo Chen's misfortune. Chapter 54, The Embarrassing Director Chen. Ding ding ding. The bell signifying the commencement of the second period rang. Teacher Zhou had already made his way to Class 3's classroom, while Chen Chao and Sun Jianguo loitered in the corridor. Just wait, something is about to unfold. Once the students in Class 3 cause a ruckus, let us see how Luo Chen handles it. He truly believes himself to be a significant figure. I wonder what connections he has to land himself here as a physical education teacher, and even as the homeroom teacher. Chen Chao spat disdainfully, looking down upon Luo Chen. In my opinion, regardless of his connections, I can assure you he won't last a day here. Let us await the spectacle, Sun Jianguo remarked. Sharing in Chen Chao's conspiratorial sentiment, the two seemed aimlessly idle, waiting at the far end of the corridor. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhou entered the classroom, and the students of Class 3 resumed their usual activities, ignoring him entirely. Teacher Zhou awkwardly called for attention, yet no one acknowledged him. Some were engrossed in novels, others in games, while a few dozed off or chatted. However, Teacher Zhou silently sighed in relief, for this was the norm. As long as Class 3 didn't cause any trouble, all was well. Their daily life continued unabated. 1 minute had passed. Chen Chao and Sun Jianguo squinted from the corridor's end, awaiting developments. 2 minutes elapsed, yet nothing seemed amiss. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps old Zhou is trying to calm them down, but it's futile. 5 minutes went by without a hint of disturbance. This shouldn't be happening. What are you two doing here? Came Luo Chen's voice from behind. He was holding a basketball, seemingly just retrieved from the office, as he prepared to descend the stairs. Just wait and see, Luo. Don't get too cocky. Sun Jianguo retorted with a scoff. Lao Sun, I must remind you, you're losing more hair, Luo Chen remarked pointedly. You. Sun Jianguo fumed, for he was quite sensitive about his thinning hair. Humph, Luo Chen, don't think you can stand your ground at Eugene Xiang. If I say you must leave today, then you will have to leave. Chen Chao looked disdainfully at Luo Chen. I await the occasion, Luo Chen replied, refraining from retaliating against Chen Chao, for even in a school setting, he knew that, had circumstances been different, Chen Chao would have long been a cold corpse. In a past life, Chen Chao, along with an accomplice, had broken Luo Chen's hand and shattered his knee. Luo Chen even suspected that his father's death might have been connected to that individual. Thus, he refrained from seeking vengeance immediately, biding his time for the return of that person. Otherwise, Chen Chao would have met his demise countless times over. Humph, what are you so pleased about? Your reckoning will soon arrive. After Luo Chen departed, Sun Jianguo let out a cold snort, continuing to watch over Class 3. 20 minutes passed, and Class 3 remained as silent as ever. After standing for so long, Chen Chao and Sun Jianguo began to feel fatigue in their legs. They continued to wait until the bell rang once more. Class was over, and Teacher Zhou emerged, followed by the students of Class 3. Chen Chao and Sun Jianguo had waited an entire class period, yet nothing had transpired. Hey, Teacher Zhou, wait a moment. Everything is all right in Class 3 today, right? Sun Jiangwo stepped forward to intercept Teacher Zhou. Are you still hoping for trouble in Class 3? Is this how you conduct yourself as an educator? Teacher Zhou retorted, leaving with a tone of disdain, seemingly embarrassed to engage with the two. This comment stung Sun Jiangwo. Once I deal with this Luo fellow, I will ensure you can no longer remain at Eugene. Sun Jiangwo glared viciously at Teacher Zhou's retreating figure. In the second period, peace reigned, with no events transpiring. Chen Chao and Sun Jiangwo awaited the arrival of the third class, and as the bell rang to signal its conclusion, it seemed that the entire Class 3 was enveloped in silence. In the office, one teacher remarked, Class 3 appears quite normal today. I just passed by, and there was hardly a sound. How peculiar that there is no commotion. Another suggested, perhaps they are biding their time. Do you really believe that a certain Mr. Luo can handle Class 3? After decades of teaching, I have yet to manage that group. How could an inexperienced novice do it? Laughter ensued as several teachers, who had wagered against Luo Chen that morning, awaited the unfolding spectacle. As the afternoon progressed through the first and second periods, until the final class concluded, the students remained disturbingly quiet. At the end of the last period, Chen Chao approached the entrance to Class 3, pondering that if they remained subdued, they would soon become the subject of ridicule. Lu Ziwen, what is going on? Wasn't it agreed that there would be a protest? Chen Chao could no longer restrain himself and confronted Lu Ziwen. Who do you think you are speaking to? What I do is none of your business. Lu Ziwen retorted, his ire evident. Without a doubt, Lu Ziwen was displeased. He would speak this way even in the presence of the principal, emboldened by the influence of his formidable father. Chen Chao felt the heat of embarrassment. For he too was the son of a former vice mayor and held the title of director. Being insulted by a student in such a manner was intolerable. Just as Sun Jiangwo was about to intervene, a voice interrupted him. Class 3, assemble on the playground. Those who enjoy watching the spectacle, come forth. It was Luo Chen's voice. Instantly, Chen Chao's expression shifted. He understood Luo Chen's intentions. They had wagered against him that morning. And if nothing transpired with Class 3 today, they would be obliged to run 50 laps around the playground. To be precise, the time had already elapsed, and they had lost. However, a single lap measured 400 meters, and 50 laps amounted to 20 kilometers, an endeavor that would extend well into the night. Moreover, Luo Chen had audaciously summoned the students to witness their humiliation. You Luo, accept the stakes. Luo Chen strolled away, leaving Chen Chao no opportunity for retort. Oh, you actually gambled? Why didn't you say so earlier, Chen? Had you mentioned it, I would have certainly assisted you. Lu Ziwen, with his keen intellect, quickly grasped half of the situation. Yet, despite his words, he turned to his classmates in Class 3 and bellowed, to the playground. Let us enjoy the show. With that, Lu Ziwen made a mocking gesture towards Chen Chao. Lu Ziwen, you? Chen Chao seethed with fury. Do you take me for a fool? You wouldn't genuinely assist us. It's merely a ruse to undermine us, using our own knives against us. I, Lu Ziwen, am not a weapon you can wield. With that declaration, Lu Ziwen led a throng of students toward the playground. Chapter 55. The teacher's sports day. Before long, a dozen teachers reluctantly gathered on the playground. Mr. Luo, given that you just arrived today, isn't it a bit inappropriate to treat your colleagues this way? We will need to work together in the future. The principal interjected to ease the tension. However, Luo Chen shook his head and replied, we must enhance our physical fitness. We cannot always expect the students to run. As teachers, we should lead by example. Look at them. Each one is plump and greasy, resembling pigs. It is indeed time for them to engage in some serious exercise. Luo Chen's words were as sharp as a dagger, spoken in front of everyone, and nearly all present heard his scathing remarks. Hey, you Luo. Stop your endless prattle and run. If you lose your credibility, then you need not run at all. But in that case, refrain from complaining in front of me in the future. If you have the audacity to act tough, then do so to the end. Luo Chen sneered coldly. At this, Chen Chao and Sun Jiangwo exchanged glances. They were unwilling to swallow their pride, and even less inclined to lose face in front of Luo Chen. Gritting their teeth, they began to run. Observing Chen Chao and Sun Jiangwo's actions, the others naturally followed suit. Oh, what a rare sight. These teachers are actually running? Exclaimed a group of students from Class 3, giggling. Isn't that Teacher Zhao? Go, Teacher Zhao. Don't let that fatso Sun Jiangwo beat you. The laughter echoed across the playground as the students found the new teacher quite entertaining. Lu Ziwen sighed, however. We in Class 3 will not easily acknowledge him as our class teacher. The scene of dozens of teachers jogging around the playground was quite a spectacle, quickly drawing more students to watch. Those teachers, who were unaccustomed to physical exertion, were panting heavily and sweating profusely before completing even a single lap. What is happening? Why are so many teachers running? I have no idea. Hurry, go fetch the others from the dormitory to join the fun. News spread like wildfire. And soon nearly the entire school had come to witness the spectacle. Thousands of students surrounded the scene, much to the dismay and embarrassment of the dozen teachers, who glared at Luo Chen with gritted teeth. Every year, it's these folks watching us run and making us exhausted like dogs. Seeing them run today is truly satisfying. One student declared joyously. Indeed, isn't that our class teacher? Last year, he insisted I run the 5,000 meters. Let us see if he can finish it himself. Such unabashed remarks from the students only fueled the teacher's disdain for Luo Chen. They turned to look at him, their expressions almost twisted with anger. To their astonishment, Luo Chen had somehow procured a lounge chair and was now reclining leisurely, a cup of tea in his right hand and a cigarette in his left. Utterly disregarding the dignity of a teacher, the principal stood beside him, and the two appeared to be discussing the running teachers, pointing and whispering to one another. I have gathered the basic situation. Let us proceed as Mr. Luo suggests. However, I kindly ask you, Mr. Luo, to keep an eye on the students of Class 3. The principal sighed, having just been briefed by Luo Chen about Lingyu's situation. They are merely a bunch of mischievous kids. I have observed that while they may be young, they are not inherently bad. They are just overly prideful and rebellious during their teenage years. If they do not receive recognition, they will resort to the earlier antics. Luo Chen mused thoughtfully. I trust that since you can articulate this perspective, you will effectively manage Class 3. To be frank, I previously underestimated you due to the pressures from above, but witnessing your actions today, coupled with your insightful words, I sincerely apologize for my earlier dismissiveness, the principal admitted earnestly. Luo Chen's insistence on having the teachers run was, in part, a strategy to gain the respect of Class 3 students, making it easier to manage them. However, he had not overthought this. His motivation stemmed from the grievance he felt that morning when the teachers had offended him. Ziwen, this fellow truly possesses some skills. My impression of him has changed significantly, commented a tall teenager, robust and athletic. Don't be too complacent. He might just be playing a trick. Lu Ziwen, ever astute, considered another angle. There's a physical education class tomorrow. I'll assess him. If he fails to impress me, he will face the consequences. The tall youth chuckled. The running continued late into the evening, with even some collapsing from exhaustion, yet Luo Chen showed no signs of relenting. Many who had initially planned to disregard the exercise found themselves unable to escape, as the principal, compelled by circumstance, sided with Luo Chen in enforcing the punishment. However, the ire was directed at Luo Chen rather than the principal, who remained indifferent to the growing resentment. At last, many collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, including Chen Chao, who lay prostrate. This is a disgrace. As the son of a former vice mayor and a graduate of a prestigious university abroad, losing to a mere country bumpkin is unbearable. This humiliation spurred the group of teachers to unite in their disdain for Luo Chen, who had single-handedly orchestrated their embarrassment. Despite their years of experience, they felt utterly humiliated, with no one reflecting on their prior condescension toward Luo Chen. The following day, several teachers called in sick, citing fatigue from the previous night's exertion. By afternoon, the first class was physical education, a subject generally favored by students due to its relaxed approach, often culminating in free play. Oldly, bring the basketball. Let us have a game. Pig, you're sneaking off to smoke again, aren't you? A group was already making plans. Gao Ming, are you playing basketball later? Gao Ming, true to his name, was exceptionally tall and muscular. Only 17 yet already towering at over 6 feet, and still growing. His athletic prowess was remarkable, with provincial teams having approached him multiple times, hoping for his recruitment right after high school. Not today. I want to gauge our new class teacher. Just wait and see, Gao Ming replied as he warmed up. All right, we'll wait for you to make him look foolish. No one doubted Gao Ming's words. In terms of athleticism, even professional athletes would struggle against him, having once been the champion of the province. Soon, the physical education class commenced, and a group of students from Class 3 sauntered lethargically toward the playground, appearing disinterested and slouched, with some even plopping down on the ground. Before the class began, a few girls approached Luo Chen, seeking permission to skip. Teacher, our relatives have come. We can't participate in sports. Luo Chen could easily see through their ruse. Go greet your relatives. Today I am not accepting visitors. They can come back tomorrow. He smirked coldly. Now let us start running. Without organizing the students, he declared, just as a few girls were about to protest. A loud voice interrupted. "Wait a moment, teacher." Gao Ming stepped forward, almost towering above the rest. "What is it?" Luo Chen inquired. "Teacher, are you the physical education teacher?" Gao Ming pressed on. Chapter 56. An impossible victory, isn't that just nonsense? Luo Chen frowned. "Teacher, I challenge you on behalf of our entire class." Gao Ming pointed at Luo Chen, his demeanor quite brash. The entire third class perked up, excitement palpable in the air. "Very well," Luo Chen replied without a moment's hesitation. "Ha ha. Ha ha. This foolish sport dares to accept Gao Ming's challenge. Has he fallen into a trap? No one in all of Xinzhou's schools would ever dare to accept Gao Ming's challenge, yet he did so readily." Gao Ming was delighted, feeling he had successfully ensnared Luo Chen. "Whatever," Luo Chen shrugged, exuding indifference. "All right, I must make it clear. If I win, you see that big gate over there?" Gao Ming pointed toward the school entrance. "You must return whence you came. I never want to see you at Tulip Academy again." He sneered. "And if I win?" Luo Chen smiled. "If you win? No, you need not consider that, for you cannot possibly win. Even professional athletes from the provincial team cannot best me. How could a mere physical education teacher hope to succeed?" Gao Ming scoffed. "If, and I emphasize if you manage to win, you may do as you please." Before Gao Ming could continue, Han Shou interjected. "All right." Luo Chen nodded. "Agreed, let us hold you to that." At that moment, Qin Chao and Sun Jiangwo arrived. "Hey, Teacher Luo, are you going to compete with Gao Ming in sports?" Qin Chao laughed. "None of your business." Luo Chen retorted curtly. "You? Oof, Luo Chen. You may not yet realize just how formidable Gao Ming truly is." Qin Chao seized the opportunity to taunt Luo Chen. In the 800 meters, the world record is 1 minute and 40 seconds, while Gao Ming can run it in 1 minute and 45 seconds, which is on par with some national team athletes, merely 4 seconds shy of the world record, Qin Chao boasted. And in the long jump, the world record stands at 8 meters and 95 centimeters, yet Gao Ming can leap to 8 meters and 30 centimeters. Since you're in sports, you must understand what that implies. Qin Chao looked at Luo Chen with a sense of pride. He expected Luo Chen to be intimidated by such revelations. "However, shall we begin?" Luo Chen disregarded Qin Chao entirely, treating him as if he were invisible. "I'll relish seeing your downfall." Qin Chao's expression darkened. A crowd gathered around. "Let us start with the 800 meters. Gao Ming stretched his limbs. On the track, both Luo Chen and Gao Ming took their positions, with students from other classes arriving to witness the spectacle. What courage does this teacher possess to race Gao Ming in the 800 meters? Ha ha. Come watch as Gao Ming scares the wits out of him. This poor teacher looks so frail. I wonder if he'll faint after the race? Many gathered to discuss. Enough chatter, let us get started. Han Xiu pulled out a stopwatch. On your marks. Gao Ming crouched, preparing to sprint. 3, 2, 1. Gao Ming took off, his speed astonishing. One could not deny that with Gao Ming's prowess, an ordinary physical education teacher would indeed struggle to win. After all, physical fitness was a significant factor. However, racing against a cultivator? That presented no contest whatsoever. There was no comparison. Teacher, the race has begun. Why aren't you running? Teacher, you haven't surrendered already. Have you? I'm merely trying not to bully him. After saying this, Luo Chen finally began to stretch his muscles while Gao Ming had already gained a considerable lead. Then, whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a gust of wind swept past, and when everyone looked closely, Luo Chen had already surged ahead. Gao Ming noticed Luo Chen starting to run but dismissed it entirely. He was convinced Luo Chen stood no chance. Yet, before long, he felt another presence beside him. Go. Gao, I'm off. Luo Chen called out, accelerating to a pace that rendered him nearly invisible. He returned to the starting point. This is the first lap. He sped up again, whoosh. Go, go. Gao Ming only heard the encouraging shouts, but saw no one beside him. Luo Chen halted, having completed the second lap. While Gao Ming had merely run a bit over 1 lap, Gao Ming gave up entirely, sprinting back to the starting point to check the timer. Good grief? 1 minute? No way. 1 minute, surely a new world record. This performance exceeds human limits. Gao Ming stood dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. Others, too, were left agape, questioning their own senses. How could anyone achieve such a time? Han Xiu was equally astonished. Qin Chao fell silent, utterly dumbfounded by the ease of Luo Chen's victory, questioning if he was hallucinating. Enough standing around. Next. Luo Chen clapped Gao Ming on the shoulder, prompting him to return to reality. Next up, the long jump. Gao Ming remained unconvinced. Feeling a sense of defeat, His pride had been shattered by someone who effortlessly surpassed his achievements. Gao Ming inhaled deeply and, alongside the others, approached the long jump area. Shall you go first? Gao Ming inquired tentatively. I'm unsure how far you can jump. I wouldn't want to discourage you by jumping too far. Luo Chen replied candidly, yet to the onlookers, it sounded arrogant. Are you looking down on me? Gao Ming turned to question. Your interpretation is valid. Luo Chen stated nonchalantly. Just wait and see. Gao Ming stormed toward the distance, preparing himself for the jump. He took a deep breath, built momentum, and with a great shout, he leaped from the takeoff board, landing 8 meters 4. Did you break your record again, Gao Ming? Han Xiu exclaimed, astonished. Gao Ming stood tall, brushing off the sand with pride, casting a smug glance at Luo Chen. Luo Chen applauded and walked to the takeoff line. Don't tell me you plan to jump standing still to avoid bullying me? Gao Ming glared at him. Correct, but not entirely. Luo Chen responded. To avoid bullying you. I'll add a twist. With that, he lifted one leg. I shall perform a one-leg jump. You're going to jump on one leg? Gao Ming laughed in disbelief, as did the onlookers from Class 3. But in the next moment, to their astonishment, the leg supporting Luo Chen's weight bent slightly, and with a mere toe push, he soared into the air, landing at the far end of the sand pit. Gulp. Han Xiu swallowed hard. Is he flying? Has today truly turned surreal? How on earth did he do that? He must be a robot. That must be over 12 meters. A one-leg jump, over 12 meters? The crowd from Class 3 and the spectators were left utterly dumbfounded. Gao Ming stood there, completely stunned. Teacher, are you certain you were human? A female classmate asked. Guess. Luo Chen replied playfully before adopting a serious tone. Willing to accept the consequences of one's bets, now line up in a single file. Surely, none of you can bear the weight of defeat. Luo Chen spoke with a tone of disdain, his eyes reflecting contempt. Who told you that we cannot handle losing? In this world, one must adhere to principles of loyalty. Line up properly. Han Xiu retorted, anger evident in his voice. The students from Class 3 began to assemble, the girls standing resolutely alongside their peers. Very well, let the 1,000 frog jumps commence. Chapter 57. We are all penniless. A chorus of lamentations arose. Yesterday, they had reveled in the spectacle of their teacher, but today misfortune had befallen them. Director Chen, if you're so idle, why not join us in jumping? You seem a bit under the weather. Perhaps some exercise would do you good. Luo Chen remarked to Chen Xiao, who stood nearby. Luo Chen, you had better not get too smug, Chen Xiao retorted, his expression darkened by an unexpected outcome. If you're not going to jump, then why are you hindering me? Just get lost. Luo Chen responded without reservation, hurling insults. Just you wait. Chen Xiao stormed off, vowing revenge against Luo Chen. He swore he didn't want to see Luo Chen here any longer. Meanwhile, Class 3 was engulfed in discontent. On the upper floor of the teaching building, many witnessed this scene. What a turn of events. What on earth is Class 3 up to? Wait, are they actually doing frog jumps? Come see the curiosity. It appears they are having a physical education class. When did these students from Class 3 become so obedient? It was not just the students, even the teachers were perplexed. These students from Class 3 were attending physical education with an unprecedented seriousness. The 1,000 frog jumps continued until the end of the class, leaving many with wobbly legs as they helped each other back to the classroom. Only Gao Ming sought out Luo Chen, and they appeared to be in jovial conversation, seemingly enjoying themselves. All right, this is merely a method to push your physical limits. You should return to class now. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Remember to focus on your studies. If I hear any reports from teachers about you, I want to share this method of training with you. Luo Chen patted Gao Ming's shoulder. Sure thing, Teacher Luo, no problem. Gao Ming replied with determination and excitement. After their conversation, he felt as if a new, wondrous door had opened in his world. Upon entering the classroom, Gao Ming promptly stepped onto the podium. Everyone, I apologize, but I have been won over by Teacher Luo. I will no longer participate in your plans. After stating this, Gao Ming stepped down. Wait, what? Gao Ming, what is going on? You've betrayed us after just one class? Come on, Gao Ming, that is not fair. Didn't we all agree to get back at him? However, Gao Ming pretended not to hear, pulling out a pristine textbook and diligently studying. Hey, this is getting interesting, Lu Ziwen smirked coldly. What is interesting? Now both Ling Yu and Gao Ming have defected. It's only the second day. At this rate, I foresee that within a month, everyone will have turned against us. Han Xiu sighed. Ziwen, should I call my boss from outside? He could bring some people over to give that Luo a beating and throw him out. It's simple and crude, but it would surely be effective. Han Xiu, unable to swallow his anger, rubbed his already aching thigh, which trembled under the strain. Let us wait and see, Lu Ziwen decided to observe further. Wait and see? My boss is Guang Kuan-'s subordinate, no matter how formidable that Luo is. Can he outmatch Guang Kuan? Han Xiu scoffed. I have a brilliant idea. Doesn't it seem that Luo's attire is rather unimpressive? Lu Ziwen proposed. And then, well, a teacher's monthly salary is just over 8,000, and after deductions for social security and other expenses, he likely takes home around 5,000. Especially since he just started. Lu Ziwen calculated meticulously. So, since the cafeteria has a second floor, and each meal costs at least 100, we could insist that he treat us to a meal. Excluding Lingyu and Gao Ming, we have 18 people, right? Lu Ziwen was quite strategic in his thinking. Hey, that would only cost 1,800 for a meal. While that is a bit of a strain, it's not insurmountable. Han Xiu sighed and shook his head. If one meal isn't enough, let us make it 2. Let us see how long he can sustain this for 3 days. Han Xiu cackled maliciously. In the afternoon at the cafeteria, indeed, there was a second floor, functioning as a dining hall. Although the minimum expenditure was 100, being a prestigious school, many could afford it regularly. Luo Chen, having only been there for 2 days, was unaware of this. As he entered the cafeteria, he found many students already dining. Hello, teacher. Hello, Teacher Luo. Oh, isn't this Teacher Luo? Sun Jiangwo approached, observing Luo Chen carrying his meal. Is there something you need? Luo Chen found a spot to sit. Nothing in particular. I'm just here for a meal. How is it going? Getting used to the food on the first floor? Sun Jiangwo made small talk. If there's nothing else, please step aside. I'm here to eat. Luo Chen expressed his disdain for Sun Jiangwo. Just then, Han Xiu and Lu Ziwen arrived. Teacher Luo, you're eating here? Lu Ziwen greeted cheerfully. Luo Chen's demeanor softened considerably towards his own students. Teacher Luo, could you treat us to a meal? Lu Ziwen inquired. Why is that? Luo Chen asked in return. I'm out of money and will soon be eating dirt. I couldn't even afford breakfast this morning. Lu Ziwen feigned poverty. All right, go ahead and get the food. Just put it on my tab. Luo Chen perceived the underlying issues with Lu Ziwen and Han Xiu, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Teacher Luo, we want to eat upstairs. After all, we worked hard today. Han Xiu chimed in again. Fine, let us go. Luo Chen acquiesced. Teacher Luo, you're biased. How can you treat them to a meal behind our backs? Exactly. Teacher Luo, how can you be like this? Not fair. Teacher Luo, you must treat us too. A throng of students from class 3, excluding Lingyu and Gao Ming, gathered, making Luo Chen frown. Were they trying to financially drain him? Just as Luo Chen was about to speak, Sun Jiangwo had already informed Qin Chao, who soon arrived. You're being ridiculous. How could your teacher's meager salary afford to treat you all? Qin Chao sneered. At this, Lu Ziwen and Han Xiu exchanged glances, eager for the ensuing drama. Are you all broke? Luo Chen disregarded Qin Chao's remarks. Yes. The students from Class 3 nodded in unison. Class 3, no need to bother Teacher Luo. I'll treat you. You must consider your teacher's circumstances. After all, he earns only a few thousand a month. With so many of you, one meal could easily cost him 2,000. Qin Chao mocked. Then Qin Chao continued, and don't forget, your Teacher Luo comes from a county town. He is rather stingy. I heard that when he first visited his girlfriend's house, he brought only a few bags of tea leaves. How miserly is that? So, are we saying that Director Chun is not stingy? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Chapter 58. If you dare, I dare. At least I am more generous. Qin Chao declared with pride, asserting that he was far wealthier than Luo Chen. All right, I dare to invite our class to dine on the second floor. Who will you invite? Luo Chen retorted. If you dare to invite your class, I will invite everyone on the first floor. Qin Chao responded, his temper flaring. A rough estimate indicated over 500 people were dining on the first floor. To him, spending over 50,000 was inconsequential. As long as it meant humiliating Luo Chen, it was worth it. And dare you to raise the stakes? Qin Chao boasted. What do you mean by raise? Luo Chen inquired. If you invite your class for 10 meals, I will invite everyone here for 10 meals. If you invite 100, I will do the same. How about that? Qin Chao sneered, wagering that Luo Chen would not dare. He had heard from Zhang Xiaoman that Luo Chen was merely a worker from a county town, earning only a few thousand a month at school. Would he truly be willing to spend money for the sake of pride? As for 100 meals, Luo Chen could never afford such an extravagant display of wealth. Fine, call them over. Let us head upstairs. Luo Chen stated. In truth, it was unnecessary for Qin Chao to call. as Lu Ziwen and his group from Class 3 had already begun to summon their classmates. Regardless of the outcome, they stood to gain. Chen Chao felt bold, believing it was an excellent opportunity to put Luo Chen down. Upon reaching the second-floor dining hall, they summoned the restaurant owner. Luo Chen then proclaimed, "For every meal I treat my classmates, you shall treat the 500-plus students present to the same number of meals. I state this before everyone. Do you think I would go back on my word?" Chen Chao scoffed. "How many meals can you afford, Luo Chen? Or rather, how many can you actually pay for? You won't last 10 meals. Thus, Chen Chao felt confident. "All right, boss, you heard him, and everyone else did too. I will treat my class for 3 months, 3 meals a day." Luo Chen countered with a cold smile. "Humph, Luo, don't be so audacious. Everyone heard that. Don't say you can't come up with the money." Chen Chao was certain of this. "Boss, calculate the total for me," Luo Chen instructed. 54,000. The owner quickly calculated. "Humph, let us see if you can actually come up with 50, smack." A bank card was flung onto the table. "Swipe it." Luo Chen sneered at Chen Chao. Chen Chao was left speechless. "You really dare to pretend? You don't think I'll fall for a mere card, do you?" Chen Chao scoffed, though Lu Ziwen internally cursed him as a fool. "Swipe." The owner indeed processed the card, and a receipt was printed. Chen Chao, unable to believe his eyes, quickly snatched up the receipt. Was it truly 54,000? He could scarcely comprehend where this ordinary worker had acquired such wealth. It was unfathomable. "Hey, Mr. Chen, it's your turn now." "Boss, how much for 500 people?" Lu Ziwen suddenly interjected. "It totals 13 million. The owner looked to Chen Chao. 13 million. While a few 100,000 might be trivial for Chen Chao, 13 million was no small amount, especially since it would be akin to throwing away money. At that moment, Chen Chao felt cornered. "Pay up, Mr. Chen," Luo Chen taunted, raising an eyebrow. "What is wrong, young Master Chen? Are you having second thoughts?" Lu Ziwen jeered. Chen Chao froze. Before calculating the total, he had spoken freely, but now, the reality was starkly different. 13 million was achievable, but it would require liquidating half his assets, much of which was real estate, money he could not possibly raise. He certainly could not ask his family for such a sum. "Humph, do you think I'm foolish enough to throw away 13 million? Chen Chao indeed reconsidered, as he had no other option. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen remained unperturbed. Lu Ziwen stood up, slamming the table as he exclaimed, "Bah, I can't stand people like you. If you lack funds, why pretend to be a big shot?" This statement made Chen Chao's face flush with embarrassment. "Exactly, Mr. Chen. You just said you would treat everyone, and Luo has already taken action. You dared to challenge Luo just moments ago, and now you're backing down?" Others chimed in. "Yes, Mr. Chen, as a teacher. How could you act in such a deceitful manner? Indeed, if you lack money, why flaunt yourself?" The dining hall erupted in a chorus of ridicule. "Silence. Enough of this nonsense. Is this how you should speak to a teacher?" At that moment, Sun Jiangwo stepped forward. "Mr. Chen, the principal wishes to see you." "Come with me," Sun Jiangwo said, pulling Chen Chao away. Luo Chen did not intervene. However, as the two turned to leave, Lu Ziwen seized a plate and hurled it at them. The plate clattered loudly as it struck the back of their heads, splattering food all over them. "Who did that?" "Step forward." Sun Jiangwo and Chen Chao turned, only to be struck by a bunt from behind. Food began to rain down from all directions, and Sun Jiangwo and Chen Chao fled in a panic, resembling rats escaping a storm. "Bah, what a sham. Liars, all of you. Disgusting. We, the miners, have more integrity." "Exactly. That smug face of yours is embarrassing. Pathetic. If you had the guts, you would have stood your ground." The cacophony of insults continued, and soon this incident spread throughout the school. Once Chen Chao had departed, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Class 3 behind. "Luo teacher, you're not having second thoughts, are you?" Lu Ziwen asked with concern. "Do I seem like that kind of person?" "The money has already gone into the owner's pocket. You want to hand it back," Luo Chen replied with a smile, taking a bite of an apple. "Enjoy your meal, before graduation. You want to have to worry about food," he added, walking away. Four girls trailed after him. "What up?" Han Xiu asked. "This is getting tricky. Don't underestimate this maneuver. Did you see those 4 switch sides just now?" Lu Ziwen shook his head. "I say we find my boss, confront him, and settle it the next day. Why complicate things?" Han Xiu sighed. "Fine, you can arrange it as you see fit," Lu Ziwen conceded. Feeling there were no particularly good options left, finding Han Xiu's boss to deal with Luo Chen would indeed be simpler. This was the first time he felt he had encountered a formidable opponent. Too bad that guy was not around. If Yi Shengtang were here, perhaps there would have been a solution. Luo teacher, wait. The four girls rushed to catch up. Why are you following me instead of eating? Luo Chen turned to ask. Luo teacher, we want to apologize for what happened earlier, the girls said earnestly. Enough. No need for apologies. You are the future hopes of our nation and require nurturing. Enjoy your youth, but do not indulge excessively. I may not be able to teach you math or languages, but I hope to set an example. Whatever path you choose, learn to be a person first. Be sincere and grounded. Do not emulate Mr. Chen. All right, no more lessons for you. Go and enjoy your meal. Today, the frog jumps have been quite exhausting, so treat yourselves well. Luo Chen waved his hand. Thank you, Teacher Luo. We apologize for having looked down on you before. The four girls offered their apologies once more, and Luo Chen merely smiled before departing. Did you not find Teacher Luo particularly impressive just now? One of the girls remarked. Indeed, he was rather gallant and quite the warm-hearted gentleman. All right, let's head back for our meal. Have we not somewhat rebelled? Chapter 59, Seizing Opportunities Regrettably. Lily refused to accompany me. It is understandable. Her circumstances are unique. The four girls departed to have their meal, while on the other side, Chen Chao wore a look of utter displeasure, his eyes nearly brimming with anger. Luo Chen. Chen Chao gritted his teeth, his frustration palpable. Sun Jiangwo also appeared dejected. The two of them, with remnants of food clinging to them, looked quite disheveled, and the recent events had spread rapidly, even reaching the ears of some teachers. Along the way, passers-by pointed and whispered about them. That fraud, utterly disgraceful. Pretending to be a big shot in the cafeteria, only to back out at the last moment. What a shame. I just came from there, and that guy was so adamant, proclaiming that if Teacher Luo dared to pay, he would too. But lo and behold, he reneged on his word. What a scoundrel. The disparaging remarks were not lost on Chen Chao and Sun Jiangwo, prompting them to quicken their pace. Upon arriving at the office, Chen Chao, filled with rage, kicked over a table. I cannot swallow this indignity. Lao Sun, you must devise a plan. This is too humiliating. Chen Chao was nearly boiling over with fury. Sun Jiangwo shared his sentiment, recognizing that Luo Chen was increasingly gaining the upper hand. In just 2 days, they had suffered 2 significant setbacks. If this continued, their downfall was inevitable. What if we target the students from Class 3? Sun Jiangwo suddenly proposed a thought. What do you mean? Chen Chao inquired, his brow furrowing. Every student in Class 3 has their issues. Let us capture one of them and use it to pressure that Luo fellow. Sun Jiangwo's eyes gleamed with mischief, revealing his intent to take action against the students. Which one should we take? Chen Chao asked. We can't afford to touch the others, but what about Zhou Lily? Isn't she the leader of the Tulip Gang? She collects protection fees from the girls' dormitory every night. We could snatch her. Sun Jiangwo suggested. Excellent idea. We have hesitated before, but now the situation has changed. We can seize her and, without notifying her parents, summon Luo Chen. Let us see how he handles that. Chen Chao plotted the plan. Isn't he the homeroom teacher of Class 3? I wonder what he can do when his students are in trouble, Sun Jiangwo mused, pleased with his own suggestion. Moreover, Zhou Lily's family situation is peculiar, and her personality is rather eccentric. He won't be able to do anything about her. They both agreed to execute their plan against Luo Chen that very night. As dinner time passed, evening study sessions commenced. Just before the end of the study period, Han Xiu proudly brandished his phone. It's all set. My boss will be bringing people over shortly, he informed Lu Ziwen. By the way, Ziwen, they can't enter the school. How do I lure him out? Han Xiu furrowed his brow. Are you foolish? Here's a suggestion. Cause some commotion at the school gate, and someone will surely call him to come out, Lu Ziwen proposed. And this way, you can distance yourself from the incident. Lu Ziwen's idea was astute. You're clever, Ziwen. Your intelligence truly shines. Han Xiu chuckled and slipped out through the back door before class was dismissed. Soon, the evening study session concluded. Students returned home or to their dormitories, but only a few were actually going home. At that moment, Luo Chen's phone rang. Teacher Luo, a student from your class is causing trouble outside. You should take a look, came Zhou teacher's voice on the line. Understood. I'll head over right away. Luo Chen replied, his brow furrowing as he made his way out. Crossing the playground, he arrived at the gate, where Han Xiu was being reprimanded by Sun Jiangwo. Upon seeing Luo Chen approach, Sun Jiangwo redirected his ire towards him. Teacher Luo, is this the kind of student you've raised? Sun Jiangwo, having intended to apprehend someone in the dormitory, was compelled to rush over when the security guard called him, reporting that his car window had been smashed. He quickly left Han Xiu to Chen Chao, who had just apprehended him. All right, Teacher Sun, I've grasped the situation. You may leave. I will handle this. Luo Chen stated. What do you mean you understand the situation? I haven't even explained what happened. Sun Jiangwo retorted, exasperated. Enough, Teacher Sunday. You have your own matters to attend to. I will handle this, Luo Chen reiterated. Sun Jiangwo had pressing business, namely, to collect protection fees from Zhou Lily in the girls' dormitory, and was unwilling to linger. Fine, I hope for a satisfactory resolution. Sun Jiangwo declared before borrowing a small vehicle from the security guard and hastily departing. Once Sun Jiangwo left, Luo Chen turned to Han Xiu, who expected a scolding, as was customary with teachers. However, Han Xiu's thoughts were interrupted. You're not going to reprimand me? He stammered. Why would I? It's no big deal, Luo Chen replied. Somewhat surprised. It's just a car window. I've dealt with far worse. But you said you would educate me. Han Xiu protested. Oh, I almost forgot. Remember, when you vandalize, do it discreetly, Luo Chen added, leaving Han Xiu momentarily speechless. He sensed that this teacher operated outside the norm, and he needed to stall for time until his boss arrived. Why did you choose to break his window of all cars? Luo Chen inquired. Because he always finds ways to harass female classmates, Han Xiu answered. Just then, Luo Chen's phone rang again. Teacher Luo, another incident has occurred with a student from your class, and she is being taken to the principal's office. You must come quickly. It's a girl. Zhou teacher informed him. Luo Chen, without answering, hung up on both calls and turned to leave. Hey, Teacher Luo, where are you going? I haven't finished yet. Han Xiu exclaimed, desperate to keep Luo Chen from departing. Speak to me later. I have urgent matters to attend to, Luo Chen said briskly, hurrying toward the principal's office. Less than 2 minutes after Luo Chen left, Han Xiu's phone rang. What? Boss, you've arrived at the gate? Chapter 60. The daughter of the wealthy Han Xiu hurriedly dashed out, for that was his superior. Where is he? A man clad in a black leather jacket emerged from a vehicle, sporting a thin mustache and wearing sunglasses even at this late hour, followed closely by 7 or 8 associates. Where is he? Money. The leader in the black leather jacket demanded payment immediately, but before Han Xiu could respond, a resounding slap echoed as it struck his face. Your issues are your concern. Hand over the money first. The leader sneered coldly, bowing his head in submission. Han Xiu reluctantly produced 8,000 yuan. The leader scoffed at the amount. 8,000. Do you take us for beggars? He barked at Han Xiu. But boss, didn't we agree? Another slap landed on Han Xiu's face. Do you even comprehend the rules? I bring 7 men, and you offer me a mere 8,000? Do I have no pride? The scar-faced man glared menacingly at Han Xiu. How much do you want then, boss? Han Xiu asked, still covering his face. At least 50,000. Hurry, the scar-faced man demanded with a mocking grin. All right, can I transfer it to you tomorrow? Han Xiu dared not argue further, fearing another slap. Tomorrow? You're dreaming. The man scoffed. Come with me. Upon saying this, his gang seized Han Xiu and unceremoniously tossed him into a car. Call your female classmates. As long as they come out to play, the money issue will be forgotten, the scar-faced man ordered from inside the vehicle. But brother, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Han Xiu hesitated. Inappropriate? Relax, you know I control that venue in Heitankyo. Recently, there have been fewer students frequenting it. We need to attract some female students to boost the crowd. Don't worry, they'll just be having fun at the venue, and with me backing you up. What is there to fear? Nothing will happen, the scar-faced man assured him. Will nothing really happen? Han Xiu inquired. I'm your boss. Do you dare doubt me? The man retorted with another mocking laugh. Then, boss, tonight won't work. I have classes, Han Xiu replied. Then let us do it on the weekend. Remember, this is an order from your brother. If you execute it well, I won't ask you for the money. If you fail, it's considered betrayal. And you know the rules of the streets concerning betrayal. The scar-faced man threatened. Understood, brother, Han Xiu replied, thumping his chest. Remember, the more female classmates, the better. Now get out. The scar-faced man opened the car door, letting Han Xiu out. Once Han Xiu departed, the scar-faced man wore a cold smile. Recently, a few patrons had insisted on real female students, which is why he had set his sights on Han Xiu. If Han Xiu brought them over, how could there possibly be no issues? That was precisely the point. Meanwhile, Luo Chen quickened his pace, rushing to the principal's office. Upon pushing open the door, he found a crowd gathered, with several girls standing in the midst. One of the students bore scratch marks on her face and was crying, while others appeared equally distressed. Standing apart was a tall girl, about 5'7", dressed in a black tank top that revealed a large colorful tattoo on her shoulder. Her hair dyed a striking gray, and her face adorned with heavy makeup. She wore short shorts, with tattoos decorating her thighs, chewing gum with an expression of indifference, seemingly uninterested in the situation. As Luo Chen entered, numerous eyes turned to scrutinize him. What is going on? Luo Chen thought little of the scene. It was hardly a grave matter, akin to children playing house. Luo Laoshi, you arrived just in time. We were discussing calling the police. Sun Jiangwo said with a mocking tone. Chen Chao joined in with a sneer. Luo Laoshi, your students are quite something, committing crimes now. Previously, they had refrained from confronting Zhou Lili, the daughter of the wealthiest man in Xinzhou, due to her father's connections. Even when aware of her misbehavior, they chose to turn a blind eye. However, this case was different. It was clearly aimed at Luo Chen, and he would have to take responsibility as Zhou Lili's class teacher. Teacher Chen, I must remind you that as an educator, you ought to possess a cultured demeanor and be mindful of your language, Luo Chen retorted sarcastically. What? Do you find my words offensive? You can explain that to the police. I have already reported it, Chen Chao replied smugly. Fine, this matter is none of your concern. You may leave. Luo Chen shot back. What do you mean? None of my concern. As the school's director, it is my duty to oversee this matter. This student from your class has been wandering into the girls' dormitory after evening study, extorting protection fees, Chen Chao stated coldly, pointing at Zhou Lili. Teacher Chen, you are a civilized individual. Please uphold your standards. As a teacher, you should maintain your courtesy. Did your mother not teach you that pointing at others while speaking is impolite? Luo Chen scolded outright. Luo, what are you implying? Sun Jiangwo interjected. Is it permissible for your students to bully others and extort money while we are not allowed to correct her? Is this how you educate children? Luo Chen laughed in disbelief. Lily, come with me, Luo Chen said, walking over to take Zhou Lili's hand. What? Luo, the police have yet to arrive. And you intend to take someone away? I simply do not wish to set a poor example for the children. Don't worry, I want to leave. He then guided Zhou Lili into a separate room behind a sliding door. How much money did Lily take from you? Luo Chen turned to the crying girls. But they remained silent, merely sobbing. It was evident that Chen Chao had reached some prior agreement with them to act as pitiful as possible. What? Luo, are you attempting to silence them with money? Sun Jiangwo stood up. That girl inside has no shame engaging in such behavior. I feel ashamed for her. If she doesn't learn well at this young age, she will undoubtedly become a societal menace in the future. Damn you. Luo Chen retaliated with a swift slap that sent Sun Jiangwo spinning before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 61. Hidden Truths, what are you doing? Teacher Luo exclaimed. Resorting to violence is unacceptable. We should converse civilly. In an instant, the onlooking teachers gathered around. How dare you hit someone, Luo? You'll regret this. Chen Chao pointed an accusatory finger at Luo Chen, though internally, he reveled in the chaos. Let it escalate. The louder, the better. After a considerable moment, Sun Jiangwo finally rose, covering his mouth in pain, his face swollen. You hit me. You're finished. I will report you and ensure you face the consequences. You, as a teacher, should know better. If your students were more sensible, you wouldn't need to teach them anything. Luo Chen retorted. Everyone makes mistakes. But that does not justify punishing students. That child may have gone too far, but your words were even more excessive. And do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You lack the very demeanor of an educator. You merely wish to use her situation against me. To exploit a child. How is that befitting of a teacher? Reflect on your conscience. Do you truly deserve the title of teacher? Luo Chen looked at Sun Jiangwo with disdain. I don't care. You've assaulted someone. The police are on their way. Sun Jiangwo cried, tears streaming from his eyes in pain. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the police arrived. However, the leading officer paused upon entering. Mr. Luo, what brings you here? It was none other than Captain Zhou. Captain, it's you. Luo Chen smiled. Oh, I've been temporarily reassigned to this area, Captain Zhou responded warmly. After the previous incident, he had requested to be transferred, thus now overseeing the development zone. They exchanged pleasantries and reminisced before Captain Zhou declared, I must head back now. Let us have dinner together when you have time. He turned to leave, not sparing a glance at the others. Excuse me, officer. Wait. He assaulted me. Sun Jiangwo protested, pointing at himself. Captain Zhou furrowed his brow, thinking, is this man truly foolish? I have made my position abundantly clear, yet he still fails to comprehend? I just invited Luo Chen to dinner. And he dares to bring up the assault? With a resigned smile, Captain Zhou turned to Luo Chen and stated, all right. You two take the injured party back to the station for a statement. Two uniformed officers approached to escort Sun Jiangwo away. Assault is unacceptable, disrupting public order. I'll issue a verbal warning this time and a fine of 200. Mr. Luo, please sign here and remember to pay the fine later. Captain Zhou produced a pen and paper, and Luo Chen signed without hesitation. All right, you're dismissed. Outside, Sun Jiangwo stood in disbelief. How can this be? I was the one assaulted, yet it feels as though I am the assailant. As Captain Zhou exited, he discreetly tore up the citation and discarded it in a nearby trash bin. Take him away. Sun Jiangwo was destined to spend the night in the station. The other teachers exchanged bewildered glances, astonished. Such tactics. Teacher Luo, even the police support you, but this is a school and schools have their own regulations. If a mistake is made, the school must administer punishment. Luo Chen paid no heed to Chen Chao, instead opening the door and bringing out Zhou Lili. Lily, how much did you take from them? To Luo Chen, it seemed a trivial matter. Simply compensate the girls and apologize. No need for such commotion. Though his inclination to defend Lily played a part. However, Zhou Lily's reaction was unexpected. She pushed Luo Chen aside and retorted, "Mind your own business," before running off. This left Luo Chen momentarily stunned, while Chen Chao smirked, taking delight in the unfolding drama. Luo Chen retrieved his wallet, containing merely 5,000 in cash, and handed it to the girls. Here, take this for now. I will reimburse you for whatever Lily took. I apologize for her inappropriate behavior, and I will ensure she publicly apologizes to you during a school assembly. You expect Zhou Lili to apologize in front of the entire school? Chen Chao scoffed. I stand by my word, Luo Chen replied calmly. Will you guarantee that Zhou Lili won't steal again? That she won't repeat her actions? Chen Chao taunted. Can you assure me she will publicly apologize? That she will write a letter of reflection? Chen Chao continued to mock. I will fulfill my promise, Luo Chen asserted, maintaining his composure. And if you cannot? Chen Chao pressed further. If I cannot, I shall resign. Is that not the answer you desire, Teacher Chen? Well, I'm not forcing you. Chen Chao burst into laughter. Then, Teacher Luo, draft a guarantee. Certainly. Old Zhang, you will write it for me. Chen Chao commanded, wary of Luo Chen's potential evasiveness. Fine, but it will be the same. I am not as shameless as you, Teacher Chen. Luo Chen retorted with a hint of sarcasm. You won't last long. I'm curious how you will compel Zhou Lili to apologize publicly, Chen Chao declared, taking the guarantee and meticulously outlining the conditions. Luo Chen signed without hesitation. Chen Chao harbored no concerns, convinced Zhou Lili's peculiar nature would prevent her from complying. Even when Luo Chen attempted to assist her, she rebuffed him. How could he make her apologize? Indeed, Zhou Lili possessed an eccentric and aloof disposition, appearing almost unapproachable. Moreover, as a student, Luo Chen could not employ undue pressure to compel her apology. Thus, the situation was undoubtedly complicated. Luo Chen chose not to linger, swiftly departing into the night. He sensed there was more to Zhou Lili's story. After all, she was the daughter of the wealthiest individual in Zhenzu. Clearly not in need of money, why would she demand protection fees? Zhou Lili had not ventured far. Luo Chen, moving at a rapid pace, soon located her, opting to trail her discreetly. Although aware she did not stay in the dormitory, he wondered where her residence might be, as her family resided on the opposite side of Zhenzu. After following her for about 10 minutes, Zhou Lili entered a dilapidated neighborhood. She slipped into a rundown courtyard, heading straight for a faucet, where she surprisingly leaned in and rinsed her head under the water. Next to her was shampoo, prepped in advance. Once she finished, her once gray hair transformed into long, lustrous black locks, and her heavy makeup washed away. Wrapping her hair in a towel, she proceeded to cleanse her tattoos, which were clearly temporary. Finally, she donned a school uniform, shedding her former image of a rebellious youth for that of a well-behaved student. Zhou Lili ascended a staircase within the courtyard, arriving on the second floor, which appeared dim and run down. She retrieved a key and opened the most decrepit door, stepping inside. Luo Chen hurried to the window, peering through a narrow gap. Mom, I'm back from class. Zhou Lili's previously cold demeanor melted away, replaced by an indescribable warmth. Chapter 62. The truth upon switching on the light. One could see a single bedroom, impeccably tidy yet cluttered due to an overwhelming number of belongings, leaving little space to tread. On the sole bed lay a woman. Cough, cough, is Lily back from class? How was school today? It was fine, responded Zhou Lili, as she approached the only desk and retrieved a substantial amount of medication. Mom, you forgot to take your medicine again, Zhou Lili remarked while beginning to unpack the pills. It was evident that these were no ordinary medications. Cough, my health is deteriorating day by day. I'm not getting better, Zhou Lili's mother sighed. That can't be true. By the way, Mom, this is the 3,000 yuan Dad gave me today. I'll buy your medicine first thing in the morning. Zhou Lili placed the money on the table. Your father gives you money every day, yet he refuses to visit me. Zhou Lili's mother shook her head. He's busy. You know, with so many affairs at his company, he has to work overtime every day. Zhou Lili explained as she poured a glass of water and placed it before her mother. What surprised Luo Chen was that Zhou Lili's mother began to feel around before grasping the glass. She was completely blind. After her mother took the medicine, Zhou Lili helped her lie down and then went to fetch water in a basin. Is this the reason for your extortion? Luo Chen, leaning against the door with a cigarette, inquired. You were following me? Zhou Lili, seeing Luo Chen there, felt not fear but anger. Either I tell her the truth, revealing to her precious daughter that she collects protection fees at school every day, or I can help you cure her. Do you have that much money? My mother has spent over 10 million in the past few years, Zhou Lili scoffed. You misunderstand. I meant I would cure her. She isn't ill. She has been poisoned. Luo Chen, possessing the ability of X-ray vision, could clearly see the toxins within Zhou Lili's mother. Why should I trust you? Zhou Lili remained skeptical. Luo Chen pointed at his eyes and mocked her, black, and black above, with a cartoon cat. You? Zhou Lili's face flushed, understanding the implication of his words. Do you believe me now? Luo Chen asked, observing Zhou Lili as she gazed back at him. I knew you wouldn't believe. Luo Chen's voice echoed again. However, this time Zhou Lili believed, for Luo Chen had just been 5 meters away, yet now he stood directly behind her. Uttering those words, this was beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Who exactly are you? Despite her composure, Zhou Lili felt a tinge of fear. Wait for me a moment. Luo Chen suddenly vanished. A quarter of an hour later, there was a knock on the door, and when Zhou Lili opened it, Luo Chen stood outside, holding a pack of silver needles. Zhou Lili's mother seemed to want to speak, but Luo Chen flicked his finger, and one silver needle flew out, piercing her mother's forehead, causing her to fall into a deep slumber. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Luo Chen commenced his acupuncture. Half an hour later, the silver needles lay scattered on the ground, and the toxins were expelled. It resembles snake venom after poisoning. It doesn't manifest immediately, but rather gradually. I find it curious that snake venom would act so slowly, Luo Chen remarked. Zhou Lili appeared to suddenly recall something, her expression turning somber. Once she wakes up, she will be fine. A period of recovery, and ensure she gets ample vitamins and proteins. Luo Chen gathered the needles. Is that all it takes? Zhou Lili seemed incredulous. Luo Chen playfully tapped her on the head. You must trust your teacher. Now, tell me. The daughter of a wealthy tycoon collecting protection fees is indeed an amusing tale. Zhou Lili paused in silence. This is my mother. My father divorced her, and my custody lies with him. Yet he neglects her entirely. I began asking him for money, which I secretly used to treat her. But when he discovered it, he ceased giving me much, providing only living expenses. But this is my mother. I cannot bear to watch her die. So I resorted to collecting protection fees to fund her treatment. The situation was straightforward yet cruel. Luo Chen suspected that the poison afflicting Zhou Lili's mother, combined with her father's attitude towards his ex-wife, hinted at deep familial conflicts and untold secrets. However, Luo Chen had no intention of involving himself further. Observing this somewhat mature girl, Luo Chen sighed. Strive to employ reasonable and lawful means in your endeavors. Remember that those girls you exploit also have fathers and mothers. Now, rest early, and don't be late for class tomorrow, Luo Chen concluded before departing, refraining from mentioning any apologies, for he trusted that Zhou Lili was an intelligent girl. The following morning, before Luo Chen had even risen in the teacher's apartment, Zhou Lili was already at his door with breakfast in hand. Without knocking, she stood quietly, awaiting Luo Chen. Regardless of his position as her teacher or homeroom instructor, Zhou Lili felt indifferent. But she couldn't disregard that this person had healed her mother. In her heart, as long as he could cure her mother, she would pay any price. After all, the determination to collect protection fees, even as the daughter of a wealthy tycoon, spoke volumes. Upon waking, Luo Chen sensed someone at the door and opened it to let Zhou Lili in. To her surprise, Luo Chen was brewing tea, embodying the lifestyle of an elderly person. Why so early? What is the matter? Thank you, were the simple words that conveyed everything. This confirmed that Zhou Lili's mother had indeed recovered. Otherwise, Zhou Lili would not have come to express her gratitude. I signed a guarantee with Chen Chao, ensuring you won't misbehave again. You must also read an apology in front of the entire school and apologize to the affected party. Can you manage that? Yes. Zhou Lili nodded eagerly, agreeing without hesitation. Then that settled. At least I won't have to resign, Luo Chen chuckled. Yet, I sense you don't care about this job at all, and you differ greatly from the other teachers I've encountered. You don't even come across as a teacher. Zhou Lili was quite observant. Everyone has their secrets, Luo Chen smiled. I understand. Zhou Lili refrained from probing further. For she was astute. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Mr. Luo, are you home? Quick, hide. If seen, it could lead to misunderstandings, Luo Chen, clad in a bathrobe, felt the need to avoid any misconstrued situations, especially with a female student in the early hours. Chapter 63. Do you have a girlfriend? Zhou Lili obediently hurried into Luo Chen's bedroom. What is the matter? Luo Chen opened the door to welcome her in. Lao Zhou, you were too impulsive last night. Honestly, even though you've only been here for 2 days, I personally admire you. I don't want you to leave. But you might not be aware of Zhou Lili's situation. Zhou Lili seemed to be there to convey a warning. Is there a scent of a woman? Zhou Lili sniffed. It's just an illusion. You've been single for too long. You should find a girlfriend. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Luo Chen quickly interrupted her. Lao Zhou, you don't know. Zhou Lili is the leader of the Tulip Group. Her temper is absolutely dreadful. Zhou Lili spoke softly. But the house had poor sound insulation. The bedroom was right next door, meaning Zhou Lili could hear every word. Lao Zhou, it's inappropriate to gossip about students behind their backs, Luo Chen reminded her. It's fine, they wouldn't know anyway. Lao Zhou, I know you're looking out for the students, but Zhou Lili is different. With her temper, how could you expect her to apologize in front of the entire school? If that ever happens, it would truly be a miracle, let me tell you. All right, Lao Zhou, don't worry. I will find a way, Luo Chen quickly reassured her. Okay, I really hope you won't leave after just 2 days, Zhou Lili said, looking dejected as she departed. Then Zhou Lili stepped out, pretending she hadn't heard anything, and instead reminded Luo Chen, although I believe you might not care, to manage Class 3. You need to handle 2 individuals, Lu Ziwen and Yi Xingtang. That foolish son of a big leader? Luo Chen inquired. Yes, not foolish, Zhou Lili rolled her eyes. As if only Luo Chen would dare to speak of Lu Ziwen in such a manner. And the other? Yi Xingtang. I've never seen him before, Luo Chen replied. Curious. That's because he has been skipping classes, Zhou Lili retorted, rolling her eyes again. It must be noted that despite her youth, Zhou Lili already possessed a certain mature beauty. Go write your self-criticism, Luo Chen said, taking a sip of tea and not pursuing the topic further. Sorry, thank you. Zhou Lili spoke again. What else with the apology? Haven't you already thanked me? Luo Chen asked, puzzled. I meant to apologize for what happened in the office last night. I thought you were merely putting on a show for me. But now I realize you genuinely did not want me to see you resorting to violence, and you were truly helping me. Zhou Lili stood up to leave, but paused at the door to say, by the way, Lao Luo, do you have a girlfriend? I'm about to turn 18. Let us discuss that when you're of age, Luo Chen chuckled. All right. After Zhou Lili left, Luo Chen picked up a document containing information about the foolish son of a prominent leader in Xinzhou. He glanced at the parent's phone number and smiled. Even the most intelligent individuals have their vulnerabilities, do they not? ISNT that teacher's son? Luo Chen approached the teaching building, spotting Sun Jiangwo with dark circles under his eyes and half of his face swollen. Luo Chen's assumption was correct. Sun Jiangwo had spent the entire night sitting on the cold bench at the bureau. After being summoned to the police station, no one had paid him any mind, leaving him to endure the cold bench for the entire night. Xing Luo, don't get too smug. Let us see how you fare today. Sun Jiangwo sneered. I won't hesitate to tell you that for your sake, Director Chen has already requested a school assembly from the principal. It's happening this morning. Originally, the assembly was scheduled for the next day. However, Chen Xiao had pushed it forward to this morning to target Luo Chen directly. He had just left the police station when Chen Xiao called him, so he hastily rushed over without even washing his face, eager to witness Luo Chen's embarrassment. No wonder Lao Zhou came to comfort me. It all makes sense now. This was orchestrated to leave me no time to prepare and await my resignation directly. Unfortunately for Chen Xiao, Luo Chen had already resolved the situation the previous night. Yet, Chen Xiao truly went this far, resorting to such petty tactics to undermine me. Soon, the broadcast announced the temporary notice for the school assembly. Sun Jiangwo continued to smirk at Luo Chen before departing. Quickly, the students lined up, gathering in the playground. Chen Xiao approached with a smug expression alongside several other teachers. Ha ha, Lao Luo, did you expect this? Chen Xiao appeared confident in his victory. Didn't he see this coming? Luo Chen shrugged, exuding indifference. You think I would give you time to devise a plan? Dream on. By the time you returned last night, you probably hadn't even seen Zhou Lily yet. I'm eager to see how you'll make her apologize. Chen Chao wore a smug expression, certain of his triumph. Meanwhile, the principal began announcing the events of the previous night, causing an uproar among the students. Many from Class 3 were taken aback, surprised that the school was genuinely taking action. All right, it's your turn as the homeroom teacher to step forward. I'm waiting to see. Chen Chao sneered again. Luo Chen took the stage, rolled up his sleeves, and spoke into the microphone. I sincerely apologize for the actions of Zhou Lily in my class. I extend my deepest apologies to the female students affected. Additionally, I have promised those students that Zhou Lily will personally apologize here. Now, Zhou Lily, please come up to apologize. His voice resonated throughout the school. However, this declaration left the entire assembly in shock. Did he truly just say for Zhou Lily to come up and apologize? Had this new teacher lost his mind? I can't be hearing this right. He.S. asking Zhou Lily to apologize? She.S. the boss of the Tulip Group, known for her brawls. The absurdity of such a request made even some teachers chuckle. The notion of Zhou Lily conceding was utterly impossible. If Zhou Lily were that compliant, the incident would never have occurred. I believe the principal standing up to apologize is more plausible than Zhou Lily. A teacher adjusted their glasses and remarked, "Ha ha ha, true. This new teacher, Luo, is too young and utterly unaware of the circumstances." Meanwhile, students from Class 3 began to jeer. I can't believe it. Lily, he.s. asking you to apologize. Hanxiu laughed. Yeah, Lily, just go for it. I can't wait to see how he manages to save face. Class 3 was in disbelief that Zhou Lily would actually apologize. They knew her well. Her demeanor was one of indifference and pride, dismissive of everyone's words. I want to go ask Luo Chen if he truly believes the sun will rise from the west today. Meanwhile, Chen Chao stood below, his smile growing ever more pronounced. You're simply not on my level. Yet, soon enough, the laughter in Class 3 would fade away. Chapter 64, Finding My Father as Zhou Lily, standing in the back. Took action. Hanxiu was taken aback. No way, Lily, are you really going? He exclaimed. What are you planning to do? Hanxiu abruptly grasped Zhou Lily's hand. But she shrugged him off. Apologies, everyone, Zhou Lily proclaimed, pulling out a piece of paper and continuing forward. As she passed by Lu Ziwen, she suddenly addressed him. Ziwen, you'd better be cautious. I must warn you that our new homeroom teacher is not as simple as you think. Your usual tactics will be of no use to him. To everyone's astonishment, Zhou Lily indeed proceeded. The entire school erupted in whispers. Did Lily really go up there? Am I seeing things? Is she really going to apologize? This must be a different Zhou Lily. A group of teachers stood in stunned silence, questioning how this was even possible. Chen Chao, too, was eager to uncover the truth behind this unexpected turn of events, feeling a wave of dizziness from the sudden frustration. Everything had seemed under his control. How could Zhou Lily actually go through with it? Just last night, she had even pushed Luo Chen in front of everyone. Could it be that he had somehow influenced her in her dreams? Furious, Chen Chao seethed. Meanwhile, Zhou Lily's voice resonated through the loudspeaker. I apologize for all my actions. Her lengthy, heartfelt reflection unfolded, revealing genuine remorse rather than mere pretense. Lastly, I want to express my gratitude to my new homeroom teacher, Mr. Luo. He has given me hope and illumination, pulling me back from the abyss. Thank you, Mr. Luo. After delivering her heartfelt words, Zhou Lily descended from the stage. Chen Chao remained in a daze, struggling to comprehend the situation. Equally bewildered was Sun Jiangwell, who found the entire scenario almost surreal. Lily, hope and illumination, pulling back from the abyss. If I hadn't just heard you say that with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it was you. A female classmate teased. Lu Ziwen inquired, Lily, don't tell me he helped you resolve that issue? Though others may not have grasped the implications of her final words, Lu Ziwen understood perfectly, having already uncovered Zhou Lily's secret. Zhou Lily nodded in response, a gesture that sparked Lu Ziwen's determination to take action before the entire class fell apart. Well done, Mr. Luo. You managed to handle such a difficult student. One teacher congratulated. Indeed, Mr. Luo, I must admit I underestimated you. I never imagined you could so effortlessly win Zhou Lily over. Another teacher praised sincerely. As Chen Chao passed by, Luo Chen retorted, disappointed. Are you, Teacher Chen? Don't get too smug. Chen Chao stormed off in annoyance. Meanwhile, Lu Ziwen hesitated before dialing a number on his phone. Hello, Shitang. Where are you? We have a new homeroom teacher, and this one seems quite formidable. Be careful. After hanging up, Lu Ziwen smirked and glanced at the upcoming Chinese class. Luo Chen, initially in good spirits, received a call just as class commenced. Class 3 has encountered another issue, Lu Ziwen complained, recounting how he had nearly come to blows with the Chinese teacher, who had ended up in tears after a heated argument, leaving class after only a few minutes. It seemed Luo Chen would need to deal with this situation. Upon entering Class 3, he found Lu Ziwen joking with Han Xiao. Chen Chao, the head of discipline, soon arrived. Eager to find an opportunity to confront Luo Chen over the unfolding events. Was this intentional? Luo Chen directly questioned Lu Ziwen. And if so? Lu Ziwen shrugged casually. Is this a challenge to me? Luo Chen pressed further. Yes, I want you to understand who holds the authority in this class. Lu Ziwen replied with a grin. I admit you possess some ability, but it is irrelevant here. Whether you attempt to bribe, threaten, or use any other tactics, they will all be futile. In other words, you cannot manipulate me. Even the principal cannot sway me. In this school, even he must consider my perspective, Lu Ziwen declared with arrogance. Does your father know you speak this way? Luo Chen asked. Lu Ziwen, unfazed, replied, my father? To be honest, I do fear him. But don't think you can simply report me. I assure you, even if you call him, you may not reach him. You won't get past his secretary. Lu Ziwen exuded confidence. And I understand your intentions. You're thinking of involving parents, right? He added, reveling in what he perceived as Luo Chen's transparent strategy. Ask that fool behind you. It's not just my father. Who among Class 3 could bring their parents? You're merely a teacher. Let us be frank. You are just a salaried worker. We are either the children of the wealthy, officials, or prominent figures in New State. There's no way a mere employee like you could shake us, Lu Ziwen analyzed astutely. It's simply the reality of society. Even that fool behind you, the son of the deputy mayor, couldn't summon our parents, so consider where you stand compared to him. Don't even think about bringing my father here. You simply cannot do it. Class 3 will remain under my command, and so will the tulip. Lu Ziwen concluded with a triumphant sneer, seemingly waiting for a rebuttal from Luo Chen. Fine, mark my words. If your father doesn't come to reprimand you today, I'll take your surname, Luo Chen stated curtly, walking out without further ado. Dealing with someone like Lu Ziwen required a practical approach, as this young man, despite Luo Chen's view of him as a foolish landlord's son, was significantly smarter than his peers. I'll be waiting. Lu Ziwen shouted after him, almost mockingly. Ha ha ha, Ziwen. You're truly impressive. You made him leave in defeat. Han Xiao chimed in. Hey, Ziwen, if Shengtang doesn't come back, this school will still be under your control. Aren't you worried he might actually bring your father here? Han Xiao asked. Lu Ziwen, seemingly unfazed, replied confidently, let me break it down for you, you fool. Chapter 65. Inability to achieve. Did you see that fool outside the door? Lu Ziwen pointed to Chen Chao, who could hear the remark but dared not respond. Initially, he had come to enjoy watching Luo Chen's embarrassment, only to find himself repeatedly drawn into the fray of insults. However, as the son of a prominent leader from Xinzhou, Chen Chao held his tongue. Frustrated, he ultimately stormed away, waiting in his office to witness Luo Chen's downfall. That fool has targeted the surname Luo multiple times, hasn't he? Lu Ziwen remarked. Han Xiao and others gathered around Lu Ziwen nodded in agreement. Given Luo Chen's temperament, he would have likely dealt with Chen Chao's foolishness by now. The fact that he hadn't indicated something significant. What does that signify? Han Xiao inquired. Are you truly this oblivious? It signifies that the one named Luo lacks the ability to retaliate, the strength to confront Chen Chao's foolishness. If he cannot handle Chen Chao, how could he possibly summon my father? Do you believe my father has the time to come to school for such trivial matters? Lu Ziwen waved his hand dismissively. There was another thought Lu Ziwen refrained from voicing, as it would be quite embarrassing. In truth, even when he attempted to contact his father, it was typically through his secretary, and more often than not, he could not reach him directly. Perhaps this was a contributing factor to Lu Ziwen's rebellious nature. If he could handle Chen Chao, I might actually be concerned. Lu Ziwen's analysis held merit. His intelligence surpassed what one might expect from someone of his age. If he lacked assurance, he would not act so boldly. However, it was evident that no matter how clever Lu Ziwen was, he could not fathom who Luo Chen truly was. Ironically, this very cleverness sometimes misled him, leading him to dismiss the possibility that Luo Chen was indeed the illustrious Luo Yi. This oversight was bound to bring Lu Ziwen considerable misfortune. Regardless, I am eager to see if you can indeed summon your father today. If you cannot, I wonder how you will face him afterward, he taunted. I believe, Ziwen, that this time our teacher Luo will surely fall into your hands. A chorus of laughter erupted among the group, and Lu Ziwen basked in their amusement. Meanwhile, Han Shou's phone chimed, a text from his superior reminding him that the weekend was approaching, and he should not forget to invite the female classmates. Naturally, Han Shou assured his completion of the task. The commotion surrounding Lu Ziwen soon dissipated, seemingly aimed merely at demonstrating to Luo Chen who wielded authority in Class 3 of the senior year. Upon returning to the office, Chen Chao splashed cold water on his face, then pondered his next course of action. After some deliberation, he confirmed his thoughts once more. "Old son, do you think it's feasible for me to invite Lu Ziwen's father over?" Chen Chao asked earnestly. Without hesitation, Sun Jiangwo responded, "Teacher Chen, while you possess some connections, I believe this is beyond your capabilities. Truly unattainable. I concur, it is indeed beyond my reach. However, I must inform you that just moments ago, Luo Chen, in front of the entire Class 3, stated he would invite Lu Ziwen's father." Chen Chao still struggled to believe his own words. "Impossible. If he manages to do that, I will willingly offer my head for him to use as a football," Sun Jiangwo declared emphatically. The leader from Xinzhou is either in meetings or en route to them, or busy with paperwork. When does he have personal time? Sun Jiangwo analyzed. "Do you truly believe the high-ranking leader is so free?" Chen Chao, having learned from his previous defeat against Luo Chen, was now more astute. "I see this as an opportunity," Sun Jiangwo suddenly exclaimed. "What opportunity?" Chen Chao was taken aback. "You should report this to the principal, then arrange for Luo Chen to attend the parent-teacher meeting. Which parent from Class 3 could possibly be summoned? Moreover, let us not forget we have another card to play, that being Yi Xingtang." "Ah, how did I not think of that?" Chen Chao sprang to his feet, a cold smile spreading across his face. "I doubt you will escape this time. I do not believe you will have such good fortune every time." Luo Chen, instead of heading to the office, returned to his apartment, where he had left Lu Ziwen's information. Soon, he found the phone and dialed without hesitation. There was no doubt in Luo Chen's mind. He could not believe he lacked even this modicum of authority. Indeed, previous Homero teachers had failed to achieve this. But Luo Chen was different. He was not a conventional teacher, merely filling in temporarily, and he possessed his own network of contacts. When the call connected, a woman's voice greeted him. "Hello, this is Mayor Lu's private line. I am his secretary. Whom may I ask you are looking for?" "I seek Lu. Apologies. He is currently in a meeting. Please tell me your name or the purpose of your call, and I can help you schedule an appointment," the secretary replied. "Oh, tell him Luo Chen is calling. If he does not return my call within a minute, he will bear the consequences." Luo Chen hung up, his patience wearing thin. It was already a considerable favor to call for the sake of his son. If the other party chose to be obstinate, Luo Chen would not hesitate to take decisive action. If they truly did not care, Luo Chen would not mind eliminating Lu Ziwen altogether to avoid further complications. Without regard for potential consequences, even if there were repercussions, Luo Chen remained unfazed. If truly provoked, he was more than capable of taking drastic measures. As he was a celestial sovereign, unbound by the constraints of the mundane world. In his former life, he was known for his decisiveness, often resorting to lethal measures when angered. If not, how could he have been revered as a celestial sovereign? Meanwhile, the secretary on the other end was clearly irked. Who is this? Why so arrogant? However, she ultimately reported the call, recognizing it had come through to a high-ranking leader's private line. At that moment, Lu Yunhai was engrossed in paperwork. "Mayor Lu, there was a peculiar call just now from someone named Luo Chen," the secretary informed him. While Lu Yunhai continued to review documents, he replied, "I'll deal with it later." The secretary hesitated, finally deciding not to press the matter. Half an hour later, Lu Yunhai set aside the documents and inquired, "Who was it that called for me?" "Luo Chen. He mentioned that if you did not return his call within a minute, you would bear the consequences," the secretary relayed. "Who?" Lu Yunhai suddenly recalled the name. "Luo Chen. Good heavens." Chapter 66. Let him wait. Lu Yunhai swiftly seized his phone and dialed the number with urgency. As a prominent leader of New State, he was acutely aware of the unfolding events, particularly concerning the recently rising figure, Luo Chen. "Hello, is this Mr. Luo?" he inquired. "Oh, Mayor Lu seems quite busy," Luo Chen replied, noticeably displeased. "My apologies, Mr. Luo. I was indeed engrossed in reviewing documents," Lu Yunhai responded, filled with contrition. "Not much to discuss, except that your son, Lu Ziwen, has gotten into trouble at Tulip High School. As it happens, I am his homeroom teacher these days. That's all there is to it," Luo Chen concluded, abruptly ending the call. "Prepare the car, immediately." Liu Hai commanded, his anxiety palpable. Did he care about his son? Absolutely. Yet, at times, his responsibilities overwhelmed him. While he could manage conflicts with others, this situation involving Luo Chen was particularly grave. He had received prior warnings from Elder Yi regarding Luo Chen's influence. Moreover, Liu Yunhai had thoroughly reviewed the detailed dossier on Luo Chen's previous conduct at Longting Villa. In his position, he understood that some individuals simply could not be controlled, and Luo Chen was one of them. If mishandled, this could escalate dramatically. Once in the vehicle, Liu Hai instructed the driver to head to Tulip High School, his mind racing with the possibility that Lu Ziwen had committed a serious offense. The mere fact that Luo Chen had personally called was a clear indication of the gravity of the matter. Meanwhile, Lu Ziwen was comfortably dozing off at his desk, blissfully unaware of the impending storm. Upon Lu Yunhai's arrival, he found himself obliged to wait outside, as classes were still in session. For someone who valued time as much as Liu Yunhai, this was an agonizing ordeal. Observing his son sleeping soundly only fueled his growing ire. After what felt like an eternity, class finally dismissed, and the teacher exited the classroom. Liu Yunhai was on the verge of eruption. Yet, Lu Ziwen remained oblivious, continuing his slumber. In a fit of frustration, Liu Hai stormed into the classroom, catching the attention of the students, who were bewildered by the sudden intrusion. Without hesitation, he grasped Lu Ziwen by his hair, lifting his head. A swift slap followed, jolting Lu Ziwen awake in shock. He had never anticipated that someone would dare strike him at school. However, upon realizing who it was, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Dad! Liu Yunhai was far from finished and delivered another resounding slap before calmly declaring, "Come with me." At that moment, Lu Ziwen struggled to comprehend the reality of the situation. His father had truly come for him? As he covered his face and stepped outside, the reality sank in. The classroom erupted in a frenzy. "Did he just call that man Dad?" One student exclaimed. "Did I hear that correctly? Who else would dare strike him like that? Did Mr. Luo really summon his father? This is bad. Is it too late to apologize to Mr. Luo?" Panic ensued among the students, realizing the implications of Lu Ziwen's father's involvement. If Lu Ziwen's father had been called, it was entirely possible that others' parents would be summoned as well. The gravity of the situation dawned on them. Who would dare oppose Luo Chen in the future? Outside in the corridor, Liu Yunhai questioned, "Have you gotten yourself into trouble?" His concern was palpable. While he was not intimidated by Luo Chen, he was reluctant to offend him or engage with someone of such sensitive stature. He wished to avoid any blemish on his reputation. Yet, due to his son's indiscretions, he found himself entangled in a confrontation with Luo Chen. "Take me to your homeroom teacher," Liu Yunhai demanded, his frustration simmering. Meanwhile, due to Chun Chao's advice, Sun Jiangwo had spent considerable time discussing with the principal, ultimately leading to the decision to summon Luo Chen for a meeting. "Mr. Luo, it seems someone is looking for you," a teacher announced. "Inform him that I am in a meeting and instruct him to wait outside," Luo Chen replied, aware of who it was but unwilling to accommodate Liu Yunhai just yet. "Apologies, sir, but Mr. Luo is currently in a meeting. Please wait outside," the teacher relayed to Liu Yunhai, who grew increasingly agitated yet felt powerless to leave. He recognized his fault in this matter, yet it felt unreasonable to make a high-ranking official wait outside. Meanwhile, the principal began addressing the gathered staff. "Mr. Luo, with graduation approaching, the school believes it is time to organize a parent meeting for your class. Other classes have already met, but Class 3 has not. What do you think?" "So, you want me to conduct a parent meeting for Class 3? Luo Chen clarified. "Yes," the principal replied, seemingly swayed by Chen Chao's influence. "Is it necessary to involve me for such a trivial matter?" Luo Chen expressed his incredulity and impatience. "Trivial matter?" Chen Chao scoffed. "Is it merely a triviality? It's just a parent meeting." To Luo Chen, it indeed seemed a minor concern. The other teachers bristled at this remark. Typically, organizing a parent meeting was straightforward. A simple phone call to confirm attendance would suffice. However, Class 3 was different. Its students hailed from affluent families or held significant positions. The parents of these students were influential figures whose attendance could not be secured with a mere phone call. "Mr. Luo, while I must concede that you may possess some teaching prowess, your recent comments border on arrogance." One teacher interjected. "Is it arrogance to question the necessity of involving me for a parent meeting? Have you not held such meetings in the past?" Luo Chen retorted. "I must remind you that the parents of Class 3 are not ordinary individuals." "Oh, Mr. Luo is undoubtedly capable of gathering them, so you need not worry." Chen Chao interjected sarcastically. "However, I must ask, Mr. Luo, if you can summon the parents of Class 3, why remain merely a teacher?" Chen Chao mocked. Chapter 67. Inviting parents. How is it that you, the son of a former vice mayor, still find yourself merely teaching? Luo Chen scoffed, returning the irony with equal disdain. This remark seemed to strike directly at Chen Chao's vulnerabilities, prompting him to rise and bang his fist on the table. Luo, don't think that your recent successes make you remarkable. They are merely strokes of luck. I refuse to believe you will be fortunate this time. If you could truly gather the parents of Class 3, you wouldn't still be just a lowly worker, merely a teacher. Chen Chao mocked, convinced of his own reliability. Indeed, since the establishment of Class 3, several teachers had attempted to hold a parents' meeting. Even the principal had intervened, yet not a single parent had attended. Luo, spare us your grand claims. In terms of experience, our decades in the field far surpass yours. If we couldn't achieve this, what makes you think you can? Chen Chao continued, emphasizing the advantage he held through his connections. As the son of a former vice mayor, Chen Chao's social network was not only vast, but also prestigious. In comparison, Luo Chen was insignificant. Are you relying on your small-town origins or that ordinary university degree? Sun Jiangwo sneered, twirling a ballpoint pen between his fingers. Despite Luo Chen's accomplishments, Sun Jiangwo still looked down upon him, viewing him as powerless and impoverished, having even heard rumors of a recent breakup with his girlfriend. To Sun Jiangwo, his experience in the education sector made him feel superior, especially as he consistently sided with Chen Chao, thus viewing Luo Chen as a target. Yet, even in the face of Sun Jiangwo's derision, Luo Chen remained unfazed. Let facts speak for themselves, he replied calmly, choosing not to engage in further debate with Sun Jiangwo. As such disputes felt beneath him, Sun Jiangwo, feeling triumphant, wore a smug expression, mirrored by a hint of pride on Chen Chao's face. Luo, be frank. Even if you were fortunate a few times before, luck will only get you so far. Some matters demand competence. Compared to me, you are still woefully inadequate. Chen Chao declared with unrestrained pride. He had come to terms with his status as a second-generation official, having enjoyed a privileged upbringing and receiving deference wherever he went. Although he had suffered losses to Luo Chen before, he felt that when it came to depth of background, a mere worker from a small county had little to compare. Tomorrow, I will hold the parents' meeting for Class 3, and I assure you every parent will attend, not one will be absent. Luo Chen stated with calm determination. The teachers present exchanged smirks and scoffs, confident that Luo Chen's audacity would lead to his embarrassment the following day. Very well, we shall see. One teacher jeered. Congratulations in advance, Teacher Luo, on successfully assembling the parents of Class 3. We look forward to witnessing the capabilities of a mere worker from a county. They consistently belittled him, exuding an air of superiority, neglecting the fact that they too were employees, drawing salaries. The meeting continued amid this mockery and disdain until the principal concluded the session. 2 hours later, Lu Yunhai stood outside, furiously seething. As a prominent leader in Xinzhou, it was unprecedented for someone to keep him waiting for so long. He had never been treated this way, even when reporting to provincial leaders. As the meeting dispersed, Chen Chao whispered to Sun Jiangwo, causing him to laugh heartily as they glanced at Luo Chen, who was now making his way towards the exit. So, Teacher Luo, weren't you just boasting in front of Class 3 about inviting Lu Ziwen's parents? Chen Chao taunted. I wonder if they even arrived? Just then, Luo Chen reached the doorway, where Lu Yunhai and Lu Ziwen were anxiously waiting. Chen Chao, upon hearing his own words, caught sight of the visibly impatient Lu Yunhai and the silent Lu Ziwen. Chen Chao initially thought he must be seeing things. How could Luo Chen possibly have invited such a figure? Yet, as Lu Yunhai spoke, the reality dawned upon him. You must be Teacher Luo, correct? My apologies for the inconvenience. I appreciate your efforts. Lu Yunhai greeted with utmost politeness. However, Luo Chen disregarded the pleasantries, glancing at Lu Ziwen before deliberately turning away, offering no courtesy whatsoever. The audacity of Luo Chen's dismissal left Lu Yunhai momentarily stunned, and even Chen Chao was taken aback. Who would dare to ignore a high-ranking official so brazenly? Yet Luo Chen did just that, walking away without a backward glance. Chen Chao's initial shock quickly morphed into a cold sweat. Did Luo Chen not realize the magnitude of the man he was dismissing? But soon, Chen Chao recognized an opportunity to approach Lu Yunhai, perhaps to ingratiate himself and forge a connection. He forced a smile, hastening forward. Hello, are you Ziwen's parent? I am the director of the school. Please, allow me to escort you, he said, extending his hand for a handshake. Yet Lu Yunhai's status rendered him impervious to such overtures. His politeness towards Luo Chen stemmed from respect, and he had no intention of wasting time on Chen Chao. Without sparing him a glance, Lu Yunhai turned to follow Luo Chen, leaving Qin Chao with his outstretched hand hanging in the air. Sometimes, being ignored is more painful than being insulted, as it signifies utter contempt. In that moment, Qin Chao felt his dignity trampled upon. Luo, he seethed, his face contorting in rage. Chapter 68. The arrival of the big shot Lu Yunhai hastily pursued, calling out, Teacher Luo, I apologize. Please don't be angry. I'm late. However, Luo Chen continued to feign ignorance. The more indifferent Luo Chen appeared, the more anxious Lu Yunhai felt. He shot a fierce glare at Lu Ziwen before following him up. After traversing the playground and arriving at Luo Chen's apartment, Luo Chen finally opened the door and said, Come in. This prompted a slight sigh of relief from the father-son duo standing at the entrance, as Lu Ziwen, being astute, sensed that the situation might escalate, and he feared for his own well-being. Both entered the apartment, but Luo Chen cast a glance at Lu Ziwen and stated, I did not invite you in, leave. Lu Ziwen obediently exited. Close the door. Lu Ziwen complied, but intentionally left a small crack to observe and overhear the conversation within. Luo Chen gestured for Lu Yunhai to sit down, and silence ensued. In truth, Lu Yunhai, as a figure of authority, possessed a demeanor that ordinary individuals lacked. Logically, one would expect Luo Chen to be the first to feel uncomfortable in such silence. Yet, this time, it was Lu Yunhai himself who felt the pressure. He had never experienced such intensity, even when facing provincial leaders. Unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, Lu Yunhai finally spoke. Teacher Luo, just as he was about to elaborate, Luo Chen handed him a document. The document meticulously chronicled Lu Ziwen's actions at school over the past 3 years. The more Lu Yunhai read, the more incensed he became, realizing the extent of his son's misdeeds that were merely the tip of the iceberg. It seemed Lu Yunhai had been too preoccupied to remain aware of his son's affairs. With a grave tone, Luo Chen remarked, due to work commitments, I regret the lapse in discipline, which has caused inconvenience to Teacher Luo. Lu Yunhai offered a forced smile in response. Luo Chen suddenly shifted the topic. Adopting the demeanor of an inspecting superior, what is your perspective on the future of Xinzhou? This unexpected query left Lu Yunhai momentarily stunned, as he instinctively responded but sensed something amiss. In my view, the future of Xinzhou rests entirely on these young people. They are the hope and future of Xinzhou. Mayor Lu, your focus on GDP and construction planning may overlook the essence of the matter, Luo Chen reprimanded. Before Lu Yunhai could react, Luo Chen continued. Setting aside these discussions, here I am the teacher, and you are the parent. Yet, how can you, as a father, remain oblivious to your son's situation at school? Outside, Lu Ziwen stood frozen, astonished, as few dared to reprimand their fathers in such a manner in all of Xinzhou. This teacher Luo is quite formidable, he thought, especially given his father's submissive demeanor. After a prolonged lecture, Lu Yunhai emerged with a stern expression. Dad, Lu Ziwen tentatively inquired. Come with me. Lu Yunhai led his son toward the school gate. Once they were outside, he finally spoke with a serious demeanor. Listen, I do not care how mischievous you have been in the past. I will not delve into your past misdeeds. However, from this day forth, you may provoke anyone. But do not provoke that teacher Luo. Remember, I am not jesting. Though you have been a bit unruly, you are a clever child, with your intelligence. You should comprehend my words. Moreover, if possible, cultivate a good relationship with teacher Luo. It will benefit you in the future. Lu Yunhai refrained from punishing Lu Ziwen or scolding him, for he understood his son well enough. He had merely been too busy to inquire personally. Nevertheless, he spoke earnestly. Refraining from revealing Luo Chen's true identity, knowing Lu Ziwen could not fathom it either. Lu Yunhai recognized that Luo Chen was not someone easily constrained by worldly matters. This time, he opted for leniency, otherwise, the situation could become too cumbersome for him. After Lu Yunhai departed, Lu Ziwen stood bewildered, as he had always heeded his father's words. Since his father had advised him to act accordingly, there must be a reason. However, Lu Ziwen could not comprehend how this seemingly unassuming teacher Luo possessed such formidable influence. Upon returning to class, Lu Ziwen appeared dejected, especially with the lingering mark on his face. Ziwen, what happened? A crowd gathered around him. I must apologize, it seems I have lost. As you all witnessed, I was just reprimanded by teacher Luo, who even summoned my father, he relayed. What? No way. Teacher Luo is that powerful? Not only did he call your father, but he also reprimanded him? The classmates exchanged glances, foreseeing a grim future for themselves. Lu Ziwen returned to his seat obediently, while the remaining classmates were engulfed in trepidations. with many opting for surrender. Yet, a few remained defiant. Huh? Threatening us with parents? Lu Ziwen suddenly recalled something and quickly dialed a number. After 2 attempts, the other party finally answered, sounding busy. Sheng Tao, you haven't already called our new homeroom teacher, have you? Lu Ziwen asked. I did just that. I called him earlier. And let me tell you, the moment I threatened him, he couldn't even respond. Moreover, Chen Xiao, that fool, called me earlier to ask for my cooperation. Came the triumphant voice from the other end. I directly told him that if he was unhappy, he could come find me. I've already given him the address. I'm not afraid of him coming. If he dares, I'll make sure he spends half a year in the hospital. The voice grew more animated, while Lu Ziwen felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Just don't mention that I called you, he urged, wiping the sweat from his brow. What are you afraid of? Are you scared of him? Came the retort. Just promise me. Lu Ziwen was genuinely concerned. Fine, I promise. If anything happens, I'll take the blame myself and won't expose you. Ziwen, you've become quite timid. The line went silent as Lu Ziwen hung up. Sheng Tao. Good luck to you. Chapter 69. The Internet Addiction School Bully. Half an hour ago, after Lu Yuhai had just left, a phone call rang for Luo Chen. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, he answered the call. Hello, is this Luo Chen? A haughty voice reverberated from the other end. And you are? Yi Xingtang, the leader of the Tulip Gang. I have no other business but to convey a message. Mind your own, and I guarantee your safety. Cross me or stir up trouble, and I won't hesitate to break a leg or two. Don't take this lightly. Just visit the archive room to review my file, and you'll understand. The call ended abruptly. This was clearly a threat, a warning from an arrogant youth. Luo Chen rose and made his way to the principal's office, for he possessed information on every student in the class, save for Yi Xingtang. You wish to acquire Yi Xingtang's file? The principal appeared astonished. Luo Chen, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yi Xingtang is not an ordinary individual. Perhaps it would be wise not to involve yourself in this matter. The principal seemed reluctant to discuss Yi Xingtang. However, this only piqued Luo Chen's curiosity. Luo Chen, you must have heard of the Yi family? The principal sighed helplessly. That child is from the Yi family, which complicates matters. He lamented. Very well, you may examine the file, and you will comprehend the situation. Ultimately, the principal handed the documents to Luo Chen. Upon reviewing the materials, it became evident that the principal's reluctance stemmed from the formidable nature of Yi Xingtang. Furthermore, the principal was actively trying to dissuade Luo Chen from pursuing the matter. Yet, Luo Chen merely smiled and proceeded to dial Yi Xingtian's number. Yi Xingtian, currently recuperating, was somewhat taken aback to hear that Luo Chen wished to see him, and he requested his third son to join as well. An hour later, Yi Xingtian arrived, accompanied by his third son, Yi Ruhua. Master Yi. Yi Ruhua greeted Luo Chen with great respect, visibly excited, as his life had been saved by Luo Chen, who also aided in preserving his father's life. Mr. Luo, what brings you to the Tulip? Yi Xingtian inquired with curiosity. Just assisting with a small matter. Offering protection to someone, Luo Chen replied. Understanding dawned on Yi Xingtian as he realized that it was indeed he who had facilitated this connection. Oh, is it about Xingtang? Yi Xingtian interrupted Yi Ruhua, immediately grasping the situation. My apologies for troubling you, Mr. Luo. I did not anticipate your personal involvement, he said, beginning to express his contrition. Yi Xingtian, with his experience, understood that Luo Chen's summoning was not a sign of goodwill. Without replying, Luo Chen dialed another number and switched to speakerphone. How dare you call me again? You better stay out of my way. This is your final warning. Next time, it won't be pretty. If you're not convinced, come find me at the Tianyu Internet CAF. I'll be waiting. The caller hung up. Yi Ruhua broke into a cold sweat, paling instantly. Though he was a notable figure in Xinzhou, even holding sway over the underground emperor Hong Biao, he was now utterly intimidated. Who was Luo Chen? Did anyone need reminding? Not even his own father would dare speak to Luo Chen in such a manner, for this was Luo Chen, that little brat. Yi Xingtian raised his hand, ready to strike Yi Ruhua, but was halted by Luo Chen. Old man, your injuries are not yet healed. Do not let your temper flare. This little brat, rest assured. Master Yi, I will bring him before you immediately. I wish to see just how brazen he truly is, Yi Ruhua hastily asserted, realizing the calamity his son had brought upon the family. To threaten Luo Chen? Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? This was utterly outrageous. Yi Ruhua was already sweating bullets on Yi Xingtang's behalf. Thank you, Master Yi, for this opportunity, Yi Xingtian sighed in relief. For Luo Chen's restraint indicated at least a chance for them. Otherwise, had Luo Chen taken matters into his own hands, Yi Xingtang would likely be dead by now, and the Yi family would face dire repercussions as well. Let us proceed together. Luo Chen smiled, causing Yi Ruhua to break into another cold sweat. Chapter 70. Even your grandfather has arrived. The Tianyu Internet CAF, located not far from Yujingxiang High School, is hardly a prestigious establishment within the Xinzhou Development Zone. Yet today, a Rolls-Royce Phantom has inexplicably come to a halt outside this modest CAF, raising eyebrows among passers-by. Who, after all, would drive a Phantom to an Internet CAF? On the second floor of the CAF, the atmosphere is spacious but far from tranquil. Shouts of frustration and the pungent aroma of smoke permeate the air. Amidst the chaos, a young man sits hunched over at a computer, his long hair tangled and seemingly unwashed for months. His clothing is grimy, and dark circles under his eyes accentuate his pale complexion, giving him the appearance of a zombie. However, there is something notably distinct about this youth. An intense determination glimmers in his gaze as he inhales a cigarette, fixating intently on the screen. Luo Chen wrinkles his nose, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder. The youth turns momentarily to glance at him before returning his focus to the screen. This is his domain, a territory where none dare to disturb him, especially since he covers the internet fees for this group of habitual gamers. Feeling a twinge of irritation, Yi Shengtao lets out a cold laugh. Casting another glance at Luo Chen, his eyes betraying a palpable threat. With a fierce glare, he resumes his fixation on the screen. Unfazed, Luo Chen reaches out and yanks the power cord, causing the computer to plunge into darkness. Yi Shengtao slowly turns his head, surprisingly smiling at Luo Chen. Before I inquire about your identity, I must inform you that regardless of who you are, you will be leaving here tonight on your back. Interrupting a gaming session by cutting off the power is a grave offense. After uttering these words, Yi Shengtao nonchalantly lights a cigarette, exhaling smoke before fixing his gaze back on Luo Chen. So who exactly are you? Luo Chen dismisses the hostility, instead smiling and asking, aren't you worried your father will come to discipline you? I've never been struck at home, not even once. My father feels pain just watching me fall, he says. A statement of truth rather than bravado. You can ask him about it now. As he steps aside, a deep smile graces his face, revealing the imposing figure of Yi Ruhu behind him. Dad, what brings you here? Though surprised, Yi Shengtao shows no fear upon seeing his father. Impressive. You managed to summon my father, but let me reiterate. Just because you called him here doesn't mean you can intimidate me, Yi Shengtao scoffs. Convinced of his father's unwavering support, producing a cigarette, he prepares to offer it to Yi Ruhu while sneering, even with my father present. You still have to leave here on your back. Suddenly, a resounding slap lands on Yi Shengtao's face before he can react, followed by a swift kick that sends him crashing into a corner. Dad! Yi Shengtao stares in shock, having never experienced such a blow from his father before. Why are you doing this? He's just a teacher. Yi Ruhu remains silent, picking up the discarded ashtray. At this moment, Luo Chen, having lit a cigarette, turns and descends the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, a loud crash follows as Yi Shengtao is unceremoniously thrown from the second floor. Luo Chen leans against the car, observing the bloodied and bewildered Yi Shengtao. In a state of confusion, Yi Shengtao grapples with the reality of being struck by his father, who has never laid a hand on him before, let alone with such ferocity. As he looks up, he sees the stern faces of Yi Jingtian and Yi Shuangshuang standing below. Grandpa, help. My dad has gone mad. In his memory, his grandfather has always been indulgent, bailing him out of trouble without so much as a reprimand. Yet today, he is met not with affection but with a cane. With a resounding crack, the cane strikes his head, leaving him in pain and utterly dazed. Yi Ruhu descends the stairs rapidly, delivering a powerful kick to Yi Shengtao's side, resulting in a sickening crunch as a rib breaks. Hit him. Beat him senseless. Yi Jingtian, visibly enraged, expresses his desire to see his grandson thoroughly punished. Yi Shengtao, now thoroughly terrified, realizes that even his grandfather is intent on disciplining him. Yi Ruhu seizes Yi Shengtao by the collar, delivering 2 swift slaps that send 3 teeth flying. Xiaohu, don't actually kill him, Luo Chen remarks as he gets into the car. Xiaohu, that teacher calls his father Xiaohu. Who on earth is he? Ultimately, Yi Shengtao finds himself in a pitiful state, nearly unrecognizable. The group then returns to the school. In class 3, a student exclaims, Ziwang, that's the notorious Yi Laoda? It's astonishing that teacher Luo could call your father, but surely he couldn't have summoned Yi Laoda's father too? Another student, envious, adds, and their family. Yi Laodao is treated like a little emperor, coddled and protected from harm. Even significant transgressions are overlooked. and the Yu family likely wouldn't bother with something trivial like skipping class. Before he can finish, a commotion erupts. Something has gone terribly wrong. Yi Laoda is in big trouble. What happened? The entire class rushes to find out. Head to the playground. He is being dragged like a dead dog. It's horrific. I suspect he might be on the brink of death, bleeding all the while. It's his father and grandfather who've come for him. They're probably taking him to apologize to Teacher Luo. Class 3 erupts in a frenzy, with students from across the school flocking to witness the spectacle. After all, Yu Shitao is a true figure of renown at Yujingxiang. Yet now, being dragged by a leg across the playground, the scene is nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 71. A hasty apology. The atmosphere at the school was currently one of chaos. The once dominant figure of the Tulip Gang, hailed as the strongest high school student in history, now found himself in a pitiable state, even less than a stray dog. His appearance was alarming, particularly the conspicuous trail of blood left behind. Look, isn't that Yu Shintang's grandfather, the esteemed Elder Yi? Indeed, he is a heavyweight among heavyweights. He was seen walking alongside Teacher Luo, seemingly offering contrite smiles. Those who had previously dared to defy him in Class 3 were now thoroughly subdued, their expressions betraying a palpable fear. What sort of background does Teacher Luo possess, that Yi Shengtang has been reduced to this? Zaiwen, you have put Yu Laoda in a terrible predicament this time. Should we not go and apologize to Teacher Luo? Upon arriving at Luo Chen's apartment, Yiru, who unceremoniously discarded Yu Shitang at the entrance, showing little regard for his nearly lifeless state. Lord Luo, I apologize for the trouble caused. I shall discipline him properly upon our return. Yiru, who expressed contritely. Don't you dare feign death. Quickly kneel before Lord Luo and apologize. Yiru, who kicked Yu Shintang, who was on the verge of unconsciousness. Despite his extreme affection for Yu Shintang, even Yu Zhengtian had to be stern this time. A single misstep could bring catastrophic consequences for the Yi family. They had witnessed Luo Chen's methods firsthand. He was capable of obliterating even someone as formidable as the monarch of Wanong with a mere gesture. Who would dare provoke such a terrifying figure? Enough. Children must be taught a lesson. Elder Yi, this time we are fortunate that I am acquainted with the Yi family, but what about next time? Luo Chen cautioned. The moment those words escaped his lips, cold sweat trickled down Yu Zhengtian's back. Indeed, this time, the individual offended was someone with a connection to the Yi family, and their relationship was amicable. But what if the next person they offended was someone beyond their reach? Fortunately, Luo Chen chose not to pursue the matter further. Otherwise, it could have escalated dramatically. By the way, I will be holding a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. Make sure to attend. Luo Chen instructed Yiru, who nodded earnestly. Lord Luo, I will personally host a banquet to atone for my actions another day. Yiru, who declared as he departed, taking Yi Shingtang with him to seek medical attention before it was too late. In the car, Yi Shingtang, with a face full of grievance, could only utter, "Why? Unfilial son, how dare you ask? The Yi family nearly faced ruin because of you. Did you think I was punishing you? I was saving you and the Yi family. Do you know who your homeroom teacher is? Your life was saved by him." Yiru, who roared, on the verge of delivering another kick had it not been for Yi Shengtang's precarious condition. Is he really Lord Luo? Yi Shengtang was bewildered. Who do you think he is? Thankfully, he has no desire to settle scores with you. Otherwise, a single finger would suffice to end you 10 times over. Even your grandfather wouldn't dare speak so brazenly in front of him, yet you have the audacity to act so arrogantly. Yiru, who seethed, delivering a stinging slap to Yi Shingtang's face. Consider this a fortunate reprieve. I was drenched in cold sweat because of you, yet you still act so defiantly. With a heavy sigh, Yiru, who felt a headache coming on. How had he ended up with such a foolish son? Why provoke someone like Luo Chen? Meanwhile, Yi Shingtang stood there, stunned, realizing that this beating was well-deserved. He had unwittingly drawn the ire of the legendary Lord Luo, and being punished was indeed a mild consequence. At that moment, Luo Chen approached Class 3. Observing him walk from the playground, the once audacious and unruly class now trembled in fear, especially after witnessing the earlier scene. As Luo Chen made his way toward them, every student in Class 3 hastily retreated into the classroom. By the time Luo Chen entered, the class was eerily silent. Having shed their former indifference, they now resembled obedient children, seated quietly in their desks, afraid to breathe. This once arrogant group now appeared more diligent than any top-performing class in the school, despite Luo Chen having only arrived less than a week prior. Tomorrow I will hold a parent-teacher meeting. Make sure to tidy up the classroom, that you may choose not to, Luo Chen stated before departing, offering no further commentary. The students' hearts sank at his words, feeling as though this was worse than receiving a scolding. As for not cleaning? Absurd. How could that even be considered? It's over, it's over. Why do I feel like a storm is brewing? One student lamented. Me too. Look what happened to Yi Xingtang. He was beaten to a pulp for crossing teacher Luo. My parents are not nearly as indulgent. Many were trembling with anxiety, fearing that they would lie awake that night. Tossing and turning. I'm genuinely terrified that teacher Luo will report me to my dad. I'm certain that even if my father loves me dearly, one word from teacher Luo would mean I'm in for a beating. A girl cried out. After all, they had all witnessed Yi Xingtang's fate. He was a person whose father could shield him from serious consequences, yet he was reduced to a mere shadow of himself for offending teacher Luo. No one could fathom the extent of Luo Chen's terrifying influence. No one worried about whether Luo Chen could summon their parents. They feared the prospect of being reported, especially since even Yi Xingtang and Lu Ziwen's parents had been called in. Surely, the parents of other students would be summoned as well. Yet, some teachers, like Chen Xiao and Sun Jiangwo, were blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Even when Chen Xiao encountered high-ranking officials from New State University, he remained unconcerned, convinced that Luo Chen's parent-teacher meeting would be a failure. Perhaps luck was on Luo Chen's side today, and the officials just happened to have time. Thinking of their children, it all seemed coincidental. However, such busy individuals would not be available for long. If Luo Chen's meeting were to fail, it would provide an opportunity to create trouble, thus serving as an excuse to expel Luo Chen from the school. Old son, let us gather everyone tonight for an early celebration. Chen Xiao was in high spirits, envisioning the moment Luo Chen would leave in dejection, dragging his luggage out of the school gates. Indeed, Teacher Chen, how could that mere worker compare to you? You couldn't achieve it, but he could? One teacher stood up, eager to flatter Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao had connections, and those aligned with him hoped to benefit once he ascended to greater heights. Chapter 72. The bully bows down. Only teacher Zhou sat silently at his desk, immersed in grading assignments, feigning ignorance to the commotion around him. Teacher Zhou, would you like to join us? Sun Jiangwo inquired, leaning closer. No, I find it beneath me to associate with you. Teacher Zhou retorted bluntly, never one to mince words. Old Zhou, I fail to comprehend how you, having spent over a decade at Tulip, remain so oblivious. What merits does Luo Chen possess that prompts you to stand by him? Sun Jiangwo scoffed. Firstly, I do not stand by him. Moreover, Director Chen, I sincerely hope you can emulate Teacher Luo and earnestly contribute to our students and education, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. In this regard, you certainly fall short of Teacher Luo. We are educators, and we must conduct ourselves with integrity. I believe Teacher Luo will undoubtedly conduct a successful parent meeting for Class 3 tomorrow. You are perhaps overly optimistic, Teacher Zhou stated without reservation. Teacher Zhou, mind your language, Sun Jiangwo exclaimed, rising and slamming his hand on the table. You and Luo Chen are cut from the same cloth. Have you considered his status? What do you think you can compare with Director Chen? You will regret this sooner or later. With that, Teacher Zhou gathered his papers and departed. In truth, his disdain for Chen Xiao and Sun Jiangwo fueled his remarks. Sun Jiangwo's conduct at the school was indeed questionable, hence his scathing words. Yet, Teacher Zhou harbored uncertainty regarding whether Luo Chen could indeed rally the parents of Class 3. The more he understood, the clearer it became that it was unlikely. As fate would have it, he encountered Luo Chen just outside. Lao Luo, what about tomorrow? Teacher Zhou asked anxiously. What about tomorrow? Luo Chen responded, appearing puzzled. Can you really bring in the parents for Class 3? Teacher Zhou pressed. Yes, Luo Chen nodded affirmatively. If you can indeed manage it, please ensure you do so. I can hardly tolerate the faces of some individuals anymore, Teacher Zhou expressed, still agitated from his earlier encounter in the office. He earnestly hoped that Luo Chen would rise to the occasion and deliver a resounding blow to Chen Xiao and Sun Jiangwo. The following morning, Chen Xiao instructed Sun Jiangwo to check the entrance once more, yet there was still no sign of the parents. Consequently, Sun Jiangwo casually alerted the security personnel to inform him of any developments. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao lounged in the office, legs crossed. Having learned through his father's connections that the high-ranking officials from Xinzhou were attending a provincial meeting and would not return today. After breakfast, classes commenced. Notably, Teacher Zhou nearly entered the wrong classroom, as he habitually proceeded to Class 3 for the first English lesson. The usual atmosphere of Class 3 consisted of boasting, chatting, and disregarding the teacher, who would lecture while the students busied themselves beneath. Teacher Zhou's most vivid memory was from last winter when Lu Ziwen and his peers were enjoying hot pot while he attempted to teach. A profound humiliation in his teaching career. However, today was distinctly different. Every student in class 3 donned their uniforms. Even the makeup-loving Shirshir appeared barefaced. Upon entering, Han Shou surprisingly greeted him with "Good morning, teacher." This prompted Teacher Zhou to question whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong classroom. Only after confirming it was indeed class 3 did he proceed. Yet, unease crept in as he recalled the old adage, unusual occurrences often herald trouble. The students' behavior was oddly subdued. Each student had their textbooks open, seemingly awaiting something, which heightened Teacher Zhou's anxiety. He wondered if they had devised some mischievous scheme against him. However, after a brief span of teaching, he discovered a newfound sense of engagement in class 3. Although many may not have grasped the content, they were earnestly listening, at least pretending to. Even Lu Ziwen refrained from dozing off at his desk, with some students taking notes. When the class concluded, Teacher Zhou exited class 3 with a sigh of relief, yet confusion lingered. What had transpired with these students today? The morning passed in tranquility, but as the final class of the afternoon approached, not a single parent had arrived. "Ah, Teacher Luo, it appears your parent meeting is doomed. Don't tell me the parents are coming after class?" Chen Chao mocked Luo Chen, as parent meetings typically occurred in the morning, rarely in the afternoon or after school. "What does that have to do with you?" Luo Chen retorted, hands tucked into his pockets, strolling away nonchalantly. "Luo, do you know why Xiaoman chose me over you?" Chen Chao suddenly shouted at Luo Chen, causing him to halt. "Xiaoman told me it wasn't he due to my wealth or background. She appreciates those who are grounded and do not boast. I am precisely that kind of person," Chen Chao taunted, relishing the thought of having stolen Luo Chen's girlfriend. Luo Chen simply smiled coldly and replied, "You are truly pitiable. Xiaoman deceived you, withholding the truth. Is that not a form of pity? In a past life, I was similarly unfortunate, but in this life, I am not." With that, Luo Chen walked away, leaving Chen Chao feeling defeated, his dignity trampled once more. "Luo, what are you so pleased about? I'll be waiting to see how you fare today," Chen Chao shouted at Luo Chen's retreating figure. Just then, his phone rang. The frantic voice of Sun Jiangwo came through. "Not good, Director Chen. Something has happened." At the school entrance, luxury cars lined up one after another. While the presence of luxurious vehicles might not have raised eyebrows, the fact that their license plates bore rare and prestigious numbers indicated that each car was occupied by a prominent figure from Xinzhou. Chapter 73. For the class fund, a gathering of influential figures from New State convened at the entrance of Tulip High School. Even the esteemed Elder Yi made an appearance. Lu Yunhai alighted from his vehicle and strode forward briskly, harboring a trace of displeasure. After all, he had only just arrived yesterday, and now he was summoned again. However, upon witnessing the presence of the illustrious Yu Tian, his grievances dissipated instantaneously. Elder Yi, despite his advanced age, held a status that surpassed his own significantly. With such dignitaries present, what could he possibly say? Moreover, the wealthiest man in New State, Mr. Zhou, was also in attendance. He appeared rather genteel, donned in gold-rimmed spectacles, resembling a civil servant more than a tycoon. "Ah, Elder Yi, Mayor Lu," Mr. Zhou greeted with a nod. Following him were several other magnates and affluent individuals from New State, arriving one after another. The security personnel were left dumbfounded. This was indeed the first time so many esteemed individuals had gathered for what turned out to be merely a parent-teacher meeting. Who would have thought Mr. Luo would come to teach here? While others may disregard, who would dare to slight him? One of the New State bigwigs lamented with a rueful smile. "Indeed. Look at Elder Yi here. If we didn't attend, it would be truly inexcusable. Besides, my mischievous offspring has reportedly caused quite a stir at school. I fear he may inadvertently provoke Mr. Luo, which would spell considerable trouble," another magnate expressed with evident concern. In their usual capacity, they wielded influence and power in New State, but now they felt a profound sense of trepidation. For the formidable Luo Chen had arrived, a presence beyond their reckoning. Who would dare to disregard the esteem of Luo Chen in New State now? The 20 or so dignitaries then made their way towards Tulip High School. The principal, stationed at the entrance, attempted to extend a welcome, yet these magnates hardly spared him a glance, proceeding past him without acknowledgement. After all, he was merely a high school principal, who would concern themselves with his presence. At this moment, Chen Chao observed the procession of dignitaries, his expression contorted with indignation. They truly came? Is that Luo Chen really capable of such feats? Chen clenched his fists, his face betraying disbelief and resentment. What is Luo Chen's background? How does he command such respect to summon these titans of new state? Chen's teeth clenched in frustration, yet he could not alter the reality before him. Ah, Director Chen, teacher's son, I warned you not to become complacent, but you refused to heed my counsel. How do you feel now? Teacher Zhou chimed in gleefully as he stood beside them. If I were in your shoes, I would find a corner to hide in to avoid public embarrassment. Though an English teacher, Zhou had a sharp tongue when it came to ridiculing others. His words caused Qin Chao and Sun Jiangwo to flush with humiliation, akin to receiving a resounding slap in the face in public. Zhou you're a disgrace, Zhou retorted, throwing in an English phrase before departing. What did he say? Sun Jiangwo inquired, bewildered. He said we are a disgrace. Qin seethed, glaring at the retreating figure of teacher Zhou. It's best to read more and refrain from frivolous thoughts, Zhou called back from a distance. Mr. Luo, are you planning to address the third class today? Zhou hastened to catch up, astonished that Luo Chen had indeed managed to gather all the parents of Class 3 for a meeting. This was no trivial matter. It was the largest and most improbable parent-teacher meeting in the history of Tulip High School, yet it was happening. Well, I need to collect the class fund, Luo Chen stated directly, without any pretense. You intend to collect funds from these dignitaries of new state? Teacher Zhou found the notion somewhat absurd and difficult to believe. Why not? Do you think I paid the cafeteria expenses last time for nothing? Luo Chen advanced towards the classroom of Class 3. The prominent figures of New State were seated within the classroom, while outside, the students of Class 3 stood with furrowed brows, a palpable sense of impending judgment hanging in the air. Meanwhile, nearly the entire faculty and student body of Tulip High School gathered below, witnessing this rare spectacle. After all, no one had ever accomplished such a feat at Tulip High School. Yet Luo Chen had done it by managing to assemble all the parents for a meeting. Mr. Luo is truly remarkable, one student exclaimed in admiration. Don't you think Mr. Luo, despite his infrequent appearances, possesses an inexplicable charm? A girl mused, her tone awash with infatuation. Even many teachers regarded Luo Chen with newfound respect. I used to think Mr. Luo was just boasting, but now it seems he has genuinely achieved this. Indeed, Director Chen, with all his connections, could not accomplish this, yet Mr. Luo has, they whispered among themselves. The hushed conversations reaching Qin Chao's ears, intensifying his sense of irritation and mockery. With fists clenched, Qin glared at the classroom of Class 3. Inside, the dignitaries experienced a wave of nostalgia as if returning to their school days, many recalling their own youthful memories. As they watched Luo Chen approach the podium, an unsettling feeling of being students facing a stern teacher washed over them. Enough of the pleasantries. You are all busy people. However, I wish to convey one simple message. You all know the nature of your children, and I do not care how indulgently you treat them. As long as I am at Tulip, you are to keep a close watch on your children, because next time, I may handle matters myself rather than calling you here for a parent meeting, Luo Chen declared, his words leaving no room for misinterpretation, carrying an implicit threat directed at the powerful figures of New State. Yet, in that moment, no one dared to voice dissent. Silence enveloped the room. Who is this Mr. Luo to speak so boldly to our parents? Many students of Class 3 were left speechless, especially as their parents remained mute in response to Luo Chen's remarks. The atmosphere became increasingly intimidating. All right, let us move on to the main agenda. Luo Chen's expression turned grave, and the dignitaries followed suit, their demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Each of you will contribute 27,000 for the class fund. Please hand over your payments, Luo Chen stated, extending his hand, leaving the dignitaries momentarily stunned. Mr. Luo, this seems rather inappropriate. Lu Yuhai finally spoke up, unable to contain himself. After all, this could be construed as a form of coercion, and who could justify a flat rate of 27,000 for class funds? While they were not lacking in wealth, it still felt somewhat disconcerting. After all, they were prominent figures in New State. How would it sound if word spread? Previously, when your children claimed they had no money for meals, I covered 3 months' worth of cafeteria expenses. It is now time for repayment. By the way, parent, your child was the one who initially claimed they had no funds. You may summon them in for a discussion. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, stating matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuhai's composure faltered. No matter how financially strained they might be, they were still influential leaders of New State. It was implausible that they could not afford their child's living expenses. Yet, with everyone present, Luo Chen would not deceive them, and this predicament was undeniably embarrassing. Yinhai, if you truly are short on funds, I will cover it, said Yiru Hua, who was unafraid to speak her mind where others hesitated. After all, Yi Ruhua and the Yi family commanded a formidable presence, instilling a sense of fearlessness. Moreover, it was evident that no one else had spoken up. It was solely Lu Yunhai who broke the silence, which left Yi Ruhua feeling somewhat displeased as he leaned towards the side of Luo Chen. Having lost face in front of everyone, Lu Yunhai could only suppress his frustration, for he was in the wrong. Teacher Luo, I apologize. Please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to clarify the circumstances. As you are aware, our identities are quite sensitive, and being a teacher, I fear it may lead to misconceptions. Lu Yunhai dared not express his anger and could only extend his apologies to Luo Chen. Subsequently, he turned his head to cast a glare at Lu Ziwen. Chapter 74. My boss Guangquan. The previous remarks were overheard by the students outside, each one now wearing a wry smile. Teacher Luo's leniency is not easily exploited. Ziwen, look at the terrible suggestion you made earlier. Alas, I fear I am doomed when I return home tonight. Although Lu Ziwen spoke lightly, beads of cold sweat trickled down his face, for he understood that he had truly angered his father this time. After paying the fees, the parents escorted their children away. Naturally, some parents intended to offer a little extra. For instance, Mr. Wan, the wealthiest man, casually tossed out 10 million, only to have Luo Chen return it. I am still a teacher. This is inappropriate. I cannot tarnish the reputation of educators. Luo Chen declined firmly. Yet, his words were clear. I am still a teacher now. But what about the future? Everyone present was astute enough to grasp the implications. Except for Lu Ziwen, the others breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave school. Only Han Xiu clung to several female classmates, claiming they should celebrate their narrow escape and inviting everyone to indulge in a secret night of revelry. The quartet of girls, led by Shi, began to concoct excuses to join him. Lingyu, let us celebrate tonight. I'll treat. Will you come? Han Xiu asked, his face flushed with eagerness. No. And Lingyu retorted, her expression resolute. And Lingyu's aunt had attended the meeting in place of her father, who was indeed unable to come. It appeared her aunt had no intention of taking her home either, so Lingyu would remain at school tonight. However, Luo Chen had previously instructed her not to wander about in the evening, leading her to refuse quite decisively. With a sigh, Han Xiu drooped his head in disappointment. Meanwhile, his boss called him again. Hey, Han Xiu, how has the task I assigned you coming along? Don't worry, boss. I've got it covered. At least 4 girls are coming. All my classmates, and they're all stunning, Han Xiu assured, thumping his chest. By the way, boss, you promised me that my classmates would be safe, right? Han Xiu sought confirmation once more. Relax. Do you think I can't handle this? This is my territory, and I'll be there tonight. What could possibly go wrong? His boss, Scarface, chuckled. After hanging up, Scarface suddenly grinned at a group of people in a private room. Gentlemen, tonight we have authentic student girls. Perhaps even some are untouched. Set your prices beforehand. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao ended a call with an unfamiliar number. Luo Chen. Let us see how you remain so smug this time. Dillos, are you certain the target is within this school? A blonde, blue-eyed man in a suit drove past the entrance of the Tulip School. This man exuded the aura of Western European nobility. Yet a closer inspection revealed calloused hands, likely the result of years spent handling firearms. He also bore an imperceptible aura of bloodlust, indicating he was no ordinary individual. Oh, my dear partner Alan, do you still doubt me? Besides, we have reliable intel this time. A European man with a thick beard and pronounced brows spoke. Dressed in a suit and sunglasses. If not for the peculiar calluses on his hands, one might mistake him for a gentleman of impeccable manners. Very well, let us act tonight. Alan pointed to a photograph in his hand. The image depicted a girl in profile, but it was unmistakably in Lingyu. Excellent, my dear partner. Together we have never failed. Dillos spoke with confidence. Do you recall that battle in the Middle East? I still think it was a perfect campaign worthy of poetic praise. Alan laughed again. Indeed, after over a decade as partners, that was our most successful mission. We eliminated the enemy leader within a military base and escaped unscathed. Dillos licked his lips, his expression brimming with arrogance. These two were among the world's top assassins and mercenaries. I still remember that man. When I aimed my gun at his head, he cried for his mother, his eyes filled with helpless despair. Alan seemed to relish the memory. To infiltrate a military base and eliminate a leader was one feat. Abducting a student from a school would be a mere trifle. Even with the protection of China's special forces, we shall succeed tonight. Trust me, Dillos, it will be an unforgettable and splendid evening. Yes, with the two of us. The rest will hardly need to lift a finger. The luxury car vanished from the vicinity of Tulip High School. Coincidentally, Han Xiao passed by, heading towards the nightclub owned by Scarface, where he awaited Shi and her 3 friends. As night fell, Nuzhou embraced its nightlife. Around 8 o'clock, Shi and her companions disembarked from a vehicle outside the nightclub. Shi, I've been waiting for over an hour, Han Xiao complained. However, upon seeing Shi tonight, her blue hot pants nearly exposing her backside, revealing her flawless thighs, and her crop top barely covering her midriff, almost transparent enough to see her undergarments, he swallowed hard. The other 3 female classmates were equally clad in revealing, provocative attire. What are you staring at? I'm not your type. I prefer someone like Luo Yi, Shi snapped at Han Xiao, who quickly snapped back to reality. Han Xiao then led Shi and the 3 girls into the raucous venue. Under the dim lights, men and women swayed to the pulsating rhythm, exuding passion and an excess of hormones. Amidst the deafening music, several burly men clad in black tank tops stood around the venue. As Han Xiao settled with Shi and the girls, Scarface approached, surveying the quartet before grinning. Han Xiao, are these your classmates? Boss, let me introduce you. This is Shi. And this is my boss, Scarface. Let me tell you, my boss is tight with Brother Kuan, Han Xiao proclaimed. At the mention of Brother Kuan, the expressions of Shi and her friends involuntarily shifted. The leader of the new North District, Guangkuan, was a name known to all in the area. Noticing their apprehension, Scarface chuckled. No worries, since you're Han Xiao's classmates, you're now my friends. If you ever need anything, just let me know. This is my territory. Since Han Xiao brought you here, we must treat you well. Come, there's a private room upstairs. Let us go. Scarface gestured for a waitress and led the way. Chapter 75. A teacher's rescue. Han Xiao felt quite proud and winked at Shi. As soon as the group entered the private room, several waiters brought in boxes of liquor, 3 boxes of Four Loko, which, despite its low alcohol content, was notorious for its intoxicating effects. They also brought 4 bottles of vodka. Come on, let us not leave until we're thoroughly inebriated tonight. Scarface opened a can of Four Loko and raised it. I'm not very good at drinking, one of the girls admitted, a hint of fear in her voice. It's fine. Besides, when my boss toasts, one must show some respect, Han Xiao said, placing a can of Four Loko in front of the girl. Cheers. Scarface tilted his head back and took a swig, and the others, in their naivety, followed suit. They soon engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors, while Scarface personally mixed several deep water bombs. Gradually, the girls, as well as Han Xiao, began to feel the effects of the alcohol, becoming increasingly intoxicated. At this moment, Scarface had moved closer to Shi, his hand deliberately brushing against her thigh. Although Shi was a girl, she had a fiery temper. Scarface, your hand, she said, visibly annoyed. What is wrong with my hand? Scarface boldly placed his hand directly on her thigh. This provoked Shi's anger. Her revealing outfit did not imply she was easy. How could she tolerate such blatant disrespect? Damn it, I'm not drinking anymore. I'm leaving. Shi stood abruptly, intending to exit. However, before she could make her escape, she was yanked back. With the alcohol impairing her balance, she struggled against Scarface's considerable strength, who pinned her down. Shi resisted fiercely, while the other girls tried to pull Scarface away. Damn you, filthy whore, still pretending? Scarface shouted, delivering a slap to Shi's face, leaving her momentarily stunned. In that instant, Han Xiao's inebriation dissipated significantly. Brother, what are you doing? He exclaimed, shocked. What the hell do you think you're doing? Scarface growled back at Han Xiao. Seeing Shi's tear-filled eyes, Han Xiao instinctively reached out to push Scarface away. After all, Scarface had indeed crossed a line. But just as he was about to make contact, 5 or 6 men burst into the room. They knocked Han Xiao to the ground, pinning him down, while Scarface smirked and raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap to Han Xiao's face. You've got some nerve, don't you? You dare lay a hand on me. Scarface, didn't you say I could bring my classmates here for fun? Nothing would go wrong. Han Xiao, angered by the slap, questioned him directly. Scarface sneered. Did you really believe my lies? Boys, take your pick. Choose anyone you fancy. Let us indulge in this rare delicacy. Even Han Xiao, despite his utter foolishness, realized the gravity of the situation. He broke free and stood up, pointing at Scarface. Scarface, you tricked me. Bang. Scarface, furious at Han Xiao's insult, swung a beer bottle, smashing it over Han Xiao's head, sending him crashing to the ground. You dare shout at me? Scarface approached Han Xiao and kicked him. Fine, today you'll see what's in store for you. Consider it a lesson. Scarface stripped off his shirt, revealing an expanse of tattoos, while the other 5 men followed suit. The sight sent the 4 girls, including Shi, into a frenzy of screams. At that moment, a wave of regret and despair washed over Han Xiu. If only he hadn't brought Shi and the others here, none of this would have happened. Yet, he dared not call the police, fully aware of the consequences stemming from the gang's background. Nor could he inform his family, knowing this would escalate into a massive ordeal. As Shi and the others struggled, chaos ensued. Han Xiu lay on the ground, and suddenly, a figure flashed before his mind. Remember, next time, don't let anyone see you break their glass. Amidst the turmoil, he hastily sent a text. Damn it, you dare to notify someone? Scarface growled, crushing Han Xiu's phone underfoot. It was already 10 o'clock. Luo Chen was meditating in his room when his phone vibrated. Initially, he had no intention of checking it, but the sound triggered a thirst, prompting him to stand and pour water. Glancing at his phone, he saw, Teacher Luo, help. Dihao. Room 3. Furrowing his brow, Luo Chen speculated it might be a student in distress. Although he hesitated to intervene, he reconsidered, realizing that after the recent parent-teacher meeting, none would dare send such a message to mock him. He returned the call, but the line was dead. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Hanging up, Luo Chen's instincts kicked in. It seemed someone was indeed in trouble. He quickly dialed Guang Kuen's number, knowing that he was familiar with the area. Where's Dihao? He inquired. Is there an issue? Guang Kuen asked, puzzled. Just some trouble. Dihao is at Heitanku. That is my territory. Don't worry. I'll send people there immediately. Guang Kuen hung up, his heart racing. He feared that one of his underlings had foolishly crossed paths with Luo Chen. Without delay, Guang Kuen called Scarface, but there was no answer. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. Damn it, something has really gone wrong, he exclaimed. Get everyone to Dihao now. If something major happens today, you'll all be in deep trouble. Almost without putting on proper pants, Guang Kuen hastily grabbed a pair and dashed out. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Luo Chen vanished from his room in an instant. With his current speed, he could outpace a car several times over. At the back entrance of the Tulip School, the black luxury car that had been parked earlier slowly approached and stopped by the roadside. Let us go, mate. It's time to get to work. 2 burly men in black suits exited the vehicle. Oh, my Alan, you're still so timid, bringing along an assault rifle? Better safe than sorry. The 2 men, displaying astonishing agility, effortlessly scaled a wall over 2 meters high, moving so swiftly that even the security guard at the back door failed to notice. Chapter 76. Lord Luo Han Xiu now lay on the ground, one eye swollen shut, his consciousness teetering on the brink of oblivion. Within the room, the anguished cries of the 4 girls, including Shi, echoed in his ears. Clenching his fists tightly, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Regret consumed him. He felt he had harmed Shi and her companions. In truth, Heidenko was not far from the Tulip. A mere 2 or 3 minutes by car. Thus, within less than 2 minutes, Luo Chen arrived at the entrance. He ascended the stairs without hesitation. Standing at the door to room 3 were 2 burly men, their expressions sour. Frustrated, they hoped their boss would soon finish his revelry, allowing them a chance to partake in the fun with the genuine student girls inside. As they pondered, a young man suddenly appeared before them. The 2 men exchanged puzzled glances. They had not noticed anyone approach. Get lost, you blind fool. This is not a place for you. One of the men, clad in a black tank top, barked. Luo Chen glanced inside and immediately spotted the struggling Shi and her friends. A surge of unbridled fury erupted within him. Luo Chen rarely lost his temper, but when he did, it was a tempest difficult to contain. With a swift motion, he struck one security guard, sending him flying. Given Luo Chen's force, the guard was left severely injured if not dead. The second guard barely comprehended the situation before he felt a pain akin to that of being trampled by an elephant, propelling him backward and crashing into the dance floor below. A cacophony of screams erupted. The metal door, once sturdy, now lay in ruins, having been violently torn from its frame by Luo Chen. Inside, Han Xiu lay sprawled on the floor, while Shi's clothing had been partially torn away, exposing her fair skin. The other girls fared no better, their garments in tatters. Had Luo Chen arrived, even a moment later, these girls would have faced unspeakable horrors. The commotion halted the actions of the scar-faced man and the man within the room, both turning in bewilderment to face Luo Chen. Just as the scar-faced man was about to inquire, Shi interjected, her voice trembling, Luo teacher, save us. Her body shook, a mark of a slap marring her cheek, tears cascading down her face. The other 3 girls, their makeup ruined, huddled together in fear. Teacher? Huh? You brought your teacher here? The scar-faced man sneered. You're courting death, interrupting my enjoyment. For Luo Chen, certain lines could not be crossed. Once transgressed, the consequences could be dire. A pack of beasts, he exclaimed. You truly have audacity? A mere teacher dares to scold me? The scar-faced man chuckled darkly, then clapped his hands. Immediately, over 30 men armed with various implements surrounded the area, with another 20 downstairs. Upon witnessing such a formidable gathering, Han Xiu and Shi were struck dumb. Initially, they had viewed Luo Chen as their savior, but now they feared he too would meet a dire fate. You are quite the teacher, but alas. Today you have crossed paths with me. I wonder how amusing it would be to see your students harmed in your presence. At this proclamation, Han Xiu was paralyzed with fear, while Shi and the other girls wore expressions of utter despair. They had forgotten that, despite their teacher's formidable abilities, he was ultimately just an ordinary person. How could he contend against so many? The adversaries were the local ruffians, and no amount of skill could change their overwhelming numbers. Charge! The scar-faced man ordered with a smirk. The first to act was a portly man who hurled an ashtray at Luo Chen. Luo Chen deftly dodged, then lunged forward, seizing the man and using him to topple another assailant. He then propelled the portly man toward the entrance, causing a cascade of bodies to collapse. With a powerful kick, Luo Chen sent another group sprawling. Stop! The scar-faced man bellowed. A gun was suddenly aimed at Luo Chen. Didn't he expect you to be so tough? Huh? He jeered, eyeing Luo Chen with a mix of amusement and menace. Go ahead, let us see if you can outmatch a bullet. Initially, Shi and Han Xiu had felt a flicker of hope witnessing Luo Chen's prowess, but the appearance of the firearm snuffed it out, plunging them back into despair. Come on, if you dare, the scar-faced man taunted, his voice dripping with malice. Yet, Luo Chen appeared unfazed, steadily advancing toward him. Do you truly dare? The scar-faced man's eyes narrowed with determination. Luo Chen took another step forward. Bang! A scream of terror erupted, followed by chaos. The gunfire and cries were a cacophony of desperation. The scar-faced man smirked, but as Luo Chen continued to advance, panic set in among his cohorts. How could he withstand bullets? Luo Chen glanced at his chest. The bullets had indeed failed to harm him. You ruined my clothes, he remarked, visibly displeased. Teacher? Han Xiu was utterly stunned. Shi and the other girls stared wide-eyed, awestruck by the unfolding events. Luo Chen then reached out and grasped the scar-faced man by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Just as Luo Chen prepared to exact his vengeance, a commotion erupted downstairs, followed by an eerie silence. What is happening? Guangquan arrived, flanked by over 100 men. Huh, my big brother is here. Go on, strangle me if you dare. The scar-faced man spat defiantly. My brother will ensure you pay dearly for this. Luo Chen, he sneered. Guangquan, come up here. Luo Chen commanded. Guangquan, nearly losing his wits at the sound of Luo Chen's voice, scrambled up the stairs in a panic. Upon seeing the scar-faced man in Luo Chen's grip, his eyes widened in horror. Big brother, save me, he stammered. You think I'm here to rescue you? You're the one who nearly got me killed. Guangquan retorted angrily at the scar-faced man. Lord Luo, I'm sorry. Guangquan quickly bowed, almost to the ground. Lord Luo? Chapter 77. The True Path Person. Lord Luo. Han Xiu swallowed hard, utterly astounded. Shi and the other 3 young women shared his shock. Their own teacher was indeed Lord Luo. It was beyond belief that Lord Luo had come to be their instructor, and even more so, their homeroom teacher. Han Xiu and his companions were left in a haze, overwhelmed to the point of being unable to articulate their astonishment. Meanwhile, Scarface's eyes filled with terror upon hearing this revelation. Luo Chen, however, released Scarface, tossing him unceremoniously to the ground. These 5 individuals are my students, Luo Chen declared, his expression dark as he pointed at Han Xiu and Shi. With this proclamation, no further explanation was necessary. Any discerning individual could grasp the situation, particularly Guangquan, who was acutely aware of the implications. Lord Luo, I smack. Luo Chen's cold demeanor manifested as he struck Guangquan across the face. Yet, rather than protest, Guangquan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having received a slap meant he was unlikely to be killed. This blow was indeed warranted, as it was his territory where Luo's students had been harmed. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a fact that his men had assaulted Lord Luo's students. Fortunately, no grievous incident had occurred. Otherwise, Guangquan genuinely doubted he would have left this place alive. Clear out. With a sudden motion, everyone exited the premises. leaving only Scarface and the other 5 behind. Luo Chen tore down a section of curtain, handing it to Pashur and the other girls. Lo Lord Pashur was at a loss for whether to address him as Teacher Luo or Lord Luo. Faced with Luo Chen, her previous composure had dissipated, replaced by palpable tension. Call me teacher. I am your homeroom teacher, Luo Chen replied gently, exhibiting a surprising softness towards his students. Thank you, Teacher Luo. Pashur accepted the curtain and wrapped it around herself. Do you dare lay a hand on my students? Luo Chen's words were directed not at Scarface, but at Guangkuan. The latter flinched and hastily attempted to explain himself. Lord Luo, I truly had no knowledge of this. Though my establishment is not pristine, I did not permit anyone to touch the students, as I have children of my own attending school. Guangkuan stood to the side. Shaken by the near calamity he had invited upon himself. How foolish it was to provoke Lord Luo's students. Enough, for sure. You and the others step outside for a moment. Luo Chen commanded, clearly wishing to discuss matters that were not suitable for the young women to witness. The girls obediently exited, and Han Xiao, having risen, prepared to follow suit. But Luo Chen called him back. Han Xiao, you stay. I have a lesson for you. Please spare me, Lord Luo. I beg you. Scarface and the others, still oblivious to the implications, were truly foolish. Yet Luo Chen remained silent. After approximately 5 minutes, Luo Chen emerged with Han Xiao. All right, you can handle the remaining matters. Remember, if ever my students face trouble here, I will hold you accountable. Yes, Lord Luo. Guangkuan nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Han Xiao, in a daze, trailed behind Luo Chen. Pashur, hesitant to engage with Luo Chen, exchanged a significant glance with Han Xiao before discreetly indicating the private room on the 2nd floor. Han Xiao nodded, while Pashur's complexion turned pale. Have those individuals perished? Indeed. Without a doubt. Upon stepping outside, Luo Chen offered Han Xiao a cigarette and patted his shoulder. Remember, what you yearn for and idolize is not as glorious as you envision. A teacher cannot impart much else. I can only teach you how to be a good person. Luo Chen intended to say more, but his expression abruptly darkened, not due to a ringing phone, but because a triangular paper talisman he had crafted began to heat up. This talisman, not singular in existence, was mirrored by another on Enlingyu. While seemingly innocuous, it functioned like a maternal bond and a curse, if danger befell Enlingyu. The talisman would emit heat, indicating that trouble had arisen. Guangkuan, see them back to school. Just as Guangkuan was about to respond, Luo Chen had already vanished from sight. Han Xiao stood momentarily stunned, realizing just how naive his prior thoughts and actions had been. Truthfully, he had looked down upon Teacher Luo, even contemplating enlisting his boss to handle him. Fortuitously, on that fateful day, Luo Chen had departed early, otherwise, the consequences could have been catastrophic. His boss's superior had appeared as a mere dog before Luo Chen, incapable of uttering a single threat. And yet he had dared to regard Teacher Luo with disdain. It was unfathomable that the idol he so revered, Lord Luo, was in fact his teacher, present before him each day. Did we go too far before, or were we simply fortunate? Pashur expressed her dread. It was only tonight that they grasped the true identity of their teacher, having previously stood against such a formidable figure, an act akin to courting death. Now they understood why Lu Ziwen's father had been summoned and why Yishatang had suffered such a brutal beating. This was indeed the legendary Lord Luo of Xinzhou, their most admired icon. It seemed that Luo Chen had likely instructed their parents to conceal his identity. Had it not been for tonight's unforeseen events, they might have remained oblivious. We ought to hurry and apologize to Teacher Luo. Goodness. Reflecting on the past few days of opposition against him, I feel incredibly fortunate to still be alive. Han Xiao remarked, astonished. The realization of their homeroom teacher's identity shattered their petty pride in an instant. Before Lord Luo, even Yi Jingtian appeared less audacious. They had acted like reckless calves, wandering heedlessly before a tiger. Within the Tulip Girls' dormitory, most students had returned home, rendering the place quiet and desolate. And Lingyu found herself alone, typically engrossed in a horror novel until slumber overtook her. However, this evening was a stark contrast. The atmosphere was lively as 5 or 6 girls donned in pajamas gathered, extinguishing the lights and lighting candles to engage in ants. And Lingyu's group had reached the climax of their game, the ambience already eerie and unsettling. Spirit, we summon you. Bang. At that moment, the door to Enlingyu's dormitory was suddenly flung open with a crash. Chapter 78. The Assault of Mercenaries. A chorus of startled screams erupted from a group of young women. instinctively retreating behind the sofa. However, the girl to Lingyu's right, perhaps overwhelmed by fear, inadvertently knocked over a candle. The trash bin, filled to the brim with paper, ignited as the candle's flame caught hold, and in the ensuing panic, no one thought to extinguish the fire. Two large foreign men had intruded, casting an imposing silhouette in the dim light, striking terror in the hearts of the frightened girls. The flames quickly spread to the tablecloth, and the thick smoke billowed forth, triggering the alarm. The school had previously experienced a fire, making the fire safety protocols a top priority. The electronic siren echoed throughout the building. The commotion drew attention from neighboring residents, prompting them to rush outside. Chaos ensued in the dormitory as the inherently sensitive and fragile nerves of the girls were frayed. Many fled in their nightgowns. Dyloth and Alan were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turmoil, having aimed to be discreet in their arrival. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Dyloth brandished a flashlight, scanning for the source of the distress as the flames grew more ferocious. The fire was spreading rapidly, and cries of alarm rang out, further escalating the panic. The school security promptly contacted the fire department while attempting to douse the flames, and a crowd gathered outside the girls' dormitory, drawn by the unfolding drama. When Luo Chen arrived, the haze of smoke enveloped the floor, flames raging within. Dyloth and Alan had originally planned to stealthily enter and rescue Lingyu, but the unforeseen chaos had thwarted their intentions. A crowd had formed below, their eyes fixed on a figure precariously dangling from the balcony, Lingyu. Luo Chen spotted her immediately. Nearby, several students were surrounding Chen Chao and Sun Jiangwo, clamoring for help. "Teacher Chen, you must save her. And Lingyu is up there. And so is Xiang from our dorm. Are you asking me to throw my life away? Can't you see there are armed men above?" For firefighters just went in and were shot. Chen Chao glared fiercely at the girls. "But, Teacher Chen, you must think of something. We cannot let them perish in there." The girls expressed their frustration at Chen Chao's passive stance, deeming him foolish for suggesting they cut the power. There were still people trapped on the upper floors. In ordinary circumstances, cutting the power might have been a prudent strategy. However, with armed criminals inside, the darkness deterred many frightened girls from escaping. "Enough. I'm already on the line with the police. They'll handle it." Chen Chao snapped, visibly irritated. "You are our teacher, our class advisor. How can you act so cowardly?" One girl accused him. "Another fire, and now armed robbers? Who dares to go up there?" Chen Chao yelled back at the girls. "Move aside. Don't block the way." Luo Chen forcefully pushed past Sun Jiangwo, clearing a path for himself. "Luo teacher? It's Luo teacher. He's going up," exclaimed a student, filled with concern. "Can you manage it alone? There's fire and armed assailants above. Whether it be flames or bullets, I alone am sufficient," Luo Chen declared, swiftly ascending. "That guy again." Chen Chao glared at Luo Chen, unable to intervene. "Teacher Chen, I've always respected you, but today I am profoundly disappointed. I never imagined you to be so timid." A female student berated him. "Teacher Chen, you boast of your studies abroad, yet I see no chivalry in you, not even the basic qualities expected of an educator." Another chimed in. "Teacher Chen, you've often criticized Luo teacher, but in this moment, you pale in comparison. Your cowardice is glaring." A third student added, pointing an accusatory finger. "Indeed, what are you doing? In this dire situation, Luo teacher dares to ascend while you cower like a turtle. I wanted to chastise you in the cafeteria." Frustration boiled over as the students rallied against Chen Chao, their admiration for Luo Chen starkly contrasting with their disdain for him. Luo Chen's speed was remarkable, and he quickly reached the 15th floor, where he was met with the grim sight of 4 lifeless bodies. One corpse lay against the shattered window, having been shot through before the glass was broken, a testament to the ferocity of the assailants. An assault rifle? Luo Chen's brow furrowed at the realization. But time was of the essence. He dashed toward the burning dormitory. Dyloth and Alan were in a state of distress, having not anticipated that their target would retreat to the balcony, almost falling in the process. Their mission required a live capture, not a corpse. Their hesitation, however, provided the crucial moment for Luo Chen to arrive just in time. Chapter 79. The true teacher. Both individuals were elite mercenaries, possessing acute awareness, and they immediately sensed an intruder's presence. Before Luo Chen could even step inside, he was detected, forcing him to conceal himself behind the wall adjacent to the doorway. "You'd best remain still. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what will transpire next," Alan threatened in English. Luo Chen, with a commendable grasp of the language, understood him effortlessly. Noticing that the doorway remained quiet, Dillos cautiously approached, gun in hand. He crouched and sprang forth, simultaneously firing a shot. It is indeed plausible for an ordinary person to be caught off guard by such a maneuver, as who would anticipate an adversary emerging from below with a gun. However, Luo Chen was well prepared, having anticipated this, thanks to his unique ability to see through barriers. He deftly evaded the position and retaliated with a powerful kick. Although he did not exert his full strength, the kick was sufficient to incapacitate an average individual or even a mercenary. To his astonishment, the opponent managed to block the strike and immediately fired back. As the adversary aimed, Luo Chen anticipated the shot, dodging it with precision, and landed a punch on the assailant's hand, sending the gun flying. The opponent, clearly taken aback, flashed a knife towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen, however, was slightly surprised. Under normal circumstances, if one could exchange blows with him, it indicated either that he had intentionally held back or that the opponent possessed genuine skill. The latter was evidently the case. Luo Chen realized that this individual was even stronger than Murong Xiong, who had previously injured Yu Zhengtian. While the adversary lacked inner strength, he demonstrated immense physical power accompanied by an energy fluctuation within his body, leaving Luo Chen intrigued. Yet, this was merely a fleeting curiosity, after all. Someone of Wanyang Jun's caliber was no match for Luo Chen, so how could this person pose a threat? As the knife lunged toward him, Luo Chen opted to counter rather than evade, delivering a punch directly at the attack. The opponent struck true, and in the dimly lit corridor, a smile briefly crossed his face. However, that smile soon vanished as he discovered that his attack had met an impenetrable barrier. The next thing he encountered was Luo Chen's massive fist. With a resounding thud, Luo Chen's punch obliterated the opponent's head. "Dilos," Alan called out from within the room, but received no response. "Oh, damn it." The adversary cursed, and Luo Chen seized the opportunity to charge forward. Just as Luo Chen closed the distance, Alan fired a shot. Luo Chen instinctively turned his head, knowing it was impossible to dodge at such close range. The bullet struck him in the head, inflicting a slight pain. Although the bullet could not harm him, the impact forced him to stagger back momentarily. Then, a German MP-7 submachine gun unleashed a barrage of fire. "Die, yellow-skinned pig. How dare you harm my comrade?" Alan laughed maniacally, his voice drowning out the sound of gunfire. This overwhelming firepower placed Luo Chen in a precarious situation. Yet it proved futile. With a sudden roar, Luo Chen surged forward, landing a punch squarely on Alan's chest. Clearly, Alan did not anticipate that anyone could withstand the onslaught of gunfire. "Oh, you demon!" he exclaimed in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. "We have 10 more comrades. They will avenge me." This was Alan's final utterance. At that moment, Luo Chen had no time to heed him. Rescuing those in peril took precedence. Swiftly, he tore down a burning curtain, cast it aside, and vaulted over the balcony, grasping Enlingyu, who was suspended in midair. As he pulled her up, Enlingyu immediately enveloped him in a bear hug. "Teacher Luo, I thought I was going to die." She sobbed, clearly terrified. Luo Chen gently patted her back, feeling her warmth and the unusual softness of her attire. "All is well now. You should wait outside for me," he reassured her. Enlingyu, realizing she was still in her nightgown without undergarments, flushed crimson and dashed outside. Luo Chen, moving swiftly, rushed to the corridor, activated the fire hydrant, and turned on the water faucet as he headed toward the dormitory. 3 minutes later, the flames were extinguished. Luo Chen knelt to inspect the mercenaries, sensing something amiss within their bodies. After detecting the scent of blood, he understood. These two had likely injected themselves with some form of biochemical substance or hormones, significantly enhancing their physical reactions, strength, and resilience, nearly matching Murong Xiong's capabilities. Not wanting to linger, especially as Enlingyu trembled in fear, Luo Chen decided against further investigation and scooped her up, descending the stairs. As the fire was quelled and Enlingyu was rescued, other girls began to emerge from the dormitory. The scene was met with a thunderous applause from the crowd below. Chen Xiao fixed a piercing gaze on Luo Chen, clenching his fists in frustration. Why are you still alive? Teacher Chen, how dare you show your face here?" A girl retorted. "Luo Chen." Chen Xiao's face turned crimson from the rebuke, feeling utterly humiliated, and he turned to leave. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, amidst the applause, carried Enlingyu back to the apartment. Upon arrival, he discovered Han Xiao and several other girls waiting for him. Luo Chen set Enlingyu down and opened the door, allowing the group to enter. "Teacher, did something happen at the school?" Han Xiao inquired. "Everything is fine now." Enlingyu still appeared disoriented, clearly shaken by the night's events. Luo Chen reflected on the unfortunate turn of events, realizing that the simultaneous crises on both sides had nearly thwarted his efforts to save her. Han Xiu, go to the boys' dormitory and bring back a few blankets. You all will stay here tonight, as the girls' dormitory is no longer safe. He could not allow Ling Yu out of his sight, so it was best to accommodate the girls for the night. His apartment was spacious, with 2 spare rooms available. After Han Xiu returned with blankets, Sure and the girls affected by the earlier incident collectively apologized to Luo Chen. We're sorry, Teacher Luo, they said. Han Xiu also offered a sincere apology. It's quite all right. I won't hold it against you. Just be more vigilant about your safety. I may arrive in time to save you once, but I cannot guarantee a second chance. Now, it seems you are all fatigued. Rest for the night. Luo Chen said as he made his way toward the bedroom. In an office elsewhere, a bespectacled man with gold-rimmed glasses pushed them up and stated impassively, Miss Zhang. We shall take over this matter. Opposite him, a formally dressed woman remained silent, while Filong clenched his fist and interjected, but we already requested Mr. Luo to protect Professor N's daughter, and he has only been doing so for a few days. Humph, precisely for that reason, we need to take over. Can a street thug truly safeguard Professor N's daughter? The bespectacled man snapped his fingers, and the office door swung open, revealing a man in his 40s. Muscular and towering nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a living fortress. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and his demeanor exuded a commanding presence, radiating an aura of intimidation. Zhou Zihao, the premier bodyguard of East China. Mr. Liu, please rest assured that the task I, Zhou Zihao, have undertaken has never once encountered failure. It is evident that Zhou Zihao possesses a remarkable confidence in himself, coupled with an exceptionally arrogant demeanor. As for that Luo Chen, in my eyes, he is merely an amateur, lacking any significant standing. Compared to a professional like myself, he is utterly inconsequential, Zhou Zihao disdainfully remarked. However, there is no however, once tomorrow arrives. Let him be dismissed. Filong clenched his fists, his face betraying a look of fury. Hello, Director Chen, good news. I have just heard that the principal received a phone call, and tomorrow, that fellow named Luo is to be dismissed. Chapter 80. The intervention of the Security Bureau. Let me tell you, you all missed how imposing Teacher Luo was at that time. Han Xiu excitedly recounted, gesturing animatedly. The entire Class 3 gathered around Han Xiu, listening intently to his tale. Teacher Luo coldly sneered, Guangquan? Then, with a booming voice, he shouted, Guangquan, come here at once. I assure you, Guangquan practically crawled over in terror, nearly wetting himself. When he arrived, Teacher Luo slapped him across the face, leaving Guangquan utterly speechless. Admiration gleamed in Han Xiu's eyes. That was Guangquan, the boss of the new North District, being struck before his 100 or so subordinates. And he didn't dare utter a word. Han Xiu continued to boast, but the class bell rang. Dingling. Instantly. All the students in Class 3 obediently returned to their seats, extracting their textbooks in anticipation. Not a single person dared to act mischievously or disrupt the class as before. Perhaps it was because they were all subdued by Luo Chen, or perhaps it was due to the warnings from their parents during the recent parents' meeting. However, the most significant reason was that Teacher Luo was none other than the legendary Luo Yi. He was the idol of Class 3. This alone was sufficient to transform the once unruly class into a group of well-behaved students. Teachers arriving for class were left astonished and bewildered. Some even genuinely marveled at Luo Ye's capabilities, considering that this was Class 3, a class that had never been tamed before. Remarkably, in just a week since his arrival, he had managed to bring the class into line. Previously, Luo Yi had claimed it would take a month, but it seemed a week was more than adequate. During the third period, many teachers paused to observe, for it was a rare phenomenon to witness Class 3 attending class with such seriousness. Meanwhile, a knock echoed on Luo Chen's door. Upon opening it, he found Filong standing there, looking apologetic. Behind Filong stood a man who appeared cultured and refined, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, though he exuded an air of arrogance and rudeness. Towering beside him was Zhou Zihao, casting a condescending glance at Luo Chen. Are you Luo Chen? Zhou Zihao sneered, shaking his head dismissively. With that physique, if a real expert were to show up, he wouldn't last around. Before arriving, he had somewhat expected Luo Chen to be weak, but upon meeting him, his disappointment was complete. Compared to someone of his caliber, Luo Chen was utterly inferior. You must be Luo Chen, right? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses spoke with a blank expression. He was from the Security Bureau, accustomed to being treated with deference by the upper crust of society, thus adopting an aloof demeanor. What's the matter? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. sensing a lack of courtesy. Truly pathetic. Fai Long, is this the person you found? I thought you had enlisted a master of classical studies, but it seems he's merely a small-time thug. The man with the glasses spoke with undisguised disdain for Luo Chen. Having encountered numerous so-called extraordinary individuals in his capacity at the Security Bureau, he had come to see most of them as charlatans. Upon meeting Luo Chen, he suspected he was no different and felt utterly let down by his unimpressive appearance, further intensifying his contempt. Your words are rather harsh, Luo Chen remarked, slightly furrowing his brow, displaying his displeasure. Harsh? Do you comprehend the significance of this matter? Of course not. You're merely a street thug, the man with the glasses retorted, dripping with sarcasm. At this point, Luo Chen's expression darkened considerably, his face settling into a stony silence. If you have something to say, say it. If not, leave. Do you know who you're speaking to, kid? Mind your tone. Zhou Zihao suddenly scolded. Luo Chen's demeanor shifted, his expression growing even more somber. You stand before a leader from the Security Bureau, and you dare to be insolent? Zhou Zihao glared at Luo Chen, sharing similar disdain for the young man, who appeared both frivolous and lackluster, lacking any imposing presence. Having previously protected dignitaries in the Central African region and being a veteran of a special forces unit, he naturally looked down on someone like Luo Chen, who seemed so ordinary. My apologies, but I don't care about your bureau. If you have no business, kindly leave and stop wasting my time, Luo Chen responded, genuinely displeased and showing no regard for their status. Enough, Zihao. Why stoop to the level of a small-time thug? We came to inform you that you need not involve yourself in the protection of Professor N's daughter. You can forget about it, the man with the glasses stated, still maintaining his impassive demeanor. Luo Chen glanced over at Fai Long, who nodded apologetically. Oh? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Honestly, it's not that I look down on you. But in my eyes, you are hardly significant. I, Zhou Zihao, am a retired member of the Wolf Fang Special Forces and have furthered my education at the most prestigious Israeli International Security Academy, having protected various dignitaries in Central Africa. And you? Just a mere idle individual from society, unworthy of this task, Zhou Zihao declared with pride, genuinely filled with contempt for Luo Chen. Luo Chen scrutinized Zhou Zihao, recognizing that while he might seem formidable compared to ordinary people, he paled in comparison to Luo Chen. Upon closer examination, Luo Chen noted that this man's abilities were even inferior to those of the two kidnappers from the previous night. How could someone of such limited capability protect and Lingyu? It should be noted that the two kidnappers had mentioned they had 10 more associates just like them. This man would likely be unable to handle even one, let alone 10. Mr. Luo, I apologize, but we truly have no choice in this matter. It is no longer under our jurisdiction, Fai Long said, his face full of regret, feeling guilty about the situation. So, this matter has already been decided? Luo Chen inquired, raising an eyebrow once more. Fai Long helplessly nodded. This situation was no longer under their military's purview, but had fallen into the hands of the Security Bureau. Very well, Luo Chen responded succinctly. Chapter 81. Driving away Luo Chen. I must say, you are quite perceptive. Zhou Zihao sneered, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Luo Chen, reminded of An Lingyu, suddenly interjected, are you certain that this clumsy oaf can adequately protect An Lingyu? He raised an eyebrow inquisitively. What did you say? Zhou Zihao's anger flared, incredulous that someone from the lower echelons of society would dare to look down upon him. Don't say I didn't warn you. That oaf wouldn't be able to withstand a mere glance from me. Luo Chen lit a cigarette, directing his words at Fai Long. Fai Long sighed, shaking his head. He was aware of the situation but felt powerless, as it was a matter between two factions in which he had no place. Very well. I shall pretend I said nothing, Luo Chen shrugged, turning to tidy his belongings in preparation to leave. Stop right there. What did you just say? You doubt my ability to protect? Zhou Zihao's cold laughter intensified, his malice palpable as he considered teaching this presumptuous youth a lesson. You, a mere street thug, dare to belittle me? I was taking lives before you even drew your first breath. Zhou Zihao chastised. If you do not apologize, I am more than willing to let you experience what a professional bodyguard truly is. He threatened. Luo Chen paused his actions, then chuckled, as if genuinely considering an apology. However, he abruptly turned to face Zhou Zihao and the bespectacled man. Without warning, Luo Chen sprang into action, moving with lightning speed. At that moment, he had entered the living room, standing at least 6 meters away from the bespectacled man, yet in the blink of an eye, he was right before him. His finger poised like a sword, mere centimeters from the man's face. The atmosphere fell silent. Zhou Zihao finally reacted, reaching for something at his waist. If Luo Chen truly intended to harm the bespectacled man, he would have already collapsed. The evidence spoke volumes. Bodyguard? Professional? Luo Chen retracted his hand. The expressions on Zhou Zihao and the bespectacled man shifted dramatically, their faces a tapestry of shock. Zhou Zihao's face flushed crimson. He had just claimed professionalism, only to be schooled moments later by Luo Chen's prowess, which clearly exposed his amateur status. Luo Chen departed, bag in hand. Though it may sound somewhat offensive, I suggest you do not regret this. Engaging Mr. Luo is no trivial matter, I assure you. Filong remarked, following suit. Could Zhou Zihao protect and Lingyu? The answer was painfully obvious. He could not protect her at all. As Zhou Zihao watched Luo Chen's retreating figure, he clenched his fists tightly. Upon exiting the apartment and reaching the entrance, Chen Xiao awaited him, oblivious to the unfolding drama yet aware that Luo Chen was leaving. His face a mask of triumph and derision. Sun Jian mirrored this sentiment, as if they were the true victors at that moment. Oh, what's this? You're leaving? Chen Xiao taunted. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. His smug gaze lingered on Luo Chen, relishing the impending takeover. You fool. Luo Chen ignored both Chen Xiao and Sun Jian as he entered his vehicle. This disdainful act left Chen Xiao's face a canvas of shifting emotions, pale and then flushed with anger, yet ultimately powerless. You, surnamed Luo, no matter how formidable, are still leaving. By the time Chen Xiao processed this thought, Luo Chen was already gone. Chen Xiao glanced in the direction Luo Chen had departed, clenched his fists. And ultimately, a triumphant smile returned to his face as he advanced. He was about to announce his ascendance. It was a simple thought. Once he assumed control, they would naturally submit to him. Chen Xiao dismissed any other rationale. If someone like Luo Chen, lacking power and influence, could command their respect, then surely he, the son of a former vice mayor, could do so with ease. In the beginning, there might have been some resistance, but that was inconsequential. In a few days, they would gradually acclimatize. Was he not superior to Luo Chen? It was now after the lunch break. Typically, this group would be lethargic, some napping while others read novels. However, today was different. They appeared invigorated, awaiting the arrival of history. Yet, it was not history that entered, but Chen Xiao. Upon seeing him, the group cast a glance. And Han Xiao, visibly displeased, spoke up. What are you doing here? Greetings. I come bearing good news. Chen Xiao smiled, eager to establish rapport with them. What news? Han Xiao inquired, a hint of curiosity evident. From this moment forth, you all are under my authority. I intend to engage positively with you, provided you adhere to my rules, Chen Xiao declared, puffing himself up with self-importance. Are you jesting? That's hardly amusing, Gao Ming retorted coldly from the back row. No. I regret to inform you, but your Luo Chen has been dismissed for violating regulations. Henceforth, I am your leader, and I expect you to abide by my rules. Chen Xiao stated, his confidence waning as the reality of the situation struck him. Dismissed? Han Xiao abruptly stood, interrupting Chen Xiao. Sir, interrupting others is quite impolite. I hope you refrain from doing so next time. Go to hell. I demand clarity regarding Luo Chen. Han Xiao slammed his fist on the table, glaring at Chen Xiao. It is impolite to address me in such a manner, Chen Xiao retorted. Forget politeness. Chen, clarify Luo Chen's situation. Lu Ziwen also rose to his feet. I have made myself very clear. Luo Chen has been dismissed for violations. Chen Xiao struggled to maintain his composure, realizing the situation was spiraling beyond his control. Moreover, understand this. I am now your class supervisor, and I expect you to respect me, Chen Xiao declared, attempting to intimidate the group. You? Sure scoffed disdainfully. Just you? Lu Ziwen laughed. What? If someone like Luo Chen can lead, why can't I? Who the hell are you talking about? Han Xiao erupted in anger. He knew Chen Xiao's reputation all too well. In Han Xiao's mind, he could tolerate insults directed at himself, but if anyone dared to insult Luo Chen, he would retaliate, regardless of the opponent's status. Are you insurrectionists? Do you dare to defy me? Chen Xiao's face twisted in anger, a flicker of fury evident. Stop using your status to intimidate us. Your actions do not warrant such entitlement, Lu Ziwen countered with a smirk, rising from his seat, leaning against the table. I'll tell you this. I am now in charge, and I am no less capable than that surnamed Luo. How dare you treat me this way? Chen Xiao countered defiantly. Pray tell, what makes you think you can compare to Luo Chen? Lu Ziwen replied with a mocking laugh. Chapter 82. Rebellion. He could hardly be bothered to engage in idle chatter with Chen Xiao. You don't even know who Luo Chen is. nor comprehend why one might acknowledge or submit to him. Yet you dare to compare yourself? In Lu Ziwen's eyes, Chen Chao was nothing short of a monumental fool. I'll count to 3. If you do not leave by then, I regret to inform you that you will have to crawl out of here, Lu Ziwen remarked coldly, weighing the stool in his hand before gesturing towards the door. The others stood up in unison, brandishing various objects, evidently prepared for confrontation. There was no doubt that if they truly desired to confront Chen Chao, they would be bold enough to act. After all, they were notorious for their reputation. What are you all doing? Are you really staging a rebellion? Chen Chao stammered, caught off guard by their unexpected defiance. Forget it, Ziwen. I can't be bothered to argue with this fool. Let's go. Everyone should return to their business. Han Shou remarked as he lit a cigarette in front of Chen Chao and strode out with purpose. Lu Ziwen cast a disdainful glance at Chen Chao, muttering fool, before following suit. In a swift motion, they all exited, leaving Chen Chao too intimidated to intervene for fear of being beaten. As he surveyed the empty classroom, he realized that everything seemed far removed from his expectations. The scenario he had envisioned, where a single remark would suffice to resolve matters, had not materialized. The group's attitude towards him was starkly different from what he had anticipated. They dismissed him entirely. Even in the absence of Luo Chen, he appeared powerless to command their respect. What has transpired? Director Chen pondered. This morning, everything seemed perfectly fine. What did you say to these kids? He approached the desolate classroom, momentarily taken aback. Just this morning, he had personally observed these students genuinely reforming, diligently studying. How could it have devolved so drastically by the afternoon? He had even felt a sense of joy, intending to commend them, only to witness their reversion, even escalating in defiance, within mere hours. Chen Chao's expression shifted dramatically as he was confronted with such inquiries. On the playground, everyone had converged together. Shortly thereafter, Han Shou rushed over, breathless. What is the situation? Han Shou, did Luo really leave? They were all eagerly awaiting Han Shou's confirmation. I went to check. The apartment door was open, and Luo's belongings are indeed gone, Han Shou replied glumly. Damn, is he out of his mind? We only follow Luo. If it's not him, I refuse to comply with anyone else. What now? Even the girls were resorting to expletives, their agitation palpable. What about Ziwen? The group collectively turned their gaze towards Lu Ziwen. I have an idea. Let us revert to our previous state, or even be more unrestrained, Lu Ziwen proposed. What do you mean, Ziwen? The implication is simple. Luo must have left due to other matters. Otherwise, who possesses the capability to drive him away? Lu Ziwen analyzed astutely, then turned his attention to Lingyu. The others followed suit, clearly sensing something amiss. Fine, I admit that Luo came because of me. He aimed to protect me. Last night's assailants were likely after me, but Luo assured me he would provide protection, and Lingyu confessed, realizing the truth could no longer be concealed. Therefore, something must have gone awry. Lingyu, if you cannot resolve this, we have an alternative plan, Lu Ziwen scoffed, already concocting a clever strategy. What plan? Hurry and tell me. Sure urged, eager for Luo Chen's return. Didn't I just say? We create a ruckus, a grand one. The more troublesome, the better. Let those fools understand that we will not relent until Luo is brought back. Lu Ziwen proposed a rather dubious plan. Agreed. I support this. Me too. Let us create chaos at the Tulip. Everyone voiced their approval, as none wished for Luo Chen's absence. The crowd dispersed. Lu Ziwen dialed a number. Hello, Sheng Tao. Where are you? In the hospital. I nearly got beaten to death by my dad. Yu Sheng Tao responded. We have a plan. How about you return to stir things up? Are you trying to get me killed? I nearly died without causing any trouble. Yi Sheng Tao retorted. Luo is no longer here. We need you back to lead a proper uproar, ideally turning the tulip upside down. Lu Ziwen smirked, confident that if Yu Sheng Tao returned, he would have the ability to do so. I can't do that. I'm afraid Luo will come after me, Yi Sheng Tao admitted, clearly intimidated by Luo Chen's presence. Do not fret, just listen to me. Meanwhile, Luo Chen and Fai Long were seated in a car. Mr. Luo, I sincerely apologize for the recent events, Fai Long expressed earnestly. And Mr. Luo, here is the promised remuneration. Fai Long handed Luo Chen a metallic box. This took Luo Chen by surprise. He had assumed that since the task remained unfinished, he would not be compensated. Huh, Mr. Luo, we are not like them. When we say something, we mean it. We never go back on our word. It is the nature of a soldier, Fai Long explained, sensing Luo Chen's confusion. Luo Chen accepted the box, for he indeed needed and desired that seat. After parting ways, Luo Chen did not head straight home, but but instead strolled idly down the street. Ding ding, his phone rang, and Luo Chen answered. Hey, Luogo, where are you? It was Wang Fei calling. All right, I'll drive over to pick you up shortly. I'm dealing with some issues at Long and Bay. Oh, and Miss Bea is here, so please bring her some mung bean soup. After hanging up, Luo Chen glanced at the street and continued his leisurely walk. Suddenly, a flyer was thrust in front of him. Good day, sir. Would you like to learn more about Blue Sky Mansion? We have the finest location and the most upscale community in all of Tongzhou. Perfectly suited for someone of your stature. We offer exquisite studio apartments, ideal for someone like you. Zhang Zijuan, do you even know how to do your job? He clearly looks like a pauper, and so young. Don't you realize he wouldn't even be able to afford a toilet, let alone a house? Why are you handing him flyers? Chapter 83. Underestimated. Luo Chen was leisurely strolling down the street when unexpectedly, a sales representative emerged from nowhere, thrusting a flyer into his hands. The young man appeared quite tidy, albeit somewhat disheveled, as evidenced by his crumpled yet clean attire, suggesting a certain level of hardship. He looked to be of a similar age to Luo Chen, with a fair complexion radiating youthful vigor, though he was slightly perspiring under the blazing sun. However, before he could finish his initial sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by a portly man clad in a suit and sunglasses. How many times must I remind you before you leave the house? When distributing flyers, one must assess the audience. Just look at his attire, his demeanor, and his age. Does he look like someone who can afford a house? The overweight man, their sales supervisor, berated the young man named Zhang Zijuan. Zhang, refraining from retorting, bowed his head in acquiescence, knowing it was his first day at work and he wished to avoid dismissal, especially since he had been job hunting for a month and had only a few coins left. Why are you still standing there? Get back to distributing flyers. The sales supervisor barked. Zhang Zijuan grimaced and hurried away, yet Luo Chen accepted the flyer, casting a cursory glance at it. Give that back. What do you think you're looking at? Someone like you, a pauper, could never afford a home. The sales supervisor snatched the flyer from Luo Chen's hands, his expression dripping with disdain. With years of experience in the industry, he could immediately discern that someone dressed so casually and so youthful was certainly impoverished. He had no intention of wasting his time on such individuals. Luo Chen, however, remained unfazed. After all, it would be foolish to act out of spite and purchase a dozen properties just to impress. That would only make him seem ludicrous. Besides, he was already in the real estate business himself. Ignoring the sales supervisor, Luo Chen stepped into a local eatery, where he intended to procure a serving of mung bean soup. After placing his order, he chose not to rush out, as he had received a message from Wang Fei indicating he would arrive shortly. Thus, Luo Chen settled in to wait until he received another message from Wang Fei that he was nearly there. Excuse me, sir. I'd like to apologize for my supervisor's earlier remarks. I hope his inappropriate comments did not offend you. Zhang Zijuan suddenly reappeared, extending his apologies. Oh, and why is that? He should not have spoken to you in that manner, as respect is due to everyone, regardless of their wealth. We are all equal, and it is unseemly to look down upon others, Zhang Zijuan replied, his sincerity evident and devoid of pretense. Luo Chen smiled, and then inquired of Zhang Zijuan. According to your supervisor's logic, you should not have handed me a flyer. I am curious as to why you chose to do so. Judging a person solely by their appearance is an inaccurate assessment, Zhang replied. In fact, I may have overlooked a few details. Before offering you the flyer, I noticed a subtle air of tranquility about you, a quality not commonly found in young people. Furthermore, your eyes exude a sense of confidence. Most importantly, although your attire is casual, it is entirely free of dust, particularly your cloth shoes, which are remarkably clean. Thus, I believe that even if you lack financial means, you are certainly not an ordinary person, Zhang Zijuan concluded. Luo Chen chuckled. He had not even considered such nuances himself. Due to the influence of his background, even without a protective aura, there was an invisible flow around him that kept dust at bay. He was surprised that this young man had noticed these details. In fact, I was waiting here specifically to apologize to you, Zhang Zijuan added with another smile. Oh, now I'm intrigued, Luo Chen replied, noting that the young man had waited for a considerable half hour. I believe that whether in business or in work, reputation is paramount. You may not buy a home, but perhaps you might refer someone to me, Zhang Zijuan said, appearing quite talkative. He then posed a rhetorical question to Luo Chen. Do you think I'm being foolish? Are you truly that naive? If you continue this way, I'll have no choice but to fire you. How dare you converse with this pauper behind my back? The company pays you to work, not to socialize. Suddenly, The sales supervisor reappeared, berating Zhang Zijuan. I'm sorry, sir. I understand my mistake, Zhang Zijuan replied sheepishly. How many times must I repeat myself? You refuse to learn. Look at how he is dressed. Do you think he can afford a home? He might not even have a job. The sales supervisor continued to scold Zhang while pointing at Luo Chen. In our blue sky mansion, a single unit costs nearly $1 million. Do you really think someone like him can afford it? Please don't waste time on those who cannot buy a home. The supervisor's disdain for young individuals like Luo Chen was palpable. He believed that only the wealthy deserved respect, while the impoverished were fair game for ridicule. We should be seeking quality clients, affluent clients. Suddenly, a car horn blared, and a Lamborghini pulled up to the curb. Wang Fei emerged, clutching a bag as he approached Luo Chen. The sales supervisor's demeanor shifted instantly, a forced smile replacing his earlier contempt as he rushed forward to greet Wang Fei. See, this is the type of person we should be targeting, he boasted to Zhang Zijuan, brimming with confidence in his ability to judge character. Good day, sir. Are you interested in buying a home? Not interested, thank you, Wang Fei replied, not even glancing at the sales supervisor as he walked directly to Luo Chen. The sales supervisor trailed behind, momentarily stunned. Did they know each other? Lo Gu, the 10 million you allocated for that batch of materials has already been spent. But we can begin selling homes now that we are able to pre-sell. Please relay this to Haishang Mingyu. Luo Chen nodded in response. Lo Gu, 10 million? And a Lamborghini? What? Chapter 84. Do you dare to strike me? The sales manager was momentarily taken aback, while Zhang Zijuan appeared slightly stunned as well. Not foolish, but rather astute. As Luo Chen departed, he cast a smile at Zhang Zijuan and gently patted him on the shoulder. What does it mean to be unable to afford? A house costing 1 million is beyond reach? Yet, here is someone who casually undertakes projects worth tens of millions, arriving in a Lamborghini no less. Moreover, they are likely residing in the seaside moonlight, a place of significant prestige. Surely, those in real estate sales are well aware of its implications. Such individuals must possess a net worth in the billions. Is this what it means to be unable to purchase a home? Unable to afford a property worth over $1 million? Luo Chen glanced at the sales manager, a scornful smile gracing his lips before he continued on his way. Never having exchanged a single word with him, it was as if the sales manager were a mere ghost, invisible to him. Just moments ago, he had looked down upon others, yet now he found himself disregarded entirely. To be ignored is the most cutting form of derision. The sales manager suddenly felt a wave of disdain, as if he were being looked down upon by the wealthy. He shifted his gaze between Zhang Zijuan and the departing Luo Chen, ultimately leaving in a state of embarrassment. Upon returning to the seaside moonlight, Lan Bayer had been visiting frequently in search of Luo Chen, but to no avail. Observing the melancholic look in her eyes, Luo Chen chuckled softly. Lan Bayer resembled a forlorn mistress guarding an empty chamber. Luo Gu, the construction at Longpan Bay has commenced as per your instructions. We can also initiate pre-sales. This evening, there happens to be a gathering of real estate developers and media companies, and we have been invited. It's right downstairs. However, it seems the media company is being somewhat unreasonable. Typically, marketing promotions from such firms range from 1 to 2 million, but if they involve celebrities, costs can soar into the tens of millions. Wang Fei relayed the market conditions to Luo Chen, having already negotiated with the party involved, but regrettably, it was proving unfeasible. How much do they demand? Luo Chen inquired. Wang Fei's expression faltered, uncertain how to respond. Speak candidly, Luo Chen urged, possessing a faint inkling of the situation. 300 million. Wang Fei finally managed to articulate after a prolonged pause. 300 million? Luo Chen was taken aback. He had anticipated a hefty request, but had not expected such an exorbitant sum, which essentially amounted to extortion. That evening, within the seaside moonlight, the fifth floor housed a venue for private gatherings. The attendees were prominent figures from Xinzhou, particularly those involved in real estate and advertising. Mr. Zhou, you are requesting 300 million for advertising fees from Longpan Bay? A man in his 50s, clad in a red velvet suit, spoke disdainfully. Indeed, it's meant to keep him in check. That project is inherently doomed. I hold sway over this territory in Xinzhou. 300 million? I could demand 3 billion. And he would have no choice but to comply, or else he won't sell a single unit. A group of real estate magnates surrounded this man, who exuded an air of authority. Meanwhile, Luo Chen and Wang Fei, being nearby, were in no hurry as the gathering had already commenced. Lan Bayer had accompanied them. Having interacted with various advertising firms in Xinzhou, potentially aiding Luo Chen's endeavors. At that moment, clusters of individuals engaged in conversation. As Lon Bayer linked her arm with Luo Chen's, she instantly drew the attention of the crowd. Not only was Lon Bayer considered a first-tier celebrity, but her stunning figure was accentuated by a fitted, thigh-high slit cheongsam, rendering her the focal point of the event. Many gazes roamed unabashedly over her figure. Naturally, Luo Chen, being the man at her side, also became the subject of scrutiny, as few could claim the privilege of being seen with Lon Bayer. Miss Lon Bayer. Zhou Chuan sauntered over with a glass of red wine in hand, his eyes lingering on her. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Lon Bayer responded politely. Zhou Chuan, the leading figure in Xinzhou's media landscape and the owner of Xingmei Cultural Communication Company, was a vital player in advertising. To offend him would be unwise. His influence could elevate a project to fame, yet he possessed the power to tarnish reputations, rendering one a pariah. Even government projects sought his promotional assistance. Xingmei was the foremost enterprise in Xinzhou. Who is this beside you? Zhou Chuan asked with a smile. This is Mr. Luo, the owner of Longan Bay. Lon Bayer introduced him in a businesslike manner. Oh, so you are the infamous proprietor of Longpan Bay. Zhou Chuan remarked with a hint of mockery. Although Luo Chen had garnered some recognition in Xinzhou, it was primarily within certain circles. In the realm of media and real estate, he remained largely unknown. Nonetheless, it was common knowledge that a fool had taken over the beleaguered Longpan Bay. This was a topic of discussion among the attendees. Mr. Zhou, we meet again. Wang Fei joined the conversation, clearly acquainted with Zhou Chuan. Indeed, for it was Zhou Chuan who initially proposed the 300 million, Wang Fei noted. Mr. Zhou, shall we revisit our earlier discussion? Wang Fei ventured cautiously. There is little to discuss. 300 million is already a concession. Young man, do not mistake my leniency for weakness, Zhou Chuan replied. To speak bluntly, if you find my price excessive, you may seek other options, but I assure you, no one else will dare to take on this project. However, since your boss is present, I might be inclined to show some leniency. As he spoke, Zhou Chuan's gaze was not on Luo Chen but rather on Lon Bayer. Should she be willing to acquiesce, the matter could be settled amicably. A sly grin flickered across his face. What did you just say? Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, a precursor to his impending fury. I advise you to think wisely. The waters here are treacherous. If you do not invest something substantial, how can you expect to gain anything? Zhou Chuan smirked. He was deliberately inflating the price. In reality, 5 million would suffice for promoting Longan Bay. However, having gathered intelligence, he perceived Luo Chen as a young man lacking a substantial background, prompting him to make such outrageous demands. Your development site has already witnessed fatalities during construction. Either produce 300 million for me to smooth things over, or expect to sell not a single unit. Zhou Chuan asserted, brimming with confidence. After all, in Xinzhou, enterprises and developments were beholden to his whims. Otherwise, tomorrow could see them featured unfavorably in newspapers, magazines, or television news. There were myriad ways to ruin a reputation. Suddenly, Luo Chen's hand swung out, delivering a resounding slap. Instantly, the gathering hall fell silent, all eyes now fixated on the scene. Do you dare to strike me? Chapter 85, The Suppression of Luo Chen. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you strike me? Zhou Chuan exclaimed, clutching his face in astonishment as he stared at Luo Chen. In stark contrast, Luo Chen displayed an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely swatted away a bothersome mosquito. Call security, someone urged. No need for that. I am eager to see just how arrogant this young man truly is, Zhou Chuan interjected, preventing anyone from summoning help, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. He was a titan in this industry, and the audacity of someone to slap him in front of so many was an affront he could not easily swallow. At that moment, another individual approached with an imposing demeanor. Young man, you are rather unaware of your own limitations, are you? Apologize to President Zhou at once, declared Shintao from Blue Universe Media. His company was the second most prominent media firm after Star Culture, boasting a staggering 30 billion in liquid assets, making them a formidable presence in New Zhou. Do you also wish to receive a slap? Luo Chen scoffed. Although Lon Bayer was not his romantic partner, she was regarded as a friend, and he would not tolerate any insult directed at her. Thus, he delivered another swift blow without hesitation. This was not merely arrogance on Luo Chen's part. As a celestial being, he naturally commanded a certain dignity. In truth, he was exercising remarkable restraint, for in his past life, such insolence would have met with immediate fatal consequences. You truly are audacious. You must be the owner of the Panlong Bay project, correct? You ought to consider who I am. If President Zhou and I decide to blacklist you, You can forget about selling a single unit, Shen Tao asserted, taken aback by Luo Chen's disrespect. If you kneel and apologize now, and present me with 10 billion, I might allow you to continue operating in New Zhou. Otherwise, you won't sell a single tile. Zhou Chuan growled, rubbing his bruised face. You are pushing it too far. Apologize to President Zhou this instant, or you will find it impossible to conduct any business in New Zhou. Do you believe me? A real estate mogul reprimanded. Blacklist me? Luo Chen chuckled softly. Don't think for a moment that we lack the resolve. You will soon learn the extent of our influence, another real estate giant warned. A developer of the renowned Times mansion in the city center, his power undeniably substantial. The situation indeed appeared precarious. Should the real estate magnates and media companies unite against Luo Chen, the Panlong Bay project would struggle to turn a profit, let alone sell a single unit. I've warned you. It's not too late to regret your actions. Kneel and apologize. Zhou Chuan sneered, standing defiantly before Luo Chen. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Luo Chen retorted, lifting his foot and delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhou Chuan sprawling over 5 meters away. You dare to strike me? Security. Where are the guards? Throw him out. Shen Tao bellowed in outrage. You are finished. You will not survive in New Zhou. By tomorrow, I will ensure you are the subject of a public denunciation, Zhou Chuan threatened, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he remained resolute on the ground. Pointing accusingly at Luo Chen, he had not anticipated such a violent reaction from this young man. Blacklist me? I shall enjoy watching how you attempt to do so. Luo Chen remarked with a smile. Do not underestimate us. You will regret your actions here, I assure you, Shen Tao replied coldly. They were individuals of considerable stature, and no one dared to act recklessly in such a venue. Luo Chen's boldness in this place was astonishing. Once security arrived, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Shen Tao smirked, anticipating Luo Chen's downfall, and Zhou Chuan shared the sentiment, determined to reclaim his dignity after such public humiliation. I look forward to witnessing your demise. Zhou Chuan spat bitterly. Before long, a squad of security personnel arrived, accompanied by several bodyguards. Arrest him. He dared to strike someone. Shen Tao ordered the guards. I am eager to see just how reckless you can be today, Zhou Chuan grimaced while clutching his abdomen. Mr. Luo? The head of security hesitated, as he was well aware of Luo Chen's identity. Ever since the incident involving a director mistakenly entering Luo Chen's room, Yi Shuangshuang had taken precautions to inform the staff at Haishang Mingyu, ensuring they recognized Luo Chen. Arrest Luo Chen? Do not be absurd. At that moment, Luo Chen's expression turned serious. Remove them from here. I do not wish to see them again, he commanded, his tone leaving no room for objection. With that, Luo Chen strode out confidently alongside Lon Bayer, and the guards made no move to impede their exit. Zhou Chuan and his associates were left dumbfounded. I apologize, gentlemen. The head of security suddenly addressed Shen Tao and Zhou Chuan. What do you mean? Shen Tao asked, brow furrowing. I mean for you to leave. The head of security barked. From now on, you are blacklisted at Haishang Mingyu. Anyone whom Mr. Luo does not wish to see is forbidden from entering. The head of security spoke without reservation, for he had the authority to do so. Everyone knew who the true owner of the establishment was, and no one dared to disrupt the peace here, except for Luo Chen, of course. Zhou Chuan and his entourage were expelled, leaving the remaining guests exchanging glances, speculating on Luo Chen's true identity. On the way back, Wang Fei remarked, Luo Ge, weren't you a bit too impulsive just now? Was I? I believe I exercised considerable restraint. Luo Chen replied with a hint of exasperation, though he spoke the truth. Had he acted on his previous temper, he would have resorted to lethal measures. But Luo Ge, if we offend them, what will become of our project as pre-sales? Wang Fei expressed concern. Rest assured, there will be no issues. I guarantee that this project will be the hottest in New Zhou. A unit here will not sell for less than 10 million. That is simply a fact. Luo Chen smiled confidently. Are you truly that optimistic? Lon Bayer laughed. You do realize, according to your calculations, you intend to price it at 100,000 per square meter? The city center does not even reach that. That price might even be considered low. Once I finalize everything, I am certain they will be clamoring to purchase a unit. Luo Chen seemed to have a plan in mind. He indeed had intentions. He aimed to establish a Grand Spirit concentrating formation there, allowing him to manipulate the weather within the entire community, even in the sweltering summer. It could be transformed into a winter wonderland. Most importantly, he envisioned creating a paradise, and certainly, the prominent figures of New Zhou would be eager to buy in. Upon returning to his room, Lon Bayer began preparing a meal, seemingly intent on pleasing Luo Chen, employing every tactic at her disposal without a hint of reservation. Chapter 86. Departure. Luo Chen returned to his room and sat cross-legged. He opened the metallic box the flying dragon had given him, revealing a crystal-clear seed nestled within. This was a flawless seed, and with utmost care, Luo Chen pressed it against his forehead, initiating the fusion process. Approximately half an hour later, his head had vanished completely. Fortunately, no one was around to witness it, or they would surely have been terrified. Soon after, his body and limbs followed suit, and ultimately, even the clothes he wore disappeared. He could not even see his own arms when he raised them, relying solely on his sense of touch. Invisibility. Luo Chen quietly entered the kitchen, where he discovered Lan Baier was chopping vegetables. He waved his hand in front of her, but she appeared utterly unresponsive, not noticing his presence at all. Then, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He playfully slapped her firm backside. Lan Baier jolted as if struck by lightning, her body quivering. And she turned around, only to find nothing amiss. A shriek escaped her lips, and she dashed towards Luo Chen's room, exclaiming that it was haunted. After a considerable time spent calming her down, they had their meal. Following breakfast, Luo Chen ventured out again, exercising his power of invisibility to stroll through the marketplace and along the streets. Passers-by were entirely oblivious to his presence. None could perceive him. Luo Chen chuckled softly, realizing that the ability to become invisible was not intended for frivolous pursuits like slapping girls or spying, but rather for assassination, silently eliminating his foes. This newfound power granted him the confidence to undertake actions previously deemed too risky. That said, the efficacy of this power might wane against fellow cultivators. Nevertheless, Luo Chen was now poised to discreetly eliminate troublesome individuals. He dedicated the entire night to mastering invisibility. After breakfast, he personally visited the construction site at Panlong Bay, where preparations were underway and unfinished tasks from before were being resumed. Regarding the spirit gathering array, he had provided Wang Fei with blueprints and had procured all necessary materials. Setting up a grand array did not require much time. The workers swiftly began their tasks according to Luo Chen's instructions. At that moment, the community remained desolate, overrun with weeds. Seemingly with nothing else to do, Luo Chen began scattering flower seeds and tree saplings throughout the area. Luo Ge, are you feeling idle? Who sows seeds like this? Wang Fei teased, as typically, community landscaping involves planting mature trees and flowers. If you're sowing seeds, how many years will it take before they grow? By the way, Luo Ge, we have encountered some issues with the sales department, Wang Fei remarked, feeling overwhelmed by recent developments. What is it? Luo Chen inquired, puzzled. It might be related to last night's events. The sales director is insisting on a raise, or he will leave with the entire team, Wang Fei replied. It seemed the sales director had caught wind of Luo Chen's current staffing predicament, and he intended to leverage this knowledge to negotiate his salary. Bring him to me, Luo Chen instructed, continuing to bury the seeds in the soil. Before long, a man with slick-back hair arrived. As the sales director of the project, he boasted over a decade of experience and extensive connections. However, since learning of the change in project ownership, he had been seeking opportunities to negotiate a higher salary. While this desire was not inherently wrong, after receiving a call the previous night, he became aware that Luo Chen had offended several prominent figures in the industry, leading him to entertain ulterior motives. Hello, Luo Zhou. You wish to raise your salary? Luo Chen asked, sowing seeds as he spoke. Actually, it's not just my idea, it's the request of my subordinates. The sales director replied. You're saying your raise is due to your subordinate's request? Luo Chen asked again, prompting the sales director to realize his blunder, wearing a sheepish smile. However, Luo Chen did not dwell on it and continued, I can offer you an additional 50,000 each month. How does that sound? In truth, the sales director's annual salary was already over 1,800,000, meaning this would increase his earnings by an additional 600,000. While this may not be considered substantial for a real estate sales director, it was important to note that the Panlong Bay project had yet to commence pre-sales. Thus, he was receiving a salary without any work obligations. Luo Zhou, considering the rapid rise in living costs, the sales director began. But it was clear he had already secured his position. Luo Zhou, to be frank, if my salary does not reach 10 million, I will choose to leave. After all, I have spent considerable time in Xinzhou and can find a position with such compensation, the sales director boasted, though his claim was exaggerated. The more astute the employer, the less likely they would offer such a salary to a sales director. However, knowing that Luo Chen was currently short-staffed, the sales director felt emboldened. Very well. Then proceed to the finance department to settle your account. Take care, and I want to see you off, Luo Chen stated without even glancing at him. This left the sales director momentarily stunned. Luo Zong, this can indeed be discussed, he began, though he had not truly intended to leave. As receiving a salary without work was a remarkably advantageous situation. If he were to depart, he would be fortunate to find a position paying 500,000. There is nothing to discuss. Go, Luo Chen replied with a cold smile. Who do you think you are, Luo? The sales director erupted in anger. You claimed you wouldn't work for less than 10 million, correct? Apologies, but my establishment is too modest to accommodate you, and I cannot afford your services. Please. Go earn your 10 million elsewhere, Luo Chen retorted with icy sarcasm. Luo Chen was astute enough to see through the sales director's ploy. Should I leave? I guarantee you will find no one to fill my position here, the sales director threatened. Luo, go. If he departs, we will genuinely be short-staffed. Wang Fei cautioned quietly from the side. Luo Chen chuckled and picked up his phone, dialing a number. How about a salary of 2 million? What? 200? 2 million? Zhang Zijuan exclaimed in shock. Will you come or not? Luo Chen reiterated. I will come. I'm on my way. Zhang Zijuan replied eagerly. After hanging up, Luo Chen turned to Wang Fei and the sales director. Please leave. Luo, I am unafraid to tell you that without my presence, I doubt you will sell a single property here. I can leave, but I assure you, you won't sell a single brick. The sales director declared defiantly. Don't trouble yourself. Just leave, Luo Chen replied, growing impatient. Luo, just you wait. The sales director threatened as he departed. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the school was tumultuous. Chapter 87. The turmoil at Tulip High. Luo Chen had been away for merely a day, yet the entire Tulip High School seemed to be in disarray. The senior class, particularly Class 3, was in a state of chaos. Chen Xiao had initially thought that Luo Chen's absence would be beneficial. But little did he know this was only the beginning of a nightmare. Early in the morning, he received a phone call. Hello, Director Chen. Your students from Class 3 have caused a commotion. They persuaded 5 students from Class 4 to transfer to another school. You must come quickly. Chen Xiao sprang into action. Hastily driving to the school, these students were among the top achievers, ranking in the top 5 of Tulip High, making this a significant issue. The most pressing concern was that if they truly transferred, it would spell disaster, and the students from Class 3 had the means to do so. Threatening the very foundation of Tulip High, the principal was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Just as he stepped out, his phone rang again. Director Chen, you need to hurry. Your Class 3 students have brought in several truckloads of trees, claiming they want to infuse the school with greenery. They even intend to plant trees on the basketball court. Before he could respond, the phone rang once more. This time, it was the principal's voice. Xiao Chen, you must come at once. Class 3 has hired a multitude of rock musicians, insisting on holding a concert at school. Classes are in session, with dozens of massive speakers blaring. How can we possibly continue? Each call made Chen Xiao's palms sweat. As the homeroom teacher of Class 3, he bore the responsibility for these upheavals. Upon arriving at the school, he found it in utter turmoil, to the extent that even the armed police had been called in. The school gates were sealed, and the officers were conducting stringent checks. Class 3 had inexplicably summoned a band of motorcycle enthusiasts, who were now loitering outside the premises. While passing through, Chen Xiao was not detained, but the situation was spiraling out of control. Director Chen, perhaps we should summon Teacher Luo back, the principal suggested. Feeling overwhelmed by the chaos at Tulip High, the students of Class 3 are clearly intent on causing a ruckus. No, since we allowed him to leave, we cannot simply bring him back. I will confront Class 3. I refuse to believe I can't rein them in. Ziwen, is your plan viable? Rest assured, Chanel will arrive shortly. I don't merely want our class to create a disturbance if they do not bring Teacher Luo back. We will ensure that no one at Tulip High can attend classes. Chen Xiao made his way to Class 3's classroom, only to find it eerily empty. There was nothing inside, no desks, no chairs. What infuriated him the most was the black and white photograph of himself hanging on the blackboard, flanked by morning couplets and surrounded by white candles. They had set up a makeshift memorial for him. Grinding his teeth, he stared at the scene. But his rage had no outlet, as the students of Class 3 were nowhere to be found. After Chen Xiao's departure, the principal had no choice but to call Luo Chen. Hello, Teacher Luo, are you busy? Busy, Luo Chen replied curtly, ending the call. It was not that he was aware of the antics of Class 3. He was genuinely occupied, and given that the principal had tacitly approved his departure, he bore no cordiality towards him. Now that he had left, the affairs of Tulip High were no longer his concern. Meanwhile, after sowing the seeds of flowers and trees, Luo Chen found himself awake until the midnight hour. Those who paid attention would notice that the planting followed a certain pattern. Once everyone had vacated the area, Luo Chen smiled as he arrived at a villa in the Panlong Bay district. This villa was the largest and most opulent, serving as the epicenter of his plans. Seated in a meditative posture, palms facing the heavens, he seemed to commune with a mysterious force. It was not long before he abruptly opened his eyes, summoned the winds, and called forth the rain, turned beings into soldiers. A gust of wind stirred, confined solely to Panlong Bay. Rain began to fall, also limited to that very locale. In that instant, the seeds Luo Chen had sown burgeoned at an astonishing rate. The once barren neighborhood transformed into a paradise, vibrant with blossoms and lush greenery, resembling a celestial realm. The once parched pond filled with crystal-clear water, and the verdant trees gave the impression of an untouched forest. The grass was lush and glistening, shrouded in mist, rendering the area a veritable Eden. Beside Luo Chen's villa, a small lake emerged, with meandering streams flowing gracefully. At that moment, Panlong Bay underwent a dramatic transformation. Centered around Luo Chen's villa, the northern expanse turned into a flurry of snow, the south blossomed like spring. The east flourished in summer's greenery, while the west shimmered in autumn's gold. Everything here resembled a hidden paradise, and Panlong Bay was gradually evolving into a realm of wonder. In fact, this was precisely Luo Chen's intention, to metamorphose the area gradually into a true celestial haven. The outer perimeter of Panlong Bay was enveloped in thick mist, while within, the four seasons unfolded harmoniously. At the same moment, as the formation was activated, the inhabitants of Xinzhou noticed the stars in the night sky appeared brighter and clearer, particularly above Panlong Bay, where even the Milky Way was visible. This phenomenon was almost miraculous for Xinzhou, a city with considerable pollution and numerous factories obscuring the sky. That night, those who remained awake beheld this extraordinary spectacle for the first time, an enchanting starry sky, and Luo Chen's face radiated excitement. He then resumed his meditative posture, his chest rising and falling steadily, as two dragon-like energy columns were drawn into his being. Simultaneously, he entered a transcendent state of awareness. Change was inevitable, and the foundation of Luo Chen's strength lay in his own abilities. To qualify for supremacy, he must lay a solid foundation before the tides of transformation arrived. Was there truly an ancestral dragon hidden within Kunlun Mountain? Who constructed the pyramids? What secrets lie within the Bermuda Triangle? Where is the fabled Atlantis of the Western continent? All these mysteries would eventually surface, accompanied by monumental shifts in the world. Luo Chen's current endeavor was to continuously enhance his strength before those changes unfolded. Despite the thin aura of spiritual energy, after establishing a colossal gathering formation, Luo Chen could finally embark on his cultivation journey. Awakening, ancestral return, and transcendence, 3 grand realms, each divided into 9 sub-realms. Luo Chen had now reached the first layer of awakening, yet due to possessing 2 special seeds, his power could rival that of a second-layer awakening. His abilities were akin to those of a master martial artist in the mortal realm. Chapter 88. The Bait on the Other Side. Another incident occurred at the Tulip School. Zhou Zihao continued to hold contempt for Luo Chen, despite the latter's demonstration of overwhelming power capable of annihilating him in an instant. In Zhou's eyes, if an inconsequential thug from society could protect Enlingyu, then surely he could do the same. Zihao, this matter cannot afford even the slightest error, cautioned Lu Quan, the leader from the Security Bureau. Technically, the responsibility for safeguarding Enlingyu fell to the military, yet someone from the Security Bureau had seized the opportunity to take charge, eager to make a name for themselves. Thus, the Security Bureau was compelled to treat this situation with utmost gravity. If the task was executed flawlessly, it would reflect well on the Bureau and earn them accolades. Conversely, failure would not only tarnish Lu Quan's reputation but could also lead to severe repercussions. Rest assured, Brother Lu, there will be no mistakes this time. Though Luo Chen appears formidable, I believe he is merely a killer, not a protector. I am an expert in protection and guarantee you will not be embarrassed, Zhou Zihao assured, his familiarity with Lu Quan evident in their casual exchange. At that moment, the two were not at the school. Zhou Zihao opined that in a public setting like a school, no one would dare act recklessly. Furthermore, since a prior attempt to abduct someone from the school had failed, it was unlikely that anyone would choose the school again. As long as Enlingyu remained within the school premises, they would be secure, and there would be no room for error. Zhou confidently asserted that even if someone dared to make a move, his skills would ensure that they would not return. Are you certain there are no issues? Lu Quan still felt a twinge of unease. Absolutely, Brother Lu. In fact, I hope they come. It would be troublesome if they didn't. Zhou Zihao smiled. They were not inside the school but rather in a vehicle parked outside. So you intend to use Lingyu as bait, luring them in for a comprehensive capture? Lu Quan inquired. Precisely. This is our specialty. Rather than foolishly guarding against a frontal assault like Luo Chen, we should draw the hidden enemies out and eliminate them all at once. This is the distinction between professionals and amateurs. Zhou Zihao exuded confidence at that moment. Although if Luo Chen were present, he would undoubtedly ridicule Zhou for his naivety. After all, Zhou's prowess was insufficient to handle even a single adversary, let alone a group. At midnight, Zhou Zihao's phone suddenly rang. An incident had occurred at the girls' dormitory of the Tulip School. Reacting swiftly, Zhou chose to exit the vehicle and rush towards the scene. However, to his surprise, upon his arrival, he found 7 or 8 individuals already escorting Lingyu down the stairs, right outside the dormitory entrance. Anders, this operation has gone too smoothly, hasn't it? How did those 2 fools, Alan and the others, fail last time? They never anticipated we would dare to return so soon, and this time, it seems to be going remarkably well, remarked a man clad in mercenary attire, grinning. Since you're here, you might as well stay, Zhou Zihao declared, approaching the group with a demeanor of calm assurance. Unfazed, Zhou confidently confronted the group. Just as Lu Quan arrived behind him. What is this idiot saying? The assailants, clearly not understanding Chinese, conversed amongst themselves in English. Anders, take care of him, commanded one of the leaders. Anders, the mercenary, glanced at Zhou Zihao and quickly recognized that Zhou posed no threat, dismissing the need for his firearm. He threw the gun to a companion and unsheathed a combat knife, advancing towards Zhou. Initially cautious upon seeing the armed group, Zhou felt reassured when he realized only one foreign adversary was approaching him. Be careful, Zihao, Lu Quan cautioned from a distance. Neither opted to call for help or alert others, as Lu Quan trusted Zhou, and Zhou had unwavering faith in his own abilities. No worries. If that fellow Luo Chen could dispatch 2 of their comrades, surely I can handle them. I know their type. They are mere mercenaries. Far inferior to those I've encountered in Central Africa. I can easily take on 10 of them, Zhou thought, brimming with confidence. In a shocking turn, blood gushed forth as Zhou's head was severed, rolling away like a discarded melon. What a waste of my effort, Jack. Don't summon me for such weak opponents again. Let us go, Anders remarked, wiping the blood from his knife onto Zhou's attire before sheathing it. The 7 or 8 men swaggered out of the entrance with Lingyu in tow. I expected a fierce battle. At least a few police officers from Huaxia should have shown up, Jack grumbled. The group then boarded a van and drove away without a hint of resistance from Lu Quan, who remained frozen in shock. Only a minute later did Lu Quan regain his composure, drenched in cold sweat, and hurriedly began to call for reinforcements and report the incident. This situation had escalated dramatically. That night, chaos erupted throughout Xinzhou. Not only were the local authorities in turmoil, but even influential figures in Longdu were stirred into action. The adversaries proved to be exceptionally formidable. 3 successive waves of Security Bureau personnel had been dispatched, all of whom met with dire fates. Is this the mess you've created? Lu Quan was nearly berated to the point of humiliation upon receiving a call. In that moment, he recalled Luo Chen's words regarding Feilong. Do you believe this oaf can protect Lingyu? Not only had he failed to protect, but he hadn't even been worthy of a fair confrontation. Special forces from Xinzhou had also been deployed. Yet the assailants had taken refuge in an abandoned factory on the outskirts, fortified with landmines and heavy weaponry, like a Gatling gun for cover. This was not the worst of it. Normally, if the military were mobilized, no matter how formidable the enemy, survival would be improbable. However, the situation became precarious due to the hostages. If anything happened to Lingyu, the captors could leverage her father to coerce him into relinquishing critical technology. Time was of the essence, as the adversaries were already applying pressure on Lingyu's father. A direct assault was impossible due to the hostages, yet delaying action was equally perilous. If the enemy succeeded in contacting Lingyu's father and used her as leverage, he would undoubtedly capitulate. A prominent figure in Longdu was infuriated, issuing a strict ultimatum. Lingyu must be rescued within 10 hours, which was the absolute maximum. Or else the situation would escalate beyond control. Chapter 89. Please, Luo Chen. Unbeknownst to Luo Chen, the events unfolding around him were significant. After a night spent diligently practicing, dawn broke, prompting him to return. Upon reaching the seaside residence, he indulged in a refreshing bath. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, his phone rang once more. Mr. Luo and Ling Yu has been abducted. It was Fai Long on the line. Luo Chen felt no surprise. He had long deemed Zhou Ziheo's capabilities insufficient to safeguard Ling Yu. It was only a matter of time before such a crisis arose. This matter no longer concerns me, does it? Luo Chen expressed his desire to distance himself. As his obligations had been fulfilled, the Security Bureau had dispatched 3 waves of elite personnel the previous night, but regrettably, all had met with fatal outcomes. Consequently, the Bureau's leadership sought Mr. Luo's assistance. Fai Long hesitated before articulating this request, clearly feeling the weight of the situation. I'm sorry, but I'm unavailable. Luo Chen abruptly terminated the call. The leader from the Security Bureau had previously displayed a dismissive attitude towards him, and Zhou Ziheo's arrogance had been boundless, boasting of his ability to protect Ling Yu, claiming expertise. Yet, what was the outcome? Despite his earlier dismissal of Luo Chen, he now sought his aid only after calamity struck. What was this, if not a farce? Did they truly believe that Luo Chen could be summoned at will? Not long after hanging up, there was a knock at his door. Upon opening it, he found Fai Long and Lu Quan standing outside. Mr. Luo, I sincerely apologize. We are indeed at our wits' end, Fai Long admitted, visibly frustrated, casting a disparaging glance at Lu Quan. You had everything under control, yet you insisted on meddling. Leading to this debacle, he thought bitterly. I have fulfilled my responsibilities, so I must decline. This is no longer my concern, Luo Chen replied, shaking his head. Luo Chen, you must understand that my visit offers you an opportunity. Lu Quan maintained his haughty demeanor, his tone laced with condescension. He believed that serving the Security Bureau was a privilege, one that anyone would eagerly accept. He regarded Luo Chen as merely an ordinary citizen, unworthy of respect. However, upon hearing Lu Quan's words, Fai Long's expression shifted, incredulous that someone seeking assistance would adopt such an arrogant stance. I would have to plead for favors if I were to request his help, he thought. Knowing Luo Chen's temperament, he responded better to humility than arrogance. Luo Chen found himself amused by Lu Quan's attitude. Oh, an opportunity, you say? You must realize that such fortuity is often unattainable for others. This truly is a gift. He replied, his sarcasm unmistakable. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Luo Chen interrupted as his phone rang again. Hello, is this Teacher Luo? We would like to ask if you could return to Yujingxiang as the head of Class 3, the principal of Yujingxiang requested. This morning had not only been marred by Ling Yu's kidnapping. Yi Xingtang and Class 3 had wreaked havoc, shattering every window in the school, leaving no glass intact, even vandalizing the restrooms. As if that weren't enough, Yi Xingtang planned to host a musical bonfire party on the school grounds, prompting inquiries from the Education Bureau. The principal felt overwhelmed, fearing the collapse of his administration. Only Luo Chen could restore order to the chaos. I'm sorry, but I'm unavailable, Luo Chen stated firmly. Hanging up, his duties had concluded, and the principal's previous stance made everything clear. Now, to plead for his return? Such a scenario was untenable. Luo Chen, I hope you can appreciate this opportunity. Lu Quan reiterated, undeterred by the recent dismissal. Appreciate the opportunity? Luo Chen chuckled coldly. Fai Long, listening nearby, was tempted to slap Lu Quan for his audacity. Excuse me, I must clarify, Luo Chen began, clearing his throat. What do you think you are? An opportunity? I, Luo Chen, need no such favor from you. Are you out of your mind? You come to me for assistance, yet you dare to speak to me in this manner? Save your opportunities for someone else. If you're so capable, go and rescue her yourself. Now, please leave my doorstep and do not disturb me. With that, Luo Chen slammed the door shut, offering Lu Quan no semblance of dignity. Meanwhile, the principal, his face darkened with frustration, stood in his office surrounded by the faculty. Chen Chao and Sun Jiangwo were among them, heads bowed in silence. Director Chen, Teacher Sun, and the rest of you, when Teacher Luo joined our institution, you repeatedly opposed him, petitioning me to dismiss him. Well, he has finally left. Are you satisfied? Now, I demand a solution. The school is in disarray, and you must rectify this. Chen Chao, you claimed you could manage Class 3, so go and restore order to that classroom. Silence filled the room. The teachers were mute, unable to respond to the principal's tirade. They had believed that with Luo Chen gone, their machinations would prevail, yet now their troubles had only begun. Recently, representatives from the Education Bureau had questioned Chen Chao about the chaos in Class 3, and it was far from pleasant. They had made it clear that his performance was unacceptable, and with such turmoil so soon after taking over, The bureau had essentially abandoned him. "Prepare the car, quickly." The principal suddenly shouted. "Principal, where are you going?" "Where else? I am going to personally invite Teacher Luo back." Chapter 90. The overlord of Longdu on the side of the sea, Lu Quan was taken aback. He never expected Luo Chen to be so resolute and audaciously refuse him. It is worth noting that he had always been able to accomplish any task he undertook in the past. This. Lu Quan stood dumbfounded, uncertain of what to say, as it was his first encounter with such a situation. "Comrade Filong, this. Mr. Lu, I have fulfilled my duty as instructed by my superiors. My task is complete. I shall take my leave." Filong turned and departed, unwilling to linger with this fool for even a moment. How could one be so foolish as to act in this manner? Moreover, this situation was not merely troublesome. Time was of the essence, and everyone was racing against the clock. 5 hours had already elapsed, and at any moment, the other party could pry open Professor N's mouth. Lu Quan stood there, numb. For this matter was orchestrated entirely by him. With such a significant oversight, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. At this juncture, it was not about earning merit. Merely rectifying the situation was the best strategy. Otherwise, upon his return, he would find that the consequences were far more severe than a mere suspension for investigation. In essence, Lu Quan had effectively run out of options. Luo Chen, however, paid little heed to the situation, merely regarding it as an encounter with a fool early in the morning. After freshening up, he notified Wang Fei and Zhang Zijuan to head to Panlong Bay. As they ascended the hill towards Panlong Bay, both Wang Fei and Zhang Zijuan wore expressions of confusion. "Mr. Luo, may I ask, is this the same property that previously encountered issues?" Zhang Zijuan inquired. "Huh? Are you afraid? Afraid it won't sell?" Luo Chen replied with a chuckle. "Not at all. Since you have given me this opportunity, I shall do my utmost to ensure its success. No matter how challenging this project may be, I will give it everything I've got," Zhang Zijuan proclaimed, thumping his chest. "That's precisely the attitude I wish to hear. However, perhaps it is not as dire as you envision." Luo Chen smiled as their vehicle maneuvered through the dense fog. "By the way, Mr. Luo, what price do you intend to set per square meter here?" Zhang Zijuan queried once more. 100,000? Zhang Zijuan doubted his hearing, as that price was unheard of even in the city center. His heart began to race. "Are they all villas?" He asked again, for if they were all villas, there might still be a chance, although that price remained exorbitantly high. Just ordinary residential units for 100,000 per square meter? Zhang Zijuan was genuinely taken aback. That price was astronomical. Yet Luo Chen merely smiled, offering no further explanation. "Strange, where is this fog coming from?" Wang Fei mused as he drove, perplexed by the unusual weather. It was sunny outside, and while morning fog was conceivable, this seemed excessive. As they emerged from the fog, Wang Fei and Zhang Zijuan were left speechless. Luo Ge, have we taken a wrong turn?" Wang Fei swallowed hard. For the scene before them was entirely unlike the place they had seen the day before. Just yesterday, there had been rows of towering buildings, while now, lush trees and vibrant flowers abounded. Upon entering, it felt as if they had stepped into a realm untouched by the chaos and dust of the city, evoking a sense of returning to the simplicity of nature. Clear springs flowed ahead, azure waters meandered, and overhead, white clouds drifted across a pristine blue sky. This place resembled a paradise. Rather than merely establishing greenery in Panlong Bay, it felt as if a community had been constructed within nature itself, with ancient trees and hanging vines. "Do you still think 100,000 is expensive?" Luo Chen chuckled. Wang Fei tactfully avoided questioning the origins of the ancient trees, knowing that Luo Chen harbored secrets not meant for inquiry. "My heavens, have I arrived in Juzhegu or Shenangjia?" Zhang Zijuan was astonished. Meanwhile, within the opulent estate of the Yi family, a man in military attire, who exuded an air of distinction and authority, spoke to Yi Jingtian. "Huh, listening to Elder Yi, I finally grasped the situation. No wonder he is so irate. He indeed possesses the capability. We must ask Elder Yi to mediate this matter." "Too polite. I can only do my best. Since you are aware of his strength, you should also understand that such a person cannot be easily swayed. Whether we can convince him remains to be seen." Yu Jingtian sighed, yet his attitude towards the man was evidently courteous, indicating that the man's status was not to be trifled with. Even when an overlord from Longdu personally sought Luo Chen, Yi Jingtian felt it might not be effective. He dialed Luo Chen's number, and after a brief exchange, Luo Chen stated, "Sure, come over. I am at Panlong Bay." Though Xinzhou was relatively small due to its geographical location, it was remarkably prosperous, and prices were comparatively high. However, in comparison to Longdu, it paled considerably. Su Lingqiu, a person of significant standing in Longdu, sat in the car with Yu Jingtian, gazing at the bustling Xinzhou, and could not help but sigh. Ah, Xinzhou is indeed developing rapidly. I remember when I came here 20 years ago, it was all rice fields. Indeed, the pace of development has been swift. And the city area is gradually expanding. Yu Jingtian engaged in light conversation, looking at the bustling traffic and concrete structures. I find myself nostalgic for the days when verdant foliage covered the hills, Su Lingqiu lamented. As a person born in the countryside, Su Lingqiu longed for the vibrant flora and verdant trees in contrast to the concrete walls surrounding him. Indeed, it is no easy feat to find a patch of greenery now. One must either venture into the countryside or seek out a villa. Yi Jingtian chuckled. To be honest, Elder Yi, I envy you at times because your grand estate has a garden where you can cultivate flowers and plants, while the unit assigned to me is on the 10th floor, and I am not even allowed to keep a few pots of flowers on the balcony, Su Lingqiu complained. Before long, they arrived at the foot of Panlong Bay. In terms of presence alone, Su Lingqiu radiated an imposing aura, embodying the iron-willed decisiveness characteristic of a soldier. As he gazed at the swirling fog, a peculiar expression crossed Su Lingqiu's face, and even Yi Jingtian found himself taken aback. Upon officially entering Panlong Bay, Su Lingqiu stepped out of the car, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend the scene before him. Chapter 91. A Hidden Paradise. Old Yi. This tree must be several hundred years old, wouldn't you agree? Su Lingqiu remarked as he pointed to a towering ancient tree with sprawling roots. Yi Jingtian, equally puzzled, recalled his previous visit to Panlong Bay and wondered at the drastic changes that had occurred. The surroundings exuded a serene beauty, with lush grass carpeting the ground, and the air so pristine it felt devoid of any impurities. This place is delightful. Look how vibrantly those flowers bloom. Just from this alone, my anticipation for your young friend grows, Su Lingqiu expressed, his face alight with expectation. Meanwhile, Feilong, standing nearby, couldn't he help but marvel. For everyone knew that this esteemed elder not only held a high position but was also infamous for his temper and discerning taste. Rarely did he bestow such praise upon anyone. Upon entering, Luo Chen set up a teapot beneath the shade of a great tree, arranging several cups before settling down to host Su Lingqiu. During their earlier pleasantries, Su Lingqiu had already observed Luo Chen discreetly. Although Yi Jingtian had briefed him on certain matters beforehand, he was still taken aback by Luo Chen's presence. Having spent a lifetime in the military and holding a significant status, Su Lingqiu had encountered many extraordinary individuals. Yet, this was the first time he met someone so youthful, yet exuding such an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of an ancient beast lying dormant within. This sensation had previously struck him when he met the leader of the Eight Extremes sect, Feng Sangxing, prompting him to regard Luo Chen with newfound respect. Lao Luo certainly knows how to enjoy life, entertaining guests in such a picturesque setting, Su Lingqiu commented, savoring a cup of tea. Please do not take offense. Luo Chen replied with a nod. To be honest, I am rather unsophisticated, having grown up in the countryside, where I developed an innate affection for nature. Your abode feels like a paradise on earth, immersing me in the beauty of the natural world, which I find truly delightful. I must say, I have visited Panlong Bay before, yet it seems so transformed now, Yu Jingtian remarked, noticing the ethereal atmosphere, enhanced by the presence of a few larks that fearlessly fluttered down to forage nearby, adding to their astonishment. Everything here felt so authentically natural. Had it not been for the rows of towering buildings, one would assume they were in a true wilderness, oblivious to any signs of human intervention. Haha, Mr. Luo. What is the price per square meter for this property? Su Lingqiu inquired with genuine curiosity, though he had no intention of purchasing a residence here. 100,000. Luo Chen replied nonchalantly. 100,000? Even Yi Jingtian nearly spluttered his tea. This price seemed exorbitant, even to him, who was accustomed to evaluating worth. The value of an item dictates its price. If it is worth that amount, then it is not expensive, but if not, it is indeed a case of outrageous pricing. Clearly, despite the enchanting ambience, claiming 100,000 per square meter was excessive, and by a considerable margin. After all, this was not the city center. And while the environment was commendable, it hardly justified such a valuation. Shall I show you around? Luo Chen proposed. Oh, is there something particularly special? Su Lingqiu's curiosity was piqued. Even Yi Jingtian was intrigued, as he did not perceive Luo Chen as someone lacking in intellect, if he dared to set such a price. It implied there must be something remarkable about the place. Indeed, there is something special, Luo Chen affirmed as he led them toward the northern section, which was demarcated by a large Tai Chi diagram. At first glance, the northern area appeared unremarkable, but crossing that line left them utterly astonished. What is this? Su Lingqiu was rendered speechless. Yuzhen Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, and Fei Long was equally stunned, for the scene before them was nothing short of miraculous. Is this truly real? Su Lingqiu extended his hand, catching a snowflake, surrounded by a landscape blanketed in a foot of snow. Everything was covered in a thick layer of white. When he turned to look back, even the previously warm southern side was now enveloped in snow, with the grand tree they had just been seated beneath now draped in a heavy coat of frost. What on earth is happening? Yuzhen Tian exclaimed, suddenly feeling parched. Ha! You may consider it high technology. Beyond that, I cannot divulge further, Luo Chen conveyed, his intent clear. They could speculate in other directions, perhaps towards science. Yet, everyone understood this was not merely science, it was a realm beyond their comprehension or experience. Having long believed certain things to be mere legends, they realized today how limited their understanding had been. This journey has been worthwhile. Mr. Luo has truly broadened our horizons, Su Lingqiu remarked with a smile. I'll take 2 units. I shall have the funds transferred to your account immediately, Yuzhen Tian declared, excitement coursing through him as he sought to secure 2 properties. Witnessing this, who would dare claim that 100,000 was steep? It was hardly extravagant. Indeed, it was a bargain. In the sweltering heat of summer, to find a place where snow fell so abundantly was worth far more than the quoted price. Mr. Luo, wait. I need to make a quick call to arrange for funds, Su Lingqiu admitted, his interest piqued, despite being from Longdu. Were you not just lamenting the price? Luo Chen observed with a playful smile directed at the two. Expensive? This is not expensive at all. It is exceedingly affordable. They both exclaimed in unison. Very well. Shall we return to the matter at hand? Luo Chen chuckled. This time, I wish to request Mr. Luo's assistance, Su Lingqiu said, his demeanor turning serious. It turns out the backstory unfolded thusly. After a lengthy pause, Su Lingqiu sighed. Luo Chen had recounted the entire sequence of events that led to their current predicament. To be frank, Mr. Luo, even had I not personally come to see you or witnessed your astonishing talent, the accounts provided by old Yi would have already formed a positive impression in my mind, Su Lingqiu confessed. It was no wonder that, given Luo Chen's stature, he had not pursued retribution against them. His temperament and character were indeed commendable. Su Lingqiu's words were not mere flattery. Given Luo Chen's formidable power, Lu Quan's actions seemed foolish, and it was already quite generous of Luo Chen not to have exacted immediate vengeance. The strength he possessed made Lu Quan's audacity seem utterly irrational. Mr. Luo, truthfully, this matter was also a failure on our part, and I, Su, wish to extend my apologies for any offense caused, Su Lingqiu said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, following the customs of the martial world, recognizing Luo Chen as one of their own. Chapter 92. The collective plea for Luo Chen. There's no rush. But didn't you just mention that we only have 10 hours? Now, we are left with less than 3, and you seem quite unperturbed, Luo Chen teased lightly. To be honest, our unit is merely assisting. This matter was originally our responsibility. It was my suggestion to involve Mr. Luo. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly, but the Security Bureau insisted on intervening. And now the individual is in their custody, Su Lingqiu replied with a calm demeanor. So, are you planning to contribute without exerting any effort? Luo Chen countered. From Su Lingqiu's perspective, this was primarily the Security Bureau's issue. Even if the mission were to fail, accountability would not fall on her shoulders, allowing her to remain composed. That's not entirely accurate. I came personally to seek Mr. Luo's assistance, didn't I? The situation over there is far more complicated than it appears. First of all, the strength of that group of mercenaries is formidable. This has been confirmed by the failures of several attempts over the past few hours. Moreover, the most challenging aspect is rescuing the hostage from their grasp. While we can find skilled marksmen capable of neutralizing those mercenaries, the current objective is not to eliminate, but to save, Su Lingqiu articulated astutely, demonstrating her military background and pinpointing the crux of the issue. It is no longer a matter of merely finding a few experts to match their prowess. The primary goal is rescue. While killing may be straightforward, saving a life is fraught with challenges, especially against mercenaries known for their ruthlessness. If provoked, they could easily execute in Lingyu, resulting in failure. Engaging in combat may be feasible, but extracting a person from their clutches requires a level of skill far exceeding theirs. Such experts exist, yet they are not easily summoned. Therefore, Mr. Luo, I believe this matter can only be resolved with your assistance. Su Lingqiu conveyed her thoughts to Luo Chen. Nonetheless, I maintain my stance. Let this matter rest. Luo Chen shrugged. Are you certain you won't reconsider, Mr. Luo? Su Lingqiu spoke with measured restraint, refraining from leveraging her position to pressure him. Having interacted briefly with Luo Chen, she understood that he was a man of principle, impervious to coercion. To put it plainly, your status holds no sway over him. She mused inwardly. Very well, Mr. Luo, I shall not impose further. However, regarding the property, might you reserve a unit for me? Su Lingqiu abruptly returned to the previous topic. I thought you were jesting, Luo Chen replied, somewhat surprised. You genuinely wish to purchase? Not jesting at all. I truly intend to acquire a unit, but I need to borrow some funds. Our profession isn't as affluent as the outside world perceives, Su Lingqiu sighed. All right, I shall reserve it for you, Luo Chen acquiesced. Could I take a photograph? Su Lingqiu inquired. Of course, Luo Chen responded, untroubled by the potential leakage of information, as the intent was to showcase the residence for prospective buyers. How is it? Yi Jingtian smiled. Alas, Yi Lao, it's quite natural. If I possessed Mr. Luo's capabilities, I wouldn't have merely refrained from assisting. I would have dealt with those fools at the security bureau long ago, Su Lingqiu lamented. After bidding farewell to Su Lingqiu, the principal of the Tulip School arrived. Mr. Luo, we acknowledge our misjudgment. You should return to Tulip School, the principal lowered his tone, recognizing his position as one of supplication. I apologize, but I am quite occupied. My role as homeroom teacher was solely to protect Lingyu. And now that this matter has concluded, I have no interest in returning, Luo Chen stated candidly, as he held no desire to teach. Mr. Luo, what about this community? The principal suddenly inquired, captivated by its allure. 100,000 per square meter, Luo Chen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the principal couldn't help but gasp inwardly, but soon formulated a plan. After much pleading and to no avail, he departed, realizing he must seek further assistance. Just as the principal left, Luo Chen's phone buzzed with a text message. Mr. Luo, please save me. And Lingyu had reached out to him. With a sigh, Luo Chen prepared to call Su Lingqiu and the others back. This was his nature. He could disregard the security bureau, dismiss Su Lingqiu, and ignore everyone else. But he could never turn a blind eye to Lingyu. Despite having only served as her homeroom teacher for a week, the adage once a teacher, always a father resonated with him. Though technically not his disciple, a bond had formed, and since Lingyu had called him teacher, he felt compelled to respond. When she was in peril and called for help, Luo Chen would not stand idly by. This was his moral compass, his baseline as a person. Just as he was about to dial Su Lingqiu's number, a convoy of luxury vehicles arrived. Luo Chen furrowed his brow, bemused by the morning's unexpected commotion. As the doors opened, a group of third-year students poured out. Teacher, please, we beseech you to save Lingyu. Han Xiu was the first to rush forward, visibly anxious as he had been pursuing her. Upon learning of Lingyu's predicament, Han Xiu immediately sought Lu Ziwen, who advised him to approach Luo Chen. The mere mention of Luo Chen's name was enough to inspire confidence. However, given Luo Chen's reputation and demeanor, the entire class had decided to come together this time. Are you all skipping class collectively? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Mr. Luo, regardless of how you choose to punish us in the future, we implore you to save Xiaoyu. Lu Ziwen stepped forward earnestly. Indeed, Mr. Luo, please, we beg you to help Xiaoyu. Sure echoed with pleading eyes. The security bureau is at a loss. Why do you place such trust in me? Luo Chen chuckled. Mr. Luo, we may not know much, but we understand your capabilities. Just your name alone instills confidence. Lu Ziwen spoke sincerely, having carefully considered his words. Yes, Mr. Luo, I have never witnessed anyone capable of withstanding bullets. Han Xiu chimed in. Mr. Luo, we disregard the security bureau and all those convoluted departments. Our faith lies solely in you. Lu Ziwen's words were earnest and well considered.